Chapter 1. Arranged Marriage. In Huagua, City A, within the opulent Shuangmu Manor, the sounds of shattering objects echoed through the air. "Miss, please do not be angry. You might hurt yourself," the maids implored repeatedly. However, in her furious state, Lin Baobao paid no heed to their words, smashing anything within her reach. "Baobao, enough!" came a commanding yet dignified voice from the sofa. Regrettably, it was to no avail. Lin Baobao continued her rampage through the living room. Only when the sound of a cane striking the floor resonated did she finally cease her tumultuous actions. "Umph," she huffed, pivoting to take a seat on the sofa. "Baobao, do not act willfully." "I am being willful, you old codger. Think about the wolfish words you uttered before attempting to reprimand me." Just returning from a summer shopping spree with friends, Lin Baobao was struck by a thunderous piece of news. Her grandfather had announced her upcoming engagement to the grandson of an old friend next month, with the wedding to follow once she turned 20. Had he lost his mind? Just a month ago, she had barely reached adulthood. What nonsense was this? What on earth was this old man thinking? "This matter is non-negotiable, it is decided," declared Old Master Lin solemnly. "Bah! You old fool. You think you can pull a fast one while my parents are away on a mission?" "I refuse." Lin Baobao leapt up from the sofa, shouting defiantly. Old Master Lin spoke unhurriedly. "This is your grandmother's wish." Upon hearing her grandmother's name, the furious Lin Baobao momentarily subdued her wrath and sat quietly in contemplation. She recalled her grandmother's dying wish to witness her marriage, lamenting that her beloved grandmother had passed too soon to see her in a wedding dress and eternal sorrow in her heart. However, a wish is a wish. Her grandmother had never forced her to marry. If he thought she would simply relent, he was dreaming. Once more, she cried out, "Do not use grandmother to pressure me. She never insisted that I marry Lu Yeting, old man, so stop dreaming. This is something your grandmother arranged when you were a child, and now the time has come for you to fulfill it." Old Master Lin unleashed his final trump card, a benevolent lie. Indeed, Bao Bao's spirit deflated instantly, and she collapsed onto the sofa in silence. Noticing her prolonged silence, Old Master Lin turned to look at her. Just one glance, and his heart ached. Bao Bao was curled up in the corner of the sofa, biting down hard on a cushion, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. No one could compel her to do anything, not even her own parents, except for her cherished grandmother who had raised her with love. Her grandfather and parents, both high-ranking military officials, were often preoccupied, leaving little time to be with her. From a young age, she had been by her grandmother's side, showing disrespect to anyone else but her. Old Master Lin felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed upon his beloved granddaughter, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his late wife. He found himself at a loss. Had it been anyone else demanding his precious Bao Bao's hand, he would have chased them away with a gun. But alas, it was his dearest old comrade, a brother who had saved his wife, who had made this request. For decades, he had asked for nothing in return. Now, in their time of need, he felt obligated to repay the favor. "Bao Bao, Grandpa." He extended a hand, hoping to comfort her. Yet she recoiled, rising to declare, "I understand, Grandpa. I will comply." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs to her room. Old Master Lin's hand fell limply to his side. Meanwhile, at the Liu family estate, a military vehicle rolled in, its occupant possessing a strikingly handsome visage, with sharp, chiseled features exuding a masculine aura, clad in a commanding military uniform. "Young master, the old master is waiting for you in the study," the butler conveyed. After knocking twice, he entered without waiting for a response. Old Master Liu was practicing calligraphy. "You have returned," he remarked, not lifting his gaze as his brush continued to dance across the paper, already aware of his visitor's identity. "I demand an explanation," came a voice devoid of warmth. As the last stroke was laid down, Old Master Liu settled into a chair, finally meeting his grandson's gaze. "Next month is your wedding. What further explanation do you require?" Old Master Liu raised a teacup, savoring its contents. Lu Yeting maintained his stance at the entrance, facing his grandfather sideways, utterly still, though his fists were clenched tightly. "An arranged marriage, is it?" he scoffed derisively. Old Master Lu, incensed by the contempt in his grandson's voice, slammed his teacup down onto the table. Do not concern yourself with the particulars, consider it in order. If you still regard me as your grandfather, you will comply. Seeing his grandson remain silent, he continued, I have already spoken with old Lin. You shall become engaged first, and once Bao Bao turns 20, you will obtain a marriage certificate and hold the wedding. A girl who has not yet reached 20? Old Lin truly has no shame. What a collusion between the two of you old men, using a mission to whisk the Lin couple away. No wonder when he sought to inquire with Commander Lin, he was informed that both Lin parents had gone to F country on an undercover mission, with no return until their success. What a cunning plan! An undercover assignment in F country could last anywhere from several years to an indeterminate length. In order to facilitate his union with Lin Bao Bao, they were indeed ruthless. Old Master Lu was rendered speechless with rage. This grandson was a born contrarian. Whatever he suggested, Lu Yeting would invariably oppose. This marriage is non-negotiable. Impossible, came the unwavering reply. Old Master Lu unveiled his ace. If you marry Bao Bao and treat her well, I will gladly provide you with the information you seek. Lu Yeting regarded his grandfather with astonishment, refusing to part with information. Yet you are willing to pay dearly for a little girl? Old Master Lu approached Lu Yeting, placing a hand on his shoulder. I will no longer obstruct your desires, but you must never mistreat Bao Bao. Lu Yeting nodded in agreement, choosing not to utter another word as he descended the stairs and drove away in a military vehicle. Old Master Lu watched the silhouette of his grandson's vehicle fade into the distance, knowing he had relented. Weary, he sank into his chair, gazing at the photograph of himself with his late wife. Tears streamed down his face involuntarily. My dear, for the sake of our beloved grandson, forgive my selfishness. The following day, the two elderly gentlemen arranged to meet and discuss the details of the engagement. Old Master Lin brought Lin Bao Bao along. The Lu couple also attended. Upon receiving the old man's notification, they were utterly taken aback. They rushed back from abroad, bewildered by what methods their father had employed to convince their rebellious youngest son to agree to marriage. Seeing the sweet and charming Lin Bao Bao, they were thoroughly pleased. Bao Bao, you look absolutely stunning, Xiao Min exclaimed, admiring her future daughter-in-law. Xiao Min took Bao Bao's hand and introduced her to a group of people. Bao Bao, let me introduce you. This is Yeting's eldest brother, Lu Yeqing, a man addicted to the internet. This is Yeting's second brother, Lu Yiling, the head of the underworld, and this is the youngest, Lu Yihan, a notorious flirt. Lin Bao Bao appeared adorably bewildered. The three brothers of the Lu family glared at their mother's introduction with darkened expressions. Internet addict, eldest brother Lu Yeqing. I am the king of hackers. Underworld head, second brother Lu Yiling. How could my illustrious reputation as a crime lord be tarnished by my own mother? Flirtatious youngest Lu Yian. Mother, I am a world-renowned film star. Welcome, future sister-in-law. They greeted Lin Bao Bao amicably. Hello, brothers, she replied in a soft, sweet voice that instantly captured their hearts. At that moment, they thought, never have we envied the fourth brother more. His wife is both young and beautiful, and her voice is simply adorable. In a suburban area of City A, this was a desolate plot of land that Lu Yeting had acquired years ago, now transformed into a grand castle. Qian Feng steeled himself as he knocked on the door once more, reporting, Enter. Lu Yeting remained focused on his documents, not lifting his head. Chief, the Lu family is called again, urging you to hurry and pick someone up. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized that this was already the sixth reminder call. Yet his superior remained indifferent, as if he were oblivious to the urgency, leaving the predicament entirely on their shoulders. As soon as he uttered those words, the phone on the table rang. Lu Yeting answered, and the other end erupted with a furious shout. You little rascal, have you forgotten what day it is? Hurry up and get over here. It was Lu's father, his voice booming with wrath. What kind of ungrateful child shows up late on such an occasion? Busy. He coolly replied with just 2 words. You. Before Lu's father could finish, the call was abruptly taken over by another voice. Just say if you no longer want the documents, came the voice of the elder Lu. That single statement grasped Lu Yeting's Achilles heel. Understood. He hung up the phone without allowing his father a chance to respond. It was not until evening that Lu Yeding finally made his tardy appearance. Upon his arrival, he was met with a barrage of reprimands from the family, but he remained unfazed. This was Lin Baobao's first encounter with Lu Yeding. It must be said that Lu Yeding was impeccably handsome, standing out among his peers as the most distinguished. Yet he was also the coldest, exuding an air that seemed to ward off any approach. At merely 27 years of age, he had attained heights that an ordinary person might never reach in a lifetime, exuding a powerful presence that intimidated most. But who was Lin Baobao? She had been raised in a military district where she learned to navigate life with a toughness akin to playing with firecrackers. Her gaze was unwavering as she looked directly at Lu Yeding, devoid of any trace of fear. This elicited a flicker of surprise in Lu Yeding. He had expected the young lady before him to be intimidated, perhaps even to swoon. Yet Lin Baobao's demeanor was unexpectedly composed. Nevertheless, he dismissed it from his mind. Lu Yeding averted his gaze, offering a perfunctory greeting to those gathered. The engagement ceremony commenced, and he roughly took Baobao's hand to lead her onto the stage. Lin Baobao, incensed, discreetly pinched his hand with force. Lu Yeding winced in pain and noticed the girl subtly rubbing her hand against her dress, shifting slightly away from him. Was she rejecting him? Rather than humiliate himself further, they stood in silence on the stage. It was only when he caught the elder Lu's threatening glare that Lu Yeding resignedly grasped her small hand again. When it came time to exchange rings, Baobao instinctively withdrew her fingers. "Don't move," Lu Yeding warned in a tone only they could hear. Baobao, feigning compliance, was seething inside. Her feet, however, were restless, taking advantage of the long gown's concealment. She stomped her high heels firmly onto Lu Yeding's foot, rubbing against it. Upon receiving a threatening glance from him, she averted her gaze defiantly. "If you wish to turn this engagement party into a farce, by all means continue. Wasn't a mere glare enough? How wicked could this man be?" Irritated, she removed her foot. She was fiercely protective of her pride. Particularly in such a setting, embarrassing herself would also reflect poorly on her family. Once the ring incident settled down, Lu Yeding issued another warning. "From now on, be on your best behavior. I have no time to waste." Finally, they navigated through the ceremony without further incident. Lu Yeding exchanged a few casual pleasantries before hastily departing. Seeing this, Elder Lu had no choice but to put on a brave face and apologize to his old friends and Baobao on behalf of his grandson. Old Master Lin sighed in understanding. Upon returning to his suburban estate, Lu Yeding immediately delved into the documents he had acquired. From the information presented, it appeared that the events of that year were indeed an accident, unrelated to Elder Lu. Yet he remained unconvinced. Everything felt too coincidental. Chapter 3. The quarrel after the engagement banquet. At the behest of the two venerable gentlemen, a trusted aide was dispatched to escort Lin Baobao to the suburban residence of Lu Yeding. In the car, Lin Baobao sulked, pouting in silence. "How impatient can Grandpa be? Just engaged, and he is already sending me off with the military. Doesn't he fear for his precious granddaughter's well-being? That insufferable man, utterly devoid of gentlemanly decorum. It's a pity that this flower has been thrust into the dung heap that is him. No, I absolutely must ensure that this scoundrel suffers tonight and finds a way to send me back." The roads were clear at night, and with the Lu family emblem displayed, the guard promptly allowed them to pass. "Miss Baobao, this is as far as I can take you. The old commander has arranged for someone to take you to Colonel Lu," the aide stated before departing. "Thank you," Lin Baobao replied, though her expression was one of forced gratitude. The person sent was none other than Lu Yeding's direct subordinate. "Please," he beckoned. Lin Baobao, with her head bowed, remained stationary. "Miss Lin," he called again, noticing her lack of response. Finally, she lifted her woeful little face and asked, "Can I not go? Would you take me back instead?" "What kind of response is that?" The aide was taken aback. But looking at Lin Baobao's innocent visage, he almost succumbed to saying yes. Quickly regaining his composure, he maintained a stoic expression and replied, "I must heed the orders of Lord Lu." What a fool! Lin Baobao could no longer contain her frustration. She stomped her feet in anger and, shedding her facade, shouted, "Fine. Let us go. I'll meet your Lu dog right now." The aide was momentarily stunned, realizing how unpredictable a woman's heart could be. one moment delicate, the next fierce enough to devour him whole. Unable to manage the situation any longer, he resolved to hand over this hot potato to Lord Lu, to In Lu Yeting's office. Knock, knock. Reporting in, "Come in," he responded. The aide entered with Lin Bao Bao. She immediately found a seat, crossed her legs, and averted her gaze from Lu Yeting. Upon seeing Lin Bao Bao, Lu Yeting's brows furrowed, and his piercing gaze fixed on his aide. "Explain to me how she came to be here." The aide felt a shiver run down his spine under Lu Yeting's intense scrutiny and hastily clarified, reporting, "Colonel, it was the elder commander's directive." "What exactly does this old man intend to achieve?" He turned to retrieve his phone. "What is the meaning of this?" he inquired, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "You and Bao Bao are already engaged. It is important for you both to get to know each other better to facilitate future interactions." Before he could finish, Lu Yeting hung up. With a snap, the pen in his hand shattered, and the aide's heart sank, fearing he might share the same fate as that pen. "Leave," Lu Yeting commanded after a few moments of silence. His words unclear as to whom they were directed to. In any case, the aides took their leave without delay. Closing the door behind them, Lu Yeting completely disregarded Lin Bao Bao, continuing to work at his desk. After what felt like an eternity, her legs began to ache from sitting still while that insufferable man ignored her. She started fidgeting to alleviate the discomfort. This small movement did not escape Lu Yeting's notice. But he chose to ignore it, hoping the girl would eventually tire of waiting and leave. As Lin Bao Bao grew increasingly restless, she finally stood up, approached Lu Yeting's desk, and slapped her palm upon it. "Hey, what am I supposed to do tonight? Are you just going to leave me here?" Lu Yeting's cold, indifferent gaze met hers. "That no one is forcing you to stay. What does that mean? Is she not even worthy of sitting?" She slapped the desk again. "That don't push your luck. At the engagement, you just up and left, leaving me to suffer alone. What do you think you are?" Her small mouth continued to accuse Lu Yeting. "Suffer? Wasn't he that of your own making?" He scoffed, a hint of derision in his voice. Fuming, she retorted, "As if I have nothing better to do than to seek out suffering. I see you're just looking for a fight." Her hand, unable to be restrained, swung towards him but was caught firmly mid-air by Lu Yeting, his grip tightening gradually. The sudden pain caused her to wince, and she began to hit him in frustration. Before long, his desk was in disarray, as if a wildcat had unleashed havoc upon it. His patience was nearing its breaking point. "Come in," he called, and a subordinate rushed in. "Yes, sir." Without further ado, Lu Yeting instructed. "Take her back." The aide, hoping to persuade his superior to remain calm, was swiftly pulled away by Lin Bao Bao. Ignoring the pain in her hand, she tugged at the aide's clothes, urging, "Let us go, hurry." Finally, her wish was granted as they returned to Shuangmu Manor. "Bao Bao, weren't you supposed to go to Shouting's place? Why are you back so soon?" Grandfather Lin was taken aback, surprised that she had been returned in less than 2 hours. "That I didn't want to stay there." Lin Bao Bao replied, feeling a growing distance from her grandfather. Silently hiding her slightly swollen wrist, she offered no further explanation before retreating to her room. Grandfather Lin sighed, sensing the estrangement in Bao Bao's demeanor. However, the die was cast, and he could only hope that Lu Yeting would treat his granddaughter well. Yet it seemed that fostering a harmonious relationship between these two children would prove to be quite the challenge. He decided to call his old friend, the elder Lu, who would surely come up with a good plan. Chapter 4. Moving into the Lu household. What? Lin Bao Bao nearly choked on her breakfast. Just one night had passed, and already this old man was concocting schemes again. He wanted her to move into the Lu household. Was he making an international joke? "You old coot, are you never satisfied? Just after the engagement, you want me to cohabit? I've only just come of age." Grandfather Lin calmly perused the newspaper while sipping his morning tea. "You have the summer vacation ahead. Moving in with Lu Shouting will help you cultivate your relationship. Did you not see me being sent back last night? Cultivate what nonsense. I have no desire to develop any feelings for that scoundrel. My summer vacation is meant for relaxation and enjoyment, not to waste time warming up an ice block." Lin Bao Bao protested vehemently. "Isn't Lu Yeting just an ice block, always wearing that sour expression, exuding an aura that keeps others at bay? This is settled. I have already instructed the servants to pack your belongings, that go check for anything you may have forgotten," Grandfather Lin declared before heading off to practice Tai Chi, completely disregarding Bao Bao's protests and leaving her in a state of frenzy. At the Lu Manor, Xiao Min was bustling about, directing the servants to tidy up. Her future daughter-in-law was arriving soon, and the place had to be immaculate to ensure Bao Bao's satisfaction. The room had been arranged adjacent to Lu Yeding's, with 2 rooms connected to create a dreamlike princess-themed bedroom. She and her husband had long wished for a daughter, yet had been blessed with 4 sons instead. Now a daughter was conveniently being delivered to their doorstep. Observing his mother's bustling activity, the brothers of the Lu family, gathered downstairs for breakfast, voiced their concerns. "Grandfather, did you inform 4th brother about Bao Bao moving in?" Lu Yahan inquired. Grandfather Lu replied, "He'll find out once he returns." Coughing sounds erupted around the table. "Aren't you worried 4th brother might lose his temper?" Lu Yachan asked cautiously, that as soon as he spoke, he received a sharp reprimand from his father. He wouldn't dare. What reason would he have to lose his temper? Lu Shin retorted. The usually cunning Lu Yiling remained silent, inwardly thinking. It would be bizarre if 4th brother didn't lose his temper. By afternoon, Lin Bao Bao's belongings were delivered by grandfather Lin's aide, along with not just the luggage, but Lin Bao Bao herself. Xiaomin joyfully welcomed her. "Oh, Bao Bao, we've been waiting for you. Come in. This will now be your home. And I promise to take good care of you." That Mrs. Chiao was so familiar that she even referred to herself as Mom. She dragged Bao Bao around, giving her a tour of the house. The Lu brothers observed their mother's enthusiasm and thought she would make an excellent tour guide. The rest of the Lu family was equally warm and welcoming towards Bao Bao. With the pleasant atmosphere, she soon relaxed and bonded with them. As night fell, since her room was not yet ready. Lin Bao Bao was assigned to stay in Lu Yeding's room for the night. She had declined numerous times, but Xiao Mom insisted it was just for one night, assuring her that Lu Yeding would be occupied and wouldn't return. Eventually, she relented. Lying alone in a strange bed, Lin Bao Bao found Lu Yeding's room stark and devoid of warmth, mirroring his own cold demeanor. Why did he have to be such an oddity among his otherwise amiable brothers? Why did fate deal her the misfortune of marrying this peculiar man? Lost in thought, she eventually drifted off to sleep. When Lu Yeding returned, it was already the following afternoon. The house was empty, and he didn't inquire further. After taking a shower, he lay down to rest, but found himself unable to sleep. He decided to sit up and read instead. That moment, a faint fragrance wafted to his nose. What was that scent? How gentle it is to lie down once more and greedily inhale this fragrance. Under the spell of this delicate aroma, Lu Yeding succumbed to a deep slumber in the evening. Madame Lu returned home with the baby, accompanied by 4 free laborers carrying their belongings. The 2 had already transformed from future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law into close sisters, observing the baby adapting well to their home. Old Master Lu felt a sense of contentment and reassured his old friend on the other end of the phone. During dinner, Old Master Lu inquired, "Is Yeding not back yet?" The old housekeeper stepped forward to respond. "Sir, young master returned this afternoon, but has not left his room since he is still working at home. Please call him down for dinner." All the servants lowered their heads, none daring to take on the task. Who doesn't know the temperament of the 4th young master? They certainly did not want to enter his room. Ultimately, Lu Yezhan went upstairs and, upon seeing something horrid, stumbled down the stairs in a panic. The crowd asked him what had happened. His voice was choked, unable to articulate a word. He wildly gestured upstairs. The other 2 brothers, observing their useless sibling, ascended to investigate. Moments later, they crept down the stairs, their faces reflecting disbelief. "Old master is furious," they exclaimed. "What happened to the 4th? He is just asleep." Silence ensued. Immediately, everyone except the baby rushed upstairs, leaving the little one looking bewildered. Was this really such a grave matter for merely sleeping? Upstairs, they witnessed Lu Yeding sleeping soundly. They opened the door quietly and descended, fearful of waking him. Lu Yeding's slumber extended into the night. Upon awakening and checking the time, he was astonished to discover he had slept a full 10 hours. Unbelievable. Ever since that incident 5 years ago, he had averaged only 4 hours of sleep daily, aided only by sleeping pills. This was the most restful sleep he had experienced in 5 years. Upon reaching downstairs, he was greeted with, "4th young master, dinner has been kept warm for you. Would you like to eat?" The housekeeper hurried to instruct the kitchen to reheat the dishes, after replenishing his energy. Lu Yeding felt invigorated. That moment, a group returning from a walk entered. When Lu Yeding spotted the small figure, his eyes narrowed. "Oh, the 4th is awake." Lu Yejian remarked as he playfully draped an arm around his brother's neck. Did you sleep well? Lu Yeting brushed off Lu Yejian's hand, ignoring him, and coldly inquired, Why is she here? Chapter 5. The Agreement. The baby will be living with us from now on, Madame Lu cheerfully announced. Lu Yeting turned to old Master Lu. Is this your idea? Fearing a quarrel between the grandfather and grandson, old Master Lu interjected, It's everyone's idea. The baby is only 18, at an age where she loves to play. Your suburban home is far too dull for her. She shouldn't go there. You two will officially register your marriage in 2 years. In the meantime, you should nurture your relationship with the baby. Such a ridiculous excuse. Old Master Lu was trying to bind him. Having just gotten engaged, was he now to receive her directly into his home? Was he seeking humiliation? Lu Yeting scoffed, deliberately stating, What? Are you not afraid I'll devour her right now? Lin Baobao nearly choked on his words, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment. Her face flushed. She knew this rogue had no good intentions. Before she could act, someone else stepped in to discipline this scoundrel. Madame Lu delivered a swift kick, raising her voice to admonish her most rebellious son. I warn you, Lu Yejian, the baby is still a child, that if you act recklessly now, I will personally put an end to you. Originally intending to pull his ear, she found her son too tall to reach. Even when she jumped, someone, take him back, Lu Yeting commanded. You dare? Everyone retorted in unison. Lu Yeting glared at his brothers, astonished that they would side with the old man against him. Anger flared up within him. Fourth, Lu Yejian attempted to pull Lu Yeting aside for a calm discussion, but before he could lay a hand on him, he was tossed aside with a shoulder throw. If you send him to me, I won't let the opportunity go to waste. He strode towards Lin Baobao. Eldest brother, second brother, old Master Lu signaled them to intervene. The two brothers, bewildered, understood their grandfather was sending them to their doom. Against Lu Yeting's fighting prowess, 10 of them would not suffice. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves as expected. Within a few exchanges, Lu Yejian was defeated. Only Lu Yiling, who dabbled in the underworld, could barely hold his own against his younger brother. After nearly 10 exchanges, his wrist was twisted and dislocated. With no hindrance left, Lu Yeting advanced toward Lin Baobao, exuding a murderous aura. Old Master and Madame Lu hurried to shield the baby, fearing their son might hurt her in a fit of rage. Stop! Old Master Lu blocked Lu Yeting's path. The baby is your fiancée. She will inevitably come to live here. Don't forget. You know what you need to know. Old Master Lu was reminding Lu Yeting of their commitment. Urging him not to go too far, Lu Yeting stared coldly at Old Master Lu, neither willing to concede. The protected Lin Baobao yearned to jump out and retort, but was held back by Madame Lu's gentle grip, signaling her to remain silent. Ultimately, Lu Yeting stormed out, leaving the family members to breathe a sigh of relief. It indicated he had relented. In the dead of night, Lin Baobao lay in her new room on the large bed, unable to sleep. Madame Lu had meticulously decorated her room, making it even more comfortable than her own. Recalling Lu Yeting's earlier attitude, she felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Did he really think she was eager to marry him? What nonsense! A young girl forced into a wedding carriage had no voice in the matter, yet this grown man was being petulant. Suddenly, a shadow loomed at the foot of Lin Baobao's bed. Surely, the guards of the Lu family couldn't be so negligent. Did a thief manage to break in unnoticed? She lay on her side, too frightened to move, stealthily reaching for the self-defense taser beneath her pillow. As the figure approached, Baobao leaped out to attack. The shadow quickly seized her hand and knocked it away. What? Attempting to murder your future husband? It was Lu Yeting. Angrily withdrawing her small hand, she retorted. You shameless fool. What is wrong with you? This is my room. Get out, this is my house. Well, that was an undeniable fact. Yet you climbed through the window like a thief. What a disgrace. Oh no, you're no different from a thief. Her sharp tongue rivaled his mother's. Lu Yeting, initially irked, found his annoyance dissipating at her words. Why did he suddenly find this girl rather interesting? Why do you want to marry me? He inquired, sitting on the opposite sofa. I'm in my prime. Why on earth would I want to marry an old man like you? She nearly sent Lu Yeting into a fit. Old man. It was the first time he had ever been addressed as such. Yet, considering her age, he indeed felt somewhat older. If you're unwilling, why did you come running? Lu Yeting regarded Lin Baobao with disdain. Her pent-up anger erupted. You came to propose, and I haven't scolded you yet. How dare you say anything to me? Grabbing a lamp, she hurled it at him, and as she swung the lamp, tears of frustration streamed down her cheeks. Watching her emotional turmoil, Lu Yetting felt an inexplicable twinge of discomfort. Seeing her becoming increasingly agitated, he realized they could not have a civil conversation like this. He stepped forward to restrain her small hands. No matter what agreement you have with those two old men, I will not marry you. How about we make a deal? 2 years from now, we officially call off the engagement, and you can tell those two old men whatever demands you have, and I will fulfill them. He cut to the chase, thinking 2 years would be ample time to uncover everything he wished to know. That sounds perfect. Bao Bao wriggled free and replied without hesitation. She had been contemplating this matter for days, pondering how to communicate her thoughts to Lu Yetting. Now that he had come to her, even initiating the conversation, it was too good to be true. Although it felt slightly disloyal to her grandmother's wishes, they both acknowledged that being together under such circumstances would not lead to happiness. Gazing up at the night sky, she contemplated, Grandma, you love Bao Bao the most. You wouldn't want to see me unhappy, would you? So for the sake of both of us, and to create more happiness in the world, please don't blame Bao Bao. Hearing Lin Bao Bao's unhesitating response, Lu Yetting was taken aback that he had anticipated a struggle, yet it had come so easily. However, what did that forlorn look in her eyes signify? It seemed she was still unwilling that a knock at the door interrupted. Bao Bao, what is happening? It was Madame Lu, likely drawn by the noise of their earlier scuffle. Remember what you promised today, Lu Yetting said before leaping out the window. Chapter 6. The Little Admirer-in-Law. Upon entering, Madame Lu gasped. Oh no! It was a tragedy. Bao Bao's room, which she had painstakingly arranged to be so warm and perfect, had been utterly destroyed in just one night. Madam, the rat poison has been purchased, after tidying up Bao Bao's room. Sprinkle the poison in the corners, Madame Lu instructed. Old Master Lu, sipping his coffee, inquired curiously, Dear, what do we need rat poison for? Last night, there was a mouse in the baby's room, leaving the space in utter disarray and terrifying the little one. Lu Mu wore a worried expression while Lin Bao Bao, feeling guilty and anxious, lowered her head, fearing her unnatural demeanor would be discovered. Husband, do you think it's because the room has been unoccupied for too long? Perhaps, Lu Mu reassured. Don't be afraid, Bao Bao. For the next few days, you can stay with me. Once the medication wears off, you can return home. Husband, you'll have to manage with the boys for a bit. Upon hearing this, Lu Fu choked on his coffee, and Lin Bao Bao silently apologized to him in her heart. At that moment, Lu Mu burst in, witnessing the chaotic scene, and inquired about what had transpired. Unable to reveal that Lu Yetting had been there, she hastily fabricated a story about a mouse in her efforts to catch it. Upon hearing the word mouse, Lu Yetting shot an icy glare at Lin Bao Bao. How dare this impudent girl refer to him as a mouse? There had never been a mouse in their home, and he had no idea who had summoned such misfortune. After mocking her, he left the house. What a brazen remark! Lin Bao Bao fumed, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. This expression was undeniably adorable. Originally intending to scold her son, Lu Mu's heart melted at the sight of Bao Bao's cute demeanor, filling her with joy. After clarifying matters with Lu Yetting the previous night, Lin Bao Bao felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, her stay at the Lu residence became less restrained. After all, she was to reside there for 2 years. So she might as well embrace happiness. Lu Mu frequently took her out to explore and have fun. On this particular day, it was already 11 a.m. when Lin Bao Bao finally awoke. Dressed in her pajamas and ready to head downstairs, she encountered Lu Mu emerging from another room in her own pajamas, just having woken up. Bao Bao, you're awake too. We truly have a connection. With her hair in delightful disarray, they made their way to the dining room. Hurry and eat, for after breakfast I shall take you to my company for some fun. Bao Bao, puzzled, asked, Are we going to Dad's company or my brother's? Lu Mu gazed at her with affection, unable to resist cupping her little face and planting a kiss on it. Having spent time with Lu Mu, Lin Bao Bao had grown accustomed to such affection. We are visiting my company, Lu Mu declared proudly. Bao Bao was astonished. Her mother had a company too. Lu Mu beamed with pride, relishing Bao Bao's adoring gaze. Upon arriving at Lu Mu's company, Bao Bao's eyes sparkled with wonder. This was an internationally renowned fashion design brand, favored by top-tier celebrities. Could it be that Lu Mu was the legendary fashion icon? Mom, This is absolutely breathtaking. She could hardly find the words to express her excitement. Indeed, come, let me show you around. After their tour, Lin Baobao had fully become a fan of Lu Mu, her adoring gaze never leaving her. Lu Mu reveled in the admiration of her future daughter Dash and Dash Law. As evening fell, Lu Yeting returned home to AT dinner time. Only the men gathered around the table, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness that stifled appetite. Dad, where are Mom and Bao Bao? Lu Lao-san could no longer hold back his curiosity. That Lu Fu, visibly displeased, replied, "They are out having fun and one TB returning for dinner." Sighing, he felt the absence of his wife, which diminished his own appetite. He shot a glare at his useless son. "Can't even keep your own wife company, and you drag me into your mess." Lu Yiting calmly continued his meal, completely ignoring his father's resentful gaze. After finishing dinner, he retreated to his room, yearning for rest. Yet the more he lay down, the more restless he became, his agitation mounting that he had hoped to replicate the peaceful sleep of that one particular night. But since then, he had reverted to his former state, at midnight. After hours of tossing and turning, he found himself wide awake. He decided to change into workout clothes and venture out into the night. Lu Mu and Lin Baobao returned home at 1 a.m. after a night of revelry. Baobao, having enjoyed herself immensely, was now on the verge of sleep. That Lu Mu guided her back to her room before heading downstairs for a drink, only to encounter her rebellious son, who was out at such an hour. "What are you doing out running at this late hour? All sweaty." Lu Mu scrutinized Lu Yeting with disdain. "That I can't sleep," he replied, sitting on the sofa and wiping the sweat from his forehead. Hearing this, Lu Mu's maternal instincts kicked in. "Son, weren't you able to sleep a few days ago? Why the insomnia again?" She kindly offered him a glass of water. Lu Yeting gulped it down. "I don't know." After drinking, he quickly showered and then returned to the suburbs for the night. That Lu Mu rested her chin on her hand, pondering on the sofa. She had thought her son's insomnia had improved, yet here it was again. It was puzzling. That day he had slept like a log, and they had even checked his breathing, fearing he might be in a coma. Yet they were reassured by the sound of his steady breaths and did not call for an ambulance. Thinking about her son's predicament, how could a mother not feel heartbroken? Tears began to flow uncontrollably. To know she must uncover the reason behind her son's peaceful slumber that night. Instantly invigorated, she no longer felt tired and remained on the sofa until dawn. The next morning, Lu Fu awoke to find his side of the bed empty and cool. "What is going on? Did my wife not return home last night?" After getting dressed, he made his way downstairs and discovered Lu Mu asleep on the sofa. He couldn't bear to wake her, so he gently lifted her and carried her to their bedroom. That Lu Mu awoke around 2 p.m., finding herself in the bedroom, which was no surprise. Her considerate husband must have brought her here. Distracted by thoughts of their son, she absent-mindedly sipped her afternoon tea. Lin Baobao, who had returned home after visiting her grandfather, exclaimed, "Mom, you're awake." She dashed over to sit across from Lu Mu, and a servant promptly served her red tea and snacks. Lu Mu stared at Lin Baobao in a daze, causing Baobao to shiver. "What is wrong, Mom? You're acting differently today." Just as she was about to inquire further, Lu Mu seized Baobao's hand, her face beaming with excitement. "Baobao, I need your help with an experiment that I in the suburbs." Lu Yeting had just finished training at the gym. Qian Feng handed him a towel. "Boss, the car is ready. That I'm not going back." "Ah, you've been returning home daily. I prepared the car for you." As he spoke, his phone rang. "Boss, it's a call for you." The caller ID displayed Mr. Xiao. As soon as he answered, his mother's enthusiastic voice filled his ear. "Son, are you coming back?" "Not going back." Initially, he had hoped to return for a good night's sleep, but that seemed impossible now. "You must come back." "I'm busy," he said, preparing to hang up. "Son, you must come back tonight. I have a surprise for you." "No need. Tonight, I can guarantee you a good night's sleep." Lu Mu shouted. Lu Yeting was taken aback. His mother was no hypnotist, making wild promises. Yet, under her insistence, he complied and returned home. After dinner, his mother sent him off to bed. With no sleepiness in him, he showered and felt even more awake. That he sat at his desk, opening his laptop to review some materials when Lu Mu came to check on him. "You little rascal, why aren't you asleep?" "I can't sleep." That Lu Mu promptly closed his laptop with a snap and began to push him toward the bed. "Hurry up and lie down. Trust me, you'll sleep soundly tonight." After tucking him in and saying good night, she left. At Lu Yeting chuckled. What was his mother up to now? Just as he was about to get up, a familiar fragrance wafted through his nostrils. He couldn't help but lie back down, greedily inhaling the scent. What had once been a man wide awake now found his gaze growing heavy, and he slowly closed his eyes that I end the morning. Thanks to his biological clock, Liu Ying awoke. His mother had not deceived him. He had indeed slept soundly. Now he began to wonder if that delightful fragrance was a remedy for his insomnia, that he lay back down. Yet the scent was no longer present. Arriving at the dining room, he found Lu Mu already waiting for him. Upon seeing her son, she rushed over, eagerly asking, "So, son, did you sleep well?" "Anchem," receiving a positive response. Lu Mu rejoiced, "Oh yeah, Mom. What is going on?" At this question, Lu Mu momentarily faltered, clearing her throat to ease the awkwardness. "Ahem, that is not your concern. Just know that I found a way to ensure you'll never suffer from insomnia again." Liu Ying pressed on, curious about the method. "How can one express this?" Mother Lu refuses to utter a word and hastily sends the person away. That it was noon, and Lin Baobao finally awoke, after stretching languidly in bed. She felt reluctant to rise, clutching her blanket. She murmured, "Ah, my previous wish was to be a rice bug, doing nothing at all. Now that I have truly achieved that, I find myself yearning for a busier life." At the Liu household, she was to become the future fourth young mistress, cherished by her father-in-law and beloved by her mother-in-law, with her grandfather doting on her as well, aside from the rather inconsequential fiancé. Her life was more comfortable than at home. Each day began with the luxury of waking naturally, indulging in meals, and then enjoying leisure activities, be it outings or binge-watching dramas. She could live as she pleased. However, the thought of her impending separation from Liu Yiting, as they had agreed to part ways in 2 years, weighed heavily on her. She realized that this languid existence could not continue. Once she left the Liu household, her own grandfather would not allow her to squander her days idly. "Knock, knock. Miss Baobao, may I come in?" It was the maid. Come in, come in. Miss Baobao, lunch is ready. Would you like it brought to you?" Just as she was about to agree, she reconsidered and replied, "No need. I will come down shortly." Indeed, she had developed a new habit of dining in bed, due to her tendency to linger in slumber and her irregular eating schedule. Mother Lu had instructed the maid to check on her at mealtimes, bringing food if she refused to rise. She was truly overwhelmed with emotion. Upon entering the dining room, she found only herself and Mother Lu. After taking her seat, she noticed something peculiar about Mother Lu. Her head was tilted back, and she was shaking with laughter. Moreover, that smile appeared remarkably inappropriate. Mother Lu," she called softly, but Mother Lu seemed entirely absorbed in her own world and did not hear her. "Mother Lu," she exclaimed loudly, startling the laughing Mother Lu and causing the maid carrying a tray to nearly drop it. As Mother Lu regained her composure, she spotted Lin Baobao and couldn't help but embrace her, showering her chubby little face with kisses. "You truly are my little treasure." Lin Baobao was taken aback by the affection. "Mother Lu, what brings you such joy?" "What joy, my dear? It is an immense blessing. All thanks to you." Mother Lu gazed at her beloved treasure with tenderness. "I am sorry, dear. I have yet to figure out how to share this with you, that I long to clarify your confusion and share my delight. But what if it frightens you? No, it would be best if Yiting told you himself. Until then, I shall protect his secret. With you by my side, how could I ever be unhappy?" She resumed her affectionate onslaught on Baobao's cherubic face, unable to resist the delightful softness. "Come now, Baobao, eat this, have plenty." Mother Lu began enthusiastically serving Baobao more food, that Baobao's cheeks puffed up like a squirrel's. Mother Lu found herself increasingly enamored, wishing fervently for her son to marry Baobao. From that day forth, Liu Yiting no longer spent nights away from home, returning to the Liu residence punctually each day. Even when busy and unable to join for meals, he would still come back to rest. Mother Lu busied herself with covert operations, reveling in her son's newfound vitality, feeling her efforts were not in vain. Chapter 8. A discontented departure. Lin Baobao ventured out alone for some shopping. Her mission for the day was to seek part-time employment. Now, everyone in the Liu household had a job. Even Grandfather Liu was off supervising work in various military districts. Yet she remained the sole idler, eating and sleeping at leisure. After much contemplation, she decided that since she had nothing to do during her vacation, finding work would help pass the time, that it was summer, and the sun was particularly fierce. She ruled out outdoor jobs and opted for indoor ones instead. Upon arriving at the mall, she encountered an abundance of bubble tea shops, cake boutiques, and dessert parlors. Confident in her prospects, she inquired at each establishment, only to be met with rejection. Undeterred, she scoured every shop, but they all stated they were not hiring. Disheartened, she prepared to leave, only to accidentally witness a student being hired at the very shop she had just inquired about. Fuming, she stormed over to confront them. "What do you mean by this? Just a moment ago, you said you weren't hiring, and now you take someone on as soon as I leave. Are you mocking me?" With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at the manager, she demanded an explanation. The manager, taken aback by her sudden return and confrontation, was at a loss for words, refusing to relent. Lin Baobao pressed for an explanation. The manager reluctantly led her aside and explained, "Miss, we are looking for employees who can endure hard work." This only infuriated Lin Baobao further. "What makes you think I cannot endure hardship? When I am serious, even I find myself frightening." The manager chuckled at her response. "Little sister, our work is plentiful and demanding. It may not suit you if I am here to work. It means I fear nothing." Unperturbed by her determination, the manager replied bluntly, "Little sister, our establishment operates on a tight budget. The combined value of all our assets does not exceed the cost of your outfit." Realizing the truth in the manager's words, Lin Baobao blushed deeply as she glanced down at the bespoke Haute Couture casual outfit crafted exclusively for her by Mother Lu. "So, little sister, it would be best for you to return home." Embarrassed beyond measure, Lin Baobao hurriedly left and returned home, feeling dejected and retreating into her room. That evening, Lu Yiting returned. Upon seeing Mother Lu instructing the maid to prepare a meal, he frowned. "Mother, what is all this for Baobao?" Mother Lu replied, serving herself. She went out today and came back feeling down, having remained cooped up in her room since the afternoon that Lu Yiting glanced at the treatment Baobao received. Coldly scoffing, how melodramatic, he was about to take a seat when Mother Lu kicked his chair away. "Mother!" Lu Yiting's face darkened, that if not for her being his mother, he would have retaliated. Mother Lu shot him a glare, but ignored him. Placing a portion of food on a tray and thrusting it into Lu Yiting's arms before sending it to Baobao, Lu Yiting merely placed it back on the table. Moving to a different chair, maintaining his stoic demeanor as he picked up his chopsticks, preparing to eat. The chopsticks were snatched away. Mother Lu declared, "If you are not delivering food to Baobao, you shall not eat." "Fine, if I can't eat, I won't." He stood up and strode toward the door, only to hear his mother call out, "It seems someone does not wish to sleep well tonight." However, this tactic proved ineffective. As Lu Yiting exited with determined strides, it was only after hearing the sound of the car engine that Mother Lu rushed to the door, shouting after the vehicle's exhaust, "You little rascal. If you have the guts, don't come back for the rest of your life." Fuming, she lost her appetite, instructing the maid to deliver food to Baobao before retreating to her room in frustration. When Father Lu returned from socializing, he noticed the untouched dishes on the table and found it curious. Inquiring with the maid, he learned of the day's events and promptly set down his briefcase to console his wife. Lying in her husband's embrace, Mother Lu lamented about Lu Yiting's behavior. "This ungrateful child. All I asked was for him to deliver a meal to Baobao, yet he acts so high and mighty. Disregarding my words that it's all your fault for indulging him since childhood." She punctuated her complaints with playful swats at Father Lu. Understanding the underlying issue, Father Lu indulged his wife's grievances before attempting to defend their son. "Darling, I know you adore Baobao, but Yiting only agreed to marry her under pressure from me. Forcing him to do something for a woman he does not love is somewhat coercive. While he does have fondness for Baobao, he is still reluctantly accepting her, and his stubborn nature has been apparent since childhood." Mother Lu was not pleased. Regardless of his reluctance, Baobao is destined to be our daughter-in-law, his future wife. That if he is so unwilling now, what will become of Baobao in the future? Father Lu longed to retort, "With you and me both favoring her, our little rascal would not dare mistreat Baobao." However, he wisely refrained, knowing that such words might earn him a spot on the couch for the night. To avoid any repercussions, he chose to side with his wife, affirming that their son was indeed at fault. And that was the end of it. Upon reaching the outskirts, Lu Yiting chose not to drive into the area, but instead took a leisurely drive around the vicinity. Once out of the car, he succumbed to his inner turmoil and lit a cigarette. His plans had originally been well laid out, and Lin Baobao had agreed. Yet he never anticipated his mother would dote on Lin Baobao to such an extent. Treating her as if she were her own daughter, he could already envision the day 2 years hence when he would sever ties with Lin Baobao, coinciding with his mother's expulsion of him from the household. Yet even in light of this, he would not yield. If anyone wished to see Lu Yiting bow down, they would have to wait until he was willing. Otherwise, not even his own parents could sway him. After a period of calm, the rumbling of hunger began to make its presence, known to I in a moment of spontaneity. I decided to call my close friend to join me for a meal, seeking some distraction for the night. Little did I know that after our dinner, as I continued to ponder my working journey, Lin Baobao was completely unaware that her fleeting bout of melancholy inadvertently sparked a fierce confrontation between mother and son. Chapter 9. Compromise and return home. It must be said that Lu Yiting possessed an obstinate temperament that was truly remarkable. Following an unpleasant encounter with his mother, over a week had passed without him returning home. The other 3 brothers, upon receiving a call from their father, became aware of the discord between the 4th brother and their mother. They dutifully returned to the Lu residence, determined to soothe their mother's troubled heart. To help her forget the recent unpleasantness, the 3 of them had taken up residence at the family home, fearful that if the 4th brother returned, the 2 would engage in another quarrel. To their surprise, after so many days, the 4th brother had yet to show his face. Gradually, Lin Baobao began to sense something was amiss with Lu Mother Point one day. After lunch, she gently placed a hand on Lu Mother's shoulder and inquired, "Mother, are you upset?" The 3 brothers seated across from them exchanged knowing glances, silently urging her to comfort their mother. "No, dear, Mother is very happy. Then aren't you going back to visit grandfather today? Hurry along now, and I will come to take you shopping for a grand dinner in the evening." Lu Mother replied, maintaining her gentle demeanor in front of Baobao. Confused, Lin Baobao had initially planned to return to accompany her grandfather for lunch, but there was still time to leave after midday. We just finished breakfast," she reiterated, asking Lu Mother several times, but received the same response each time. Only then did she accept that all was well, leaving with a sense of bewilderment that as soon as Baobao departed. Lu Mother's expression darkened. The 3 brothers fidgeted uncomfortably, their eyes darting around as if engaged in a silent conversation. Oldest brother Lu Yichen remarked, "This 4th brother of ours truly is something. He provoked Mother and then simply ran off." Second brother Lu Yellen added, "Indeed, we are left to clean up his mess, and no matter how we try, we cannot seem to make it right. Should I take someone and bring him back?" Second brother proposed. The other 2 stared at him in disbelief. "Do you have any awareness of what you are? If you go to fetch him, he might well execute you without a second thought." The second brother, who had connections in the underworld, retorted, "Then what should we do? If we cannot placate Mother, he might find himself in grave danger." With that, he contemplated a hasty retreat. Seeing his lack of loyalty, the other 2 swiftly restrained him, taking a seat on the sofa. "You truly are my brothers," he exclaimed, "but continuing like this is not a solution. It is the 4th brother who has offended Mother. He must be the one to return to in unanimous agreement." They sprang into action, setting out to capture their rebellious sibling, but on their way, they made a point to call Lu Yiting. But to their dismay, he did not answer. The 3 waited idly at the entrance of the suburban area, repeatedly calling Lu Yiting's phone. After enduring over an hour of chilly winds, they finally got through. Albeit to one of Lu Yiting's subordinates, that in a rush, they arrived to fetch their brother, barely pausing for pleasantries, as they urged him onward, "Come quickly. We need your help." They rushed to explain the troubles of the past few days. Upon arriving at the training grounds, they found Lu Yiting personally supervising the training results one after another. Human sandbags were tossed onto the field, accompanied by cries of distress. That it was clearly evident to anyone that the master of the house was in a foul mood and was using this as an excuse to vent his frustrations. Finally, after bringing down the last opponent, Lu Yiting called an end to the session. Those still lying on the ground scrambled to escape as if their lives depended on it. "What do you want?" Lu Yiting inquired, glancing at the 2 brothers who had followed him. The second brother said that you and he are rivals, and that you refused to come in, so we've been waiting outside. Third brother chimed in. "Why would I come in?" Lu Yiting muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow and dressing himself. "What else would you come for? You've angered Mother and just ran off without taking responsibility." We've been trying to placate her for days, and you still refuse to return to clean up your mess, the third brother exclaimed, his words spilling out in a torrent. Lu Yeding's towel was torn in half in an instant, and he shot a fierce glare at third brother. Seeing this, third brother dubbed behind first brother for cover, fearing that Lu Yeding might unleash his wrath upon him as well. First brother Lu Yichin stepped forward and placed a hand on Lu Yeding's shoulder. Are you really planning to ignore mother forever? As the eldest, Lu Yichin spoke with a seriousness that matched Lu Yeding's own imposing demeanor. This younger brother, known for his stubbornness, was also the most intelligent and capable among them. And being the youngest, Lu Yichin had always been particularly indulgent towards him. Listen to your brother. Return home tonight, he instructed. After a long pause, Lu Yeding finally acquiesced with a reluctant The two brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Once Lu Yeding made a promise, he would undoubtedly follow through. Their task was thus accomplished. Once back in the car, second brother asked, "Did we manage to sort it out?" In unison, the two older brothers gave a thumbs up, signaling that all was well, and they set off home. Along the way, second brother proposed, "Let us call Lin Bao Bao and invite her for dinner." Though the fourth brother has agreed to return, it's safer to have Bao Bao home for dinner as well. Lest the two of them get into another quarrel, with Bao Bao present, their mother would be less likely to argue with Lu Yeding in front of her. Truly, second brother was astute. The two siblings nodded in agreement, their thumbs raised in approval as they swiftly made the call that by evening. Under the relentless bombardment of calls from the three brothers, Lin Bao Bao arrived at the Lu residence just before Lu Yeding returned. Seeing their savior had arrived, the brothers collectively exhaled in relief. Now they simply awaited the arrival of the main character. However, as dinner time approached, the infuriating Lu Yeding had yet to return, causing them to feel increasingly anxious. Just as third brother was about to sneak out to make a phone call to hurry him along, the sound of a car engine finally broke the tension. Lu Yeding had returned. Moments later, Lu Yeding sauntered in, and third brother hurried over to greet him, ostensibly to prevent him from making another hasty exit. "Now that you're back, it's time to eat. Come, take a seat," he urged, guiding Lu Yeding forward and thoughtfully removing his cloak, handing it to a servant that he arranged for Lu Yeding to sit next to Lin Bao Bao while he took a seat on the opposite side. Anxious to avoid any sudden awkwardness, Lu Yeding sat down in silence, offering no sign of acknowledgement that Lu mother, observing her son's behavior, felt her ire rising, prompting Lu father to intervene. "Let us eat, everyone." The atmosphere was unbearably tense. Neither Lu mother nor Lu Yeding touched their chopsticks, both maintaining a stony silence, as if the first one to eat would be the one to lose. "Mother, why aren't you eating?" Lin Bao Bao, despite her innocence, could sense the tension between them, and she thoughtfully served Lu mother some dishes. "Mother, I ain't hungry." "You should eat more," Lu mother replied, affectionately patting Bao Bao's head. As the mother and son remained locked in their standoff for several long minutes, one of the brothers finally took the initiative and began to eat, casually placing a piece of pork rib into Lin Bao Bao's bowl. Lin Bao Bao was taken aback, wondering if Lu Yeding had lost his senses. "Why are you giving me food?" Seeing her son's unexpected gesture, Lu mother's expression softened, and she finally began to eat. With that, Lin Bao Bao found herself losing her appetite, eating slowly as the icy presence beside her made her uncomfortable. She instinctively shifted away from Lu Yeding, nearly toppling off her chair. Just in time, Lu Yeding reached out and steadied her. Lin Bao Bao's cheeks flushed. The moment had felt far too intimate. "Are you full?" Lu Yeding suddenly asked Lin Bao Bao. Not particularly invested in the meal, she replied, I had plenty of snacks today. You all take your time." With that, she stood up, intending to retreat to her room. However, her wrist was abruptly seized by a strong hand as Lu Yeding pulled her back, without offering any explanation. Chapter 10. The 2-year agreement. Lu Yeding dragged Lin Bao Bao into his study and locked the door behind them. "What are you doing?" Lin Bao Bao angrily shook off his grip, feeling as though he lacked any tenderness, his grip almost painful enough to fracture her wrist. Taking a seat at his desk, Lu Yeding retrieved a document from the drawer and laid it before her. The words cooperation agreement stood boldly atop the page. Previously, he had believed they could coexist peacefully for 2 years without issue, but it seemed necessary to put things in writing. His voice was cold, his demeanor detached. "What do you mean by this?" Lin Bao Bao was puzzled by Lu Yeding's intentions, that "My mother is turned against me for your sake, and there will surely be more conflicts in the future." This is to ensure a peaceful separation in 2 years, he stated, handing the contract to Lin Baobao. Yes, she opened the document. Its contents revealed a rather simple premise for the remaining duration. They were to pretend to be in a romantic relationship in front of their families, with strict confidentiality regarding their arrangement. Neither was permitted to pursue romantic interests with anyone else during the 2-year term, nor could they disclose their relationship to anyone outside of their immediate families. They would lead separate lives, remaining uninvolved in one another's affairs. 2 years later, it will be up to her, Lin Baobao, to take the initiative to clarify that the discord between the couple stemmed from their incompatible personalities, and that it was Lin Baobao's aversion to Liu Yeting that compelled her to insist on dissolving their engagement, absolving Liu Yeting of all responsibility. The implication is that all blame will be thrust upon Lin Baobao, leaving Liu Yeting unscathed. Why should I bear the burden alone? Lin Baobao exclaimed in anger. This so-called amicable breakup is nothing but a farce, treating me as a scapegoat. Liu Yeting smirked. Do you really think my family of old fogies would agree if I proposed this? Even my grandfather would object. Has he forgotten that her grandfather is also a staunch traditionalist? That is your concern, Liu Yeting retorted, infuriating her further. In a fit of rage, Lin Baobao hurled the contract at Liu Yeting and kicked the table, exclaiming, "You are pushing me to be the villain while you remain aloof. Do you think I'm a fool? I refuse." The table was so hard that it pained her foot, prompting her to shout loudly. "Just wait to marry me then. I am indifferent," Liu Yeting said calmly, reclining against the chair. This despicable scoundrel, devoid of any decency, was impossible to communicate with. Suppressing her foot pain, she resolved to leave, but before she could grasp the doorknob, Liu Yeting spoke again. "If you miss today, there will be no chance to negotiate with me. You can only wait to truly become M.R.S. to Liu Yeting in 2 years." His words halted Lin Baobao in her tracks. After a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and demanded, "Bring me a pen." Lin Baobao swiftly signed her name on both copies of the contract. "That you'd best keep this safe if it gets discovered. The responsibility will fall on you." Lin Baobao was infuriated. How could Liu Yeting stoop so low? What kind of man pushes a woman to bear the brunt of everything? She truly wished to avoid Liu Yeting at all costs, fearing she might lose control and strike him. Upon opening the door, Liu Yeting approached, taking her hand. "What are you doing?" Baobao reacted strongly, instinctively trying to pull away. Liu Yeting waved the contract, warning, "Don't forget. We are in a relationship now. To go put the contract away and come downstairs together." Seeing the reluctance on her face, Liu Yeting couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, the feel of her small hand was delightful, soft and delicate, making him reluctant to let go. With no one around, Baobao withdrew her hand. And no matter how unwilling she was already entangled in this situation. When the two appeared hand in hand in the living room, they formed a striking picture. Liu Mu watched them with a smile, thinking, "Finally, the little rascal has come to his senses." The rest of the family breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the old matriarch had finally smiled. This could be considered a silver lining. The 3 Liu brothers returned to their work as well. Since making the agreement with Liu Yeting, he had begun coming home punctually every night, serving her dishes at dinner, and taking evening walks together. In front of the family, he played the role of the perfect gentleman. How pitiful she was, having to cooperate and act despite her reluctance. She truly admired Liu Yeting's patience. He managed to maintain such composure while pretending, as if they were a couple genuinely in love, that it was a shame he didn't pursue acting. With such refined skills, he could surely surpass the 3rd brother and dominate the entertainment industry. Liu Laosan was in the bathroom when he suddenly sneezed, finally relieving his constipation. To avoid encountering Liu Yeting, Lin Baobao resolved to find work quickly, using it as an excuse to stay out and miss him. After dinner today, she feigned illness and retreated to her room early, scrolling through job ads for temporary positions, jotting down phone numbers and addresses. After 2 days of scouting, Lin Baobao finally found an easy job as a cashier at a CAF. This time, she had learned her lesson and dressed plainly for the interview, securing the position on the spot. Just as she pondered how to explain this to Liu Mu and the others, she learned that Liu Yeting was on a mission and wouldn't return for a few days. Truly, fortune was on her side. Initially, Liu Mu was hesitant. "Baobao, you should be enjoying your vacation right now. There will be plenty of opportunities to work later, that if you feel bored, you can always come to work at your mother's or father's company. Just tell me what position you want. and I will arrange it. Lin Baobao appreciated Lu Mu's kindness, but she insisted on experiencing life on her own. Lu Mu had no choice but to respect her decision, but insisted on having a driver take her every day. Lin Baobao obediently nodded. As long as it meant not seeing Lu Yeting, she would comply. She had applied for the evening shift, working from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. She had observed that Lu Yeting usually arrived home around 6 p.m. and retired to his room by 9 p.m. It was a perfect plan to avoid him. Once school started, she would apply for a dormitory, making things even better. It seemed that 2 years wouldn't be so difficult to endure. Lin Baobao managed to evade Lu Yeting, but also successfully avoided Lu Mu. Whenever Lu Mu wanted to take Baobao out for shopping or dining, Baobao was at work, refusing to take a day off. She was far too dedicated. Hearing Lu Mu's complaints, Lu Fu, eager to keep his wife happy, decided to take her on a short trip to Lingcheng. Upon returning from the suburbs, Lu Yeting found the house deserted. At first, he thought little of it and didn't inquire. When the same scenario repeated the next day, he began to feel suspicious. His brothers all had jobs and lived elsewhere, so their absence was understandable. However, the fact that his parents and that little girl were both missing raised a red flag. He learned from the servants that his parents had gone on a trip and Lin Baobao was working. Lu Yeting quickly deduced the girl's intentions that it wasn't about experiencing life. She was clearly using work as an excuse to avoid him. Although it was a clever tactic, he felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. Being dismissed by that little girl left him feeling irritable. Chapter 11. Picking up Lin Baobao after work for 3 or 4 consecutive days. He returned home to eat alone. While this was nothing new to him, as he had long accustomed himself to solitude and even enjoyed his own company. At 10:30 p.m., his mother's relentless calls began. "Hello, you ungrateful child. Has Baobao returned? I can't reach her on the phone." Lu Mu inquired. "That I don't know," he replied. This response sent her into a frenzy. "What do you mean you don't know? Continue check. Can't you show some concern for Baobao?" She rambled on and on. Lu Yeting, uninterested in his mother's incessant nagging, hung up. That a few seconds later, his phone rang again, but he hung up. It rang again, that he hung up once more. Finally, growing impatient, Lu Yeting took his phone and headed to Lin Baobao's room, but he kicked the door open, startling Lin Baobao, who was soaking her feet, nearly tipping over the basin. "What are you doing? Why are you barging in at this hour?" Lu Yeting threw the phone at her. "Answer the call." Seeing it was Lu Mu, Lin Baobao quickly picked up before she could utter a word. A tirade of insults erupted from the other end, leaving no room for her to interject. After a lengthy diatribe, Lu Mu finally asked, "Where are you, ungrateful child? Are you even listening to me?" Lin Baobao attempted to return the phone to Lu Yeting, but he turned to leave. Reluctantly, she said, "Hello, Lu Mama. It's me." The other end fell silent for a moment before Lu Mu finally spoke. "Baobao, is that you? Why couldn't I reach you?" The mortified Lu Mu was at a loss, trying to maintain a gentle tone while internally cursing her ungrateful son for exposing her fiery side to Baobao. "Lu Mama, my phone died and I was charging it. Oh, is that so?" After a brief exchange, Lu Mu hastily ended the call. What was the meaning of throwing her phone here? Now she had to return it, which was such a hassle. Wait, returning it meant she would see Lu Yeting again. Definitely a hard pass. She had no desire to see his unpleasant face, so she tossed the phone at the door. If you want it, come and get it yourself." She shut the door and went to bed. Meanwhile, Lu Yeting waited for over an hour without receiving his phone. How long could they possibly be chatting? 2 hours after discarding the phone, Lu Yeting finally decided to claim it. Just as he was about to knock, he found his phone quietly lying at the doorstep. Was this little girl being lazy, or did she simply not want to see him? She wouldn't even hand it over from 2 steps away. Just leaving it there, it truly left Lu Yeting speechless with frustration. The journey of Lu's father and Lu's mother has finally come to a conclusion that as soon as they boarded the car. Lu's mother eagerly opened her mouth, inquiring about the interactions between Lu Yeting and Lin Baobao during their absence. Hearing that their relationship seemed to have progressed remarkably, Lu's mother felt a surge of joy in her heart. Especially upon learning that today was her rebellious son's rare day off, she became even more determined. Not long after getting into the car, she sent the driver away and called Lu Yeting, insisting that he come to pick her up from the airport. After a heated debate, Lu Yeting reluctantly compromised. Otherwise, his mother would surely disturb his peace. Indeed, once they were in the car, she incessantly questioned him about his relationship with Lin Baobao. You really are involved with Baobao, aren't you? You're not just pulling my leg, of course. He thought to himself that he was indeed just playing along. Yet he merely replied with a non-committal mm. Lu's mother, overjoyed, affectionately ruffled Lu Yeting's hair, exclaiming, "That's more like it. Good son, you've finally come to your senses." Her hands continued to pat his head, while Lu Yeting's expression darkened. "Let us go. Let us pick up Baobao and enjoy a lavish meal." "She is still at work," Lu Yeting stated. Just moments ago, they were sharing a heartfelt mother-son moment. But now, it felt as if he had been slapped on the head. "Our family doesn't lack that little salary. Turn around and go get Baobao." Lin Baobao was currently learning how to brew various coffees, following another staff member. "Baobao, you're so clever." The compliment delighted Lin Baobao, who had initially come to pass the time, but unexpectedly found herself genuinely interested. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. Baobao, I'm only 26. I haven't reached the age of uncle yet." That he looked a bit hasty, appearing more like someone in their 30s. "Haha, I'll just call you Uncle Lu then, huh?" Lin Baobao made a silly face and laughed like a pig. "So cute." Lu Peng couldn't help but blush at the sight of the innocent Lin Baobao. Upon arriving at the address provided by his mother, Lu Yeting was greeted by a rather endearing scene. The little girl looked so charming when she smiled. Yet upon seeing the object of her delight, he found the scene somewhat unsettling. "Let us go." Lu Yeting stepped forward, taking Lin Baobao's hand. Before she could react, he had already pushed her into the car. "What are you doing, causing trouble?" Lin Baobao exclaimed, shaking off his hand and attempting to open the door. Unperturbed, Lu Yeting pressed the lock button, silently starting the engine. Throughout the journey, Lin Baobao chattered incessantly beside him. Once they arrived at the hotel where Lu's mother had arranged to meet, Lu Yeting turned to face the animated Lin Baobao. "Have you finished your rant?" he asked coldly. "That I've never seen someone so shameless. You inexplicably brought me here. It's an understatement to say I'm angry with you. That if I could, I would teach you a lesson." She glared at him defiantly, her posture radiating a stubborn spirit. This little girl was truly immature, yet her childishness was endearing, leaving no room for annoyance. "Don't forget our agreement that if you don't want people to say you were dumped because of your promiscuity 2 years from now, you'd better rein in your infatuation," Lu Yeting remarked disdainfully. "What do you mean? I'm not infatuated at all. Are you out of your mind?" Lin Baobao retorted, infuriated. "Now you're being accused of promiscuity. That is quite a significant label." Lin Baobao only caught the key phrase, failing to grasp the crux of Lu Yeting's statement. Furious, she was about to retaliate, but Lu Yeting, being who he was, easily seized her hand. Just then, his phone rang. It was undoubtedly Lu's mother calling to urge him along. Lu Yeting dragged Lin Baobao towards the hotel, but the little girl, still fuming, was anything but compliant. He chose not to argue further and simply hoisted her onto his shoulder for convenience. Throughout the journey, the audacious little girl tugged at Lu Yeting's hair and pinched his back. Lu Yeting had to suppress the urge to toss her off the balcony. Upon reaching the door of the private room, he set her down. "Why mom is inside." That single statement conveyed everything. Lin Baobao, when her wits were about her, was still quite clever. It dawned on her that Lu's mother had returned from her trip and summoned Lu Yeting to take her out for dinner. This inconsiderate Lu didn't feel the need to explain, leaving her utterly baffled as she watched Lu Yeting tidy up the mess she had caused. "Humph, serves him right." With a huff, she entered the room, ignoring the bumbling fool. After this unpleasant encounter, Lin Baobao began to avoid Lu Yeting as if he were a plague. They maintained a facade of cordiality in front of family and those aware of their relationship, while privately, they ignored each other completely. Fortunately, Lu's parents believed in the harmony between the two, allowing them to focus on their respective business matters. Today, with the CF closed, Lin Baobao visited the cemetery alone. Standing before her grandmother's grave, she offered a bouquet of flowers and gently caressed the photograph on the tombstone, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Grandma, this is my first visit to you since moving to the Lu family. Rest assured, Grandpa Lu, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, and even the Lu brothers have treated me well, making me feel warm." Lin Baobao meticulously removed the weeds from her grandmother's grave and wiped away the dust, then sat beside the tombstone, pouring out her heart. "Grandma, why have you never told me about the engagement you arranged for me?" As she voiced her confusion, bitterness welled up within her. "Grandma, do you know? Lu Yeting is unbearable. He is arrogant and proud. always wearing that frosty expression, doing as he pleases, that if I could overpower him, I would surely make him regret it. After venting her frustrations, Lin Baobao fell silent, her eyes glistening with tears as she finally spoke her heart's desire. "Grandma, if I end this engagement 2 years from now, would you blame me?" The only response she received was the gentle caress of the breeze. Lin Baobao lingered at the cemetery for a long time before bidding farewell to her grandmother. Just as she was preparing to leave, she heard a familiar voice calling out, "Baobao." Turning around, she saw a familiar figure, dressed in casual athletic wear. With a headband adorning his forehead and sparkling earrings, he stood under the sun, a picture of a sunny youth. "Jingchen Gij." Lin Baobao exclaimed in surprise. The Yi Jingchen ran over excitedly. "It's really you." "Baobao, I almost didn't dare to call out." Lin Baobao was equally thrilled. "When did you come back to the country?" Yi Jingchen was a childhood friend. After graduating from elementary school, he had gone abroad with his family. "I just returned a few days ago. I haven't been back in years, and today I specifically came here to pay respects to my grandparents." "What a coincidence to run into you." Mentioning his grandparents, a hint of sorrow crept into Yi Jingchen's voice. Like Lin Baobao, he had been left in the care of his grandparents while his parents worked abroad. After his grandparents passed away, he was taken abroad by his parents. Despite the years, he never grew fond of life overseas. Thus, upon reaching adulthood, he returned to Huagua. "Are you leaving again?" Lin Baobao inquired. Yi Jingchen shook his head. "No, I'm not leaving anymore. I got into a university and came back to start anew." "A university? That's the same school I'm attending." "What a coincidence." They found common ground and chatted merrily. "Let us have dinner together." "Baobao, that I'll drive you home." Yi Jingchen offered. "Oh, no need. Jingchen Gij, I can go back by myself." Lin Baobao declined that if he drove her back to the Lu family, she would surely face a barrage of questions. Although Lu Yeting didn't know Yi Jingchen, the latter had heard of Lu Yeting through family elders during their childhood together. She didn't want anyone to know about her impending annulment before it happened. "That is out of the question. It's dangerous for a girl to go home alone at night. Did I insist on driving you?" Yi Jingchen stated firmly, not allowing Lin Baobao to refuse. That he instructed her to wait while he went to fetch his car from the parking lot. Lin Baobao stood there, troubled, wondering what to do. Once they arrived at Shuangmu Manor, Lin Baobao exchanged contact information with Yi Jingchen before bidding farewell. Watching the car disappear into the distance, she sighed in relief, only to feel anxious again as she gazed at her family estate, shrouded in darkness. Sigh. Grandpa and Grandpa Lu have gone to inspect various military districts. They probably won't return until I start school. The butler and the servants are on leave, and I didn't bring my keys. That I can't even get into my own home." She lamented that it would take about an hour to reach the Lu family, and at her snail's pace, it would take at least 3 hours. There were no bus stops nearby, nor could she hail a taxi. Resigned, she decided to rely on her own 2 legs. That Lu Yeting had been particularly busy these past few days. After finishing an impromptu meeting, fatigue was evident in his eyes as he packed his documents, preparing to head home. Just then, he received a call from the family butler. "Hello, 4th young master, is Miss Baobao with you?" Rubbing his weary temples, he replied. "No." The butler's anxious voice came through. "What do we do now?" "Miss Baobao hasn't returned yet, and the master and mistress have gone to bed. That we can't disturb them." Lu Yeting glanced at the time. It was already midnight, and she had yet to return home. Where could she possibly be, gallivanting about? No need to concern himself. She wouldn't stray too far. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yeting contemplated calling Lin Baobao, but soon realized he didn't possess the girl's number. Thus, he inquired in the brothers' group chat. "Who has Lin Baobao's number?" Actor Lu Laosan replied. "I have it." Hacker King Lu Laoda subsequently added. "One, the godfather of the underworld, Lu Lair, chimed in. Their responses were nearly instantaneous, causing Lu Yeting's lips to twitch slightly. It turned out he was the only one without it. "Lu Yeting, send it to me." A few seconds later, Lu Laoda replied. "You don't have it." Followed by a surprised emoji. Lu Lair added, sending a meme. "Are you a monkey sent to entertain us?" Lu Laosan was more straightforward. "Seriously, Laosi, as Baobao's future husband, how is it that you don't even have her contact information yet?" Pathetic. Those words truly struck a nerve. Lu Yeting. Enough chit-chat. Just send it. The trio provided Lin Baobao's phone number, QQ, WeChat, and even Weibo and Space, all forms of contact they could muster. However, when he attempted to call, he was met with the message that the phone was turned off. Initially indifferent to the girl's whereabouts, he knew that if something were to happen, his own mother would undoubtedly make his life miserable. Thus, he privately messaged his elder brother, Louis Chen. Elder brother, please check Lin Baobao's location. Louis Chen. What is going on? Lu Yeting. The family called to say she hasn't returned home yet, and her phone is not answering. Upon hearing this, Louis Chen's expression darkened that a girl alone outside at such a late hour, with her phone off, was indeed concerning. Fortunately, during their engagement, he had gifted her a brooch, discreetly advising her to keep it with her at all times. Uncertain whether she had adhered to his advice, he promptly began tracking the brooch's location. Thankfully, there was a response. After locating her, he immediately called Lu Yeting. Lao Si, Baobao's location has been steadily moving. I'll send you the route. As Lu Yeting scrutinized the trajectory, his brows furrowed. Why was she merely circling the same area? To be on the safe side, he drove over. Exhausted and nearly at her limit, Lin Baobao sat on the ground beneath a tree, utterly devoid of energy. Where on earth was she? Lin Baobao was notoriously directionally challenged, always relying on others for transportation, hence her inability to remember routes. Now, in the dead of night and with visibility hampered, she was entirely disoriented. Gazing at her dead phone, she thought to herself, this is it. Chapter 13. Injured, surrounded by an oppressive darkness, a wave of fear washed over her. What should she do? Was she truly going to have to spend the night here? She sought a clean patch of sloped grass to sit and rest. Meanwhile, while driving, Lu Yeting suddenly noticed that the little red that had not moved from its position for the past 10 minutes. Could something have happened to her? How troublesome. Despite his words, Lu Yeting's vehicle accelerated even more to at that moment. Lin Baobao lay on the grass, gazing up at the stars. That it was a rather unexpected delight. A moment of tranquility amidst the wilderness of night, one she savored. After a while, Lu Yeting arrived at the location indicated by the red. However, darkness enveloped everything. There were no signs of life. Not even a ghostly shadow. Lin Baobao, he called out repeatedly, but received no reply. Checking his phone, he confirmed that the signal from the red that was indeed nearby. Yet there was no trace of Lin Baobao. Could she have been kidnapped? With his acute instincts, Lu Yeting felt a twinge of suspicion. But who would be so audacious as to abduct such a foolish and fierce girl? The wind carried an unusual sound that piqued Lu Yeting's attention. He swiftly drew his gun, disengaged the safety, and approached the source of the noise. As the sound grew closer, he took a favorable position and commanded, "Don't move." Yet he saw no one. The noise was unmistakably clear. Lowering his gaze, he spotted Lin Baobao, sprawled on the ground. He crouched down and gently shook her, calling out, "Hey, hey." Receiving no response, he instinctively checked for her breath, only to realize that the noise was merely the sound of her snoring. With a cold expression, Lu Yeting stood up and called out again, "Get up." Lin Baobao, still lost in slumber, turned over, irritated by the disturbance, and continued to sleep. How could she sleep so soundly in such a desolate place? It was as if she were a pig reincarnated, utterly unresponsive. Out of patience, Lu Yeting kicked her awake. "Wake up, get up." With an unintentional force, Lin Baobao rolled several times down the slope, her forehead colliding with a tree. "Ah!" she screamed in pain. Amidst the throbbing pain and dizziness, Lin Baobao finally awakened, clutching her forehead. She couldn't believe she had fallen asleep and rolled down. Even she found herself rather impressive. "Are you finally awake?" A familiar voice resounded. Looking up, she saw Lu Yeting standing atop the slope, looking down at her. What a bothersome scoundrel. Had he pushed her down, propping herself up on the ground? Still feeling dizzy, she accused him. "Did you push me down?" Though her mind was still slightly hazy, her voice carried strength. In a graceful leap, Lu Yeting landed effortlessly, arms crossed as he regarded the disheveled Lin Baobao. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Skillfully sidestepping her question, he elevated his own status with a single phrase. Realizing he had come to rescue her, Baobao shifted the topic. "How did you know I was here?" "The brooch your elder brother gifted you." Baobao recalled the self-defense gift from her elder brother, which contained a GPS he had developed himself. As long as she wore it, she would never be lost, so that was it. She had almost misunderstood Lu Yeting earlier. A hint of awkwardness crossed her face, but she still managed to express her gratitude. "Thank you." The two then headed home together. In the bathroom, Baobao dragged her sore body through a quick wash. Her forehead bore a large, swollen bruise, and her arms and legs had various abrasions. With her fair skin and sensitive constitution, the injuries appeared more severe than they were. After applying adhesive bandages and some ointment for bruises, fatigue weighed heavily on her eyelids, and she felt a bit dizzy. Perhaps she was simply exhausted. With great effort, Bao Bao climbed into bed, leaving the lights on and the blanket untouched before succumbing to a deep sleep. Around 3 in the morning, unable to sleep, Lu Yeting decided to go for a run. Passing by Lin Baobao's room, he noticed the light still on. At this hour. Why was she still awake? Initially hesitant to intrude, he eventually knocked on her door. After several knocks went unanswered, he turned the handle, finding it unlocked. Pushing the door open, he discovered the girl peacefully lying in bed, her exposed forehead, arms, and legs displaying clear signs of injury. Lu Yeting frowned. How had she managed to sustain so many injuries? Truly the pampered daughter of a wealthy family. Noticing the neatly arranged blanket on the side, Lu Yeting kindly pulled it over Lin Baobao. As he prepared to turn off the light, he sensed something was amiss. While he knew the girl had fair skin, her current pallor seemed sickly, and her lips were exceedingly dry. Could it be? He touched her forehead. It was burning. Lin Baobao, wake up! Lin Baobao! Lu Yeting called several times, but she remained unresponsive. Shaking her gently, he patted her face, yet still received no reaction. It dawned on him that something was wrong. Damn it. Wrapping her in the blanket, he lifted her horizontally and rushed to the hospital, calling his close friend en route. 10 minutes until you were at the hospital, without giving the person on the other end a chance to respond. He hung up the phone. After a series of frantic endeavors, the dawn broke. Lin Baobao lay in a luxurious VIP hospital room, her head wrapped in thick bandages, receiving in 4 drip. Hey, a mouse-like voice squeaked from the doorway. After stepping out, Lu Yeting was pulled into the office of the one who had just spoken. Ditto, I'm so exhausted. I was having a lovely dream before you dragged me here to work. He launched into a tirade without catching his breath. By the way, when did you return? Let us get to the point. The abrasions are minor. They heal in a few days. The fever is manageable with some anti-inflammatory medication. The major issue is the concussion from her head injury, and the scans show blood clots in her brain. However, the location is too risky for surgery, so she can wake up without affecting brain function. She'll have to rely on natural absorption. Bai Qi relayed the results of Lin Baobao's examination. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Yeting wore a grave expression that he hadn't anticipated her injuries would be so severe. Moreover, it was his fault. Feeling agitated, he pressed his forehead. Bai Qi, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could it be as he suspected? Sitting beside Lu Yeting, he asked, could it be that you're the one who put this young lady in such a state? Yes. Bai Qi could hardly believe her ears, springing up in astonishment. Goodness, how could you possibly lay a hand on such a beautiful and lovely young girl, transforming into a messenger of justice? She began to denounce evil. Chapter 14. Awakening. Bai Qi chattered incessantly for what felt like an eternity, while Lu Yiting remained silent for just as long. This was the first time Lu Yiting had listened so intently to her words. When will she awaken? He inquired. Bai Qi, abandoning her playful demeanor, replied solemnly, it's hard to say. You brought her here a bit late. It all depends on the young girl's luck. Lu Yiting strode away. Heading towards Lin Baobao's hospital room, as he gazed upon the pale figure lying on the bed, a profound sense of guilt washed over him. Throughout his life, Lu Yiting had prided himself on being upright and just, never harming the innocent. Yet today, through a thoughtless act, he had brought such misfortune upon a young girl. For the first time, Lu Yiting felt utterly helpless. What if Lin Baobao never woke up? What if she awakened with lingering complications? Countless what-ifs flooded his mind, and he dared not pursue those thoughts further. This little girl had done nothing to deserve this fate, and yet it was his actions that had led her here. It left him deeply unsettled. Bai Qi entered the room and patted Lu Yiting reassuringly, saying, you needn't worry too much. The situation isn't as dire as it seems. Trust in my abilities, that said. She then questioned, so what exactly happened? Lu Yiting recounted the events briefly, omitting any mention of his relationship with Lin Baobao, instead fabricating a tale that she was his niece, a distant relative who had come to the city for her studies and was staying at his home. Lin Baobao felt as though a mountain was resting upon her eyelids, struggling to awaken. After much effort, she managed to open her eyes just a fraction. Dizziness overwhelmed her, with swirling images dancing before her vision. Finally, as she fully opened her eyes, she found herself in an unfamiliar environment. Attempting to prop herself up, she inadvertently tugged at the injury on her head, nearly succumbing to darkness once more to don't move. Upon entering, Lu Yiting observed her struggling to rise. As she turned her gaze towards him, he activated the button on the bed to gently assist Lin Bao into a sitting position. "What happened to me?" Lin Bao croaked. Lu Yiting hesitated momentarily while pouring water. "You sustained a head injury. It's a concussion." Touching the bandage on her head, she asked, "Did you bring me here?" "Yes, thank you. Otherwise, I might have, well, who knows what could have happened." Lin Bao sincerely expressed her gratitude, playfully adding a light-hearted jest. She was oblivious to the fact that her jest nearly caused Lu Yiting to spill the water. That little girl, making such jokes, if she had truly, he too would have been devastated. Lin Bao inquired about the events of that day, curious about how Lu Yiting had noticed something was amiss. After hearing his explanation, her preconceived notions about him began to shift. This seemingly unremarkable man wasn't so detestable after all. Taking a sip of water to soothe her throat, she felt revitalized and began recounting the events of that day. Lu Yiting, watching her awaken, felt a weight lift from his heart. If anything were to happen to this little girl, not only would he be unable to find peace for the rest of his days, but the old man Lin would surely be devastated, and the Lin family would not spare him or his parents, nor his grandfather. Finally, it seemed that the situation had passed without serious consequences. While he thought this, the incident still pricked at his conscience. He wanted to reveal the truth to Lin Bao, but feared she might misunderstand him, that if this reached the old man's ears, it would only raise doubts about his intentions and potentially interfere with his investigation. Now that she had awakened, perhaps it was best to avoid complicating matters further. You truly live up to the title of Lu Jiajia. After 2 days in the hospital, a full examination was arranged. Other than some bruising in her brain, everything else appeared normal, and she was cleared for discharge. However, Lu Yiting knew he could not take Lin Bao back home just yet. This young girl was still disoriented, and his family was far too astute that if the truth of her injury were to come to light, it would not bode well for him. Ultimately, he took Lin Bao to Jingyuan Villa. This was a property he had invested in with his closest comrades, an exclusive sanctuary for them. Aside from family and friends, he had never brought anyone else here. This place held special significance for him. Initially, he contemplated purchasing another residence or using one of his family's properties, but that would be too conspicuous and would not escape the notice of others. Thus, bringing her here felt safest. Even if his mother inquired later, she would not suspect a thing. "What is this place?" Lin Bao gazed at the unique architecture before her. Why home? Lin Bao struggled due to her injuries. Lu Yiting lifted her effortlessly. "Your home? Aren't you supposed to be at the old residence?" Lu Yiting chose not to respond to her question. After settling her in, he assured her, "You'll be well taken care of here. Someone will arrive shortly to look after you." Lin Bao appeared puzzled. "Why bring me here instead of back to the old residence? Do you want everyone to see your injuries?" Lu Yiting assessed her condition and decided against it. Her current state was indeed too embarrassing. It was a result of her own actions, and thus far too humiliating. "I will bring you for regular checkups." After explaining a few more details, Lu Yiting returned to the military district. Chapter 15. Listening to gossip from the dog man. Once Lu Yiting departed, Lin Bao found herself alone. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was still no sign of the person Lu Yiting had promised to send. Bored and restless, she slowly rose to explore her surroundings. This place was vast and luxurious, rivaling both the Lu residence and her family's Shuangmu manor. As Lin Bao wandered about, it became evident that the design reflected a man's sensibility. Yet it retained a warmth that showcased excellent taste. But why had Lu Yiting secretly established a residence here? She recalled Lu Mama mentioning that Lu Yiting only ever returned to the old residence or stayed at the military district, never mentioning any other properties. Could it be? Was this place secretly meant for him to entertain women? Startled by her own realization, she quickly broke into a mischievous grin, suddenly feeling invigorated and less pained. Unfortunately, after thoroughly searching every room, the only thing she found was a dusty photograph of Lu Yiting alongside another man. There were no traces of women anywhere. Exhausted, she slumped onto the sofa, reflecting on how Lu Yiting must have been quite idle to construct such a grand space. After expending so much energy, she felt utterly drained. Where was the person he promised to send? Now she was left alone, fatigued and hungry. Having depleted her earlier vigor, she dozed off on the sofa. In truth, Lu Yiting had not left immediately, but he stood quietly in the backyard, his solitary silhouette leaning against a large tree. With a fist, he struck the tree, causing leaves to drift down upon his sorrowful visage. He remained there for an indeterminate time until a familiar voice broke the silence, shouting, "Qingyi, you're here, but I want to buy some things, so I arrived late. Why are you out here alone instead of inside?" The woman regarded Lu Yiting with kindness. "That I won't go in. I've entrusted the person inside to you, that I must leave now." As Qingyi observed Lu Yiting hastily depart, she sighed while glancing at the tree. Upon entering the house, she found a small figure sleeping soundly on the sofa. This little girl was simply adorable. Unable to resist, she gently pinched the soft flesh of Lin Baobao's cheek. Lin Baobao stirred awake. "Little girl, you've awakened." "Who are you?" Her soft voice, coupled with her adorably dazed expression, was utterly charming. Qingyi couldn't help but pinch Lin Baobao's cheek once more. "That I'm here to take care of you. Just call me Qingyi." "Hello, Qingyi. What a well-behaved little darling you are. I'll go fetch some things now, so don't move around too much." Watching Qingyi bustle about, Lin Baobao felt an urge to assist but was gently rebuffed. Looking down at herself, she realized she resembled an injured person far too much. It was quite embarrassing. Pouting, she nestled back into the sofa. "Where on earth did Xiao Ting find this little cutie to take care of me? I could gladly care for her for a lifetime." Once everything was tidied up, Qingyi finally sat down to converse with Lin Baobao. "Hello, Qingyi, my name is Lin Baobao. You can just call me Bao Bao." She introduced herself. Truly a fitting name. "You are as adorable as your name suggests." Qingyi affectionately held Bao Bao's hand. "You really are like a little baby, so precious." Lin Bao Bao felt shy from the praise. Breaking into a silly grin. "Qingyi, are you the aunt that Lu Yiting hired?" She handed her a glass of water. "Aunt? It seems Xiao Ting hasn't disclosed your identity. Qingyi, is Lu Yiting secretly keeping a woman here?" "Ah." Qingyi nearly choked on the water, coughing violently. Bao Bao was truly astounding. After recovering, she gently stroked Bao Bao's head and explained, "What are you thinking, little girl? Your boyfriend is not that kind of person. This is a secret base for Xiao Ting and my nephew. Aside from myself, you are the first girl to enter here. Oh, so this is the rendezvous point for close friends." "Wait, is it my boyfriend? Lu Yiting?" I asked curiously. "Are you referring to Lu Yiting, Aunt Qing?" "Indeed. You are the first girl he has brought here. Are you not a couple?" Aunt Qing wore an expression that conveyed her understanding. "The first girl? Who would have thought that this dog of a man could be so self-restrained? However, who said I am his girlfriend? Although they are nominally an unmarried couple now, they have an agreement. She certainly does not wish to be misunderstood, lest Lu Yiting mistakenly think she harbors ulterior motives." Shaking her head and waving her hands, she clarified, "Aunt Qing, you misunderstand that I am not Lu Yiting's girlfriend. He is my uncle." The baby looked at Aunt Qing with sincerity, feeling quite disappointed. What a pity. Why must she be a niece? It truly is unfortunate for such a lovely girl. Understanding dawned upon Aunt Qing, and she acknowledged her mistake. "Oh, I see." The baby nodded and replied, "It's all right that I in her heart." She reveled. "Lu Yiting, you saved my life, and I will repay you in kind by keeping our relationship a secret from too many people." "How considerate of me." On the road, Lu Yiting suddenly sneezed. "Are you hungry? I will cook for you. What do you like to eat?" "I like everything. I'm not picky," the baby replied. Alas, Aunt Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Though she had only spent a short time with the baby, she had grown quite fond of the girl. It was a shame that she could not be paired with Xiao Ting. It would be distressing if someone else were to benefit from it. That if only her nephew were still around, she would have certainly introduced him to the baby. With that thought, Aunt Qing discreetly wiped away a couple of tears and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chapter 16. Uncle, Old Man. In recent days, Lu Yiting had been overwhelmed with military affairs, leaving him exceedingly busy. The housekeeper, who had been waiting for several days for Miss Bao Bao's return, was nearly driven to desperation. That day, the fourth young master had merely called to say he was looking for Miss Bao Bao, without mentioning whether he had found her. Calls to Miss Bao Bao went unanswered, and the fourth young master's line was perpetually directed to voicemail. Yesterday, the lady had called again. inquiring about Miss Bao Bao's whereabouts and why she wasn't answering her phone, that he had to say that Miss Bao Bao had gone out with the fourth young master to cover for her. However, the lady mentioned that she would be returning in 2 days, which posed a dilemma for him. Steeling his nerves, he dialed Lu Yeting's number once more, praying to the heavens, please let the young master answer the phone. Perhaps the heavens took pity on this loyal old housekeeper, for Lu Yeting finally picked up. What is it? Such a familiar voice nearly brought tears to his eyes. Young master, is Miss Bao Bao with you? I cannot reach her, and the lady has been calling multiple times to inquire. Not answering. What is that girl up to? If the lady asks about you, just say she is with me. That will suffice. He was about to hang up when the housekeeper shouted, Young master. The lady said she would be back in 2 days. You must ensure Miss Bao Bao returns. After hanging up, Lu Yeting pondered whether the little girl's injury had healed sufficiently. He had been too busy these past few days to check on her. He called Aunt Ching to say he would come over for dinner that evening, hastening his work. Wow, it smells delightful. The little foodie did not need to be called. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma, Lin Bao Bao hopped down the stairs on one foot, limping her way to the dining table. Immediately setting to stealing food, Aunt Ching, carrying the dishes, witnessed this scene and was unfazed. She approached and playfully swatted Bao Bao's bottom, saying, Little glutton, stealing food again? Go wash your hands. She guided Bao Bao to the bathroom. Aunt Ching, why are you making so many delicious dishes today? Lin Bao Bao asked with her mouth full of chicken leg, her words barely intelligible. I prepared an extra set of chopsticks. Xiao Ting is coming over today. With a clatter, the chicken leg slipped from Bao Bao's hand and fell to the floor. What is that dog of a man coming over for? Oh, right. This is indeed the dog man's territory. After staying here for a few days, she had grown so comfortable that she had almost forgotten about Lu Yeting's existence. At 8 p.m., the little glutton rested her chin in her hands, gazing at the table laden with delectable dishes. Is that dog man not coming? The poor food lay cold. Aunt Ching, shall we eat first? No need to wait for that dog. Uncle. Lin Bao Bao blinked her big eyes cutely. The moment Lu Yeting stepped through the door, he heard the word uncle. Uncle? What uncle? Xiao Ting is here. Aunt Ching cheerfully rose to take Lu Yeting's coat. Lin Bao Bao silently sat down, not turning her head at all. Why must he return at such an inconvenient time, especially when she was speaking ill of him? She remained seated, pretending as though nothing had happened. As they began to eat, Lin Bao Bao buried her head in her bowl, doing her utmost to diminish her presence. Bao Bao, when Xiao Ting was absent, you were constantly mentioning him. Now that he is here, why do you not greet him? Aunt Ching prodded. Listen to my heartfelt words. Thank you. Reluctantly, she managed to smile toward Lu Yeting, saying, Hello, uncle. Uncle. Lu Yeting halted his movements, looking at Lin Bao Bao. She feigned ignorance, continuing to shovel rice in her mouth. Aunt Ching assumed Bao Bao was merely shy. Silly girl, what is there to be embarrassed about with your own uncle? Before Aunt Ching could finish her thought, Bao Bao interjected, I'm full now. Aunt Ching, you can take your time with uncle. I'm a bit tired and will head back to sleep first. She limped away in a hurry. Xiao Ting, your niece is truly adorable. Niece, he finally understood. This little brat had not disclosed her true identity to Aunt Ching. Who would have thought they would share such a tacit understanding? Yet, this uncle-niece relationship truly left him feeling a bit disgruntled. With Bao Bao absent from the dinner, Lu Yeting and Aunt Ching reminisced about old times. Lin Bao Bao sat in a chair by the window, glancing at the time intermittently. Hearing no car engine start indicated he was still there. Does this Lu uncle plan to leave or not? I am still hungry, she thought, feeling starved. Why has he not left yet? She muttered to herself, oblivious to the figure behind her who overheard her every word. You want me to leave? Lin Bao Bao instinctively replied. Of course, it's so dreary here, and it affects my appetite. That a cold chuckle echoed. She felt that familiar pressure again. This time, rather than freeze in place, she quickly turned around. Lu Yeting has been standing behind me for who knows how long. Thank heavens, what a predicament. With a silly grin, she attempted to ease the awkwardness. Stop laughing like a fool, he retorted, though inwardly he found her playful nature quite charming. The little wildcat's true nature was revealed. If you're feeling frisky, just say so. Your aunt will surely oblige. Lu Yeting looked at Lin Bao Bao with disdain. If you want to become a truly disabled person, feel free to try. This little girl had no sense. Her injury was not yet healed, and she still wished to spar with him. Not that he had any intention of letting her know what kind of person he was. With her meager skills, he could easily send her flying with a kick. Noticing the smirk on Lu Yeding's lips, she knew he was up to no good and was likely fantasizing about her again. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lin Bao Bao beamed and hopped over to sit on the edge of the bed. Uncle, with your strength, you should focus on taking care of yourself that you are getting old. If I happen to hurt your vital parts while resisting, you'd be left munching on grass for the rest of your life. She teased, winking at him. Oh, so you're calling me old. Are you? And again with that irritating uncle, he thought, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Men are particularly sensitive about their bodies and age. It is a taboo subject. This girl, however, continuously tested his patience. She stuck out her tongue at Lu Yeding. You re 9 years older than me. What else could you be but an uncle? Oh, you're still provoking me, he thought, swiftly closing the distance between them, leaning on the edge of the bed. For the first time, they gazed at each other so closely that to be fair, Lu Yeding was indeed quite handsome. Had it not been for his earlier distasteful behavior and words, she might not have felt so aggrieved. Oh my, what am I thinking? She thought, shaking her head to clear her mind. Lin Bao Bao, this is not the time to be infatuated. Should I inform Aunt Ching about our true relationship? The mere thought snapped Lin Bao Bao back to reality. Just as she was about to retort, she reconsidered, adopting a nonchalant attitude. But go ahead. I don't believe you dare to say it. She wore a particularly mischievous expression. Chapter 17. Lord Lu in the kitchen. Lu Yeding found himself in a whirlwind of frustration and exasperation. This little girl was truly a delightful enigma, but he felt utterly at her mercy, a sensation he had never experienced before. Strangely, he felt no discomfort or unease. Rather, he found it rather enjoyable. Damn it. What was he thinking? This little girl was so certain that he wouldn't let Aunt Ching know about their relationship. The facts proved that Lin Bao Bao had triumphed. The first to propose this confidentiality was none other than Lu Yeding himself. If he were to reveal it now, it would be akin to slapping his own face. You win this round. With that remark, Lu Yeding departed the room, leaving Lin Bao Bao exceedingly delighted. Humph, daring to compete with Bao Bao. Now he knows her prowess. Witnessing Lu Yeding's discomfiture filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment that in high spirits. She made her way to the bathroom to wash up. After indulging in a delightful bath, she emerged feeling both comfortable and fragrant. That a glance at the clock revealed it was already 10 o'clock, and her stomach was protesting. She simply had to eat something, lest she find herself restless throughout the night. Given the hour, Aunt Ching was surely asleep, and it would be inconsiderate to disturb her. Having prepared an abundance of delicious dishes for dinner, the two of them must not have finished it all. Thus, she resolved to venture down and reheat the leftovers. That as she gradually made her way to the kitchen, she found an array of leftover dishes awaiting her. However, upon surveying the multitude of kitchen utensils, Lin Bao Bao found herself at a loss, staring blankly at them. Why were there so many tools, and how were they to be used? After rummaging for quite some time without discovering any instruction manual, she decided to dismiss her concerns. After all, she was certain she could figure it out through exploration. Meanwhile, Lu Yeding, returning from a night run, was met with a sudden thud and the sight of black smoke billowing from the kitchen. He hurried inside to ascertain the cause of the commotion, only to emerge from the thick smoke clutching a small black cat. What are you doing awake at this hour, causing chaos in the kitchen? Lu Yeding glared at the exploded microwave, remnants of food scattered everywhere. Initially, he had assumed Lu Yeding would have left by now. To his surprise, the man had not departed, likely having just returned from a jog. As evidenced by his attire, the disheveled little black cat appeared quite shaken by the microwave's self-detonation. This is not my fault. It was rebelling against me, refusing to heat my food, and then it just exploded. Lu Yeding was at a loss. What on earth are you doing here? The little black cat pouted. I'm hungry. But you already had dinner, he countered, recalling her sizable meal. That I wasn't satisfied, she insisted, hands on her hips, her stance defiant. This left him perplexed. Did you not claim to be full earlier? It was all because of your presence that I couldn't eat my fill, she accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yeding. How could he be such an eyesore to this little girl? She would rather starve than look at him. Very well, then starve, Lu Yeding declared. Turning to leave, he was unsure how much longer he could endure this little girl's antics before he lost his composure. Wait, you cannot leave. Lin Bao Bao stepped forward, arms outstretched to block his path. That I'm hungry. You must cook for me. Lu Yiding crossed his arms defiantly. Did you not just say you had no appetite upon seeing me? Now you wish to ask for my help. Before he could relish his small triumph, a large bowl of ice water cascaded from above. Cook, then leave. I will eat afterward. The audacity of this little girl. Lu Yiding's stoic faade nearly crumbled. Did she truly see him as nothing more than a servant? And how dare she speak so brazenly? Who gave her the right? He shrugged off her hand and attempted to exit. However, Lin Baobao promptly latched onto his leg, clinging to him with a fierce expression that conveyed, "If you do not cook for me, you shall not depart." He was tempted to simply whisk her away, but the dirtiness of her attire left him uncertain on how to proceed. Their silent standoff ultimately ended in Lin Baobao's favor. Lu Yiding consoled himself, reminding himself that she was an injured party and that he would indulge her this once. The kitchen had been ravaged by Lin Baobao's antics, with the remaining food sacrificed to the chaos, leaving him with no choice but to prepare a simple bowl of noodles. While waiting for the noodles to cook, Lin Baobao decided to take a bath first. To her dismay, she discovered that aside from the bulb in the living room, all the lights leading upstairs were inoperative. After a preliminary inspection, Lu Yiding concluded that the microwave's explosion had severed part of the villa's power supply. With no other option, she resigned herself to using the bathroom on the first floor, making a list of demands before leaving. More broth, extra noodles, 2 fried eggs, a few vegetables, and ideally, some meat. He barely suppressed the urge to upend the pot on Lin Baobao's head as he hurriedly washed up. Upon returning to the living room, he discovered the noodles were ready. Quickly bring the noodles over, she demanded, her laziness reaching new heights. That Lu Yiding once again reassured himself. Considering her injury, "Oh, how fragrant," she exclaimed. Eagerly diving into the meal, that Lu Yiding, noticing the stains on his athletic wear, found it remarkable that he had managed to endure this long. His obsessive cleanliness was being tested to its limits. Just as he lifted his leg to leave, a small paw caught the hem of his shirt. "Let go," he snapped, his patience wearing thin. "Will you keep me company while I eat?" she pleaded. "Did you not just say my presence spoiled your appetite?" Eat alone. That he attempted to leave, but her grip on his shirt tightened. "That I was mistaken. Please, accompany me." To Lu Yiding doubted his hearing. What had caused this sudden shift in her demeanor? Turning back, he noticed her face reflected a mix of fear and unease. Tightening his heart, he sat down beside her. Lin Baobao cradled her bowl in one hand, slowly eating the noodles with the other, her eyes clouded with melancholy. What could possibly have caused this change? Just moments ago, she had been so audacious in her challenges to him, yet now she appeared so fragile. Suddenly, a loud crack of thunder resonated, plunging the living room into darkness. Startled by the storm, she cried out. That Lu Yiding immediately activated the backup power, restoring light to the room. As he approached, he found Lin Baobao curled up on the floor, seemingly comforted by the return of illumination. Upon noticing him, she looked up, her cheeks stained with tears. Another clap of thunder sent her into a fit of tears, covering her ears. Without thinking, Lu Yiding drew her into his embrace, whispering soothingly, "Do not be afraid." Strangely, this only caused her to cry harder. He remained silent, gently patting her back until the thunder subsided. Allowing her to gradually regain her composure, he assisted her in sitting upright and handed her a tissue. She accepted it, wiping her tears and blowing her nose, seemingly unconcerned with her appearance. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed a secret, she lowered her head, refusing to speak. Finding her reaction amusing, he attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "Not hungry anymore?" Lin Baobao shook her head, then nodded. That it was evident that she felt embarrassed by her earlier outburst. That he pushed the bowl of noodles toward her. "Please eat." After hesitating, the pangs of hunger finally won out, and she began to eat slowly, one noodle at a time, her head bowed to conceal her expression. Little did she know, Lu Yiding had seen a side of her that even her parents and grandparents had never witnessed. Both lost in their thoughts, silence enveloped them as she finished her meal. As she set down her bowl, she attempted to make a swift exit, but Lu Yiding caught her wrist. "That shouldn't you explain what just occurred?" "I have nothing to explain to you. Please forget what you witnessed tonight. It must remain a secret. Otherwise, we shall see what happens." With that, she stormed upstairs, anger radiating from her. This little girl could change her demeanor quicker than one could turn a page. Just moments ago, she had been pleading, now she threatened him. Recognizing her stubbornness, he decided to let it go. That he had no desire to pry into her personal affairs, resolving to make do for the night. He carried the dishes to the kitchen, only to be met with its disheveled state that he could not suppress a smirk. Lin Baobao truly was a force to be reckoned with. How could she wreak such havoc? It was evident she was a kitchen disaster waiting to happen. Resigned to his fate, he began to clean up the battlefield of the kitchen. Here he was, Lu Yeting, a dignified colonel, reduced to a mere servant for a little girl. Trailing behind her as he tidied the aftermath. Rather than feeling angered, he marveled at her destructive prowess. Lu Yeting couldn't shake the feeling that he had lost his mind, perhaps even developed a penchant for self-sabotage. The following morning, Lin Baobao surprisingly woke early, seeking a glass of water, but found the kitchen door firmly shut. Aunt Qing was nowhere to be found. Aunt Qing, Aunt Qing, she called out but received no response. She considered calling Aunt Qing, but the house lacked a landline, and her phone had been broken during her injury, leaving her without a means to contact anyone. How tedious. Thankfully, there was a television for her entertainment. Half an hour later, Aunt Qing returned, laden with bags. Aunt Qing, you're back. Lin Baobao exclaimed that you're up early today. Come, breakfast is ready. Aunt Qing set the meal on the table, but by the way, why is the kitchen locked? Lin Baobao inquired. Goodness, upon awakening from her slumber, the instigator seemed to have forgotten the masterpiece of the previous night. Aunt Qing, equally perplexed, remarked, this morning, Xiaoting informed me that the kitchen utensils are broken and advised me not to use them for now. Someone will come to repair them at noon. Repair? Lin Baobao's dumpling had fallen from her chopsticks onto the table. Suddenly, she recalled that last night she had surreptitiously used the microwave, resulting in a culinary explosion in the kitchen. It appeared that Lu Yiting had withheld the truth from Aunt Qing. Unexpectedly, he exhibited a sense of loyalty. With a guilty head lowered, she silently picked up the dumpling from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Yiting, engaged in a remote video conference, unexpectedly sneezed. After the meeting concluded, his immediate subordinate, trailing behind Lu Yiting, gradually distanced himself. Upon being noticed, the subordinate felt awkward and his frown deepened as he instinctively covered his mouth and nose. How could Lu Yiting be oblivious to such blatant disdain? Suppressing his anger as he returned to the office, he began to interrogate, if you don't wish to continue following me, then get lost. The subordinate immediately stood upright, explaining, Boss, I never meant that. I have always wanted to follow you. Terrified, he hastily expressed his loyalty. Noticing Lu Yiting's silence, fearing that the boss might indeed dismiss him, he bravely inquired. Boss, did something happen last night? Spit it out. The Lu Yiting slammed his hand on the table. Did I assure you? I will never disdain you. However, there seems to be a rather unpleasant odor emanating from you today. As he spoke, his voice grew softer, and his head unconsciously lowered. Get out. Yesterday he fled without looking back, that if he lingered any longer, he feared he might actually retch in front of his boss, and that would surely lead to his dismissal. Once alone, Lu Yiting removed his coat and began to sniff himself meticulously. Damn it, how had he not noticed the foul stench? No wonder those seated around him during the meeting wore expressions of discomfort, and their faces were ashen. Lin Baobao, this is all you're doing. Achoo! While leisurely munching, Lin Baobao found herself sneezing unexpectedly. What was going on? Was someone thinking of her? At dinner time, Lu Yiting arrived. Why are you here again? Lin Baobao looked at him in astonishment. Lu Yiting, his face a shade of thunder, tossed his coat at her. Suddenly enveloped by the coat, an acrid odor wafted over. Hastily, she removed it and tossed it aside. How disgusting, having been scorned all day. Lu Yiting was already in a foul mood, and this little brat dared to find him repugnant. She was the least qualified to criticize him. If it weren't for her foolish antics the day before, would he have lost an entire day's worth of dignity? Approaching Lin Baobao, the noxious scent intensified. He instinctively wanted to escape, but was seized by Lu Yiting's grip. Leaning down, he gritted his teeth and whispered in her ear. This foul odor is also a result of your actions. After saying this, he pushed her aside and strode upstairs. Aunt Qing emerged from the kitchen with a spatula. Is Xiaoting here? Yes. What a coincidence. Dinner will be ready shortly. I in the bathroom. Lu Yiting had washed himself 3 times, yet still felt the lingering odor. When his subordinate finally revealed the truth to him, he wished he could shower immediately. Had it not been for the pressing matters at hand, he would not have endured it until now. When Aunt Qing called him for dinner, he had refused, finally finishing his 8th wash, satisfied that he was enveloped in the fragrance of shower gel. He ceased, Wrapping himself in a towel, he stepped out. Upon exiting, he found Lin Baobao in his room. "You pervert, not wearing any clothes," she covered her eyes, yet continued to scold him. "Who let you in?" Lu Yiting, unfazed, donned a bathrobe. Peeking through a crack in her fingers, she saw that he was indeed clothed and lowered her hands. Pointing at the food on the table, she said, "I brought you dinner to you kind-hearted." "What are you saying?" "I have a good heart, okay? Unlike you, you wicked dog of a man. If it weren't for the fact that you spared me some face in front of Aunt Qing, I wouldn't be this nice to you." "Thank you." The unexpected expression of gratitude took Lu Yiting aback. "Thank me, for what?" Lin Baobao, nervously wringing her hands, replied, "Thank you for not telling Aunt Qing that I was the one who made such a mess in the kitchen." Recalling the astonished expression of the repairman when he opened the kitchen, Aunt Qing had nearly called the police. Only when the repairman explained that the microwave had malfunctioned did Aunt Qing relent. She knew that Lu Yiting must have given prior notice. Otherwise, she would have already been in the police station. That it was surprising to see that this little girl actually understood gratitude. The day's anger began to dissipate. Noticing Lu Yiting's silence, Lin Baobao spoke again. There's one more thing I need your help with. Speak that I lost my phone, and it's inconvenient for me to go out like this. I feel embarrassed to trouble Aunt Qing. Could you help me buy a new one?" Remembering that the housekeeper had mentioned she had not been answering calls, he realized the reason, that I'll have it delivered to you tomorrow. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "Thank you. I want the latest model of a certain XX phone, in pink, with the largest memory, along with a series of phone cases and screen protectors," not allowing Lu Yiting a chance to respond. She showered him with gratitude before dashing out. Fearing he might change his mind, this little brat truly knew how to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 19. In the world of business. One must eventually repay their debts. That Lu Mu, on a business trip, had been unable to reach Baobao for several days. Upon learning from the housekeeper that Baobao had not returned since being taken out by Lu Yiting, she felt a wave of concern. Would that ungrateful child secretly send Baobao away? During lunch, Lu Mu dialed Lu Yiting's number. "Where is Baobao?" she inquired directly. To Lu Yiting responded, "She's out having fun." "Do you think I would believe you took Baobao out for fun?" The line abruptly went dead with a disconnection tone. Just as he was about to put his phone away, Lu Mu's video call came through. If he hung up, his mother would surely suspect something, so he had no choice but to answer. Upon seeing the background, which indicated he was at the office, she immediately began to scold. "Lu Yiting, you little bastard! Are you lying? Where is Baobao? Where have you hidden her?" The power of his mother's roar had not diminished in the slightest. "Speak! Are you hiding something from me? Did you sell Baobao?" Lu Yiting was at a loss for words. His mother's imagination was astounding. "Mom, am I that kind of person?" He truly felt like he could spit blood. Was this what a mother said to her child? "You've always had animosity towards Baobao. How can I trust you?" He couldn't refute this point. He had been very clear about his resistance to the relationship imposed upon him. Now that Lin Baobao was not by his side, he found it difficult to explain that I'll have her call you tonight. "Fine, I'll trust you this once. However, I warn you, if I don't receive a call from Baobao tonight, I'll tear you apart." After threatening him, she hung up. Lu Yiting rubbed his temples, pondering how his mother could behave this way and how his father managed to endure it. However, her interruption reminded him about the phone he promised to buy for the little girl. Summoning his subordinate, he relayed his request for a new phone for Lin Baobao. "Boss, is this for your little sister-in-law?" The subordinate teased with a grin. "Get lost." With a cheerful demeanor, he hurried off to purchase the phone. Aunt Qing noticed that Baobao seemed different today, appearing quite cheerful. As evening approached, her eyes frequently darted towards the entrance, full of eager anticipation. When she inquired, she learned that a long-awaited gift would soon arrive. This struck her as unusual. How could Baobao order a gift when she had no phone and didn't go out? It wasn't until Lu Yiting returned, carrying a pink bag, that she realized. Lin Baobao leapt over to snatch the pink bag, tearing it open to reveal precisely the model she had been yearning for. Ecstatic, she hugged it tightly and spun around, not forgetting to thank Lu Yiting. "Thank you, uncle. You're so kind." I was wondering why Baobao kept staring at the door. Turns out she was waiting for Xiaoting. Aunt Qing chuckled, praising Lu Yiting as a wonderful uncle. Hearing the frequent use of uncle, Lu Yiting's expression darkened. Yet witnessing the little girl's joy, a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips. With the new phone in hand, Lin Baobao lost all interest in her meal. barely picking at her food before retreating to the sofa to fiddle with her phone. After dinner, as Aunt Ching went to wash the dishes, Lu Yiting recalled his promise to his mother. He moved to sit beside Lin Baobao on another sofa and said, "My mom wants you to call her tonight." Only then did Lin Baobao realize that she hadn't contacted Lu Mu in several days. Feeling a twinge of guilt that I'll video call her now, no, he immediately opposed her. "Why not?" she asked, puzzled that Lu Yiting pointed at her. "Are you sure you want my mom to see you like this?" He felt a sense of helplessness. The little girl's skin was far too delicate. After nurturing her for so many days, her wounds had yet to show any signs of healing, particularly that large bruise on her forehead, which appeared even more alarming against her fair complexion. If Miss Chow were to catch sight of the child's dismal condition, he would not have a moment's peace. She might very well rush back immediately. Lin Baobao thought to herself that perhaps it was best to make a phone call. As soon as the call connected, it was answered almost instantly. "Hello, is this Baobao?" "Mom, it's me." Lu's mother's anxiety finally subsided. "Baobao, why haven't you been answering my calls for a few days? Do you know how worried I've been?" The quaver in her voice was palpable. Hearing such heartfelt words, Lin Baobao felt genuinely moved. "I'm so sorry, Lu Mama, that my phone broke, and I just got a new one today." "How could your phone break? Are you all right? Where are you now?" The unexpected inquiry from Lu's mother caught her off guard. Lu Yiting had not briefed her beforehand on how to respond. "Hello, Baobao. Why are you silent?" Lu's mother pressed further. She cast a pleading glance at Lu Yiting, who promptly took the phone from her. "I broke my phone while playing. I'm at a hotel now." Lin Baobao looked at Lu Yiting with admiration. He spun the lie with such ease and confidence, without a hint of hesitation. "What? At a hotel?" Lu's mother's voice rose again. Realizing what Lu's mother would likely say next, Lu Yiting attempted to switch off the speaker mode, but alas, it was too late. "What are you doing taking Baobao to a hotel? You little rascal, I warn you, she's still just a child. You must not act recklessly, or I swear I will have you dealt with." He had anticipated her reaction. Unfortunately, the little girl overheard, and her cheeks flushed. "Lu Mama, why are you being so blunt?" "Rest assured, I haven't laid a finger on her." Lu's mother remained unconvinced. "No, you must show me on video." Lin Baobao felt a wave of panic. A video call would surely expose their ruse. Lu Yiting calmly replied, "Her phone's camera is broken." "Then use yours. I left mine at the office." Silently, Lin Baobao gave Lu Yiting a thumbs up. Impressive. This man could spin a tale without batting an eye. After uttering those words, she hung up the call. Then on the sofa, Lin Baobao hugged a cushion, gazing at Lu Yiting with a look of realization. "Uncle, I had no idea you were such a master of deceit. You must have tricked many people when you were younger." Her words struck true to in his childhood. He had often committed mischief, always wearing a righteous expression while deflecting blame onto his brothers, managing to escape without a trace. Almost an art form. Now, being exposed, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Do not call me uncle. You are an uncle, an older man, an old man." How infuriating. If you can't speak wisely, then remain silent. After shouting that, he tossed the phone onto the sofa and stormed off. The more furious he became, the more delighted she felt. You arrogant man, let this be a lesson to you. What goes around comes around. Chapter 20. Yi Jingchen pays a visit. Having a phone again made things much easier. Lin Baobao also called her grandfather to reassure him. Next came the task of responding to messages. Most of them were from Yi Jingchen. After exchanging contact details with brother Jingchen that day, her phone had broken down. With her phone out of commission, she had essentially fallen off the grid. Opening WeChat revealed a staggering 99 messages, almost all from brother Jingchen. "Baobao, are you there? Why haven't you replied? Are you in trouble? I've reported you missing. Don't be afraid." Reporting her missing, Lin Baobao was startled, sitting upright in bed. Glancing at the date on the messages, she quickly replied, "Brother Jingchen, don't report me. I'm fine. I lost my phone and just got a new one." At the moment she sent her message, he replied instantly, "You scared me to death. Where are you?" Another inquiry about her whereabouts. How should she respond? "Baobao." Since brother Jingchen wasn't Lu's mother, there was no need for concealment. "I'm at my uncle's house." "Where? I'll come see you." Lin Baobao sent her location to Yi Jingchen. Less than half an hour later, he arrived. Hearing a knock at the door, Qingyi opened it to find a stranger. "Who are you?" "Hello, Annie. I'm looking for Lin Baobao." "I'm her friend." He politely introduced himself. Upon hearing he was a friend of Bao Bao's, Qing Yi warmly welcomed him inside. Please have a seat. I'll go fetch Bao Bao. Yi Jingchen was taken aback as he saw Lin Bao Bao descend the stairs. Supported by Qing Yi, looking quite battered. Bao Bao, what happened to you? Are you all right? Lin Bao Bao felt embarrassed about her disheveled appearance and sheepishly replied, It's nothing. I just had a little fall. Did you get hurt coming home by yourself that day? Brother Jingchen's intuition was eerily accurate. To prevent him from feeling guilty. She had no choice but to lie. No, I got hurt while playing with fireflies. By the way, Brother Jingchen, which department are you in at a university? She struggled with her deception, fearing he might become suspicious, and hastily changed the subject that I'm in the medical department. What a coincidence. I am too. Lin Bao Bao exclaimed in surprise. Yi Jingchen laughed. Perhaps we'll even be in the same class. That's great. Mo is in the fashion design department and can't keep me company, so I thought I would be alone, he said with a hint of regret. He patted Bao Bao's head, saying, Now you have me with you. Lin Bao Bao beamed with a silly grin. Qing Yi entered with juice and snacks. Here, young man, have some juice and a snack. Thank you, Annie. This young man was quite handsome and polite. Glancing at Bao Bao, Qing Yi wondered if Bao Bao, sensing her gaze, quickly interjected, Annie, this is my childhood friend Yi Jingchen. The three of them engaged in lively conversation on the sofa that Liu Yeting had been feeling uneasy all day. His instincts told him that the little girl might be in trouble again at home. However, the phone remained eerily quiet. With Qing Yi present, she would definitely call him if anything was amiss. It seemed he was merely worrying for nothing. When it was time for Lin Bao Bao to change her dressings, Qing Yi asked Yi Jingchen to wait downstairs and helped Lin Bao Bao back to her room. In truth, she was already mostly healed. It was just that the wound on her leg made walking a bit inconvenient. Qing Yi brought over a medical kit and expertly tended to Lin Bao Bao's wounds, occasionally glancing at her with a smile, saying nothing. Annie, why do you keep looking at me and smiling? After tidying up the medical kit, Qing Yi sat beside Lin Bao Bao and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, Is Jingchen your boyfriend? Lin Bao Bao slumped. What? No, he is just my big brother, not my boyfriend. Really? Yes, truly, more genuine than pearls. She nodded vigorously. Qing Yi appeared skeptical. Their earlier conversation had revealed a level of intimacy and understanding that resembled a couple's demeanor. It was clear that the little girl was merely too shy to admit it. All right, not a boyfriend. She playfully pinched Lin Bao Bao's adorable little nose. The two teased each other, oblivious to the shadow lurking at the door. Yi Jingchen returned to the living room. Feeling somewhat dejected that it seemed Bao Bao had yet to realize his feelings for her. Undeterred, he reminded himself that apart from him, there were no other close male friends around Bao Bao. Moreover, she was still quite young, and he couldn't rush things that if he frightened her off, he might lose the chance to be friends altogether. After a while, Qing Yi led Lin Bao Bao downstairs. Jingchen, why don't you stay for dinner? Qing Yi warmly invited. No, thank you. And in truth, he longed to stay and spend more time with Bao Bao, but she had mentioned that this was her uncle's home. Oh, come on, there's no need to be shy. It's just us few. This statement led Yi Jingchen to assume it was merely the three of them, prompting him to agree. Then I'll trouble you, Annie. Haha, what are you being polite for? I'll go buy some groceries now. Jingchen, what do you like to eat? I'm not picky. Lin Bao Bao chimed in, me. I want to eat oil-braised shrimp, boiled beef, and sour and spicy seafood soup. Got it. Little glutton. You keep Jingchen company while I go shopping. Remarkably, Liu Yeting returned home earlier than usual that day. Upon entering, he saw an unfamiliar man seated on the sofa. Who are you? He coldly interrogated. Yi Jingchen, noticing the man's military uniform and exceptional demeanor, deduced this must be the uncle Bao Bao had mentioned. Hello, uncle. I'm Bao Bao's friend. Before he could finish his sentence, Liu Yeting interrupted. Who allowed you to come in? His aura was imposing. Yi Jingchen could sense the man's unfriendly disposition, but, remembering he was Bao Bao's uncle, still explained patiently. I heard Bao Bao was injured, so I came to see her. Liu Yeting had no interest in hearing this boy's intentions and immediately issued an order for him to leave. His voice as cold as ice, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Uncle of the baby, do you perhaps harbor some misunderstanding? I shall take my leave. Chapter 21. Wrath unleashed. Yi Jingchen clenched his fists tightly, taken aback by the unreasonable demeanor of the baby's uncle. Uncle. Yi Jingchen attempted to offer an explanation, but Liu Yeting, witnessing the man's persistence, drew his weapon that if you do not depart, I shall shoot you. With a gun pointed at him, Yi Jingchen instead smiled. It is evident that you are no ordinary person, but discharging a firearm at innocent civilians is not something one can escape unscathed simply by wielding a mere gun. His words dripped with sarcasm, inciting Lu Yeting's fury. With a crash, the vase behind Yi Jingchen shattered into countless pieces. Lin Baobao, washing her hands in the restroom, heard the gunshot and hurried out to ascertain the situation. At the entrance, Lu Yeting aimed his weapon at Yi Jingchen. She rushed forward, placing herself protectively in front of him. Lu Yeting, drawing a gun in the house. Are you mad? She scolded loudly. Observing Lin Baobao defending this man only intensified the aura of hostility surrounding Lu Yeting. This was the first time Lin Baobao witnessed such rage from him, and though she felt a twinge of fear, preserving the life of her brother Jingchen took precedence that if Lu Yeting genuinely pulled the trigger, he too would face dire consequences, and no one could save him then. Baobao, step aside, you might get hurt, Yi Jingchen urged, attempting to pull Lin Baobao behind him. This motion only served to further infuriate Lu Yeting, his finger tightening on the trigger as if he would fire at any moment. Seeing this, Lin Baobao instinctively grasped the gun's muzzle, halting Lu Yeting's actions. Are you out of your mind? Lu Yeting yanked her aside. Exasperated. Did this girl not realize that if he had indeed fired, her life would have been forfeit? Was this man worth such recklessness? You are the one who has lost your mind. Brother Jingchen is my friend. What has he done to deserve your gun? If she had emerged even a moment later, would she have witnessed the demise of her brother Jingchen? The mere thought was unbearable that in a moment of impulsive defiance, she slapped Lu Yeting. After doing so, she was stunned, unable to believe her own audacity as she stared at her hand and then at Lu Yeting's averted face. Lin Baobao, you are courting death. Yi Jingchen seized her hand to pull her away, but Lu Yeting deftly evaded him, refusing to release her. Depart. Even if you are Baobao's uncle, you cannot lay a hand on her. Dada. Yet again with the uncle. Is it a hurdle you cannot overcome? Depart, or I shall shoot you dead. The Yi Jingchen stood resolutely, unyielding. Lin Baobao feared that Lu Yeting might impulsively pull the trigger. Jingchen brother, you should leave at once. I will not go. If I leave, this scoundrel will surely harm you. He was determined to protect Baobao. Uncle will not harm me. I beseech you. Jingchen brother, please leave. Her pleading gaze implored Yi Jingchen, unable to withstand Baobao's desperate entreaty. Yi Jingchen finally withdrew. Now that everyone has departed, let go. You are crushing my hand. Lin Baobao protested, attempting to shake off Lu Yeting's grip. Yet he only tightened his hold, glaring fiercely at her. Who permitted you to bring someone here? He is my friend, merely come to visit. Regardless of who he is, I warn you, no one is permitted entry here without my consent. The Lu Yeting's voice was a stern warning. Why are you so domineering? If I catch you bringing anyone here again, regardless of who they may be, I shall shoot them without hesitation. Lin Baobao stood there stunned. Did you not hear me? I did not hear. Without a moment's hesitation, she shoved Lu Yeting away. Then on what grounds do you command me? I am not your subordinate and do not belong to you. Lu Yeting scoffed. Do not forget, this is my territory. Do you believe I lack authority? There was no rebuttal to that I have shown you kindness on several occasions. Do not mistake yourself for someone significant. Linba, do not test my patience. I in a fit of anger, Lu Yeting spoke without restraint. This insufferable man, on what grounds did he belittle her? Furious, she raised her hand once more. Lu Yeting, a man of stature, would never allow Lin Baobao to strike him again. He swiftly captured her flailing hand. If you wish to rid yourself of this hand, I can arrange for it. You dare. His grip tightened around her wrist. Do you wish to see if I dare? He lifted Lin Baobao effortlessly. Her struggles futile. She bit her lip to stifle her cries, the pain almost unbearable. Her wrist felt as though it might snap, and the wounds on her feet seemed to split open. She could not scream. She had her pride. Even in pain, she would never yield to this madman. Blood filled her mouth as she clenched her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. A testament to her stubborn resolve, Lu Yeting's anger began to wane as he witnessed the tears streaming down Lin Baobao's face. His heart twisted painfully, and he loosened his grip. Lin Baobao stumbled and fell to the ground. Regret washed over Lu Yeting. He had allowed his fury to cloud his judgment and acted too harshly towards her. Yet, the girl's indomitable spirit reminded him so much of himself. Chapter 22, Running Away from Home. Lin Babao, Lu Yeting crouched to assist her, but she swatted his hand away in disgust. Get away from me, do not touch me. Her voice trembled with suppressed emotion. She struggled to rise, nearly toppling again from the pain in her feet. Instinctively, Lu Yeting reached out to catch her, but she evaded him like a plague, crashing back to the ground with a thud. Do you truly wish to become disabled? Lu Yeting could not contain his exasperation. I tell you, Lu Yeting, I would rather be disabled than have you dictate my life, she retorted, making her way to the front door. Where do you think you are going? None of your business. I, Lin Baobao, would rather sleep on the streets than remain in your domain. She could no longer bear to stay. Each moment felt suffocating. She needed to leave, immediately, dragging her pained body step by step. Lu Yeting attempted to follow, but was met with her fierce rebuke, threatening to end her own life if he persisted. Acknowledging her fierce temperament, he relented, knowing she was capable of such drastic measures. After Lin Baobao departed, Lu Yeting, filled with frustration, kicked a decorative item at the entrance. Damn it, I never anticipated that I would lose control today. Gazing around the home, memories of joy and laughter flooded back. Now replaced by an overwhelming sense of loss that he sank into a chair, his heart tumultuous. Aunt Ching had prepared a feast and was delayed returning due to her grocery shopping. Sensing something amiss upon approaching, she discovered the door ajar. Upon closer inspection, she noticed blood stains near the entrance, dropping her bags in alarm. What on earth has happened? Bao Bao? Jingchen? From the sofa, Lu Yeting heard Aunt Ching's voice and turned to face her. She rushed to his side, her eyes wide with concern. Xiao Ting, what transpired here? At a loss for words, he turned away, closing his eyes. Aunt Ching, initially puzzled, began to piece together the situation upon seeing his reaction. Xiao Ting, did you force Jingchen to leave? Yes, he admitted without hesitation. Aunt Ching sighed. Xiao Ting, it was unnecessary. He is Bao Bao's friend, but as she attempted to defend Yi Jingchen, Lu Yeting's expression turned cold. Regardless of who he is. No one enters here without my permission, except you and me. With eyes reddened, Lu Yeting shouted in agitation. Witnessing his distress, Aunt Ching felt a pang of sympathy, tears brimming in her own eyes. She understood his pain. For she too shared the same burdens. That I promise you, I will not allow anyone else to enter. She gently patted Lu Yeting, offering comfort. Finally calming down, he inquired, by the way, where is Bao Bao? The mention of her name caused him further distress. She has left. Left? With her condition, where could she possibly go? Aunt Ching's worry escalated. Remembering the bloodstains, she pressed him. Xiao Ting, did you harm Yi Jingchen? No, it was not Jingchen. Then it must have been Bao Bao. She could no longer contain her frustration. Grabbing Lu Yeting by the arm. Did you lay a hand on Bao Bao? Lu Yeting, his brow furrowed, silently nodded. Aunt Ching's anger flared, striking his arm. How could you hurt Bao Bao? She was already injured. Now her wounds must have reopened. Surely not, he replied, guilt creeping into his voice. Aunt Ching struck him again. Go and see for yourself. The blood is still there. Upon reflection, there were indeed traces of blood leading down the path. That rascal had not harmed himself in the slightest. The bloodstains could only belong to the young lady, that he hastened outside in search of her, but after a lengthy search, he found no sign of the girl. Where could she possibly be? In such a brief span of time. Where could she have gone? Lin Baobao was notoriously directionally challenged. Once outside, she could not distinguish between east and west, only knowing to press forward relentlessly. That it was only when her legs grew weary that she finally rested by the roadside. Sitting on the ground, she hugged her knees, bitterly surveying her own state. How long had it been since her engagement to Lu Yeting? And yet here she was, reduced to such a disheveled condition. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped her. She did not wish to return to the Lu residence, nor to Shuangmu Manor. Under the glow of the setting sun, her solitude was particularly pronounced. That Lu Yeting had scoured the surrounding area thoroughly, but had yet to find any trace of the young lady. Where on earth could she have run off to? With no other recourse, he had to enlist the help of his brothers at Lu Chen, who had just finished work and was planning a dinner with his friends. Received a call from his younger brother. Well, today must be an unusual day, he mused. Hello, Fourth. Just wanted to catch up with some brotherly affection. What? Bao Bao is missing. No way, Fourth. How can you keep losing your wife every few days? Lu Yeting interjected. Enough with the nonsense. Find her quickly, Lu Chen retorted. How dare you lose your wife and still shout at me? Despite his irritation, the priority was to locate Bao Bao. After ending the call, Lu Yichen returned to his studio, opened his computer, and tracked Bao Bao's location, only to discover that her last known position was near where Forth had just called him from. That he immediately called back. Bao Bao's location shows she is near you. Near him. That meant she was still at Jingyuan. Send me the details. Following the signal, he found himself back at the villa. Have you found Bao Bao? Anqing looked expectantly at Lu Yeti, only to be met with emptiness. Her reaction was telling. Lin Bao Bao had not returned. What, then, was the meaning of the location data? Just then, he discovered the brooch beneath the sofa, likely lost during their earlier struggle. Damn it, this left him without any knowledge of the young lady's whereabouts. But there was still her phone. The one he had given her should still be in her possession. Once Lu Yichen sent over the latest location, Lu Yeting hurried off to an old apartment building, where Lin Bao Bao, unable to think of anywhere else to go, sought help from her only good friend, Jian Mo. After making the call, she deleted all the information on her phone, formatted it, and casually discarded it. She had no interest in the gifts from that despicable man. Jian Mo, though just a year older, was exceptionally capable, maintaining a full scholarship while working part-time to afford her own living arrangements. Unfortunately, she was an orphan, alone in the world. Lin Bao Bao and she had met in school, their personalities aligning perfectly, resulting in a close friendship. That moment, sitting by the roadside, Jian Mo was the only person she could think to rely on. Upon receiving Lin Bao Bao's call, Jian Mo quickly took a taxi to her location. When she found Bao Bao, she was taken aback. The sight of her friend was heartbreaking. Despite only being a year older, Jian Mo had always treated Bao Bao like a younger sister. She had never seen Bao Bao in such a frazzled state. Knowing Bao Bao's background, she was incensed. Who dared to lay a hand on the daughter of a military family? She immediately insisted on calling the police, but Bao Bao desperately pleaded with her not to. They made a trip to the hospital before returning to Jian Mo's home. Lying in bed, Jian Mo brought over hot soup and fed it to Bao Bao, whose pent-up grievances overflowed, and she began to cry. Jian Mo held her gently, soothing her back, offering silent comfort. After a while, as Bao Bao hiccuped through her tears, she asked, Mo, could you take me in for a few days? I could shelter you for a lifetime. Jian Mo replied, wiping the tears from Bao Bao's face. Darling, what exactly happened? Bao Bao lowered her head, falling into silence. Chapter 23. The long search for treasure. Lu Yeting arrived at the mobile signal point, only to find the discarded phone. He fought the urge to smash it. Now his only lead had vanished, and with no surveillance in the vicinity, there was no way to investigate. The growing unease in Lu Yeting's heart was palpable. He called upon Lu Yichen and Lu Yilin for assistance. His identity could not permit a public search for her in a city. He could only rely on his elder brothers. Gripping his phone, he gazed at the lock screen displaying a playful selfie of Lin Bao Bao. Please, Bao Bao, do not come to harm. After a lengthy silence, Lin Bao Bao recounted the events of the past few days to Jian Mo. Jian Mo listened in disbelief. Just recently, they had been out shopping together. How had it come to be that Bao Bao was now engaged and living with her fiancé? Darling, how could all of this happen in such a short time? She stammered, struggling to comprehend that it's quite the tale, isn't it? If I hadn't lived through it myself, I wouldn't believe it, Bao Bao replied with a bitter smile. The forced smile only deepened Jian Mo's concern. She remembered Bao Bao as carefree and perpetually smiling, never imagining she would end up in such a predicament. How could he dare to strike you? Jian Mo asked, applying ointment to Bao Bao's swollen wrist. Her heart aching. It's all right. I fought back, Bao Bao said, tears glistening in her eyes with a smile. This girl attempting to deceive her. The opponent was a seasoned fighter from Country F, possessing physical prowess far beyond the average person. That Bao Bao's meager skills might scare off petty thugs, but against a dominant figure, it would be akin to mere tickling. That we should report this. He must face consequences. As much as she wished to, Bao Bao could not. Not only for Lu Yeting's sake, but also for the Lu family. They had treated her with such kindness, especially Lu's mother, who had given her a sense of maternal love she hadn't felt in years. She could not bear to cause Lu's mother any sorrow. I cannot, Bao Bao firmly stated. Why not? Jian Mo questioned, bewildered. Bao Bao had always been one to repay kindness and seek vengeance, never one to be a pushover. Lin Bao Bao poured out all her feelings, revealing the burden she had kept inside, as the weight of solitude had become unbearable. Meanwhile, Lu Yichen and Lu Yilin arrived at Jinyuan to meet with Lu Yeting that it had been 5 years since they last set foot here. And today, they had no time for nostalgia. Their purpose was to find Bao Bao. The top floor of Jinyuan resembled a military command center. Lu Yeting had been waiting for them as they settled in. Lu Yeting displayed a topographical map of the area surrounding Jinyuan on the central screen, outlining the possible routes Lin Bao Bao might have taken after leaving, as well as the location of the discarded phone. After hearing the details, the two brothers immediately inquired about the situation. Fourth, tell me the truth. What happened with Bao Bao? Lu Yichen asked in a somber tone. Lu Yeting's hands were clasped tightly, yet he offered no response. Lu Yilin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and remarked, Fourth, you know well what my brother does. When I entered, I noticed the door had been cleaned, but it could not escape my notice that Lu Yichen looked at his older brother in confusion. What do you mean by cleaned? Lu Yilin replied, Will you say it, or shall I? It's Lin Bao Bao's blood, Lu Yeting finally admitted. The two men sprang to their feet, with Lu Yichen grabbing Lu Yeting by the collar, demanding, What on earth happened? Speak. Lu Yeting, no longer concealing the truth, recounted the events of the past few days to his brothers. He immediately received a punch from Lu Yilin, causing his head to jerk sideways and his lip to bleed. If anything were to happen to Bao Bao, not only would Grandpa and our parents not spare you, but I would personally see you off, Lu Yilin warned. Lu Yeting knelt on one knee from the blow. Then why did you lay a hand on Bao Bao today? Lu Yilin pressed further. After explaining his erratic behavior, Lu Yichen exclaimed, Are you insane? Over something trivial, you strike Bao Bao and even fire a gun at an ordinary person? Do you have any idea what would happen if even one of those actions were discovered? The conversation halted there as Lu Yichen grabbed him by the collar and delivered another punch. The truth of the matter far exceeded Lu Yilin's expectations to Lu Yeting. Tell me, what do you plan to do next? I will handle it properly, Lu Yeting asserted firmly. There was no time to dwell on the reckless actions of this foolish younger brother. Finding Bao Bao was of utmost importance. They would have ample opportunity later to discipline him. Lu Yichen accessed the surveillance system across the city, meticulously reviewing the footage, while Lu Yilin mobilized his connections in the underworld, summoning all clandestine organizations in a city to assist in the search. Finally, after revealing everything, Lin Bao Bao felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. Carrying such burdens alone was excruciating. Jinimo understood Bao Bao's apprehensions and felt nothing but sympathy. So, what do you plan to do next? What can I do? I suppose I must endure the worst. I will stay with Jinimo and avoid returning for 2 years. After all, we have an agreement. In 2 years, I will go my own way, and he will go his, and we will remain unconnected. She gently pinched Bao Bao's nose. Oh, you're content to suffer such a loss this time. He pointed at Lin Bao Bao's injuries and remarked, Look at you, covered in bruises. His voice was tinged with frustration as he continued, Momo, aren't you adept at tarot reading? Why not assist me in discerning whether this scoundrel of a man is indeed a harbinger of disaster? Jinmo replied, It seems that every encounter with him is fraught with misfortune. Lin Bao Bao pouted, her expression one of deep indignation. Jinmo observed, This little darling is truly carefree. She has already forgotten her pain and still finds time for jest. Lin Bao Bao, venting her grievances, eventually succumbed to slumber. Jinmo gently extracted the pillow from Lin Bao Bao's embrace and helped her lie down, in her dreams. Lin Bao Bao began to weep softly, oblivious to the source of her sorrow. Jinmo sighed, knowing that the girl was merely feigning strength before her. In truth, she was far more fragile and sensitive than anyone else. After a brief sob, Lin Bao Bao finally fell into a deep sleep. Jinmo tenderly wiped the tears from the corners of Lin Bao Bao's eyes, tucked her in, and quietly departed. Meanwhile, Lu Yichen, after extensive deliberation, finally uncovered a lead. The footage revealed an individual resembling Lin Bao Bao accompanied by another woman to the hospital, where they remained for approximately an hour before departing together, their subsequent whereabouts shrouded in mystery, beyond the reach of surveillance. By Mo Hospital. Lu Yichen scrutinized the name of the hospital, where the two had entered. This is Bai Chi's hospital, he exclaimed. Immediately, he contacted his subordinate stationed nearby to scour the surrounding streets in search of Lin Bao. Lu Yichen also attempted to reach Bai Chi by phone, but the man seemed preoccupied, as his calls went unanswered. Consequently, Lu Yichen resolved to visit the hospital himself. Upon inquiring with Bai Chi's assistant, he learned that Bai Chi had just completed a major surgery and had returned home to rest. Chapter 24. What use are you? Arriving at Bai Chi's apartment, Lu Yeqing knocked several times, but received no response. Frustrated, he kicked the door open. The sudden crash startled Bai Chi, who had just begun to doze off. Dressed in a bathrobe, he rose to investigate the commotion, only for the door to collapse under the force of Lu Yeqing's entry. That moment, Bai Chi felt a surge of relief for his delayed reaction. Otherwise, he might have found himself crushed beneath the door. What on earth are you doing, Lu Yeqing? Is it midnight and you decide to break into my home? Upon recognizing his visitor, Bai Chi was overwhelmed with irritation. With no time for explanations, Lu Yeqing seized him and dragged him away, even as Bai Chi protested. Hey, I'm not even fully dressed yet. The relentless pace of their escape was unbearable. Without hesitation, Lu Yeqing hoisted Bai Chi onto his shoulder and sped away. You scoundrel, Lu Yeqing! Put me down at once, Bai Chi exclaimed, feeling nauseous from the jostling. Once at the car, Lu Yeqing tossed him in, and they sped off with the roar of the engine to AT Hospital. Bai Chi could no longer contain himself and began to retch uncontrollably, collapsing in a heap. After he had emptied his stomach, he could only drive. Let's go, Lu Yeqing said, lifting Bai Chi by the nape of his neck and carrying him away. Bai Chi's inner thoughts were a flurry of expletives as he caught the bemused gaze of a passing doctor, who could hardly believe that the disheveled man before him was the usually composed and skilled director Bai. Upon reaching the director's office, Bai Chi finally had the chance to catch his breath, collapsing onto the couch. What madness have you stirred up, Lu Yeqing? He glared at his friend, irate at the predicament he found himself in. Lu Yeqing presented his phone, displaying a surveillance video. Check this person, he instructed. Bai Chi took the phone and, upon seeing the familiar face, exclaimed, Isn't this the adorable girl you brought the other day? Isn't she your niece? Quickly find out, Bai Chi urged. Despite his frustration, he contacted the monitoring department to retrieve all relevant footage. However, they would need some time to compile the data. While waiting, Bai Chi called in the attending physician to inquire about Lin Baobao's condition. The medical records revealed injuries consistent with those sustained by Lin Baobao, confirming that the girl he had treated had reopened her wounds and required additional stitches. That Lu Yeqing's expression turned grave. Torn between hope that this girl was Lin Baobao and the dread that she was not, he could only wait for the footage to arrive. After finishing his inquiries, Bai Chi dismissed the doctor. So, what is the situation? Did your niece get into another fight, or was she assaulted? I did it, Lu Yeqing retorted. What, you vile creature? How could you lay hands on such a delicate darling? You are worse than a beast, Bai Chi chastised, transforming into a self-righteous judge. Keep talking, and I'll ensure you can never speak again, Lu Yeqing threatened, his agitation palpable. Just as Bai Chi prepared to retort, the computer emitted a series of beeps. Indicating that the surveillance footage had arrived, Lu Yeqing hastened to view it, confirming with a sense of urgency, it is Lin Baobao. He then informed his two older brothers. His second brother reported that searches in the vicinity had yielded no results, while his eldest brother relayed that beyond the hospital lay an undeveloped area without surveillance, complicating their search. This is problematic, Lu Yeqing lamented, visibly disheartened as he slumped onto the sofa, rubbing his temples. Where could that girl have gone? Just then Bai Chi, engrossed in the footage, approached with a sense of excitement. Old Lu, I believe you're quite eager to know where your niece is at present. That is a given. Then you better spill the beans, Lu Yeqing snapped, his patience wearing thin. Bai Chi, reclining in his director's chair, teased, I know where she is. You had best. Before he could finish, Lu Yeqing seized him by the collar. His eyes glinting with barely restrained fury. Speak. Bai Chi trembled at the intensity of Lu Yeqing's gaze. That I don't know, he stammered. You're just toying with me. Lu Yeqing raised his fist, poised to strike. Wait, I truly know something. Just let me explain, Bai Chi shouted, his voice rising. Enough with the nonsense. My life is at stake. Lu Yeqing's priority was clear. He could not allow the morning headlines to announce the demise of Bai's esteemed heir within his own hospital. If you don't provide me with something useful, I swear I will skin you alive. Bai Chi led Lu Yeqing to the computer, pointing at the woman beside Lin Baobao in the footage. Look, Lu Yeqing's fist clenched tightly as he scrutinized the image. No, focus. This person is Momo, Lu Yeqing replied, skepticism lacing his voice. Although he could not initially identify her, he trusted Bai Chi's judgment. Bai Chi was known for his keen eye, especially regarding Momo. Where is she now? Lu Yeqing pressed. Bai Qi's countenance darkened. How am I supposed to know? What use are you, then? Yet, this revelation brought a glimmer of hope. Knowing that Lin Baobao was with Momo meant that if they searched for Momo's residence, they would likely find Lin Baobao as well. With this thought in mind, Lu Yeqing's mood lifted slightly. As he turned to leave, he retrieved his phone to call Lu Yeqing. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Bai Qi called after him, only to trip over the tie of his bathrobe and tumble clumsily to the floor. With a clear lead, Lu Yeqing acted swiftly and soon located Jinma's residence. By the time he arrived, it was already late at night. From outside, he could see lights spilling from her window, but he ascended the stairs and knocked on her door. Jinma, engrossed in her work, wondered who might be knocking at such an hour. Aside from Lin Baobao, no one else knew her address, as she preferred solitude. Could it be a burglar? Armed with a self-defense weapon, she cautiously approached the door. The knocking was gentle, yet the persistent sound continued. She tried to glimpse the visitor through the peephole, but the dim lighting of the old building obscured any details, leaving her unable to identify the person. With caution, she opened the door a crack, securing the chain lock. Who is it? She asked warily. I am Lu Yeqing. Who is Lu Yeqing? You must have the wrong door. I don't know you, Jimmo replied coldly. Bai Qi's friend. Chapter 25. Ejecting guests. Bai Qi's friend? Lu Yeqing? Jimmo's mind raced as fragmented memories began to coalesce. That you, fourth brother? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Yes, it's me, Momo. Jimmo sighed in relief and opened the door fully. After entering, Lu Yeqing did not take a seat, but instead began to survey the room. Why have you come to see me, fourth brother? Jimmo asked, noticing an unusual urgency in his demeanor, as though he were searching for something something wrong with Lin Baobao. Where is Baobao? Lu Yeqing inquired directly. Baobao? You know her. How did he know that the baby was with her? Mo, with a slight connection of thought, had almost deduced the truth. The dog man that the baby referred to was none other than Lu Yiting. Although her recollection of fourth brother Lu was of a man who spoke little and had a sharp tongue, he still exuded a gentlemanly demeanor. Who would have imagined that this was all a facade? Hiding a propensity for violence against women? Unforgivable. Furiously, she pointed at Lu Yiting, declaring, "You're the scoundrel who laid hands on the baby." Jinmo, let me explain. He implored that I refused to listen. Get out, go away. Jinmo protested, attempting to force Lu Yiting out. However, how could a woman's strength possibly compare to a man's? After pushing for some time, Lu Yiting remained unmoved. In a fit of frustration, she pulled out her phone to call the authorities, but he snatched it away, insisting, "You must hear me out. In light of their prior acquaintance." Jinmo reluctantly agreed to grant him the opportunity for clarification. Concerned about waking the baby, she suggested they speak downstairs. Observing Jinmo's expression, which seemed as if she might devour him whole, Lu Yiting realized Lin Bao had divulged everything to her. After the explanation, Jinmo maintained her fierce demeanor. I don't care what your reasons are. There is no justification for raising a hand against a woman. Lu Yiting, feeling guilt-ridden and unfamiliar with Jinmo, struggled to find the right words. Now that he knew the little girl was safe, he felt a sense of relief. Jinmo, I appreciate your care for her these past few days. If you need anything, just let me know. All I need is for you to stay far away. I don't require your feigned goodwill. I will certainly take good care of the baby, unlike certain individuals who resort to violence. Now leave. After issuing her eviction order, Jinmo turned to walk away. Also, you must not tell anyone about my staying here. The emphasis on anyone was particularly pronounced. Lu Yiting was rendered speechless. It was no wonder these two girls had become friends. They truly shared a kindred spirit. After borrowing a few individuals from second brother for covert protection, he returned to Jingyuan. Bai Qi, who had been anxiously awaiting Lu Yiting at Jingyuan, rushed to greet him upon his return. So, did you see your niece and Momo? He inquired excitedly. I did. Really? Where does Momo live? I want to pay her a visit. Lu Yiting recalled Jinmo's warning before she left. I forgot. Listen to yourself. What nonsense are you babbling? Are you trying to deceive a 3-year-old? Bai Qi scolded, his face stern. Lu Yiting, you are ungrateful. After persistently interrogating him for quite some time, Lu Yiting's lips felt as though they were sealed with cement. Nothing he said could be pried open. Bai Qi, infuriated, left with a string of curses. Heartless and ungrateful. Dragging me into this at midnight. humiliating me in front of subordinates, and then kicking me aside once you're done. After learning that the baby was unharmed, Lu Yichun and Lu Yilin arrived at Jingyuan together. After pouring drinks for his two older brothers, Lu Yiting settled into a chair, and the three sat in silence. The atmosphere thick with tension. Speak up. What do you plan to do next? Lu Yichun, well aware of his younger brother's temperament, initiated the conversation. Lu Yiting set down his glass. That I will handle it. Once again with that vague response. Hearing such a dismissive reply, Lu Yilin slammed his glass down. How do you intend to handle it? He asked, his tone laced with irritation. Lu Yichen also placed his glass down, fixing a steady gaze on Lu Yiting. They had assumed that given the gravity of the situation, the youngest brother would take responsibility for the baby. Yet, it was painfully clear that he had yet to reach that realization. Such a cautious stance was not only insufficient but also a disservice. Saying he could manage it without elaborating on how was merely playing with words. Lu Yiting remained composed, sipping occasionally. Refusing to speak, that Lu Yilin, incensed, stood up, exclaiming, "Haven't you been reprimanded enough already?" Lu Yichun pulled Lu Yilin back down. "Brother, are you really going to protect this little brat?" Lu Yilin, believing Lu Yichun had turned against him, shrugged off his hand. You should leave. That Lu Yichun intended to have a serious discussion with his younger brother. Knowing Lu Yilin's fiery temperament, he feared that if the two clashed, it would end poorly. Lu Yilin attempted to speak again, but Lu Yichun shook his head in disapproval, slamming the door behind him as he left. That Lu Yichun did not immediately confront Lu Yiting. Instead, he poured them both another drink. After a few rounds, both were slightly intoxicated before he finally spoke. "Fourth brother, I do not wish to interfere in your affairs, but this matter is of utmost importance. Do you understand? You have always been resolute. I trust you can handle this well, but I hope you do not let me down." That Lu Yiting nodded. That in truth, he understood all too well that it was not that he did not want to take responsibility for Lin Bao's future. Rather, he was unwilling to face a life with a woman he did not love. That to him, that was not responsibility, but rather a form of harm. That Lu Yichun, recognizing his younger brother's heart, believed he would manage the situation between himself and the baby with discretion. After imparting a few earnest words, he departed from Jingyuan. After a restful sleep, Lin Bao felt rejuvenated, although the pain from her injuries lingered. The absence of that dogman Lu Yiting made her feel at ease. Moreover, Mo's bed was incredibly comfortable and fragrant. She snuggled under the covers, displaying an expression of pure contentment. Upon entering, Mo was greeted by this scene, which made her chuckle. Just last night, Lin Bao had cried so heartbreakingly, yet now she seemed completely unaffected. That it was hard to tell whether she had a heart of steel or was simply too carefree. "Let go of my bed and get up for breakfast," Mo said, drawing back the curtains and opening the window. Lin Bao stretched out luxuriously, arms wide open. With a smile, Mo helped Lin Bao up. After tending to the little girl, she initially planned to stay home with her. However, her boss called, informing her that another employee was ill and requesting her to fill in, offering triple pay for the day. Mo hesitated, torn between the opportunity and her concern for Lin Bao. Lin Bao, overhearing the conversation, urged, "Go ahead. I'll be fine on my own." She understood that life was not easy for Mo, and she did not want to be the reason for her friend losing out on wages. After numerous reminders and assurances to return early and to call if anything happened, Mo hurried off to work. Left alone at Mo's home, Lin Bao lounged on the sofa, watching television. As she became engrossed in a melodramatic love story, she began to critique the absurdity of the plot. "This love-struck nonsense is truly tiresome," she muttered, switching it off. In the stillness, memories of the past began to resurface. She reflected on her encounters with Lu Yiting. That was truly ironic. After such a short period of acquaintance, she had found herself in this predicament. If she were to marry him, how many days of happiness could she expect? This only solidified her resolve to distance herself from the dogman. Fuming, Lin Bao pounded her pillow, imagining it was Lu Yiting, dogman. "I'll beat you to a pulp, you plague, you scoundrel." Meanwhile, in a building across the way, Lu Yiting observed the venting of the little girl. She appeared somewhat unwell, yet her spirit seemed lively. He contemplated approaching Lin Bao for a proper discussion, but feared it might upset her further. The little girl's mouth never ceased its chatter, her frustration evident that he could barely read her lips. But it was clear she was hurling insults his way. With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Yiting decided to wait a little longer. Chapter 26. Trouble approaches with Jian Mo by her side. Lin Bao found her days to be exceedingly joyful. The two of them sat on the sofa, sipping soda and binge-watching soap operas. Lin Bao comfortably leaned against Jian Mo. What do you say we live together and become the happiest couple in the world? She suddenly proposed, catching Jian Mo off guard, causing her to spray water in surprise and cough, her face turning crimson. Lin Bao hurriedly patted her back to help her breathe. There no need to be so agitated. Mo, please spare me. I'm not that desperate to spend my life with you, Jian Mo retorted playfully, pushing Lin Bao away in mock disdain. What is wrong with me? Am I not good enough? Lin Bao protested, her pride wounded. After all, she had the looks and the figure, and her family was well off. She could even be considered a top-tier eligible bachelorette in a city. Truly self-absorbed, Jian Mo remarked. Feigning regret. Such vanity and drama were not qualities most could tolerate. She felt a surge of relief at being a woman. Had she been a man, entangled with someone like this would certainly lead to a life devoid of peace. Meanwhile, Lu Yiting was genuinely facing an impending storm. The Empress Dowager had called again. Just seeing Mrs. Chiao's name on his phone made his head throb. She was undoubtedly inquiring about Lin Bao. As soon as he picked up the phone, he was met with, "Hey, little brat, why can't I reach Bao Bao again?" As expected, Lu Yiting opened his drawer, where the pink latest model phone lay quietly. Of course, she couldn't reach her. The little girl was without a phone, effectively rendering her unreachable. "Hello, speak up. Have you lost your voice?" Mrs. Chiao, in a fit of rage, continued her tirade. "Playing too hard, and now your phone is broken? Then why don't you buy her a new one? I'm such a generous person, and yet you, my son, are so stingy. What kind of son are you?" Lu Yiting felt a headache coming on. Truly, his biological mother was using him as a stepping stone to elevate herself. "We'll be back the day after tomorrow that you'll bring Bao Bao home for dinner." "What? Miss Chiao is returning, and I must attend a meeting. I haven't had the chance to speak yet, but I've already been interrupted by my mother on the phone. When I tried to call back, I was met with the sound of a disconnected line. MS. Chiao is doing this deliberately, to prevent that little rascal from standing her up that Lu Yiting is experiencing a headache. It seems that troubles are converging at once, that he has yet to resolve matters with Lin Bao Bao. And now Ms. Chiao is making her return, that if she finds out, there will surely be chaos. Initially, he intended to wait until Lin Bao Bao had sufficiently recuperated at Jian Mo's before picking her up. But time is of the essence, and he must speak with Lin Bao Bao now. Jian Mo, who has to work late and cannot prepare dinner, has thoughtfully ordered Lin Bao Bao's favorite takeout for her. When Lu Yiting arrived at the apartment, he ascended the elevator alongside the delivery person. To his fortune, the delivery was made to Jian Mo's residence. This fortuitous turn of events spared him the embarrassment of being turned away. As the doorbell rang, Lin Bao Bao wheeled herself to answer. In a bid to grant her autonomy while he was away, Jian Mo had procured a wheelchair for her. After receiving the takeout, Lin Bao Bao expressed her gratitude, delighted by the tantalizing aroma of the food. Just as she was about to close the door, another figure emerged behind the delivery person. Upon recognizing him, Lin Bao Bao froze momentarily, her prior joy evaporating instantly. As she struggled to suppress the urge to hurl the takeout at Lu Yiting's face, she repeatedly reassured herself, "I cannot waste food. It would be too cruel to throw it at this man." With determination, Lin Bao Bao attempted to retreat and shut the door, but a large hand halted her efforts. She exerted all her strength, yet the door remained steadfast. This man, though lacking in character, possessed considerable strength. Placing the takeout on the ground, she removed her shoes and attempted to swat at the hand that obstructed her. Although her feeble attempts were akin to tickling for Lu Yiting, he was a man with a penchant for cleanliness. He could not afford to linger. He feared this little girl might drive him to lose control once more. Swiftly, he slipped into the apartment and shut the door behind him in one fluid motion. Lin Bao Bao brandished her slipper at Lu Yiting, declaring, "You've trespassed into my home. Leave immediately." He countered, "Let us discuss this." "Absolutely not. I have no desire to converse with you, that I feel like my very life is at stake with our discussions. Just leave now." He had anticipated her complaints. "How is your injury? What do you think? My eyes are functioning perfectly well." She was nearly at the point of requiring a wheelchair. "Do you realize your faults?" Lu Yiting asked with a serious expression. Lin Bao Bao's mind erupted like fireworks. "What did you just say? Please repeat that." You bear some responsibility for that day's events. It was your initial fault. While I do not require your apology, you must acknowledge your mistakes. His tone was righteous, almost pedagogical. What audacity this man possessed. Lin Baobao exploded. Just get far away from me. Is this some kind of joke? Are you a fool sent by a monkey? Do you not even realize how shameless you sound? She attempted to rise from her wheelchair to confront him, Liu Yeting, fearful of her exacerbating her injuries. Firmly restrained her. Do not move. Do you truly wish to end up disabled? Let go of me. She reminded herself not to get angry, not to allow this man to land her back in the emergency room. Liu Yeting spoke. I was somewhat out of line that day, but it was unintentional. Lin Baobao replied sarcastically, Oh, so a little out of line means I end up in a wheelchair. If you were entirely out of line, would I be heading to heaven? Liu Yeting was momentarily at a loss for words. This girl had quite the sharp tongue. It is my fault. I apologize to you now. Did I in that instant? Lin Baobao questioned her own hearing. Did he truly just apologize to her? Observing his earnest expression, she wondered if the heavens were about to rain red. Staring at Liu Yeting in disbelief, she remained silent, seeing her lack of response. Liu Yeting reiterated, I apologize. Lin Baobao's mind struggled to process the situation. She would have preferred if Liu Yeting had come to argue. This unexpected apology left her at a loss for how to react. Have you taken some medication that has altered your state of mind? Liu Yeting's face darkened. That it was his first time ever apologizing, and this little brat had the audacity to suggest he was under the influence of medication. I have not, he gritted out through clenched teeth. Lin Baobao lowered her head, unconsciously fiddling with her fingers, murmuring, Why the sudden apology? You caught me completely off guard at this moment. Liu Yeting realized that this girl was more responsive to gentleness than to harshness. The softer his demeanor, the more pliable she became. Her pout was undeniably adorable, causing a smile to involuntarily creep onto his lips. Chapter 27. Why are you back? Lin Baobao chose to ignore Liu Yeting, blissfully savoring her delicious meal. Observing her satisfaction, Liu Yeting seized the opportunity to suggest, After you finish eating, return with me to Jingyuan that I will not go back, Lin Baobao stated, pausing her chopsticks, her little mouth pouting defiantly. Why not? Liu Yeting inquired, perplexed. Lin Baobao turned her face away, sulking in silence. She would never dare to set foot on Liu Yeting's territory again. One lesson was sufficient. Though he had apologized, she still harbored resentment. And the more she pondered, the more her lips jutted out in displeasure. Pretending not to hear him, she continued to eat heartily. That kind of situation will not occur again, Liu Yeting assured her. Once bitten, twice shy, Lin Baobao vigorously shook her head, refusing to listen. Surprisingly, Liu Yeting found himself exhibiting patience with her, something he had never done before. Despite his repeated assurances, she remained resolute, refusing to budge from her stance. He was left with no choice but to wait quietly for her to finish her meal. Aunt Qing was at the villa, eagerly awaiting Liu Yeting's return with Lin Baobao. That day, Xiao Ting had mentioned hiring decorators and housekeepers to tidy up the remnants of their home, suggesting she return to her family for a few days. Having spent time with Lin Baobao, Aunt Qing had grown fond of her, considering her as a daughter. Initially, after the incident, she feared Lin Baobao would not return to Jingyuan, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. However, when Xiao Ting called to inform her that he would be bringing Baobao back today, she arrived early at the villa in anticipation. Now that night had fallen, she wondered why they had not yet returned. My mother is coming back in 2 days. Liu Mama is returning. How wonderful, she thought, only to realize that Liu Yeting's sudden change in demeanor was due to her mother's impending arrival. Fearing he would face consequences if he did not manage the situation well. So, this is your tactic. You can indeed be quite flexible. Liu Yeting. The atmosphere had returned to its previous tension, although Liu Yeting felt uncomfortable being mocked. He could not deny the truth in her words that I do not deny that my mother's return is a factor, but let us not forget our agreement, that if we allow it to collapse now, what will ensue? Lin Baobao was not foolish. She understood the implications of his words. Are you not afraid I will report you to Liu Mama? Liu Yeting replied confidently. I, Liu Yeting, have never feared anything and take full responsibility for my actions. Such a bold declaration sounded admirable. If she were an outsider, she would applaud him. Jingyuan holds a special significance for me, Liu Yeting stated, gazing into Lin Baobao's eyes, after a few moments of shared silence. He turned his back to look out the window. What was happening? Why did she perceive pain in his eyes? Additionally, why did his silhouette appear so lonely and desolate? The retort that lingered on her tongue remained unspoken. Caught in her throat as they sat in silence, "Did I permit your friends to visit you at Jinyuan?" Lu Yeding conceded. "Really? Only the one who was accommodating you. What a miser," she thought, but ultimately relented. Knowing that her only close friend was Jian Mo, Lin Baobao agreed to return, recognizing that she had caused Jian Mo considerable trouble, as she was already so busy. Though reluctant to part with Jian Mo, she found solace in knowing Aunt Qing would be there with her. Lu Yeding retrieved his phone and sent a message to Jian Mo to avoid disrupting her work before guiding Lin Baobao out. Aunt Qing, having waited a while, peeked out the door and was relieved to see the familiar military vehicle arriving. She hurried to greet them. "Baobao, Aunt Qing." The two exchanged a brief embrace. Due to Lin Baobao's injury, Lu Yeding lifted her effortlessly, carrying her to her bedroom. Jian Mo had just finished work and brought back barbecued food and milk tea as a late-night snack, hoping to surprise Lin Baobao. "Little glutton, I've brought you something delicious." There was no response, nor was there anyone in sight, only a wheelchair in the corner. Jian Mo's bag fell to the floor as she called out, "Baobao." She searched frantically. "Where are you?" Baobao cannot walk. Has Lu Yeding forcibly taken her away? Panic set in as she prepared to call the police. Just then, she noticed a message from Baobao. "Mo, Lu Yeding has taken me back to Jinyuan. I shall provide you with the address, and do remember to come visit me." The adorable baby left a message, and Jinma let out a sigh of relief. She understood the temperament of the baby. If she was unwilling to do something, no one could compel her, and her tone would not be so pleasant. Since the baby was willing to return with him, it must have been of her own volition. Regrettably, she had purchased an abundance of barbecue, which now she would have to savor alone. That Lu Yeding had finally passed a hurdle. After settling Lin Baobao, he drove back to the Lu residence. During this period, he had not had a proper night's sleep. That be why the time he returned to the old house, it was already late at night, and to his surprise, the living room was brightly lit. Upon entering, he encountered Mrs. Chiao, who was supposed to return the day after tomorrow. To Mr. and M.R.S. that Lu were enjoying a late-night snack. "Why are you back?" Mrs. Lu exclaimed, her temper flaring. "What do you mean by this, you little rascal? Can your parents not return to this home? Wasn't it said that you'd be back the day after tomorrow?" Mr. Lu, peeling shrimp for his wife, explained, "We wrapped up work ahead of schedule. That we were actually supposed to stay for 2 more days. But your mother was worried about the baby, so we returned early." "Where's the baby?" Mrs. Lu glanced towards the door, noticing only her wayward son had returned, but not the baby. That Lu Yeding felt a headache coming on. His mother was truly adept at creating trouble for herself. The silence from the wayward son indicated he was feeling guilty. That M.R.S. that Lu put down her chopsticks and fixed a serious gaze on Lu Yeding. "Lu Yeding, tell me the truth. Did you abandon the baby?" Lu Yeding replied, "Your imagination truly knows no bounds. You should consider a career in screenwriting." "Of course not." Immediately, Mrs. Lu pulled out her phone to make a call, instructing M.R.Lu to lock the door, fearing her wayward son might flee before the truth was revealed. What about the basic trust between people? At Jinyuan, Lin Baobao was comfortably lying down, applying a facial mask when her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, it was Lu Mama. "Hello, Lu Mama." "Baobao, what happened to your voice?" Lu Mama noted the change in her baby's tone. Lin Baobao lifted the mask. "Lu Mama, I was just applying a facial mask. Is my voice better now?" "Oh, the natural sound of my baby is truly delightful," Mrs. Lu responded. "Where are you, dear?" Lin Baobao felt puzzled. Had Lu Yeding not informed Lu Mama? Meanwhile, Lu Yeding, who was being detained, thought, "Did my biological mother give me a chance to tell her?" "Lu Mama, I am at Jinyuan." Upon hearing that the baby was safe, Mrs. Lu felt relieved, but then exclaimed, "Wait, Jinyuan." She incredulously looked at her wayward son, who nodded. Mrs. Lu's heart soared with joy. "That's wonderful. Baobao, enjoy your time at Jinyuan. Tomorrow, Mama will come to take you home for dinner. Goodbye." "Ah, Lu Mama, wait." Lin Baobao attempted to say more, but the line was already disconnected. Looking down at herself, she realized she could not return in this state without startling Lu Mama. What was Lu Yeding thinking? Not stopping Lu Mama. If she saw her like this, wouldn't she dig into the details? Was he itching for trouble? After hanging up, Mrs. Lu was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune. Lu Yeding turned to head upstairs. "Stop." "What now?" He was already exhausted, but Mrs. Liu, unable to resist rolling her eyes at her emotionally inept son, said, "The baby is alone at Jingyuan. What are you doing back here?" "I came back to sleep." That it was truly impossible to communicate with this mother, that he attempted to leave, but Mrs. grabbed his arm and pushed him toward the door, educating him as she dragged him along. "You can't leave the baby alone at Jingyuan. I'm worried. Hurry and go keep her company." Lu Yeting suppressed the urge to toss his mother out and retreated again and again until he was unceremoniously pushed out of the house. As he left, his mother warned him, "Your duty is to be her bodyguard and ensure her safety. You mustn't cause any trouble, understood? Now, off you go." The door was slammed shut without pity. What kind of situation was this? Lu Yeting returned to Jingyuan, feeling speechless. Lin Baobao, who had already settled in a bed, received another call from Lu Mama, asking if Lu Yeting had arrived. She felt puzzled. Why had Lu Yeting suddenly come back? Slowly, she moved from room to room until she found Lu Yeting lying on the bed, his brow furrowed in fatigue, yet he was tossing and turning restlessly. Lin Baobao gently closed the door without making a sound and returned to her room to text Lu Mama. "He is here. He is already lying down." Shortly after, a reply came. "All right, you should sleep early too. Tomorrow Mama will come to pick you up." Now at a loss for how to respond, she decided to ask Lu Yeting tomorrow. She finally sent a cute good-night sticker. The next morning, to avoid oversleeping, Lin Baobao woke up early to watch television in the living room, waiting for Lu Yeting to rise. It was only at lunchtime that Lu Yeting finally came downstairs. This man could really sleep. Lin Baobao had already started eating when he sat down. Shouting is up. "I'll go get you some bowls and chopsticks, and no need to trouble yourself, Chingy. Just a strong black coffee will suffice." Lu Yeting rubbed his temples and picked up the newspaper. Now it was just the two of them, and the silence felt somewhat awkward. She stole glances at him, noticing that his expression was not particularly pleasant. He appeared worn out and haggard. Lin Baobao assumed he was fatigued from heavy work and did not think much of it. "Elu Mama said she would come over today," she remarked, implying, "What should we do?" "I'll handle her." Lin Baobao nodded. By the way, why did you suddenly come back last night?" Lin Baobao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lu Yeting lifted his gaze to meet hers, and she did not shy away, but confidently held his stare. They locked eyes for several moments, until Lu Yeting was the first to look away, feeling somewhat unsettled by her boldness. There was something that he certainly was not going to disclose to this girl, that he had been sent away by the Empress Dowager. "Oh," she replied curtly, returning to her meal. She was truly bored, engaging in idle chatter with this man. Her mouth was stuffed with rice, giving her a pouty expression akin to a hamster. So adorable. Lu Yeting found himself reaching out to pinch her puffy cheeks. Just as his hand was about to touch her face, Lin Baobao tilted her head. "What are you doing?" This man was truly insufferable, flaunting his long hands. What was he trying to do? Unfazed, Lu Yeting withdrew his hand, grabbing a napkin instead. "Wiping my hands." "Humph." Lin Baobao rolled her eyes and continued stuffing her mouth. Chingy entered with freshly brewed coffee and tableware. Lu Yeting casually pushed around some rice, gulped down his coffee, and headed out the door. This man was truly insufferable. She and Qing were both alive and well here. Would greeting them cause him to lose his legs and become mute? He didn't even thank Qing, rude man. If I were to engage him in conversation again, I might never have the chance to enjoy a good meal outside again. Qing watched this little display, finding her utterly charming, and seized the opportunity to sneak a photo when Lin Baobao was not paying attention. Once in the car, Lu Yeting finally calmed down, only he knew that he had fled in a panic. He was unsure why he felt such strange emotions towards Lin Baobao. Lu Yeting shook his head vigorously. It must be that he had been too idle lately, that he needed to immerse himself in work and tasks to clear his mind. "I will arrive shortly for the comprehensive physical assessment conducted across the district," that he called his direct subordinate to issue commands and drove towards the suburbs. Suddenly, an ominous announcement blared through the loudspeaker, causing everyone in the district to feel a chill run down their spines. Heavens, what have we done? There was no time for lamentations. Everyone began to prepare anxiously, readying themselves for the inevitable confrontation with hell. At the Liu residence, Mrs. Liu lay on the grand bed, enjoying a facial mask while a technician massaged her, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, devoid of any sense of enjoyment. Life without the baby is truly dull. Suddenly, a realization struck her. The baby was at Jingyuan. She knew this, Moreover, she had said she would go pick up the baby yesterday, and the baby must be waiting for her. She yanked off the mask and tossed it aside. Hurriedly changing her clothes. Madam Lu, what are you doing? The technician looked bewildered. I have urgent business today. This is where it ends. Yes, the technician gathered her belongings and departed. After beautifying herself, Mrs. Lu took her car keys and set off towards Jinyuan. Meanwhile, Lu Yeding, engaged in training exercises at the military district, suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck, and his right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably, but he could not help but press down on the restless eyelid. Wondering why he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, that Lui, is there a problem? No, perhaps he is overthinking it. In Jinyuan, it is time for Lin Baobao to change her dressings once again. Aunt Qing, feeling a pang of concern for the little one, forbids her from ascending or descending the stairs. After all, there are only the two of them at home, so Aunt Qing decides to change the dressings in the living room. Armed with a medical box, clad only in a tank top and shorts, Lin Baobao lies on the sofa as Aunt Qing gently applies the ointment, slowly massaging it into her skin. The bruises on her body have significantly improved compared to before. Surprise! A voice of excitement rings out. Both Aunt Qing and Lin Baobao turn their heads in unison, stunned. Lin Baobao is astonished to see that Mama Lu has arrived unexpectedly. But wasn't Lu Yeding supposed to handle everything? What kind of business is this dog of a man running? Lin Baobao quickly rises and grabs a blanket to cover herself. Mama Lu, why did you come suddenly? Mama Lu stands frozen in place, her eyes wide with shock. Just by glancing at the dark bruises on Lin Baobao's forehead, coupled with her previous attempt to cover up, she can hardly remain oblivious. Moreover, the room is suffused with a strong medicinal scent. Baobao, you're hurt. Without a second thought, Mama Lu drops her bag on the floor and rushes to the sofa, lifting the thin blanket that Lin Baobao had wrapped herself in. Oh my goodness! Beneath the blanket, Lin Baobao's body is marred with bruises of varying sizes, and her ankle is tightly bandaged, with traces of blood seeping through. Mama Lu's heart aches for her. Baobao, what happened to you? Her voice quivers with emotion, and as she reaches out to touch, her hands tremble with fear of causing Baobao pain. Tears well up in Mama Lu's eyes. Lin Baobao quickly takes her hand to comfort her. Mama Lu, please don't cry. I'm fine. Fine? This is far from fine. This is serious. Mama Lu insists on examining her, but is uncertain of how to proceed. Mama Lu slightly turns her head and sees Aunt Qing. Qing, it's been such a long time. Aunt Qing greets Mama Lu with a smile. Oh, how do you and Mama Lu know each other? Qing, what happened to Baobao? Mama Lu asks anxiously. Aunt Qing shakes her head. I don't know either. When Shouting called me to take care of Baobao, she was already like this, and afterward. Aunt Qing, I'm fine. Lin Baobao interjects loudly, interrupting Aunt Qing's explanation. She doesn't wish to conceal anything from Mama Lu, but she fears Mama Lu might become angry and argue with Lu Yeding. After all, she will be leaving in 2 years, and despite Lu Yeding's shortcomings, he is still Mama Lu's son. Their mother-son relationship should not be strained because of her. Not for Lu Yeding's sake, but she cannot bear to see Mama Lu upset after a quarrel with him. Fortunately, Mama Lu is currently too preoccupied with Baobao's injuries to pursue the matter concerning her wayward son. Her focus is solely on whether Baobao's condition is serious that we must go to the hospital. No need, Mama Lu, I truly am fine. I've already seen a doctor. Mama Lu insists on getting a thorough checkup, and Lin Baobao, unable to resist her, reluctantly finds herself back at the hospital, under the doctor's assessment. They learn that there is no major issue, and the three return to Jinyuan. Continuing with the dressing, however, sitting on the sofa feels too constricting that Mama Lu's strong insistence. Lin Baobao wraps herself in a blanket and heads back to her bedroom. As soon as she lies down on the bed, Mama Lu starts to undress her, examining her from every angle. During the hospital examination, only Lin Baobao was permitted inside, so Mama Lu hadn't seen her condition. Now, under Mama Lu's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Baobao's cheeks flush red, despite them both being women. Seeing the numerous bruises on Lin Baobao's fair skin causes tears to well up in Mama Lu's eyes once more. Following Aunt Qing's guidance, she personally applies medicine to Lin Baobao's feet, massaging gently. Lin Baobao gazes at the kind-hearted Mama Lu, whose delicate hands, unaccustomed to labor, tenderly knead her feet. Because of Mama Lu, Lin Baobao, who has long been deprived of maternal love, feels a long-lost warmth envelop her. Overwhelmed by relaxation and comfort, she gradually drifts off to sleep. Seeing that Bao Bao has fallen asleep, Mama Lu covers her with a blanket and quietly closes the door. Returning to the living room with Aunt Qing, Aunt Qing pours 2 cups of tea, and they sit on the sofa, exchanging pleasantries. Mama Lu speaks up, Qing, please tell me what exactly happened to Bao Bao. And why are you here taking care of her? Aunt Qing is not entirely clear about the intricacies of the situation, only briefly mentioning the argument between Lu Yeting and Lin Bao Bao that day. Aunt Qing does not wish to protect Lu Yeting, as she also feels for Bao Bao. However, she finds herself torn, unable to choose between the two. Did I mean, this is all I know, knowing her son better than anyone. Mama Lu perceives Aunt Qing's evasiveness and understands that there is more to the story than she admits. It is clear that Aunt Qing dotes on that little scamp as if he were her own son, and thus, she is reluctant to criticize him. Seeing the expression on Mama Lu's face, Aunt Qing feels that shouting is in for a rough time. She then takes Mama Lu's hand and says, shouting has his reasons. After all, Bao Bao is his niece. He must be feeling awful too. Wait a moment, niece? Whose niece? Mama Lu asks incredulously. Qing, are you saying Bao Bao is Yeting's niece? Mama Lu's words leave Aunt Qing momentarily stunned. Yes, that little scamp told you that. Subsequently, Aunt Qing, unaware, reveals all that Lu Yeting has said. Goodness, this rebellious child has truly lost his mind. Niece, how dare he say that? Mama Lu's smile is filled with a terrifying intensity. Yet she refrains from exposing her son's lies. Qing, once Bao Bao wakes up, I will take her home. Thank you for your hard work during this time. Do come stay with us for a few days. Mama Lu extends an invitation. Aunt Qing shakes her head with a smile. No need. I'm assured with you taking care of Bao Bao. Let us plan to meet up sometime. Mama Lu nods, her mind solely focused on how to deal with that scoundrel. Meanwhile, Lu Yeting, engrossed in work, sneezes violently. A sense of foreboding washes over him. The subordinates beside him exchange puzzled glances. What is wrong with you today, young Master Lu? After a short nap, Lin Bao Bao awakens and heads to the living room where Mama Lu and Aunt Qing are engaged in cheerful conversation. Mama Lu, noticing Lin Bao Bao descending the stairs, quickly rushes over to assist her. Bao Bao, take it slow. I'm fine, Mama Lu. The three enjoy afternoon tea and chat together. Time swiftly passes in joyous moments, and before they know it, dusk has arrived. Mama Lu prepares to leave, prompting Lin Bao Bao to stand and see her off. Unexpectedly, Mama Lu says, Bao Bao, come home with me. Why suddenly? Lin Bao Bao is taken aback. Mama Lu Yeting, she wishes to explain that it was Lu Yeting who requested her to recuperate here. However, upon hearing that troublesome name, Mama Lu's temper flares. Don't mention that scoundrel, be obedient, and come home with me. Eventually, Aunt Qing also persuades Lin Bao Bao to return. Reluctantly, Lin Bao Bao agrees, realizing that Mama Lu has already seen her, making it impossible to hide any longer. Silently, she prays for Lu Yeting. Lu Yeting, this is not my fault. It is your incompetence to take care of yourself. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Mama Lu instructs the maid to escort Lin Bao Bao to her room and attend to her properly. Hey, husband, you need to come home immediately. Lu father, who was preparing for a gathering with business partners, receives a call from his wife. What is it, dear? Stop with the nonsense and come back right away. Before Lu father can respond, his beloved wife hangs up. With no choice but to comply with her order, he informs his business partners and instructs his deputy to take over before hurrying home. After calling Lu father, Mama Lu dials Lu Yeting, the evening's main character. Where are you? At the office. Come home for dinner. I'm busy. You can eat and leave. It won't take long. Lu Yeting hesitates for a few seconds, but eventually agrees fine. Their conversation is devoid of warmth, all formalities. Staring at his hung-up phone, Lu Yeting finds himself puzzled. Why is Ms. Qiao so reasonable today, unlike her usual fiery self? Little does Lu Yeting know, tonight's gathering is a carefully orchestrated trap laid out by his formidable mother. Mama Lu meticulously ensures that Lin Bao Bao is well fed and cared for before instructing someone to procure a wheelchair, so the maid and bodyguards can take her out for a stroll. Once all preparations are complete, Mama Lu orders the servants to retrieve an old, luxurious chair from the underground storage, positioning it at the entrance, awaiting the return of her husband and wayward son. As fate would have it, Lu father and Lu Yeting arrive home simultaneously. That Lu father is slightly surprised to see Lu Yeting back, son. Yes, that as they walk together towards the main house, Lu father senses an unusual atmosphere. Why are all the nearby exits locked? Where are the guards? Lu Yeting had sensed something amiss, but being in his own home, he brushed it off. That as they approach the entrance, Lu father notices the door wide open, and just as he ascends the steps, he spots his wife sitting there waiting for them. Dear, you even came out to greet us. Father Lu chuckled heartily, his face a blend of delight and surprise. Mother Lu craned her neck to peer behind Father Lu. And upon spotting Lu Yeting, her smile blossomed with joy. Indeed, today heralded a momentous occasion. What grand event is this? Mother Lu maintained her beaming expression as she gradually rose, approaching the father and son duo. Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yeting. She pulled him down to sit upon the luxurious stool she had just vacated, patting his shoulder as she exclaimed, "Iasati, it a tremendous joy that your beloved son has brought me a niece." With each pat, her hand landed heavily on Lu Yeting's shoulder. Niece? Fourth, from where did you acquire a niece? Father Lu inquired, perplexed by his son's assertion that we have both met the girl and found her quite charming. As Father Lu's confusion deepened, he found himself lost in a fog of bewilderment. From the moment he heard the first sentence, Lu Yeting had already surmised that his mother was aware of Lin Baobao's situation. It was no wonder he had felt a chill creeping down his spine throughout the day. That as he attempted to rise, Mother Lu preemptively pressed him back down, triggering a mechanism in the chair that rendered Lu Yeting immobile. Realizing his predicament, he calmly surveyed his surroundings, his mind already racing with possibilities that he chose not to struggle, maintaining a composed demeanor. After all, he was in the wrong to begin with, and it was imperative to allow his mother, the matriarch, to vent her frustrations. Dear, what is this about? Father Lu was taken aback. Mother Lu dropped the facade, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yeting as she shouted, "What do you think this rascal has done?" Father Lu turned to Lu Yeting. Fourth, what exactly have you done? Lu Yeting sat in silence, seemingly deaf to the inquiry. Have you gone mute? Mother Lu glared at her son with growing ire. I have nothing to say. He replied, a tacit admission of guilt. Very well. Mother Lu observed his obstinacy and, seizing a bamboo stick from the side, prepared to strike him. Father Lu rushed forward to intervene. My dear, please, let us first understand what transpired. Utterly perplexed, he sought clarification on the situation. You have no idea. When I saw Baobao's pitiful state, I thought to myself, if she were my own daughter, I would take a knife to that scoundrel. Mother Lu's frustration was palpable. Alas, this scoundrel is my son, and I cannot bring myself to harm him. Do not be too lenient. Father Lu's expression shifted as he pointed at his wayward son. Lu Yeting, you must tell us, is what your mother said true? Indeed, Lu Yeting admitted without hesitation. Father Lu was incensed. How could you be so brazenly unrepentant after such a grave misdeed? Baobao is already engaged to you. Yet you dare spread rumors of a niece. Lu Yeting retorted, it was you who acknowledged it. I have never claimed such a thing. His words inflamed both parents, inciting their wrath, with bamboo stick and feather duster in hand. They simultaneously struck Lu Yeting, who remained unfazed, as if the blows were mere tickles. Did they forget what he was capable of? Having forged his path in the perilous F country, enduring countless trials and tribulations. The lightheartedness of his parents' strikes was hardly an inconvenience, but he exuded an air of defiance, as if daring them to continue. Meanwhile, Lin Baobao, alternating between her wheelchair and relying on a maid for support, felt the encroaching darkness heighten her unease, a lingering shadow from her prior ordeal. Let us return, she suggested. Miss Baobao, how about a stroll through the market? No, I am weary today. Let us head back. With her decision made, the maid complied, assisting Lin Baobao into her wheelchair as they leisurely made their way back, exchanging messages to inquire about Mother Lu. The maid recalled the lady's earlier instructions that evening, warning of special guests and the need for discretion in returning without her notice. The maid attempted to dissuade Lin Baobao from her inclination to return, but to no avail, as they proceeded at a slow pace. Why are we moving so slowly? Lin Baobao queried. The maid smiled. Now that it is dark, it is prudent to tread carefully. One might trip over unseen stones that I see. How considerate, as the maids wiped the sweat from their brows. Relieved they had not been discovered, Father and Mother Lu exhausted themselves in their pursuit of discipline, but Lu Yetting, however, appeared utterly unaffected. Mother Lu, in her fury, discarded the bamboo stick and resorted to pinching him, only to find his muscles as unyielding as stone, and oh wonder, he could withstand their blows. The verbal reprimand resumed, with both parents launching into a tirade, their spittle flying as they berated him, occasionally splattering Lu Yetting's face. His countenance darkened, longing for the physical reprimand instead. He detested lectures, which felt akin to listening to a monk recite scriptures. Meanwhile, the maids, despite their slow progress, were nearing the Lu family residence. Glancing at her phone, the maid noted there was still no response from Mother Lu. "What shall we do?" One maid, seizing a moment when Lin Baobao was distracted, stepped aside to calm Mother Lu. However, amidst her fervent scolding, Mother Lu could not hear the phone ring. After several unanswered attempts, the maid reluctantly abandoned her efforts. Upon reaching the gates of the Lu residence, the sounds from within became audible. "Is anyone returning today?" Lin Baobao inquired. "Miss Baobao, the lady mentioned that there are important guests tonight and instructed us not to disturb them." "Guests? Why didn't I hear about this from Mother Lu?" Pondering the gravity of the situation, Lin Baobao suggested, "Let us enter through the side door to avoid disturbing them." The maid nodded and pushed Lin Baobao aside, only to find the door locked. They circled the vicinity, discovering that all entrances were secured, including the garden. Feeling the atmosphere shift, Lin Baobao commented, "This doesn't seem like welcoming guests. It feels more like keeping someone confined." Returning to the main entrance, they passed by the living room windows, and Lin Baobao caught sight of a gathering at the front door. As they ascended the steps, she noticed the main door was ajar, and with curiosity, peeked inside. What a sight it was! Lu Yetting, bound hand and foot to a chair, was being chastised by both his parents. The scene was quite comical. Lin Baobao stifled her laughter, but ultimately could not contain herself, letting out a small giggle. Father and Mother Lu did not hear her, but Lu Yetting's gaze darkened as he realized he was being observed in this humiliating predicament. "Have you finished your tirade?" Mother Lu delivered a playful smack to Lu Yetting's head. "You little rascal, do you dare to rebel?" At that moment, Lin Baobao could no longer suppress her laughter, bursting forth in a fit of giggles. Hearing her laughter, both parents turned to see Lin Baobao leaning against the doorframe. Chapter 31. A spanking only then did the elderly couple cease their reprimand of their wayward son. Mother Lu personally assisted Lin Baobao onto the sofa, with Father Lu following closely behind. Observing the injuries on Lin Baobao's body, Father Lu felt a pang of guilt. Initially, he had thought his wife might have exaggerated the situation, yet the reality was far more severe than he had imagined. He cast a fierce glare at Lu Yetting. "Mother, what is happening between you and Father?" She pointed at the still-bound Lu Yetting. Mother Lu glanced in the direction of Lin Baobao's finger and replied, "Baobao, your father and I understand the injustice you have faced. Rest assured, we will ensure this rascal pays for it." So that is the case. How amusing. The distinguished Lu Yetting, the illustrious Colonel Lu, is being chastised and bound by his own parents. If this were to be shared with others, it would surely elicit laughter. She could not help but chuckle softly that Lu Yetting, despite his predicament, could hear the sound of her derision. Gritting his teeth, he called out her name in frustration. Lin Baobao, unfazed, burst into laughter, even going so far as to make faces at Lu Yetting, inciting further irritation. His desire to escape grew stronger, yet the chair was designed with such high-quality materials that escape was impossible once bound. This chair, crafted by his grandfather, was originally intended to discipline him and his siblings during their childhood. Being the youngest and most cunning, he had always found a way to evade punishment. Little did he expect that nearly 30 years later, he would experience this form of discipline firsthand. How ironic. Lin Baobao laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks. Finally calming down after some time, that Lu Yetting glared at her, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. As he watched her nearly collapse with laughter, he clenched his fists in irritation. The more furious he became, the happier Lin Baobao seemed, teasing him with her tongue stuck out. "Hey, dog man, today is your day to face the music." "I'm afraid I cannot assist with that." Having lost interest, Lu Yetting lay sprawled on the bed, resigned to his fate. Lu Fu stealthily approached his son's room, peering in to find the little rascal utterly unfazed. Sound asleep. Yet his sleeping posture was somewhat concerning. His brows were tightly furrowed, his cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. With worry gnawing at him, Lu Fu reached out to touch his son's forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. He had a fever. Lifting the covers, he quickly noticed the serious wound on Lu Yeting's backside. Confidently, he retrieved the medication that had been carelessly discarded in the corner, settled himself at the bedside, and began to tend to Lu Yeting's injury. The moment he sprinkled a bit of powder onto the wound, Lu Yeting jolted awake. "Don't touch me, go away," he protested. That Lu Fu, irked by his son's attitude, retorted, "What are you shouting about? It's your father personally administering your treatment. I don't need it. Just leave." Lu Yeting's stubbornness flared up, resolute in his refusal to listen to the father of this obstinate child. Lu Fu was all too familiar with his son's temperament. Frustrated, he stormed out, heading to Lin Baobao's room. After exchanging a few words, Lin Baobao, exhausted and somewhat overexcited, was already drifting off to sleep. That Lu Mu gently helped her settle down. And within moments, the girl succumbed to slumber, a smile gracing her lips as she let out a few soft murmurs that amused Lu Mu. That a faint knock at the door interrupted the silence, a sound barely audible in the stillness. Turning to see her husband signaling her to step outside, Lu Mu tucked Lin Baobao in before quietly closing the door behind her. "What is the matter?" she inquired as she walked. "Luc has a fever and refuses to take his medicine." Lu Fu replied with a hint of exasperation. That Lu Mu halted in her tracks, her heart racing as she dashed to Lu Yeting's room. The sight of her son lying in bed, whether asleep or delirious from fever, tugged at her heartstrings. She reached out to check his temperature. It was alarmingly high. "Call the doctor immediately, and we need to administer the medication." "That won't do." Lu Fu raised the medication in his hand. "The moment I applied it, this rascal woke up. You know how he can be." Of course she did. He was at his worst when ill, refusing to take medicine, resisting injections, and avoiding 4 drips. Though he had been sick only a handful of times in his youth, each occasion had been a trial for those around him. In his earlier years, a few adults could manage him through sheer force. But now, with his agility, no one could overpower him. Truly, he was the most exasperating of sons. The thermometer indicated a temperature of 39 degrees Celsius, though we cannot allow this to continue. His mind may suffer. Chapter 33. The Sleeping Beauty. Lu Mu pondered her options. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Being forceful would surely fail. She would need to take a gentler approach. She recognized that her son was likely unconscious from the fever, thus unable to sleep soundly. That if only she could ensure he slept peacefully, he would remain unaware of the treatment. With a plan in mind, Lu Mu felt her worries dissipate. "You go call the family doctor. Administer the necessary injections," she instructed Lu Fu. "This boy would surely kick the doctor out." Lu Mu reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "Have faith, I have a plan." Skeptical yet hopeful, Lu Fu made the call. Lu Mu looked at her son. "You little rascal, consider yourself lucky tonight." The family's dedicated physician arrived promptly, before allowing him to examine Lu Yeting. Lu Mu mysteriously entered the room, emerging after quite some time. Lu Fu attempted to follow, but was swiftly ushered out by his wife, who insisted it was confidential and that he must not know. "Wah, my dear wife, do you disfavor me?" he lamented. Lu Mu merely rolled her eyes. After the examination, the doctor diagnosed Lu Yeting with a fever stemming from an infected wound. To expedite recovery, an injection was necessary. However, knowing Lu Yeting's temperament, Dr. Zhang hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "Rest assured, doctor. He won't awaken," Lu Mu confidently declared, thumping her chest as a promise. Encouraged by her assurance, Dr. Zhang steeled himself and found a suitable spot for the injection, using his 2 decades of experience to administer it gently. Lu Yeting murmured in his slumber, causing Dr. Zhang to flinch slightly, casting a cautious glance at him to confirm he had not awakened. Satisfied, he completed the infusion swiftly, also applying the necessary treatment to the wound. Before leaving, he advised Lu Mu, "The wound on his backside is quite severe. He must rest for a while. That if I had known this little rascal had such soft flesh on his backside, I would have given him a few more spankings when he was younger." Lu Mu quipped, "It seems Lu Si will have a tough time ahead," Lu Fu remarked. The following morning, Lin Baobao, unusually early, rose from bed without delay. After breakfast, she accompanied Lu Mu to see Lu Fu off to work. The two then fell into a lively conversation, demonstrating no discernible age gap in their banter. As lunchtime approached, with only herself and Lu Mu present, Lin Baobao hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire about Lu Yeding's condition. She understood the extent of Lu Yeding's injuries. Even with his robust physique, he would not emerge unscathed. Yet, observing Lu Mu's demeanor remained unchanged. She hoped there was no cause for alarm. After a couple of bites, a restless itch compelled her to ask, Lu Mu, is Lu Yeding all right? Noticing the girl less fidgeting, Lu Mu felt a surge of delight. It seemed their relationship had progressed well, with Lin Baobao expressing concern for her son. Excellent, excellent, she mused, affirming the age-old adage. Punishment is affection. Feigning sorrow, Lu Mu paused her meal and lamented. Lucy fainted from a high fever due to an infected wound last night, and he is yet to awaken. Lin Baobao's expression shifted dramatically as she stared down at her bowl of rice. No way. This man, despite being a soldier, is so frail. Grandpa boasted he would be a military talent if he returned to the army, a future corps member of the General District. Yet after only a few light taps from me, he lies in bed incapacitated. How could he possibly defend our great Huagua's territory? Seeing Lin Baobao's glum demeanor, Lu Mu concluded her ploy had succeeded. She pulled out her phone to text the previous maid. Keep an eye on fourth young master. Notify me immediately if he awakens. While she was away, Lu Mu suspected Lucy had not rested well. Clearly, the next phase of her plan would need to be delayed until her little rascal had a proper sleep. Lu Yeding's slumber was profound, allowing him to rest until noon the following day. The fatigue of recent days had evaporated entirely. As he attempted to rise and stretch, he suddenly recalled the injury on his backside, igniting a painful reminder that made him break out in a sweat. Frustrated, he lamented his current state, realizing he was alone in this ordeal that a maid was stationed outside his door, intent on being the first to learn of his awakening. Upon noticing his movement, she quickly informed Lu Mu. Minutes later, Lu Mu entered with a tray of food, accompanied by a slightly awkward Lin Baobao. At last, you've awakened. I thought you were aiming to become a sleeping beauty. Look how thoughtful your mother is, even bringing along a beauty. Lu Mu teased at Lu Mu, you'd be wasting your talents if you didn't pursue a career in comedy. Lin Baobao chimed in. Despite being accustomed to his mother's antics, Lu Yeding was still quite irritated that I don't need this. Just leave. He turned away, burying his face in the bedding that Lu Mu plopped down on the edge of the bed. Setting the food on the bedside table, and without hesitation, gave Lu Yeding a playful smack on the backside. Ouch! Lu Yeding shot her a death glare. Feigning ignorance, Lu Mu waved goodbye as she exited, winking at Lin Baobao on her way out. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Baobao placed the medication on the floor and also planned to leave. What's this? You finish your mischief and then flee. How shameless! Lu Yeding directed his ire at the source of his current predicament. Shameless? You insufferable man! Lin Baobao retorted, bouncing over to Lu Yeding's bedside, her hands raised high, that if you provoke me further, I swear I will ensure you lose that shapely behind of yours forever. You Lu Yeding seethed with anger, his veins bulging. Truly, he felt like a tiger brought low, bullied by a mere woman. With a huff, he turned his back on her, ignoring her entirely. Lin Baobao, undeterred, settled beside him. Why don't you leave? Lu Yeding queried, puzzled by the girl's intentions that it seemed the insufferable man was beyond help. Unable to restrain herself, she slapped Lu Yeding across the face that you've gone too far. Tension escalated between them, prompting Lu Yeding to disregard the pain and rise from the bed. Lin Baobao, sensing the brewing storm, quickly leaped aside, maintaining a safe distance. After only a few steps, Lu Yeding found himself kneeling on one knee, his face ashen. Seeing him in such a state softened Lin Baobao's heart. She cautiously approached. Let me help you up. Please don't hit me, that if you dare come closer, I will end you. Let us just end this. After a prolonged standoff, Lin Baobao noticed the hint of blood seeping through the pristine fabric of Lu Yeding's pajama bottoms. Enough, if I'm going to die, then so be it. She stepped closer, gently wrapping her small hands around his arm. Straining to help him rise, to her surprise, Lu Yeding exerted force, causing Lin Baobao to tumble onto her backside, landing with a small thud. Although it wasn't serious, it still stung. All right, that's enough. Get up. What a ridiculous colonel, like a childish little K. ID that Lu Yeding initially anticipated that the little girl would throw another tantrum. Yet to his surprise, she did not. Consequently, he refrained from his usual sharp-tongued remarks and returned to lie down on the bed. Lin Baobao picked up the medicine she had previously placed on the floor and presented it before Lu Yeti. "Apply this, and you will recover swiftly," she proclaimed before bouncing out of the room. Upon hearing that their esteemed Master Lu had fallen ill, the subordinates in the suburbs were incredulous and hurried to visit him. In their eyes, Master Lu was the most formidable man they had ever encountered, with an impressive physical constitution. His sudden illness suggested that it must be quite severe. Thankfully, after his trusted aides promptly informed Lu Yeti, he declared, "No one is permitted to visit," that it was no jest. With his loquacious mother around, there was a risk that word might leak out, revealing that he was bedridden, nursing wounds inflicted by a mere little girl. How could he possibly show his face again? His close friends would undoubtedly mock him for the rest of his life. Such an embarrassment must never see the light of day. Chapter 34. A comforting embrace with two patients at home. Lu's mother extended her leave to care for them. After some time had passed, Lu Yeti was nearly fully recovered and prepared to return to work. The medicine provided by Lin Baobao was remarkably effective. After application, the pain subsided significantly, and the healing of his wounds was quite commendable. Unfortunately, Lin Baobao was not as fortunate. Due to multiple injuries to the same spot on her leg, her healing was comparatively slow. However, the wound had scabbed over, though walking still caused her some discomfort. These days of confinement at home had become exceedingly dull, and Lu's mother, worried about her daughter sustaining further injuries, issued a strict order forbidding her from going out alone until she was fully healed. Brother Jingchen had sent several messages expressing his concern for her, but she had consistently declined to meet him. The events that transpired at Jinyuan left her feeling anxious, and now she was at Lu's residence, surrounded by Lu's mother and Lu Yeti. Therefore, allowing Brother Jingchen to visit was out of the question. As for Momo, she had initially promised to come and see her, but later claimed to be too busy to visit, which left Lin Baobao quite vexed. Fortunately, since Momo attended the same university, there would be ample opportunities for her to make it up to Lin Baobao. However, glancing at the calendar on her phone only deepened her gloom. The date for the start of the new school term was fast approaching, and reflecting on her experiences during the break felt as if several years had passed. Furthermore, with the dwindling days off, her meticulously planned itinerary of indulgence had come to naught. She lay on her bed, devoid of any motivation. 2 days before the school year commenced, grandfather and Lu Yi returned from out of town, accompanied by Lu's 3 elder brothers. They had previously agreed to gather for a meal before Lin Baobao's school term began, in celebration of her upcoming engagement. The first to arrive was cough cough. Let's move on. Hello, everybody, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt paired with matching shorts, topped off with a straw hat and sunglasses, striking what could only be described as a comically cool pose. Who else could it be but Lu Yihan? The only one in the Lu family capable of such an eye-watering appearance? "Oh my!" he exclaimed, suddenly adopting a look of horror as he rushed over to Lin Baobao, inspecting her from head to toe. "Third brother, what are you doing?" Lin Baobao asked, equally puzzled, as were the others at Lu Yihan's peculiar behavior. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, Lu Yihan leaped to the side, dramatically pointing at Lin Baobao. "Baobao, what on earth have you been through? We haven't seen each other for just over a month, and you've gained so much weight." Lin Baobao's eyes widened in disbelief. Weight? This was the ultimate taboo word for any girl. Incredulously, she reached up to touch her face and placed her hands on her hips. It seems I really have gained weight. Her once svelte waist had lost its curve. Meanwhile, Lu Yihan continued to make remarks, which only exacerbated Lin Baobao's fragile feelings. Precious little golden beans were cascading down like they were worthless. Lu Yihan was taken aback. He had merely made an offhand comment. Even if Baobao had gained weight, she was still adorable. Don't cry, Baobao. I didn't mean to offend you. Even if you became as plump as a pig, you would still be the cutest of them all. Alas, this attempt at consolation was more harmful than helpful. The emotionally inept Lu Yihan continued to offer his misguided comfort, and as expected, the golden beans kept falling. Lin Baobao felt as though the surrounding servants were casting judgmental glances at her, their expressions suggesting she truly had gained weight, which only made her sob even harder. Lu Yinhai's inner thoughts were a mix of dread. He wished to escape before anyone else arrived, but fortune was not on his side. Lu's father, mother, elder brothers, and grandfather soon entered. Lu Yinhai dashed upstairs in a hurry, locking himself in his room. Upon entering, Lu's mother immediately spotted Lin Baobao, who was in tears, looking utterly heartbroken. "Baobao, what is wrong?" she exclaimed, her heart aching at the sight. Everyone gathered around her, concerned that Lu Yeting, too, was puzzled by the scene. This little girl, who typically feared nothing, was now in such a pitiable state. Lin Baobao wanted to explain but found herself hiccuping, which only made her cry harder. Eventually, the truth of the matter was revealed through the words of a nearby servant. "Lu Yanhai, you get down here right this instant." Lu's mother exploded, prompting the three Lu brothers and Lu's father to retreat in unison. Lu Yanhai, hearing his mother's affectionate summons from above, hesitated, stalling for time, and he glanced at his attire and decided that he should change before facing her. Given his current outfit, his experience told him it would only exacerbate the situation. Choosing an outfit took time, and having grown accustomed to prioritizing his appearance, he found himself wasting precious moments. Just as he finished changing, another troublemaker emerged, Lu Yeting, who received an innocent glare from Lin Baobao. "Someone, go upstairs and bring that little rascal down," Lu Yeting commanded. Consequently, Lu Yanhai was unceremoniously carried down by bodyguards, receiving a thorough scolding from family members and a few whacks from his grandfather's cane. With tears unshed and not a soul to confide in, he regretted ever speaking ill of Lin Baobao. Why had he chosen to provoke her? Unbeknownst to Grandpa Lin, who had just arrived, this little drama had unfolded. After a long absence from his granddaughter, he could not deny his yearning for her, in his embrace. Lin Baobao felt an overwhelming urge to cry, yet she held back, aware that they were in Lu's household. After dinner, Grandpa Lu expressed a desire for old Lin to stay the night, but he insisted on returning home. Thus, Lu Yeting and Lin Baobao drove him back, after watching him enter the house. Lin Baobao gazed at the familiar estate and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Lu Yeting, perceiving the girl's wistful demeanor, did not rush to leave, that he lingered outside the estate for quite some time. "Why not stay and accompany your grandfather?" A lump formed in Lin Baobao's throat. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but rather that the emotional barrier between them still lingered. She remained silent, fiddling with her fingers. "Do you resent your grandfather? Why do you care?" Lin Baobao retorted loudly. Lu Yeting halted the car, fixing his gaze on her with an expression that seemed to say, "I await your clarification." "Resent him? Huh, how could I not?" Lin Baobao let out a deep sigh, reclining against the back seat as she began to share her story. "Growing up, I have very few memories of my parents and grandfather. They were soldiers who prioritized their duties over family, making it common for years to pass without a single visit." As she spoke, a sense of sadness enveloped her. "After I started school, my classmates labeled me a wild child with no parents. Nobody wanted to befriend me, not even the teachers, who treated me like an abandoned child, neglecting me completely." Her voice began to choke with emotion. "The only one who cared for me throughout my upbringing was my grandmother. But she passed away on the day of my elementary school graduation." At this point, tears streamed down Lin Baobao's face as she recounted her memories. After a moment of silence, she continued, "That day, right as the graduation ceremony began, the butler came to take me away to the hospital. The doctor informed me that my grandmother was nearing her end and urged me to say goodbye." Lin Baobao looked up, forcing a bitter smile before lowering her gaze once more. "I cried and begged my grandmother not to leave me, but she could no longer speak. She merely held my hand tightly and smiled at me." Lin Baobao found herself at a loss for words, the scene from that day replaying vividly in her mind. Her heart felt as though it were being pierced by 1,000 arrows. The pain so intense that it seemed she might explode. One hand clutched her chest while the other bit down on her own flesh, drawing blood. Yet she refused to cry out. Lu Yeting's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly pulled Lin Baobao into his embrace, gently taking hold of the hand she had bitten, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Baobao wept openly in Lu Yeting's arms. He remained silent, softly patting her back in a wordless gesture of comfort. Chapter 35. The start of the semester. Eventually, Lin Baobao cried herself to sleep in Lu Yeting's embrace, although she had not fully articulated her feelings. He had begun to grasp the essence of her turmoil. He reclined the passenger seat, ensuring her comfort for a brief respite. Lu Yeting drove slowly, and upon returning to the Lu residence, he found that nearly everyone had already retired for the night. He gently placed the slumbering Lin Baobao on her bed, choosing not to depart immediately. Instead, he crouched by her bedside, quietly observing her. It seemed he had misjudged this young girl. Her agreement to marry him was not entirely voluntary. There appeared to be deeper reasons at play. Baobao did not sleep peacefully, stirring and emitting soft cries that Liu Yeting, reminiscent of their earlier moments in the car, gently patted her back. Only when she had settled into a deeper slumber did he cease his ministrations. He retrieved a tissue from the bedside table, delicately wiping away her lingering tears. This was the first time he had examined her face so closely. He couldn't resist the urge to pinch her tender cheek, finding it just as delightful as he had imagined. The day of the semester's commencement arrived, and both families accompanied Lin Baobao to her university. Unlike junior high or high school, family members were permitted to tour the campus after dropping off their children. As a representative of the medical department, Lin Baobao was to deliver a speech at the opening ceremony. This moment propelled her into the limelight, earning her the title of the new campus belle at a university. Grandfather Lu beamed with pride as he watched his granddaughter shine on stage. Her face radiated under the sunlight, prompting tears of joy to well up in his eyes. Aining, Baobao's grandmother Ningxi. Thank you for raising Baobao so well. She not only resembles you in excellence, but also bears a striking resemblance to your beauty. Grandfather Lu wiped his tears, standing tall and proudly boasting about his granddaughter to old man Lu. In the same vein, Yi Jingshun, another medical student, was also slated to speak. Upon seeing Yi Jingshun, Liu Yeting's expression darkened. What is that brat doing here? He muttered. Hey, fourth brother, Liu Old Third leaned on Liu Yeting's shoulder, a mischievous grin on his face. What? Are you mesmerized by Baobao? His toothy grin only added to the absurdity. Fortunately, the microphone on stage masked the commotion below. Liu Old Third was soon dragged into a corner and silenced. When Liu Old First and Liu Old Second rushed over, they found Liu Old Third on the floor, hands clasped over his mouth, making muffled sounds that Liu Yeting stood calmly to the side, nonchalantly rubbing his wrist. Liu Yichen, perplexed, wondered what had just transpired to Liu Yellen, ever the astute observer, noted that fourth brother's gaze had been fixed on Baobao, but it shifted to another male student from her department, altering his demeanor entirely. Hey, fourth brother, where are you going? Liu Yellen called out as he noticed Liu Yeting making his exit. Back to the suburbs, came the cold response. Mom is hosting a meal for Baobao's friends. Upon hearing this, Liu Yeting paused, then after a moment of silence, announced his decision not to attend, striding away. What's wrong with fourth brother? Liu Yichen inquired. But he's gone mad, Liu Yihan replied, covering his mouth as he spoke haltingly. That insolent lad dared to hit him. My jaw is numb, and I feel like my teeth are loose. That he bolted off as if chased by a rabbit, for he was a renowned actor, and his image was paramount. The commencement ceremony concluded splendidly. Baobao, Yi Jingshun approached her. Jingshun Ji, she greeted. However, before they could exchange pleasantries, Liu Mother and her entourage arrived. Baobao, Liu Mother affectionately embraced her. Annie, uncle, hello. Yi Jingshun politely greeted Liu Father and Liu Mother. Liu Mother smiled and nodded. Hello. Mom, this is a childhood friend of mine and a classmate from my department. Yi Jingshun. Jingshun Ji, this is my mother. Out of consideration for Liu Mother's feelings, Baobao chose to refer to her as Mom rather than Auntie in public. Mom? Yi Jingshun, who was privy to Baobao's true family circumstances, recalled having seen her mother in photographs, and it was evident that the woman before him was not her biological mother. Perhaps she was Baobao's godmother. He had heard her call her mom just moments ago. Liu Mother was pleased with Baobao's introduction. Young man, let us have lunch together. Yi Jingshun eagerly accepted. Sure. Thank you, Annie. Only Liu Yellen, feeling out of place, awkwardly rubbed his nose. This lad clearly has feelings for Baobao. Dear mother, you have unwittingly invited a wolf into the fold. However, this was also an opportunity for Liu Yeting to experience a taste of jealousy. Jean Mo was unable to join due to departmental commitments, and both Old Man Liu and Old Man Lin had prior engagements, leaving only Yi Jingshun and Lin Baobao to attend the meal. Yi Jingshun, with his eloquence, kept Liu Mother entertained, while his long-standing friendship with Baobao provided them with ample topics to discuss. The table was filled with their laughter and conversation, while the Liu family patriarchs were left in silence. Feeling neglected. Second brother, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Lu Chin remarked as he surveyed the delectable dishes, yet they tasted bland in his mouth. That Lu Yellen, fully engaged in his meal, smirked knowingly. It's no wonder. It's because you don't have a wife, and now mom is too busy to cater to you. That Lu father set down his chopsticks, then enlightened us on the reason. Both he and Lu Chin shared a curious look. Eager for an explanation, Lu Yellen reveled in his moment. Because, brother, you lack a wife, and now mom is too preoccupied to pay attention to you. Cut it out, both Lu father and Lu Chin retorted in unison. Under the table, Lu Chin kicked Lu Yellen, signaling him to keep his mouth shut, but Lu Yellen merely groaned in response. Yet, the exchange was far from over. Lu father snatched Lu Yellen's chopsticks and smacked his head. Your mouth is nothing but a waste of rice. Stop eating and get lost, said Lu Yellen. With a sigh, he resolved to return to his own territory for a proper meal. As he turned the corner, a sudden thought struck him that he whipped out his phone, capturing moments at the dining table, even recording a short video. Recipient, little fourth brother. Sent successfully to Lu Yellen wore a triumphant grin as he strolled away leisurely. In the military district, Lu Yelling's car had just arrived. His trusted subordinates rushed out to greet him. Boss, you're back down. He had barely taken a few steps when his phone rang. It was a message from second brother. He halted abruptly, nearly colliding with a subordinate who barely managed to stop in time. Lu Yelling's expression darkened, his face turning as black as coal, and he was unaware of how terrifying he appeared at that moment. What's wrong with the boss? The adjutant wondered, too afraid to voice his concern, fearing he might invoke Lu Yelling's ire. Thus, he remained wisely silent, dutifully waiting on the side. Chapter 36. An unexpected reunion. Lu Yelling stared intensely at the photograph of Lin Baobao, her sweet smile radiating joy as she dined with that insufferable brat, and no matter how he looked at it, it was utterly irksome. The bones in his hand cracked ominously, and it felt as though he might crush his phone in his grip. Standing nearby, a subordinate was puzzled, wondering what could provoke such a reaction from the boss. Curiosity getting the better of him, he tilted his head to sneak a glance, only to witness a video of his future sister-in-law laughing and conversing animatedly with another man. Being one of Lu Yelling's confidants, he was among the few aware that Lu Yelling was already taken. Good heavens. So it's true. Little sister-in-law is cheating on the boss, he mused, utterly captivated. But the moment Lu Yelling's piercing gaze fell upon him, he nearly lost his soul in fright. Boss, I swear I'll keep little sister-in-law's indiscretions to myself, he quickly declared, eager to show his loyalty. Lu Yelling, furious enough to want to eliminate this fool, barked, Chuhi, go run 100 laps and do 3,000 push-ups. Curiosity killed the cat, and you've just proven it. Chuhi regretted his actions, wishing he had kept his mouth shut. That I should just run. Otherwise, the boss will deem me untrustworthy and silence me for good. Today was destined to be overshadowed by a dark cloud. Brothers, may you all seek your own fortunes. After dinner, Lu Mu took Lin Baobao to the shopping mall, where they purchased an abundance of clothing and daily necessities. That Yi Jingshan also benefited from this outing. However, due to the school's regulation that freshmen must undergo a month of military training, it meant they would be unable to see each other for an entire month. During the training period, the school would be sealed off, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting the school gate. Lu Mu embraced Lin Baobao reluctantly, saying, Baobao, Mama will miss you. Mama, I will miss you too, don't worry. I will come back to see you as soon as the military training ends. After bidding farewell to Lu Mu, Lin Baobao entered the school with Yi Jingshan. Baobao, your godmother cares about you a lot, he remarked. Godmother? It seems Brother Jingshan has misunderstood, she thought, deciding not to explain further to avoid complicating matters. Well, she is very kind to me, Lin Baobao acknowledged, expressing her utmost appreciation for Lu Mu's kindness. They had both appeared during the ceremony and were easily recognizable as a pair of handsome and beautiful individuals, outsiders. Their figures walking together resembled a couple of perfect match. Fellow students passing by scrutinized the talented duo. Along the way, they encountered Jian Mo, who had just finished a departmental activity. As close friends who had not seen each other for a while, they had much to discuss. Yi Jingshan, demonstrating his perceptiveness, stepped aside to give the two girls some time together. Mo, what have you been busy with? You haven't come to see me, Lin Baobao complained. Jian Mo's eyes flickered with a hint of discomfort, but she concealed it well, evading Lin Baobao's notice. I've been working. This excuse was foolproof, and Lin Baobao, well aware of her situation, did not question it further. Thus, they resumed their pleasant conversation, reminiscing about old times. Although they attended the same school, they were in different departments. Lin Baobao was in the medical department, while Jianimo specialized in jewelry design. Both had their own accommodations off campus and had not applied for on-campus housing. However, due to military training, the school had arranged temporary dormitories for non-residential students, allowing them to stay together for a month, which was a delightful prospect that in the A military district, a small team was assembling and preparing to depart. Under the orders of the elder, Lu Yiting was tasked with training a special squad, and on his way back, he noticed a group gathering on the playground. Where are they headed? He asked curiously. Pointing at the crowd, a team member stepped forward to answer. Young Master Lu, these are the brothers who will be responsible for the military training of the new batch of freshmen at a university in a couple of days. Military training? Yes, young Master Lu. The elder has mentioned that each year a unit rotates to take charge, and there is no need for a report. They simply return. Another team member added, upon hearing a university. Chui instinctively glanced at Lu Yiting, wondering why he seemed so unfazed, as so that's how it is. Lu Yiting replied, continuing on his way. Wait, a university. He suddenly halted, remembering that the little girl was there. On the day of military training, the school leaders commenced their lengthy speeches, much to the dismay of the students, who were enduring the sweltering sun in heavy military uniforms, according to the upperclassmen. Attractive instructors were a rarity. After the speeches concluded, students were assigned to classes of 50, each supervised by 2 instructors. Lin Baobao and Yi Jingchen found themselves in the same class, Medical Class 1. When their assigned instructor arrived, both were taken aback. Isn't that Lu Yiting? They exclaimed in disbelief. What is going on? He wasn't present during the meeting. Moreover, he appeared quite different today than in Lin Baobao's memory. This seemed to be the first time she had seen him in military attire, and he looked exceptionally handsome in the army green camouflage uniform, which accentuated his physique perfectly, wearing a military cap. He exuded an air of aloofness, standing with his hands behind his back, feet aligned with his shoulders in a standard attention position. Under the sunlight, he was dazzling, radiating an intense aura of masculinity. Wait a moment. What is Lu Yiting doing here for military training? I am your class instructor and the overall supervisor for this military training, Lu Yiting, he announced. Lin Baobao pouted, wondering if this was a joke. Isn't this your usual line of work? Why are you here causing a scene? Why hasn't anyone apprehended you? Upon noticing the insignia on Lu Yiting's shoulder, Lin Baobao's eyes nearly popped out. Where did he acquire the rank of colonel? Not only did Lin Baobao think this, but so did the other instructors. They had been informed just before departure that their leader had been replaced by this young master. Chu He, standing beside Lu Yiting, pretended to maintain a neutral expression, but his eyes were darting around. Spotting Lin Baobao in the crowd, he thought, see, I knew it. The boss is definitely here for the little sister. Initially, the elder had wanted the boss to assist with military training, but he had refused, claiming he wouldn't engage in trivial tasks. His arrogance had greatly irritated the elder. Now, it seemed he was getting a taste of his own medicine. Such thoughts were only voiced in his mind. Other female classmates, upon seeing Lu Yiting, were immediately smitten. What a handsome instructor! One exclaimed, if only we could have him lead us, I wouldn't mind training forever. Another chimed in. This soldier looks to be in his 20s. It's impressive that he is the overall supervisor. Each girl's eyes sparkled with hearts aimed at Lu Yiting, all plotting how to capture the affections of this dashing instructor during their military training. Yi Jingchen's expression became somewhat stiff. He recognized this man's face, even if it had turned to bone. Although he was already aware that this man held a significant identity, he had not anticipated such a high rank. No wonder he was so arrogant. Yi Jingchen did not believe that a mere colonel would concern himself with the trivialities of college students' military training. The reason for his presence here was undoubtedly. Yi Jingchen glanced towards Lin Baobao, realizing his assumptions were correct. All the girls were excited about Lu Yiting's arrival, while Baobao kept her head down, looking somewhat frightened and out of place. The two were not standing too far apart, and Yi Jingchen, feeling uneasy, discreetly moved behind Lin Baobao, swapping positions with the previous person. Baobao, he called softly. Lin Baobao turned upon hearing the voice. Brother Jingchen, what are you doing here? He comforted her gently. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Huh. Lin Baobao silently mouthed an ah, realizing she was not frightened at all. Their subtle exchanges did not go unnoticed by Lu Yiting, who observed them from the corner of his eye. The The little rascal seems to have forgotten our agreement. Daring to flirt with another man right under my nose, that it appears that my decision to personally oversee this military training was indeed wise. Some students noted that military training was not a matchmaking event, and that it was inappropriate for them to engage in such flirtations. As these words were spoken, everyone around turned to look. Lin Baobao, who had not yet turned back, found herself caught in the spotlight. Isn't that the campus belle and the campus heartthrob? One student remarked. Indeed, I've heard they are already together. Is it really necessary to flirt so openly with the instructor still present? Chatter echoed around her. Liu Yiting had originally intended to reprimand Lin Baobao, but was taken aback by the gossip he overheard. Now, he could openly glare at her. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Baobao retorted angrily. Yi Jingchen stepped forward to clarify. Baobao and I are friends. The crowd looked at him as if he were foolish. Friends. Your words are less convincing than silence. Who would believe that? The onlookers murmured, wow, little sister, you really need to tone it down. Chui couldn't help but make a teasing face at Lin Bao. Liu Yiting noticed Chui's antics and interjected. Ahem. Lin Baobao's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as if she could sink into the ground. He could tell that the little girl was quite sensitive about her image, especially given how much her family doted on her. In public, he had to give her some face. After all, there would be plenty of time to settle the score later. All right, quiet down, the instructor commanded, which brought an end to the chatter. From now on, for the next month, you are no longer students but soldiers. Obey orders above all else, the do you understand? Liu Yiting maintained a stern demeanor. Yes, the girls responded loudly. The boys exchanged glances, disdainfully observing the infatuated girls. Do you even know what you're getting into? You re so quick to agree. Just wait until you regret it. The girls, however, were undeterred. If I could marry such a handsome and imposing man, I'd endure anything. It seemed impossible to communicate with them. This instructor appeared fierce and intimidating, and it was clear that the upcoming days would be anything but pleasant. The boys began counting down the days. Dismissed, Liu Yiting ordered and walked away. Hey, why is Instructor Liu leaving? Don't go. Aren't you supposed to train us? The girls exclaimed, eager to follow him. A few had already taken off running. Chui appeared and reassured them. Ladies, Instructor Liu isn't going anywhere. Don't worry. He was merely Liu Yiting's assistant. Pray tell, where has Instructor Liu gone? Accompanying the leader. Chui could not help but smirk, for it was evident that anyone standing beside the chief would be rendered invisible. Yet he was no mere subordinate. He was the chief's trusted confidant. How could he be referred to as just an aide? Ahem. Today marks the gathering, while tomorrow heralds the official commencement. The girls grew increasingly animated. As those from nearby classes who had encountered Liu Yiting flocked over, incessantly inquiring about him. Handsome, what is your name? Indeed, what is your relationship with Instructor Liu? I am Chu He, a direct subordinate of Colonel Liu, and also your vice instructor for this session. Wow, that's fantastic. You must know a great deal about Instructor Liu. For the first time, Chu He experienced the sensation of being the center of attention. However, he had barely savored it for a moment when, Chu He, the voice thundered through the air. He instantly reverted to a serious demeanor, standing upright and responding loudly, abandoning any further camaraderie with the female students as he hurried towards his superior. Once Liu Yiting departed, the female students scurried back to their dormitories like they were in a race. Regulations during military training prohibited any form of makeup or adornment, so they hurriedly returned to wash up and apply face masks. Determined to present their most flawless, natural selves to captivate Instructor Liu the next day. Those without such aspirations were likely few, with Lin Baobao being the sole exception. Instructor Liu will be mine, she thought, dismissively saying farewell to Yi Jingchen before retreating to her dormitory, where she sat restlessly, occasionally losing her train of thought. As darkness enveloped the sky, she wondered, where was Momo? Ding ding. The notification tone of her phone echoed. It was a message from Momo. Baobao, I have a side job tonight. I'll be back late. Upon reading the message, Lin Baobao's expression soured. She was utterly alone, desperately in need of someone to confide in. Ding ding. The notification chimed again, this time from Yi Jingchen. Baobao, would you like to join me for dinner? At that moment, Lin Baobao had no appetite for dinner. She absent-mindedly typed a few words. I'm not hungry. You go ahead. Tossing her phone aside, she craved solitude, wishing for no interruptions. As the saying goes, what one fears often comes to pass. Not long after she had settled into silence, her phone buzzed once more. Lin Bao Bao erupted in frustration, rising from her bed. Which rascal is it? Can't they see I'm in a foul mood? I could just scream. Storming over to grab her phone, she was taken aback upon seeing who had messaged her. The fury she had felt moments ago dissipated instantly. The device in her hand felt like a hot potato. It was Lu Yiting. 15 minutes later, at the parking lot by the school gate. Lin Bao Bao was on the brink of tears that Lu Yiting, you truly live up to the title I bestowed upon you. Dog of a man. Not only are you a dog, but you are also a plague. Did he not realize that he was the last person she wished to see at this moment? Umph. Did he truly think he could summon her at will? Forget it. She would simply pretend she hadn't seen him. With that thought, she prepared to turn off her phone, that if you don't come on time, I will personally come to find you. She emphasized the word personally with a flourish. Lin Bao Bao's hand trembled as she held her phone. How could that dog of a man see through her thoughts? It felt like a threat. This was undeniably a blatant threat. Yet she found herself succumbing to his intimidation, reluctantly changing her clothes and racing towards the school gate. The university campus was vast, and even on a bicycle, it would take her approximately 10 minutes to reach the entrance point. 15 minutes. Lu Yiting certainly held her in high regard, running as if her life depended on it. She still ended up being late. The parking lot was sparsely populated. A glance around revealed no military vehicles. Lin Bao Bao crouched down, hands on her knees, gasping for breath. This dog of a man wouldn't be playing tricks on me. Would he? Just as she was about to pull out her phone to call him, a sudden honking startled her, causing her to drop it was an extremely understated black car parked beside her. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a handsome profile behind the wheel. Tio Lin Bao Bao. It was the face of a despicable rogue. Get in. She flung open the back door and slammed it with a resounding bang. Lu Yiting, unfazed, started the engine and drove off. After a while, a figure emerged from another vehicle as they departed. For the duration of the drive, there was a complete lack of communication between them. Lu Yiting observed the fuming girl in the rearview mirror, her cheeks puffed up, seemingly oblivious to the fact that her muscles would eventually tire from such tension. Lin Bao Bao was in a huff. Completely unaware of their destination, it wasn't until the car came to a halt that she realized they had returned to the old place. Jinyuan. Unlike her previous visit, the exterior lights were the only illumination. While the villa itself lay shrouded in darkness, that Lu Yiting exited the vehicle without a glance back at Lin Bao Bao, who chose to remain seated inside. Changing her position, she donned her headphones, listening to music while playing a game. Once Lu Yiting returned from his shower, he discovered that the living room was devoid of the little firecracker. Could she be showering as well? He mused, approaching the room Lin Bao Bao had occupied. He opened the door, finding the room enveloped in darkness that he had no fear of her jumping out to give him a fright. The girl was terrified of the dark and would never hide in such a place. Lin Bao Bao. The only response was the echo of his own voice. Could she be throwing another tantrum and planning to run away? What an exasperating little creature. With a forceful tug, Lu Yiting ripped the towel from his shoulders and stepped outside, halting in his tracks upon noticing a faint glow from the rear seat of the car. That little face was illuminated clearly. Oblivious to the approaching storm, Lin Bao Bao was engrossed in her game. Left, yes, support, come on. Victory was within her grasp, and she was just about to unleash her ultimate move when the door beside her was suddenly yanked open, causing her to instinctively stumble backward. A pair of strong hands caught her back just in time. That was close, she thought, but her game. Leaping from the car to retrieve her phone, she saw the dreaded message. Game over. Her team had lost, and her teammates were mercilessly berating her in the comments. Lin Bao Bao attempted to send an explanation, only to find herself reported and blocked. After finally matching with a top-tier teammate who had taken her to the brink of victory, she had plummeted into despair. What are you doing? She snapped, her temper flaring at Lu Yiting. That shouldn't I be the one asking you what you intend to do? He retorted, pulling Lin Bao Bao from the car. What do you think you're doing? Remaining inside the car like that. Lin Bao Bao pocketed her phone, crouching on the ground and ignoring him. Lu Yiting inhaled deeply, reminding himself to remain calm. Yet it seemed that Lin Bao Bao was born to provoke him, effortlessly riling him up with just a few words. After mentally fortifying himself, he crouched down, attempting to soften his tone. What's wrong? If you're angry, you must at least provide me with a reason. A reason? Lin Baobao shot him an incredulous look, her irritation flaring. She stood up, hands on her hips, launching into a tirade. You threatened me. You summoned me here, playing the part of a scarecrow in the parking lot. Not uttering a word along the way. And once we arrived, you just abandoned me in the car. And now you ask me what's wrong. With each word, her voice grew louder, and some of her spittle caught the light. Landing on Lu Yiting's handsome face, he endured it, slowly raising his hand to wipe away the remnants of her indignation. I merely asked you to come out. I did not threaten you. The horn was only a reminder when I saw you struggling to find me, and I chose not to speak when I noticed you were ignoring me to ask for the last question. You know very well you could have come down any time at Jingyuan that Lu Yiting addressed each of her grievances one by one, with a level of clarity that astonished Lin Baobao. Her temper flared, and she plopped down on the ground, sulking that no matter what Lu Yiting said next, she feigned deafness that Lu Yiting felt overwhelmed. After a standoff lasting around 10 minutes, he sighed, all right, enough of this. It's my fault. He could no longer bear it, and was the first to concede that, the dog of a man actually bows down, and voluntarily at that, Lin Baobao thought, suppressing her glee while maintaining an outward facade of composure. Well then, let us go. Without a moment's pause, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the villa, leaving Lu Yiting standing there, dumbfounded. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled. This little girl, with such a strong attitude, turned out to be quite easy to appease. With a light-hearted demeanor, Xiao Xiao rose and returned to the villa, yet the absence of the young girl left no trace. This time, he felt no urgency whatsoever. Confidently striding towards the dining hall, having resolved the significant matter, Lin Baobao, after washing her hands, radiated a sense of comfort. Heaven knows how long she had been holding it in. She was on the verge of an accident. In truth, she was not genuinely angry. She merely sought to uphold her dignity in front of the man she had intended to endure until the game concluded before retreating alone. Not having entered first proved to be worth it, truly worthwhile. Sniff, what a delightful aroma. The mode of dramatics was offline, and the mode of keen senses was back in action. She dashed towards the dining room, where a plethora of dishes awaited on the table, almost all of which were her favorites. Without a hint of modesty, she took a seat, eschewing chopsticks entirely and diving in with her hands. Previously, her mood had soured her appetite, but now, elated beyond measure. Her stomach clamored for a feast. Slow down. Lu Yiting grasped one of her greasy little hands, while the other was busy delivering a chicken leg to her mouth. Lin Baobao nodded enthusiastically between bites. Just as she was about to reach for more food, her hand was captured once again that Lu Yiting, having given up on verbal persuasion, handed her the neglected chopsticks, cautioning her against choking and advising her to savor her meal. All right, considering your concern for me, I shall comply, she relented. Upon witnessing Lin Baobao finally heed his advice and use chopsticks, Lu Yiting secretly sighed in relief that he had not eaten all day. He could not allow this little girl to devour the entire feast. Saving the meal was tantamount to saving himself. Otherwise, he would be left starving to his recollection. This was the first time they had shared a meal in such a peaceful manner since their acquaintance began. Across the table, the young girl, with grease adorning her mouth, exhibited sheer satisfaction. Lu Yiting found himself unable to tear his gaze away from Lin Baobao, inadvertently consuming the dishes she had touched without even realizing it. Chapter 39. Devilish military training. After satiating their hunger, Lin Baobao leaned back in her chair, her small mouth emitting a series of satisfied burps. Like a child, her state could easily be described as a delightful mess. Go wash yourself clean. Lu Yiting nudged the slumped little dirty cat. Lin Baobao pouted, truly reluctant to move after such a satisfying meal. However, the stickiness on her hands was quite uncomfortable. A comforting bath would indeed be the cherry on top. Had she not still been in the bathtub, she might have drifted off to blissful sleep. Unbeknownst to her, over an hour had slipped by, and the clock now read 8 in the evening. It was time to return. After changing into the clothes she had left behind, she ventured out to find Lu Yiting. Upon reaching the staircase, she discovered that the lights downstairs had been extinguished. The area below was shrouded in darkness, prompting Lin Baobao to halt her steps. Thankfully, the corridor on the second floor was well lit. Could it be another power outage? Surveying the surroundings of the second floor, she dismissed the notion that no matter. Finding Lu Yiting was her priority. Lu Yiting. Lu Yiting. Lin Baobao called out from the doorway. Besides the echo of her own voice, Only the sound of the wind outside responded. Returning to her room, she attempted to call Lu Yiting on her phone, but the line remained unanswered. Could this scoundrel have left her behind? A wave of fear washed over her, and disregarding everything else. She rushed to Lu Yiting's bedroom in search of him, that if the dog man truly dared to abandon her, she would publicly confront him the next day. Throwing open the door, she found the bedroom brightly lit. Lu Yiting's clothes were neatly arranged on the bed, and the sound of a shower resonated from the bathroom. Lin Baobao finally relaxed, exhaling in relief. Thank goodness, the dog man was still here. She plopped down onto the sofa beside the bed. Lu Yiting emerged from the shower, wrapped in a towel. Just as he opened the bathroom door, Lin Baobao, seated directly across, was taken aback by the unexpected sight, burying her head under the covers. Though Lu Yiting was somewhat surprised, he did not react as exaggeratedly as Lin Bao. It seemed he was the one at a disadvantage. How could this little brat react so dramatically? "What are you doing in my room?" Lin Baobao mumbled, her voice muffled under the covers. "You pervert. Not wearing any clothes, you rascal." Her accusation bore the scent of a villain crying foul. "Then why did you barge into the room of a perverted rascal? What does that make you?" Lu Yiting shot back. "You." Lin Baobao was provoked, raising her head in preparation to retort, only to be met with a second wave of embarrassment, her face once again hidden beneath the covers. Yet one could not deny that the dog man had a commendable physique, more captivating than that of a supermodel. She had caught a glimpse of his enticing abs and well-defined muscles. After changing, Lu Yiting picked up a pillow and tossed it at the seemingly lifeless Lin Baobao. "Are you dead?" What a waste of a good remark. Indeed, the play acting was over. She sprang up, seizing a pillow to retaliate. "Even if you die, I won't. Do you even know how to speak?" Lu Yiting effortlessly caught the pillow and tossed it back to its original place. "Why did you change into sleepwear?" Lin Baobao inquired, eyeing him in his pajamas. Lu Yiting ignored her, turning to grab 2 military books from the shelf. "Hey, are you deaf?" Lin Baobao stepped forward to block him, snatching the books away. "You're staying here tonight. We'll head back in the morning." Staying overnight was acceptable. However, wasn't he had said that students couldn't leave the school during military training? Would she face reprimand? "I won't." Lu Yiting reassured, reclaiming the books and sliding under the covers. Lin Baobao instinctively raised her hand. "Neither will you. Go wash up and sleep. We leave at 5 in the morning." To avoid further complications, Lu Yiting clarified everything at once. Otherwise, with Lin Baobao's temperament, peace would be a distant hope tonight. Satisfied, Lin Baobao slowly lowered her hand, performing a playful wave before retreating to her room. The following day, military training commenced in earnest. After roll call, the first day was set aside for a light warm-up. Everyone had but one task. The first challenge was to stand at attention, under the blistering sun. With temperatures soaring to 38 degrees and clad in heavy military attire, the students faced their trial. Within an hour, several had already succumbed. 2 hours in, more fell victim to the heat. Some began to voice their discontent, protesting. "What kind of training is this? Standing here in the sun like monkeys." One brave soul dared to speak out, and soon others with similar sentiments joined in rebellion. The instructor approached to reprimand them. "If you have the guts, then go ahead and try." The boys showed no fear, their voices rising in defiance. They were convinced the instructor wouldn't dare lay a hand on them. The responsible instructor was indeed only capable of shouting. This was not a military zone, and these were not soldiers. Physical confrontation was strictly forbidden. In a moment of desperation, a voice of salvation rang out. Lu Yiting had arrived. The ringleader glared fiercely at Lu Yiting. "What kind of nonsense training is this? It's clearly torture. I'm done with it." "Fine," Lu Yiting replied before they could incite further chaos. "If you don't want to train, I have 2 conditions for you. Either you can knock me down, or you leave school immediately." The troublemakers erupted in laughter. "Why should we leave school? Because of you." Without further ado, Lu Yiting made a call to summon the principal. The principal, upon arrival, solemnly declared, "Those who fail this military training will face disciplinary action or even expulsion," casting a pointed glance at the troublemakers, indicating that some of their actions were grounds for expulsion. That a university, it was the most prestigious and difficult institution to enter in Huagua. Dropping out midway, whether voluntarily or through expulsion, would leave an indelible stain on one's resume, a black mark that could never be erased. Even the most reckless among them hesitated, realizing the gravity of their situation. After the principal's departure, the chastised group remained disgruntled. "Let us go. We'll show him that a group of us can take him down, that he is a colonel. He must be strong," someone muttered. And the calm demeanor he exhibited earlier suggested he was no stranger to high-stakes situations. Though some were intimidated by Lu Yiting's imposing presence, retreating quietly, the original group of 30-some troublemakers dwindled down to 15 boys from the physical education department. The rest obediently returning to their positions. "That we choose to challenge you," they shouted boldly, refusing to lose momentum. "Very well," Lu Yiting agreed with enthusiasm. The other instructors gave a thumbs up to these fearless youths. Indeed, the young were often too reckless, perfectly embodying the spirit of fearlessness. Chapter 40. The princess carry envy of others. The showdown between the freshmen and the instructors promised to be thrilling. All the students present were visibly excited. Not only the freshmen, but even the instructors could barely contain their own exhilaration. They were merely one of many teams in the military district. Having only heard tales of the legendary Colonel Lu's heroic feats, that it was said that fewer than 5 individuals had ever seen him in action. He was a figure of myth in their minds. To think that they would witness the legendary Colonel Lu in person at university, it was truly a stroke of luck. Come one, come all. Today is a day you simply cannot miss. Just short of waving flags and shouting, the principal, who had just left not long ago, heard the commotion and rushed back. When asked why he returned, he claimed it was to prevent students from causing trouble. A large expanse of open space appeared on the playground as Lu Yiting shed his outer jacket, in his short sleeves. His physique was even more pronounced, with his hands in his pockets. Merely standing there exuded an air of majesty and poise. The girls erupted in excited shrieks. "Instructor Lu, go for it! Instructor Lu, you're so handsome! Instructor Lu, take them down!" As the cheers echoed, it wasn't just the girls. The boys joined in too. A group from the physical education department, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit by tossing aside their jackets. The game akin to a tiger playing with chicks began. 2 individuals, shouting defiantly, charged forward. As they approached, Lu Yiting remained unmoved, standing his ground. The girls cried out, "Stop! Instructor Lu, get out of the way!" Yet, Lu Yiting remained indifferent. Just as the fists were about to collide, many couldn't help but cover their eyes. Fearing Lu Yiting would be sent flying. 2 agonized cries pierced the air, but it was not Lu Yiting who fell. Witnessing the scene, both boys and girls gasped in admiration. Incredible, Instructor Lu had managed, at the last moment, to dodge while simultaneously striking down both assailants, his speed so swift that the naked eye could hardly perceive it. The 2 crumpled to the ground, clutching their stomachs and wailing in pain. This poor start instilled fear and trepidation in those remaining. "Come at me!" Lu Yiting disdainfully challenged the others. His taunt proved effective, dispelling their initial fear. "Oh, audacious brothers, let us all go together." In under a minute, everyone lay defeated on the ground. Those who had withdrawn earlier felt an immense relief, patting their chests, grateful for their foresight. Had they not retreated, they too would surely be sprawled out on the ground. Throughout, Lu Yiting's movements were swift and precise. A seamless display of skill. He stood there as if nothing had happened, as thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. "Bravo!" The fallen were quickly attended to by the medics, carried away on stretchers. The principal could not help but admire Lu Yiting, as it seemed that he had anticipated such an occurrence, having arranged for professional medical staff and ample emergency measures to be on standby. Once the brief interlude was over, everyone dutifully resumed their military stance, no one expressing dissatisfaction. After more than 3 hours, most had collapsed, leaving only a handful still standing, dismissed. Finally, the long-awaited words of release were uttered, prompting those who had persevered to collapse onto the ground. After a brief respite, they assisted one another back to their dorms to shower, eat, and take a short nap. Lin Baobao was drenched in sweat, her small face flushed from the sun, swaying as if she might topple over at any moment. The Yi Jingchen rushed to her side, grasping her wrist from behind. "Baobao, let me help you." This time, Lin Baobao did not push him away. Not out of desire to accept his help, but simply due to exhaustion. Had Yi Jingchen not come to support her, she might have fainted on the spot. Now was not the time for pride. She nodded, leaning on Yi Jingchen as a crutch, and they moved slowly forward. After only a few steps, a shadow loomed over them. Before they could react, Lin Baobao was swept up in a horizontal embrace. Who could be so considerate? Naturally, it was the beloved Lu Diyi. In the sudden turn of events, Lin Baobao instinctively wrapped her arms around Lu Yeding's neck. Their posture was ambiguous, causing a sharp pang of jealousy in Yi Jingxun's heart. He had intended to carry Baobao himself, but refrained, considering it was school and knowing Baobao disliked being the center of attention. Instead, he felt overshadowed by Lu. "What are you doing? Put Baobao down," he exclaimed, reaching out to grab her back. Lu Yeding stepped back, evading Yi Jingxun's hand, his expression rife with disdain. Yi Jingxun retracted his hand in frustration. "What are you doing, Instructor Lu? Don't forget the military training rules. No private contact with students. It is not military training time. I am her relative and contact is only natural." "Who do you think you are?" Lu Yeding replied impassively, delivering the most piercing words before turning to leave. Although most had already dispersed, a small group remained, their jaws dropping in astonishment at Lu Yeding's audacity. Yi Jingxun clenched his fists, his eyes filled with intense hatred as he glared at the retreating figure, surrounded by onlookers. Lu Yeding had anticipated this, quickly placing his hat over Lin Baobao's face as they passed. The girls watching were consumed with envy, wishing to rush forward and uncover the mystery of which girl was fortunate enough to be cradled by Instructor Lu. Why was it not them? The little girl in his arms was so serene, a rarity indeed. He had expected her to squirm away like an eel, yet she remained utterly still. Lin Baobao was utterly exhausted. By the end, her eyelids drooped heavily. The only thing keeping her upright was sheer willpower. Once lifted, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and relaxation, oblivious to everything else. She simply yearned for sleep. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Yeding placed her gently onto the bed. Once settled, the little one instinctively kicked off her shoes, removed her jacket, and covered herself with a blanket. 1, 2, 3, and she was off to dreamland. Lu Yeding couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time he had encountered someone with such a unique talent for sleeping. The bed was monopolized, leaving him to sit on a nearby chair. He was already accustomed to high-intensity training. Standing at attention for a few hours was nothing to him. When Shuhi arrived with meals, he was taken aback at the sight of the lump covered by a blanket on the bed. Nearly dropping his eyes in shock, he would wager a lifetime of instant noodles that the figure on the bed was undoubtedly the little sister-in-law. The head honcho had brought the little sister-in-law straight to his dorm. Showing remarkable audacity. After all, this was the little sister-in-law's school. Wasn't he that a bit too blatant? Chapter 41. Nosebleed. The lunch break lasted 2 hours, and Lin Baobao had been asleep for an hour and a half. Lu Yeding glanced at the time. The little girl hadn't eaten or drunk anything all morning. She would surely struggle during the afternoon training. With half an hour left, he needed to prepare and brief his subordinates on the upcoming training tasks 10 minutes early. Thus, he approached the bedside and gently shook Lin Baobao. To no response, he shook her again. Still nothing. It seemed that gentle methods were futile. Lu Yeding pinched her arm sharply. The little girl frowned and whimpered softly, but did not open her eyes. He pinched several more spots. Initially, she would whimper, but eventually, she seemed to grow accustomed to it, her brows not furrowing even once. Lu Yeding pulled back the blanket, directly lifting her up while shaking her gently and patting her cheek. Lin Baobao, wake up. Having exhausted all methods, he found the little girl utterly uncooperative, that if someone else had endured such treatment, they would likely be screaming in pain by now, but he noticed the bruises forming on her exposed arms from his pinches. With a helpless shake of his head, he sighed. Ultimately, Lu Yeding conceded defeat. This little troublemaker must have been a pig in her past life to sleep so soundly. How was this even possible? Seeing that time was running out, he hastily left a note under her lunchbox and headed to the playground. The overall situation in the medical class he led was quite satisfactory. Aside from 2 girls who had fainted from heat exhaustion in the morning, the rest had shown remarkable perseverance. Thus, the only absentee for the afternoon was Lin Baobao. Due to the morning's events, several students had taken leave in the afternoon, so Lin Baobao's absence went unnoticed. Only Yi Jingxun was acutely aware that Baobao had been taken away by Lu. However, he chose not to expose it. While it might add pressure to Lu, it could also inadvertently implicate Baobao. Yi Jingxun's glare was fixed on Lu Yeding the entire afternoon. Lu Yeding was unfazed. He had countless adversaries. This kid was nothing in comparison. The afternoon passed much quicker than the morning. With the experience of the earlier session, all present met the required participation rate. The girls received special praise from Liu Yeting, each one rekindling their infatuation. Instructor Liu's deep, resonant voice dispelled all fatigue from the afternoon in an instant. This might be a unique occurrence in a university's history. All the girls were eager to attend military training, wishing for it to last even longer. After announcing the dismissal, Liu Yeting waited for all the students to leave before briefly convening with the other instructors, asking them for a summary of their respective classes. That will be all for today. Dismissed. Once all the instructors had exited, Liu Yeting remained standing alone. Come out that a figure emerged from behind the podium, Yi Jingxin, who approached Liu Yeting with a calm demeanor. "Where is the baby?" he inquired, concern evident in his tone. Their gazes locked in the charged atmosphere. Liu Yeting remarked, "Interesting." Having ascended to his current position, he found it rare to meet anyone who could meet his gaze with such audacity. For the first time, he sensed a worthy opponent in this young man, as an invisible battle ensued between them. Since this boy dared to challenge him, he had no qualms about spending a little time playing along. Ultimately, it was Yi Jingxin, preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Baobao, who faltered first. "Where is the baby?" he asked again, urgency seeping into his voice. "That it's none of your concern," Liu Yeting replied, glancing at his watch. Ready to leave, that he had already squandered too much time on this young man, and wondered if the little girl had awakened. Why Yi Jingxin swiftly blocked his path. "That don't push your luck." Liu Yeting's expression darkened. "That don't humiliate yourself." Leave it. He brushed aside Yi Jingxin's hand with a wave and strode away. Upon returning to his dormitory and switching on the light, he was taken aback to find the bed empty. Approaching, he noticed the shoes and clothes were still there, but the blanket and its occupant were nowhere to be seen. Confusion washed over Liu Yeting. Soft snoring gradually filled the air. Moving to the other side of the room, he covered his face in disbelief. How on earth had this little girl managed to roll off the bed with her blanket and still sleep so soundly? He couldn't help but admire her. Was she not akin to a pig? Lifting her from the bed, Lin Baobao turned over, smacking her lips before resuming her slumber. This time, Liu Yeting refused to indulge her. He resorted to a decisive tactic. Grabbing a towel, he pressed it against her nose. That to his surprise, the little imp demonstrated remarkable resilience. Realizing she could not breathe through her nose, she simply switched to mouth breathing. Liu Yeting, at a loss for words, escalated his strategy, covering both her mouth and nose, that if she could still sleep through this, he would consider reversing his name. This tactic proved effective, as she soon began to struggle, ultimately sitting up abruptly and swinging her tiny fists. Liu Yeting was caught off guard, and her punch landed squarely on his nose. Who dares to conspire against me?" Lin Baobao gasped, her gaze bleary as she scanned the room. Lin Baobao, upon realizing it was the man she had just called a dog, she snapped to attention, pointing an accusatory finger to Liu Yeting. "You vile dog! How dare you try to suffocate me? You scum! You disgrace!" She unleashed a torrent of insults. Veins bulged on Liu Yeting's forehead as he contemplated silencing her incessant chatter. However, a sharp pain shot through his nose, followed by a sticky sensation. Gradually lowering his hand to inspect the damage, he discovered that Lin Baobao had rendered him bloodied. Lin Baobao cradled her chin, her expression dripping with disdain. Liu Yeting, equally stunned, couldn't he believe he had been bested by this pig-headed girl. He hastily tended to himself, stuffing tissues into both nostrils. Lin Baobao burst into laughter. "Dogman, look at you now. Did you think you could plot against me? Now you see my power, don't you?" His current state was utterly ridiculous, resembling two strands of snot, both foolish and amusing. Lin Baobao, the voice of death, echoed ominously. Unfazed, she taunted, "I am here, your worst nightmare." Liu Yeting, driven to the brink of madness, lunged forward to seize the audacious little girl. Yet Lin Baobao, small and nimble, evaded his frenzied attempts with ease, rolling off the bed and deftly dodging his chaotic strikes. Once she reached the door, she taunted, "Oh, Instructor Liu, is that all you've got? A mere tap and you bleed. You really need to toughen up. Farewell, I shan't see you off." With that, she flung the door open and dashed away. Chapter 42, Mad Dog. Go away. No sooner had Lin Baobao departed than Chu He entered. Observing the rapidly disappearing figure of Lin Baobao, he queried, "Chief, why did the little sister run off in such a hurry?" Turning to face his superior, he was taken aback by the sight. His boss looked utterly disheveled. Rushing to Liu Yeting's side, He was unfortunate enough to notice the blood trickling from his nose. Is this a dream? The chief is bleeding. Chief, what happened? Were you too angry? Or he discreetly gestured towards Lu Yeting's sensitive area, whispering, did you provoke the little sister and end up in this predicament? Get lost. Meanwhile, Lin Baobao was in high spirits, skipping back to her dormitory, leaving Jian Mo utterly bewildered. What happened during training? Where are your clothes and shoes? Suddenly reminded, she felt a wave of panic. Oh no, she had gotten a bit too carried away. It seemed she had left her clothes and shoes in Lu Yeting's dormitory. Her joyful expression faded, replaced by a frown as she curled up on her dorm bed. Should she sneak back and retrieve them while Lu Yeting was asleep? No. Lin Baobao shook her head vigorously. She had just struck him. Voluntarily returning would be akin to walking into a lion's den. She decided it was best to sleep it off and leave it to fate. That night, she hugged her pillow and blanket, drifting into a deep slumber. The next day, during roll call, Lu Yeting began calling names. Chu He, sporting dark circles under his eyes and a red nose, stood nearby. Alas, he had suffered the consequences of last night's chaos that he had merely wanted to check on his chief, and yet this had been the outcome. The strong man felt wronged but could voice no complaints. The students were left in utter shock. Less than 12 hours apart, how had the vice instructor ended up in such a state? It wasn't just Chu He. Something seemed off about Lu Yeting as well. The fans of Lu Yeting began to murmur among themselves. Does anyone else feel like today's instructor is a bit different? Yes, I sense it too. Not only the girls, but others began to observe every movement of Lu Yeting closely. Oh, I think I've discovered something. Suddenly, someone gasped. What is it? Speak up. The clamor drew the attention of their subject. What is going on? Everyone straightened up, falling silent. Lu Yeting resumed roll call, and the earlier group could only exchange silent glances filled with urgency. Just then, Lu Yeting happened to walk by the student who had recently made a discovery. The student froze, feeling a wave of discomfort. If he had been uncertain before, the close proximity to Lu Yeting confirmed his suspicions. He silently prayed, Instructor Lu, please move along. Gossip was not worth the trouble. Perhaps the heavens heard his plea, for as Lu Yeting stepped aside, the student could no longer contain himself and blurted the nose. The nose, Instructor Lu's nose. All eyes turned toward him, and the student felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finally, he had spoken the truth, and it felt liberating. Many girls wore expressions of surprise, noticing the remnants of blood beneath Lu Yeting's nose. Their hearts ached for him. Yet amidst their sympathy, a hint of amusement crept in, especially when juxtaposed with the image of the vice instructor. Yi Jingchen had also long since noticed Lu Yeting's unusual demeanor. Serves you right. Only Lin Baobao stood with her head down, a sense of unease washing over her. She remembered that her name was near the top of the list. Why hadn't he been called yet? In fact, Lu Yeting was doing this deliberately, calling out names in reverse order. Lin Baobao. Here his roll call concluded, Lu Yeting loomed over Lin Baobao, refusing to move. Move along. Don't just stand there, she retorted, feeling increasingly agitated. Do you wish to bury yourself in the ground? Goodness, does this man intend to confront me? She thought defiantly that I fear no one, not even you, with that resolve. She straightened her posture. Who allowed you to dress like this? Have you forgotten the training regulations already? He barked. Lin Baobao met his gaze, her expression resolute. You know full well where my military training uniform went. Don't you? Ah, you want to embarrass me? Then let me show you what I'm made of. I apologize, Instructor Lu, but I happened to encounter a rabid dog yesterday, and in my flight for survival. That beast unintentionally carried off my military uniform. Cough, cough, cough. Chewie nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing her audacious declaration. Little sister, you truly dare to speak, stealing a glance at the leader's expression. Lu Yeting maintained an air of calm, his visage betraying no emotion. How could the leader be so unperturbed? As my gaze gradually descended, I felt my hands behind my back nearly crumpling the attendance sheet. I couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for my sister-in-law. This was far from over. I certainly couldn't allow a mere article of clothing to endanger my life. Could I, Instructor Lu? I tilted my head back, feigning sincerity as I addressed Lu Yeting. Lu Yeting found himself momentarily speechless. He had intended to impart a serious lecture to the young lady today. Yet this audacious girl not only deflected her responsibilities entirely, but also had the audacity to insult him, calling him a mad dog. Very well. Lu Yeding smirked. Perhaps you are a harbinger of misfortune. You seem to carry an abundance of ill luck. Be sure to sprinkle extra salt on your meal in the cafeteria at noon to dispel some of that bad energy. To hell with you. Chewie burst into laughter at the side. Leader, your wit is truly cutting. You two are quite the pair, each with sharper tongues than the other. After receiving a warning glare from my sister-in-law, he could only stifle a laugh, pinching himself to maintain composure. Otherwise, he would have burst out laughing. Lin Baobao's face fluctuated between shades of blue and purple. Fuming. You're the real harbinger of misfortune. She spat through clenched teeth. Don't worry about Instructor Lu. That mad dog will feel the sting of my bat. The two of them exchanged barbs, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered, while the soul-informed party could only stand by in silence, feigning ignorance. Heaven knew how desperately he wished to share the truth. Lu Yeding chose not to engage further in this verbal sparring match with Lin Baobao and commenced today as training task. Otherwise, who could predict how long this duel of words would endure? As the day drew to a close, Lu Yeding issued a final decree to Lin Baobao. You must wear your military training uniform tomorrow. Lin Baobao responded, Instructor Lu, I already mentioned this morning that the mad dog took my uniform. Where am I supposed to find another one? Lu Yeding retorted, that is your concern. I only care about the outcome. Internally, Lin Baobao felt a torrent of expletives surge through her mind. Ultimately, he kindly suggested, if you truly cannot manage, perhaps you should negotiate with that dog. In any case, if you do not arrive in military attire tomorrow, it will be deemed unacceptable. All right, that's all. Dismissed. Everyone rushed off to gather around Chu-He, inquiring about the latest gossip. Chu-He was taken aback. It was rare for the girls to swarm around him in front of the leader. When he heard their inquiries, he deliberately spoke ambiguously, slipping away as the crowd speculated. He lacked the courage to divulge any gossip about the leader. Lin Baobao remained behind, stamping her feet in frustration. Dogman, I'll crush you. Yi Jingchen, with a serious expression, asked, What on earth happened yesterday? Did Lu Yeding hit you? Lin Baobao scratched her head. Well, he intended to, but I struck him first. No, he wouldn't hit me. Why would Yi Jingchen think that the dogman would harm her? Upon hearing Lin Baobao's response, Yi Jingchen visibly relaxed. Why do you ask, Brother Jingchen? He appeared somewhat overly concerned. I noticed you took a sick day yesterday and assumed he might misinterpret your absence as a sign of laziness and punish you. It seems I worried for nothing. After all, Lu Yeding is your uncle. Sick leave? She realized she had merely dozed off on the playground and awoke in the evening, that if it wasn't him who had requested the leave for her, then it could only be, no way. He was too wicked to show such kindness. Brother Jingchen, could you tell me what transpired yesterday? Yi Jingchen recounted how she had fallen asleep on the playground and how Lu Yeding had carried her away. He omitted the details of their quarrel, leaving Lin Baobao in the dark. That was why she had awakened in Lu Yeding's dormitory. That meant she was the one in the wrong. In a daze, she returned to her dormitory. Jianimo called her name several times, but Lin Baobao was too lost in thought to respond. Hey, huh? Jianimo touched Lin Baobao's forehead. You don't have a fever. What's wrong? You look like you've lost your soul. Lin Baobao perked up, pulling Jianimo along to share everything. Jianimo laughed. No wonder you returned barefoot last night, and struggled to explain where your clothes went. You two are quite the characters. Stop teasing me. What should I do now? Imo. She blinked her large, innocent eyes at Jianimo, who replied, Apologize, of course. You're in the wrong this time. Lu Yeding didn't leave you to sleep on the playground. He kindly took you back, and in return, you insulted him in front of everyone. Apologize? That would be too humiliating. She unconsciously pouted, her fingers twisting together in nervousness. What a dilemma, to go or not to go. Meanwhile, Lu Yeding was in the boxing gym, unleashing fury upon the punching bag. During military training, the gym had been closed to the public, and Lu Yeding led the instructors in nightly physical training. Although they weren't in a military district, the daily regimen was non-negotiable, that if they returned and were outperformed by their peers, their respective leaders would surely reprimand them, as the training session neared its conclusion. Most had begun to stretch, while Lu Yeding continued to battle the punching bag. Chewie glanced at the battered bags in the corner, shaking his head at the devastation wrought by their leader. Leader, while the principal has lent us these for training, have you considered the issue of compensation for all the bags you've destroyed? Bang. Another bag met its fate. Lu Yeding pressed on to the next with unyielding determination. Alas, the leader's rivalry with his sister-in-law is truly relentless. Chu-hee, what is up with Liu Yeding today? Indeed, he is unusually intense that a group of men gathered around Chu-hee Pampering. The camaraderie among men is simple. Even though Liu Yeding had only brought Chu-hee, they quickly bonded that MY leader might just be overflowing with energy. You all head back. I'll stay with him. One of them joked. Could it be that instructor Liu has set his sights on a girl, but cannot pursue her, thus venting his frustrations here? Chu-hee chuckled. You're not far from the truth that in the blink of an eye, the man who had just been laughing was tossed out, soaring through the air in an elegant arc before landing with a thud. The others were utterly stunned. Chu-hee swallowed hard, watching as a menacing Liu Yeding approached, radiating an intimidating aura. Are you all feeling bored? The atmosphere chilled, and every man felt as if he had stepped into a freezing abyss. Suffused with an air of impending doom, that critical moment, Chu-hee intervened. Indeed, you all seem quite idle. Why don't you hurry along and spare us your presence? Within 5 seconds, everyone had vacated the scene, including the one who had just been tossed out. Lin Baobao, torn between her thoughts, ultimately chose to confront the situation. Arriving at Liu Yeding's resting area, she was informed that all the instructors were busy training. Receiving a cold shoulder, she could only leave in frustration. The guards, accustomed to such occurrences, paid her no mind. It was common for girls to find excuses to seek out Colonel Lu. It wasn't unusual. It was only when Chu-hee went to buy supper for Liu Yeding that he learned the truth while chatting with the on-duty guards. How thrilling! Based on your description, it must be the sister-in-law. How could you be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? The guard, taken aback by Chu-hee's sudden outburst, wondered why the light-hearted conversation had turned into a reprimand. Chu-hee dashed off. Heaven and earth, sister-in-law, please slow down. Wait for me. Unfortunately, after running for a while, he failed to spot Lin Baobao. Dejected, he began his return journey as he passed by the playground. A casual glance caught his eye, and he brightened. There was Lin Baobao, trudging along in a state of discontent. Heaven knows she had mustered the courage to seek out Liu Yeding to apologize. Yet, as fate would have it, the insufferable dogman was nowhere to be found. Could it be that the heavens were signaling she had no need to apologize? But this realization left her feeling even more unsettled. Thus, she walked around the playground, hoping to regain her composure. Should she venture to check again? If she came up empty-handed, perhaps it was simply destiny. Chapter 44. The bear hug position. After another round, she decided to tempt fate one last time. Chu-hee noticed Lin Baobao heading back and thought she was leaving. He sprang into action, accelerating his pace, calling out, Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Who is calling out? Silly girl. Anyone who calls someone a silly girl is the real fool. Don't go, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. This time, Lin Baobao finally heard him. The term sister-in-law piqued her curiosity, prompting her to stop and turn around. She could see a shadow racing towards her. Sister-in-law. Reaching Lin Baobao's side, he finally caught his breath. Wasn't he this the follower of Liu Yeding? What is that called? Oh, Chu-hee and Instructor Chu, are you looking for someone? Why are you panting like that? Little sister-in-law, I'm looking for you. Displaying a knowing smile, Lin Baobao retorted. Who is your little sister-in-law? Chu-hee revealed a gleaming smile. I am one of the informed parties, you know, and I'm fully aware of your relationship with the boss. He gestured with both thumbs. Rest assured, little sister-in-law, in the military district, I am the only one who knows the truth. Absolutely no one else. To demonstrate his sincerity, Chu-hee raised 3 fingers in an oath. Lin Baobao replied, I'll temporarily believe you that if you dare to deceive me. She mimed a throat-cutting gesture towards Chu-hee, who immediately zipped his lips in a gesture of utmost confidentiality. Since they were both in the know, the conversation flowed easily. Chu-hee explained the events of that day, leaving her in a state of emotional turmoil, nearly burying her face in her hands. With the misunderstanding from the little sister-in-law resolved, handling the situation with the boss would be simpler. As they reached the doorway, Lin Baobao hesitated, fidgeting with a nearby water pipe. Unwilling to proceed, Chu-hee quickly switched to an emotional appeal. Little sister-in-law, you can't do this. The boss was seriously injured because of you. His nose was almost broken. With a forlorn expression, he lingered at the entrance, his hand hovering indecisively, reluctant to knock. That it was up to him to report. Come in. Chu-hee stepped inside first. Boss, someone is looking for you. Liu Yeding was engrossed in a book, not even lifting his head. Not seeing anyone, boss. Why are you deviating from the norm? I can't continue my lines like this. He coughed. This person you must see. Did he then nudge the shrinking Lin Baobao forward, swiftly exiting and shutting the door, leaving the space for the bickering couple. Lin Baobao stood at the threshold, awkwardly smiling at Lu Yeting. So embarrassing. She couldn't help but critique herself. She restrained herself and took small steps towards Lu Yeting. Where are my clothes and shoes? Admittedly, she had to recognize her own shyness. Earlier, she had been able to stand tall and confront him because she had the upper hand. Now, lacking confidence and unable to swallow her pride, she huffed, "Throw them away." The disdainful words slipped out. "You little brat, thinking you can get away with your misdeeds. Dream on." He had been waiting for her to come and apologize. Well, she did come, but only to add fuel to the fire. "What you?" Upon hearing that her clothes and shoes had been discarded, Lin Baobao's expression nearly changed, almost shouting. Thankfully, reason intervened. She took a moment to gather her thoughts, remaining composed. "Calm down, Lin Baobao. You cannot be angry. You are here to apologize to Lu Yeting. Maintain a gentle demeanor." Deep breath. She prepared herself psychologically, then turned to Lu Yeting with a smile she deemed apologetic. "Uncle, you must be joking, right? You're the best. Please return my belongings." "Uncle." For reasons unknown, he was currently most averse to those two words. Out. Enraged, he stood up to usher her away. Lin Baobao panicked, clinging tightly to the bedpost. "I want to leave unless you return my things. You needn't chase me. I will leave immediately." Still unrepentant. "You brought this on yourself." Lin Baobao, he grasped the back of her collar, bending down to lift her effortlessly. As he opened the door to throw her out, she cried out, "Don't throw me. I realize my mistakes." Lin Baobao clutched the fabric of Lu Yeting's back, pleading for mercy, devoid of sincerity. Seeing that Lu Yeting showed no signs of stopping, in a moment of desperation, she clamped her legs around his waist, beginning to slide down. Instinctively, Lu Yeting caught her slender waist. Their positions shifted, and she clung tightly to his neck, her legs wrapped around his waist, leaving her hanging on him. "Lu Yeting, Major Lu, Brother Lu, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake, that I sincerely apologize. Please don't throw me out." She spoke with such a sense of grievance, as if she were the victim. Lu Yeting froze, the soft weight of her against him requiring no effort to support, yet the closeness of their position was undeniably. He was averse to contact with women outside of family, let alone in such an intimate manner. The softness of her form left him in a daze, unable to articulate his feelings, yet he felt no aversion, if anything. He was drawn to her lack of a waistline, a softness that incited an impulse to hold on tighter. Noticing that Lu Yeting remained silent, she wondered if he had yet to forgive her. "Will you forgive me? Damn it. Why are you fidgeting while speaking?" Her body rubbed against him, stirring an unexpected desire within him. "I forgive you, really," Lin Baobao exclaimed, releasing her grip and turning to face his angelic, rosy-cheeked visage, her excitement only amplifying his urge to act. "Truly, now get down, that if you don't, I might explode." "Wait, what about my clothes and shoes?" she thought if she came down and he changed his mind. She needed him to relent first. "Here, take them." Finally achieving her goal, she graciously thanked him. "Thank you." At that moment, her thoughts were elsewhere, oblivious to Lu Yeting's unusual demeanor. Once Lin Baobao was safely set down, Lu Yeting immediately turned away from her, hastily donning a long cloak from the rack. Before turning back, fearful of being seen, he returned to his desk, taking a sip of water to steady himself. Lin Baobao, fearing he might retract his forgiveness, followed him to the desk, bowed respectfully, and then nervously said, "I'm really sorry for you bringing me back and kindly helping me take leave, yet I foolishly struck and mocked you. I genuinely realize my mistakes." With each word, her voice dwindled, and her gaze flitted about, unable to meet his. How embarrassing, how mortifying, how nerve-wracking. Her face flushed involuntarily. Chapter 45. Lu Yeting's indulgence. The once boisterous little girl unexpectedly revealed such an adorable side. "Lin Baobao, you actually apologized to someone?" he asked incredulously. She pouted. "What do you mean? I'm not unreasonable. I'm quite reasonable, you know. I'm a good girl. I acknowledge my mistakes. You weren't like this before." "You don't know me well." Lin Baobao puffed her cheeks, letting out a small huff. Had it not been inconvenient for him, he would have certainly taught her a lesson for her stubbornness. Should she err again, it wouldn't be so easy. Lu Yeding cleared his throat, offering a few token criticisms, then returned Lin Baobao's washed clothes and shoes from the cabinet. She expressed her gratitude profusely, exuberantly bouncing out of the room. What a lively spirit! Lu Yeding couldn't help but smile. After Lin Baobao left, he tossed aside the long cloak, feeling the heat of the summer night intensify. He rushed to the bathroom, fully clothed, and began pouring cold water over himself in buckets. The subsequent military training proceeded smoothly. Following that night, the tension between Lin Baobao and Lu Yeding eased, making their interactions less awkward. Lu Yeding unconsciously paid more attention to her during training, even allowing her some leniency. With a lesson learned, Lin Baobao occasionally sought his permission to skip training, and he always told himself it would be the last time he indulged her. Yet, every time she presented her adorable, pitiful little face, his responses always outpaced his thoughts. Not long after, little sister-in-law had just sneaked away after asking for leave. The boss finally realized he had failed to maintain his boundaries and felt a pang of regret. He could see it clearly now. His boss had unwittingly developed genuine feelings for the little sister-in-law. Unfortunately, he was still lost in the fog of confusion. Sigh. In military matters, the boss was undoubtedly a leader, a dragon among men. In matters of the heart, he was a complete fool, even less competent than himself. Did I end the dormitory? Lin Baobao, afternoon training is about to start. Why are you still sprawled on the bed? Get up. If you're late, you'll have to run laps. GNMO was utterly exhausted. Waking someone who slept like a log was truly too challenging. Lin Baobao groggily turned over, waving her hand. You go ahead. I've taken leave. Miss, are you serious? You've taken leave again. This is at least the 10th time in these 20 days. The slumbering baby remained unbothered, her steady breaths indicating she was deeply asleep. GNMO left helplessly, but then thought, having a powerful backing was indeed advantageous. In the afternoon, Yi Jingchen discovered Lin Baobao was absent yet again and learned from the assistant instructor that she had taken leave. His brow furrowed in concern. Ever since that day, the relationship between Lin Baobao and the Uncle Lu Yeding had noticeably improved. She frequently took leave due to feeling unwell. Even he could see that her ailments were merely excuses to escape the grind. Due to frequent absences, some individuals have voiced their discontent. However, Lu Yeding stated, if you have a legitimate reason, you may take leave. If it is merely out of jealousy and troublemaking, do not blame me for being merciless. He initially believed that, given Lu Yeding's ruthlessness, he would not indulge the little one, yet, to his surprise, he found him rather lenient, publicly defending her. His intuition hinted that the relationship between the little one and Lu Yeding was not as simple as it appeared. There was undoubtedly more beneath the surface. Throughout the military training, Lin Baobao had a rather lackadaisical approach, often prioritizing air conditioning over basking in the sun, and her hours of slumber far outweighed her waking moments. Life was exceedingly pleasant for her. Once again, she requested leave to remain in her dormitory, cozied up in bed. This feels delightful. Had I known Lu Yeding was so easygoing, I wouldn't have made such a fuss. While reclining in bed and indulging in dramas, her phone chimed. Oh, it's a message from Lu Yeding. 7 p.m., the usual place. Thanks to Lu Yeding, she had taken numerous opportunities to sneak out during military training. The usual place was the parking lot, a location she was quite familiar with. She replied, okay. It was already 6 p.m., and having indulged in a day of laziness, she finally got up to freshen up and change her clothes, which took just the right amount of time. Just as she was ready to head out, her phone rang again. This time, it was a call, and without checking the caller ID, she answered directly, don't rush me. I'll be ready soon. ISNT, it's still early. Bao, what are you saying? This wasn't Lu Yeding's voice. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Jing Chinga. Oh, nothing. I mistook the caller. Hearing Bao's awkward chuckle on the line, he frowned. Did Bao think it was Lu Yeding calling? The line fell silent, and she assumed the call had dropped, yet the screen indicated the call was still active. Hello, Jing Chingu, are you there? It dawned on her that she had acted out of line. I'm here. Lin Bao continued. Did you call for something, Jing Chingu? Yi Jingchen replied, not much, just wanted to invite you for dinner. I am sorry, Jing Chingu, but I already have plans. Maybe next time. At that moment, Lu Yeding's call came through, leaving her no choice but to wrap up quickly. Jing Chingu, I have another call. I'll call you back later, goodbye. Wait, Bao Bao, He wanted to say more, but the line was already met with the sound of a disconnection. He tightened his grip on the phone, sensing that the call had originated from Lu Yeti. Who exactly was he? Ever since this man had appeared, Bao Bao's relationship with him had gradually grown distant. At 6:50, Lin Bao Bao arrived early at the parking lot, discovering Lu Yeti had already been waiting. Once inside the car, fastening her seatbelt, she inquired, "Didn't you say 7 p.m.? Why are you here so early?" "I have no habit of being late." Then a round of applause for your narcissism. After a hearty meal outside, Lin Bao Bao insisted on going shopping. Women are truly gifted when it comes to shopping. Not until the mall announced its closing did she finally relent. That Lu Yeti felt utterly exhausted. He had never felt this drained, even during physical training. Merely shopping had nearly taken half his life. In contrast, the young lady beside him had spent her military training days taking leave and now was brimming with energy after expending her physical strength. Lin Bao Bao felt hungry once more and ventured to the vibrant night market. That was Lu Yeti's first experience of such lively nightlife. Led by the little foodie, they indulged in snail noodles, stinky tofu, grilled cold noodles, fruit tea, and takoyaki, savoring each treat as if they were a couple on a date, enjoying every bite until Lin Bao Bao's belly was so full she felt as if she were with child. Chapter 46. Food poisoning. The consequence of such indulgence was that she could not rise the next day. GNMO, noticing the time slipping away, directly climbed into bed to rouse Lin Bao Bao. "Wake up, little lazy pig. You didn't take leave today. If you don't get up, you'll have to run laps." The mention of running laps jolted her awake. Being late would mean running 10 laps. A fate she could not bear. Lin Bao Bao hurriedly began dressing, lamenting, "Woe is me. I had to ask for leave because of Lu Yeti. How could I have missed such a splendid opportunity last night? It is so disheartening." As she stepped outside, an indescribable sensation stirred in her stomach, accompanied by gurgling sounds. Yet she brushed it off in her haste to gather with the others. She arrived just in time, narrowly escaping the fate of running laps. After completing a few warm-up exercises, the odd feeling in her stomach returned. She raised her hand. "Report. Speak." "Instructor Chu, I need to use the restroom." Upon receiving permission, she clutched her belly and dashed off to the toilet. After experiencing a bout of stomach troubles, Lin Bao Bao returned to her spot. Shortly thereafter, the discomfort returned, necessitating another trip to the restroom. Today, since Lu Yeti was held up in a meeting, Instructor Chu led the training. When Bao Bao requested permission, it was naturally granted. Thus, she made several trips back and forth. How shameless to take advantage of this rare opportunity to slack off. Indeed, what was she pretending for? Was it not simply a desire to avoid training? The other girls, already displeased with Lu Yeti's favoritism towards Lin Bao Bao, now felt even greater animosity towards Instructor Chu for his leniency. No whispering, continue training. "What do you girls know? This is my future sister-in-law. I'll show her favoritism if I want." Lin Bao Bao emerged from the restroom, her face pale, leaning against the wall. What was happening? It felt as if a battle was raging in her stomach. A pain that tore at her insides. After several trips, alternating between vomiting and diarrhea, she was nearing her limit. Clutching her belly, she trudged along. Instructor Chu glanced at the time, noting that Bao Bao had been gone for quite a while. Seizing the opportunity to wander, he kept an eye on the restroom. Upon noticing her distressed expression, he quickly approached. "What's wrong, little sister-in-law?" Lin Bao Bao shook her head, weakly responding, "It's nothing, my stomach just feels a bit off." No sooner had she spoken than her stomach made another noise. "That I need to go to the restroom again." This time, Instructor Chu heard it as well and quickly replied, "Go ahead," struggling to turn around. She had barely taken a few steps before she lost consciousness, unable to endure any longer. "Lin, student, what's wrong?" "Lin, student." He almost called her sister-in-law by mistake. Instructor Chu was frantic. What was happening to her? "Don't scare me. Little sister-in-law, wake up." Surrounding classmates, all studying medicine, quickly recognized Lin Bao Bao's stillness. "Instructor, call an ambulance. She's in bad shape." The words nearly sent Instructor Chu into a panic, his trembling hands dialing 120. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, and a figure appeared beside him. Lu Yeti had just finished his meeting and, from a distance, saw someone collapsed. With eyes as sharp as an eagle, he immediately recognized Lin Bao Bao and dashed over. Scooping her up and demanding of Instructor Chu, What happened? Instructor Chu, with a forlorn expression, replied, I don't know. She just collapsed. Liu Yeting cradled her and ordered, quick, drive to the hospital. The hospital entrance by Chi was already prepared. Upon arrival, Lin Baobao was swiftly placed on a stretcher and taken through the VIP entrance for examination. Outside the emergency room, Liu Yeting stood close to the door, his seemingly calm face unable to conceal the worry in his eyes. The lights dimmed, and the door opened. Bai Qi emerged, removing his hat and mask, holding a report. How is she? Liu Yeting asked, unaware of the tremor in his voice. Bai Qi waved his hand nonchalantly. Your little niece has food poisoning. We just washed her stomach that she'll be hospitalized for observation for 1 day. If all goes well, she could be discharged tomorrow. As he spoke, Lin Baobao was wheeled out in the hospital room. The spacious bed made Lin Baobao appear even smaller. Her pale face resting in slumber, Liu Yeting sat beside her, his gaze fixed on her. Guilt welled within him. On a whim, he had wanted to take the little one out for fresh air, not anticipating such an outcome. Although the primary blame did not lie with him, he felt uncomfortable nonetheless. This marked the second time he had indirectly caused her hospitalization. After 2 hours of sleep, Lin Baobao awoke, her eyes fluttering open to find herself in a familiar, yet strange room. Momentarily unable to recall where she was attempting to sit up, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hand. And for it had been inserted it then dawned on her that she was in the hospital room she had once occupied. How did I end up here with a stomachache? Just then, Liu Yeting entered, holding a bag. You're awake. Lin Baobao inquired. What happened to me? Liu Yeting set down the bag and sat beside her. Food poisoning. You almost kicked the bucket. He deliberately exaggerated, watching the little one to see if she would dare to repeat such folly again. Yet, Lin Baobao completely sidestepped the usual response. So, I've been poisoned once. Does that mean I'll have immunity next time? I want to get poisoned again. Such a foolish theory. Where on earth did she derive that from? You hoping for a next time? Liu Yeting retorted, fool. Stay far away from such things in the future. I scolded Lin Baobao a couple of times in a huff, but she remained silent. That day, Liu Yeting had persistently advised her against eating, yet her insatiable appetite led her to disregard his counsel. Sighing, fully aware of her own fault, she lowered her head in self-reflection, feeling too lazy to engage with that little brat any further. She set aside the plain congee she had purchased from the bag. With her stomach thoroughly emptied, Lin Baobao now felt hunger pangs. However, gazing at the tasteless congee, she found herself utterly disinclined to eat it. With a pitiful look, she turned to Liu Yeting and asked, does the hospital sell boiled beef or spicy hot pot? What? Are you still trying to court disaster? Liu Yeting replied. Lin Baobao pointed at the bland congee, insisting, this lacks flavor. It won't satisfy my hunger. Liu Yeting shoved the congee into Lin Baobao's hands, asserting, this is all there is. Eat it if you wish. What a rascal. He was actually tormenting her by withholding delicious food. Sulking, she placed the congee on the nearby table and grabbed her phone from the bedside to search for takeout. To her surprise, there were plenty of delectable options near the hospital. Duck necks, pizza, Odin sushi. Her stomach protested. Forget it. She ordered everything she had just added to her cart in one go. Then, she nestled comfortably against the soft cushion, eagerly awaiting her feast to arrive at her doorstep. Chapter 47. The little drama queen in action. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the delivery was overdue. Not a single call had come in, nor had she spotted the delivery person. What was going on? She grabbed her phone to check, only to find that her order had already been marked as delivered. What? She hadn't received anything. Infuriated, she called to inquire, only to be informed by the delivery person that someone had come out to receive the order as soon as they entered the hospital. They had verified the phone number, name, and address, confirming everything was correct before handing it over. Lin Baobao was dumbfounded. What was happening? Was it broad daylight robbery of takeout? Was there no sense of justice left in the world? She grabbed a saline bottle, preparing to confront the security personnel downstairs. Just then, Liu Yeting pushed the door open and, seeing the restless little girl who was supposed to be sick, asked, Where are you off to? Someone stole my food, and I'm going to check the surveillance and file a complaint, she exclaimed. Taking the saline bottle from her, he ushered her back to bed. Don't stop me. I spent a lot of money. I can't just let it go. She reached for the 4-drip, but Liu Yeting pressed her down, saying, Don't go. I took care of it. Then what about my food? She asked curiously, looking at Liu Yeting. He didn't carry takeout on him, nor did he smell of food that I threw it away. Lin Baobao jumped up, indignant. How dare you throw it away? Do you want to starve me? Didn't I buy you this? He pointed to the long cold congee on the bedside table. What congee? I don't want to drink that. She began to throw a tantrum, standing on the bed. You owe me for the takeout. I want hot pot steak barbecue. I refuse to drink congee. I don't want it. Her noise was causing Lu Yeding's head to buzz. Although he appeared calm, he was internally struggling against the impulse to toss Lin Baobao out of the window. Since she was standing on the bed, her antics had caused the four-needle to shift, and he could see the skin around it beginning to swell. Damn it, didn't she feel anything? He couldn't let her continue like this. He seized her flailing hands and pressed them down on the bed. Stop it. The needle is coming out. The little drama queen was oblivious to his warning. Acting like a child, throwing a fit, rolling around and cursing, completely deaf to reason that can't you just listen. He thought that it seemed only forceful measures would work. With one hand, he firmly grasped her two flailing hands, while the other swiftly grabbed his belt, efficiently restraining her hands that he then firmly held her bobbing little head in place and used a nearby towel to gag her. Lin Baobao was stunned. Why are you tying me up? You're not going to hit me again, are you? She whimpered, her mouth muffled, unsure of what she was saying. Had enough of your antics? She heard him ask through her muffled cries. Lu Yeding released her hand with the four, while binding the other to the bedpost, raising it before Lin Baobao's eyes. Oh no, my little hand. The neglected sensation was finally acknowledged, and the delayed pain made her wince. Whereas that arrogance you just showed. As if to retaliate against her earlier dismissal, the injury that should have been minor now stung painfully. Lu Yeding crossed his arms, looking down at Lin Baobao with contempt. Still throwing a fit? Lin Baobao desperately blew on her little hand. Did I want to cause trouble anymore? Please call the nurse. It hurts so much. Lu Yeding leaned forward to undo her bindings but accidentally stepped on the bedsheet that had fallen to the floor, causing him to lurch forward and crash face-to-face with Lin Baobao. In that moment, both of their minds went blank. Their wide eyes locked onto each other, their breaths mingling that a faint fragrance wafted from Lin Baobao's nose. And she noticed Lu Yeding's face flushing unnaturally. She averted her gaze slightly, focusing on his Adam's apple. How sexy. Their gazes began to blur, and their lips inched closer together. It hurts. The sudden cry snapped them back to reality as Lu Yeding accidentally pressed on the four-needle in Lin Baobao's hand. The poor needle had skewed. How could it not hurt? Lu Yeding quickly retreated to the side, feeling an uncontrollable urge to kiss her. His heart raced violently at the thought of earlier moments. And he couldn't help but touch his lips. How insane! Lin Baobao, however, was far too preoccupied with her pain to contemplate such things. Holding her injured hand, she shouted, Lu Yeding, call the nurse. I'm going to die from the pain. Regaining his composure, Lu Yeding didn't immediately press the bell, but instead sat calmly to the side, crossing his legs. Do you still want takeout? This was the perfect opportunity to discipline this little girl. No more, no more. She was on the verge of tears from the pain, while this man seemed to relish the chaos. What about the congee? Before he could finish, Lin Baobao interrupted. I'll eat. I know I was wrong. I'll listen to everything you say. I'll even eat poop if you give it to me. Just hurry and call the nurse. She wailed, her mouth wide open but without shedding a single tear. Lu Yeding, hearing her satisfactory response, finally pressed the pain relief bell. The nurse arrived with the necessary tools that, oh my, the needle is all skewed. Just bear with it. It might hurt a bit. Understanding this girl as complicated background, the nurse was as gentle and swift as possible as she extracted the horrifically misaligned needle. After bandaging the wound, she reminded Lin Baobao of precautions, such as avoiding water, and then proceeded to insert four into her other hand, repeatedly cautioning her not to move recklessly. Lin Baobao dared not move at all, nodding vigorously. Just then, Lu Yeding, never one to miss an opportunity for mischief, chimed in, if you can't use your hands, you can always use your feet. That if that doesn't work, just like a child, you can even use your head. The nurse chuckled at his jest. Lin Baobao retorted, after all, I just had my stomach pumped. And I'm still in a fragile state. That Lu Yeding kindly warmed the congee at the nurse's station. The little drama queen, trembling with her injured hand, carefully sipped the congee, taking tiny bites. Seeing her struggle, Lu Yeding could no longer bear watching. That you're shaking so much. Aren't you afraid of spilling it all over the bed? He snatched the bowl away. using a spoon to feed her bite by bite. As they reached the end, she cautiously inquired, "What did you do with the food I ordered?" Lu Ying replied nonchalantly, "I fed it to the dog." Meanwhile, Bai Chi was reveling in a feast in the office. Chapter 48. The unlucky Lu Dage. After spending 2 nights in the hospital, Lin Baobao finally received approval for discharge. In truth, 1 night would have sufficed, but this little drama queen had gotten herself into such a predicament that the infusion time had been significantly extended. Bai Chi's medication required 2 infusions, with a mandatory 12-hour interval in between. As a result, her originally scheduled discharge for the following afternoon had to be postponed to the next morning. On the way back to school, Lin Baobao sat quietly in the back seat, not uttering a word. Upon arriving at school, Lu Ying turned off the engine, yet Lin Baobao remained seated in the back, showing no sign of getting out. "Get out," he prompted. Finally, Lin Baobao made a move, tugging at Lu Ying's collar. "Dumb. I'm in this condition, right? My wound hasn't healed yet," she said, trying to sound dignified. Lu Ying replied, "So, did he really think he couldn't decipher the meaning behind her words?" She was clearly trying to avoid military training and was hoping to ask for leave. He feigned ignorance. Lin Baobao continued, "I just detoxed. There might still be remnants of poison in my system." She extended her little hand. "Plus, my hand is still a bit injured. I can't even let water touch it, let alone dirt or anything else. Don't you agree? If it gets infected, it could leave a scar, or worse, lead to amputation. Lu Ying. With such a minuscule wound, they dare to amputate. Are they not afraid of injuring their own tongue?" He had once been wounded by an enemy's sword, blood gushing forth. Yet he managed to escape underwater without it escalating to this extent. Such an absurd excuse is truly unbelievable. One must wonder if their intellect has also been compromised. Lin Baobao has laid the groundwork to this extent. Yet Lu Ying remains silent, offering her not even a single expression. What does this mean? Hey, has this dog of a man's brain been glued together with paste? She has hinted at this level, and he still does not grasp her meaning. "I want to take leave." This dog man's wooden head truly renders her efforts in vain. Finally unable to contain himself, Lu Ying chuckled lightly. "Count for yourself how many days you have participated in military training and how many days remain until its conclusion. You still have the audacity to ask for leave. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Standing tall, she began to boast. "I have indeed taken leave, with special approval from a certain leader, a legitimate reason in broad daylight." That certain leader. "Fine. I hereby inform you that you may take leave until the end. Do not think that even if you lose a hand, you can simply crawl over here. Dogman. So harsh and vicious. Utterly inhuman." Lu Ying stepped out of the car, disregarding that little brat. After just a few steps, a weight settled on his foot. This familiar sensation. Without looking, he knew exactly what was happening. Playing that octopus game again? I want to get involved. I am a patient. I cannot go. That is your concern," dragging Lin Baobao along as he continued forward. "Well, so now she is impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Is she?" 2 small claws reached for Lu Ying's belt. His body trembled. "What are you doing?" Lin Baobao chuckled mischievously. "If you do not want your pants to be stripped off, then agree to my request." Completely ignoring her, he persisted in walking. In a moment of desperation, Lin Baobao pinched him fiercely on the inner thigh. Lin Baobao. The sudden pain caused Lu Ying's veins to bulge. Where is this girl pinching? Not even being shot would cause such pain. This is getting urgent, very urgent. With no other option, Lin Baobao resorted to a strategy of self-inflicted suffering, one hand clinging to Lu Ying's thigh, the other raising her injured hand. Look, I am in this state, and you bear half the responsibility, hence you must take responsibility." Such a well-reasoned argument. "I shall procure for you the finest scar-free ointment." The implication being, if you wish to take leave, there is no chance. No, you are responsible for my leave. I want nothing else, and I shall not accept anything else." Then it is out of the question. Seeing that he was still dragging her along, she relented. "All right, you are forcing me into this." One hand pinching the other inner thigh. "For every step you take, I shall pinch you. Let us see who can outlast whom." This pinch hurts quite a bit. If I were to exert sufficient strength, the pain would rival that of childbirth. Indeed, Lu Ying halted his steps. It is not that he is afraid, but that this spot truly hurts. The little ploy succeeded, and her injured hand was poised to strike as well. after a moment of stalemate. It is the last day. One day is fine. Then today it is, today no matter what. She did not wish to go. The next few days could be dealt with later. She would think of a way then. Oh yeah. Finally, the revolutionary struggle was victorious. Lin Baobao leaped up in excitement, forgetting that she was still perched upon Lu Yeting's leg. With this jump, her head directly collided with his rib, that a muffled grunt escaped him. Ironically, this scatterbrained Lin Baobao, having bumped her head against an obstruction, did not assess the situation, only thinking of standing up. Consequently, she bumped into Lu Yeting again, causing him to half kneel on the ground, clutching his manhood. The pain from earlier was nothing compared to the agony he felt now. Finally standing up, Lin Baobao observed Lu Yeting's posture, and only then realized what her head had collided with it. Oh dear, what bad luck! How disgusting! In front of Lu Yeting, she disdainfully rubbed her hair. Little brat! Gritting her teeth, she shouted. Lin Baobao, hearing that hellish call, oh my, she had completely forgotten that Lu Yeting was still here. Oh no, I've caused trouble. I must run quickly. If I don't, not only will I lose my leave, but I might even lose my life. Internally lamenting, how can one be so sensitive? A mere brush and it's the end. How dare they say she is making a fuss? She is no different. Shame, shame, shame. With a carefree heart, Lin Baobao joyfully returned to her dormitory, rushing towards her bed. This bout of food poisoning was not a waste of her suffering. It was worth it. After a nap, the first thing she did upon waking was to order every dish from the takeout that Lu Yeting had intercepted that day. Then she began to feast heartily. However, she had learned her lesson. Eat slowly. Do not overindulge. The next day, she obediently went to the training ground. The campus bell actually came to train. We thought you were ill again. They specifically emphasized the word ill. But no, everyone else in the school is doing fine. Only Lin, the campus belle, is sick every few days. It truly is a rarity. Mocking remarks came one after another. Lin Baobao was not angered at all, pinching her little ear. My poor health has indeed become a source of amusement for everyone. Even Instructor Lu said so. Thus I must rest well and not take military training too seriously. The situation took a turn. The gossipy girls gazed at the sharp-tongued Lin Baobao, their teeth grinding in frustration. Previously, they had envied Lin Baobao, and now envy outweighed jealousy. The scene of Instructor Lu personally carrying Lin Baobao to the hospital made them all green with envy. Even if they berated Lin Baobao to shreds, it could not replace her luck that day. All the girls wished they were the one in Instructor Lu's arms. Had they known fainting would lead to such good fortune, they would have fainted long ago. Chapter 49. The Scheme of Chu He. Lin Baobao had not attended for 2 days, and Instructor Lu had also been absent from their training for 2 days. What a campus bell. Just a calamity. Chu He, listening from the side, could not help but chuckle to himself to avoid a brawl. He timely interjected, cutting off their discussion. All right, gather round. The girls craned their necks, peering for a long while. The assembly concluded. Training was about to commence. Yet where was Instructor Lu? Lin Baobao had returned unharmed. But where had Instructor Lu gone? Someone raised a hand. Report, speak. Instructor Chu, where is Instructor Lu? Cough, cough upon hearing someone inquire about the head's whereabouts. Chu He's expression shifted slightly. Well, Instructor Lu has an urgent meeting to attend. All right, let us begin training. After hearing this, everyone did not press further and began their daily training tasks obediently. Chu He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He truly admires himself for crafting such an excellent excuse. The principal had long advised everyone that for Colonel Lu Yeting to personally partake in military training was a great honor for their school. No one was to inquire about Colonel Lu's whereabouts privately, to prevent the leakage of military secrets. This is no trifling matter. A mistake could lead to a military tribunal. An urgent meeting? Why does she not believe this? Lin Baobao gazed at Chu He in confusion. Meeting his burning gaze, their eyes locked, and Chu He awkwardly smiled before turning away. Quite suspicious, isn't it? Normally during military training, Chu He would wink at him. And in private, he would call him little sister-in-law. Now he does not even glance at her. Surely something is amiss. After training concluded, Lin Baobao seized the opportunity, stealthily following Chu He as he wandered off to an unknown location. Suddenly, Chu He halted his steps. Come out, little sister-in-law. Caught red-handed, peeking her small head from behind a clump of grass. How did you know I was following you? With a wide grin, Chu He began to boast. Little sister-in-law. I am the head's right-hand man. If I lacked this basic vigilance, the head would have kicked me out long ago. Indeed, Liu Yeting, such a proud perfectionist, would never allow useless individuals to linger around him. Good fellow, thumbs up for you, clapping her hands in support. Chu Hie's nose rose high with pride. Lin Baobao, spill the beans, whereas Liu Yeting gone, his proud demeanor immediately stiffened. Little sister-in-law. Did you follow me just to inquire about the head's whereabouts? Of course, otherwise, would I come all this way to follow you instead of lounging in air conditioning and binge-watching shows? How heartless. Little sister-in-law, how can you give a candy only to slap me afterward? Chu Hie, cough cough, little sister-in-law, the head truly has important matters to attend to. This is classified information, and I cannot divulge it to you. Lin Baobao, I scoff at you. Those foolish girls might believe you, but I am not deceived. Little sister-in-law truly knows how to flatter herself. However, I cannot betray the head, no matter how Lin Baobao provoked him. He merely let it go in one ear and out the other. Wearing a look that dared her to do her worst, he was principled in guarding his superior's secrets. After talking for ages, Lin Baobao was parched and hoarse. Who would have thought? This Chu Hie, though appearing foolish and carefree, was quite reliable when it mattered. She had exerted all her efforts, yet could not extract the truth from him. The lady cannot believe it. Do you truly think I am unaware? He must be too embarrassed to admit it, hence threatening you not to speak of it, right? This revelation left Chu Hie unsettled, completely altering his demeanor. What? Little sister-in-law, you actually know about the head's injury. Wait a moment. Injured? What sort of injury? As she parted ways with him, she was undeniably full of life and vitality. So how could he have sustained an injury in such a short span of time? At this moment, however, she could not afford to express her astonishment. Should Chu Hie discern that she was utterly clueless, it would be a grave disservice to her, especially after she had endured so many mosquito bites just moments ago. Therefore, you must enlighten me on the nature of his injury. Before responding, Chu Hie glanced around to ensure they were alone, then leaned in to whisper. The doctor advised that our leader must now remain in bed for recuperation. Lin Baobao furrowed her brow and blurted out, "What kind of injury is so severe? Did he get shot?" Upon hearing this, Chu Hie's expression twisted in disbelief, akin to having tasted something foul. Little sister-in-law, are you pulling my leg? You truly have no idea, do you? Chuckling triumphantly, he shrugged his shoulders, asserting that he never claimed to possess any knowledge. It was merely your assumption. Little sister-in-law, this isn't how you treat someone. Feeling dejected, Chu Hie retreated to a corner, drawing circles in a fit of solitude. Lin Baobao urged, "Stop with the suspense and spill it," that a dejected Chu Hie replied, "I refuse to say anything." "Oh, so you think you can flaunt your authority just because I'm being nice? Are you going to tell me or not?" A defiant Chu Hie responded, "I simply want to tell. You truly believe that I'm at your mercy, don't you?" Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, she produced her phone and located Liu Yeting's contact page, threatening, "If you don't speak, I'll dial him right now and inform him that you've been spreading his business around and that the entire school is in the know." Chu Hie, in a panic, lunged to snatch the phone away. In the ensuing struggle, the device slipped from their grasp and inadvertently dialed out, activating the speakerphone. Oh my goodness. Chu Hie hastily picked it up to hang up, but by then, the call had connected. And a voice on the other end said, "Hello." His finger hovered perilously close to the hang-up button, paralyzed by fear of disconnecting the leader's call. Moreover, the little sister-in-law was glaring at him intently. Relinquishing the hot potato back to Lin Baobao, Chu Hie retreated a good 3 meters away. "Hello." The voice of Liu Yeting echoed again from the phone. Lin Baobao pressed the mute button and, with a mischievous sway of her hips, approached Chu Hie, raising her phone. "Speak, or I shall expose you." Chu Hie found himself trapped with no escape, his mind racing. Good heavens, in a moment like this. You still refuse to divulge anything? Then I shall escalate matters to O, and I must inform him that you attempted to woo me while encroaching on his territory, and that we are currently on a date. As she spoke, she prepared to unmute the call. "I'll talk." "Oh yeah, victory is mine." Chu Hie, utterly defeated, slumped onto the ground, first appeasing the leader. "This is easy. Hello, I dialed the wrong number. My apologies. Goodbye." Chu Hie stood there, dumbfounded, watching as Lin Baobao executed her plan with astonishing speed, hanging up the call even quicker. Fearing that Lu Yeting might call back and interrupt her amusement, she promptly shut off her phone. Plopping down, she gazed at Chu He with her wide, innocent eyes, a face brimming with eagerness for gossip. Oh heavens, earth! Chu He, with a lifetime of reputation, has now been outsmarted by a mere girl. What a disgrace. Chapter 50. The mysterious expert Lin Baobao, found sitting on the ground uncomfortable, her legs beginning to tingle. Fortunately, there was a stone behind her, and she settled onto it, propping one foot against it and resting her hand on her knee. Feigning indifference, hurry up and tell me. Chu He was at a loss for words. Little sister-in-law, with your gossiping demeanor, you could almost be mistaken for a sunflower seed vendor, before he could finish his internal monologue. He noticed Lin Baobao had produced several packets of toffee, tearing open the wrappers and beginning to munch. Indeed, she was living up to the title. Under Lin Baobao's relentless urging, Chu He reluctantly decided to speak. To be honest, I'm not entirely clear on what transpired, he began to reminisce. Just yesterday, he had been leading a training session when he received a call from the leader, instructing him to immediately rush to the parking lot by the school gate to pick him up. He had been puzzled. Could the leader possibly have gotten lost? That seemed unlikely, as they had been here for over half a month, and with the leader's genius intellect, he could hardly forget the way in just a few days. After a few unnecessary questions, he was met with a stern reprimand. If you ask one more question, I'll ensure you'll never speak again. Not daring to delay any longer, Chu He quickly recruited a friend from the adjacent class to cover for him and sped off. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he was nearly struck dead with shock. The leader was half collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat. Leader, what on earth happened to you? Lu Yeting gritted his teeth and muttered an apology. I was ambushed by a thief. What? In broad daylight, in the middle of the campus, someone dares to launch an attack. They must be courting death. He insisted on calling the police and reviewing the surveillance footage, but the leader forbade him from taking any action. Thus, he had no choice but to take the leader to the hospital for examination. When the doctor came to report the findings, Chu He could hardly believe his ears. The leader's, well, you know what I mean, had sustained a severe impact, swollen and inflamed. The more he listened, the more his eyes involuntarily darted towards the leader's vulnerable area. Lu Yeting, seizing a pillow, flung it squarely at Chu He's face with considerable force. He even spun around with the pillow in hand. Not daring to sneak a glance, Chu He buried his head into the pillow. At this point, Lin Baobao found the toffee in her hand suddenly unappetizing. Feeling guilty, she touched her nose, fully aware of how Lu Yeting had gotten hurt. It was merely a couple of bumps. Wasn't he known for his resilience, like a man of steel? This was rather pathetic. With a belly full of unexpressed grievances, now that someone was sharing gossip, Chu He became increasingly animated, reveling in every detail without omitting a single one that the doctor had advised several days of rest. Prohibiting any vigorous activity until full recovery. At this point, Chu He became animated. You have no idea, little sister-in-law, the doctor exaggerated the potential after-effects of the injury, even displaying a hint of glee, which nearly infuriated the leader to the point of throttling him. Lin Baobao retorted, where on earth do they find such reckless doctors? Meanwhile, in the office, the barefoot doctor by Chi Bai was practicing meticulous suturing techniques when he suddenly sneezed, causing pain to shoot through his neck, which had previously been gripped by Lu Yeting, leaving him wincing in agony. The needle in his hand inadvertently jabbed into his own palm. The dual pain was excruciating, prompting a loud howl of despair. Lin Baobao held little curiosity for the barefoot doctor. Her intrigue lay with Lu Yeting. So, where is Lu Yeting now? Chu He pointed towards the apartment building behind the school. The leader is recuperating in that apartment nearby. Handing a packet of toffee to Chu He, she asked timidly, so, did Lu Yeting mention who it was that attacked him? Chu He shook his head while tearing open the candy. No, even that barefoot doctor interrogated him relentlessly. But the leader didn't utter a word. When I dropped him off at the apartment, I carelessly asked a question and ended up getting kicked in the tailbone. Lin Baobao, even in that condition, he still had the energy to kick you. Isn't he worried that he'll end up incapacitating himself? I advised the leader similarly, yet he threw a blanket at me and told me to leave. Chu He rubbed his tailbone, munching on the toffee. Little sister-in-law, who could possess such swift skill to injure our leader and escape unscathed? This person must be heartless, for they clearly understand that such a blow could threaten a man's very life. Fuming every 3 seconds, he shifted to an awestruck expression. Nevertheless, I'm deeply intrigued to meet this mysterious expert. He couldn't fathom how this could have happened. It seemed utterly illogical. Their leader's close combat skills could be deemed world-class. To bring the leader to such a state, what caliber of skill must this mysterious individual possess? I truly wish to meet this elusive expert. The heartless, ruthless, mysterious expert, Lin Baobao thought. Your little admirer is right here before you. That night, Lin Baobao oscillated between mirth and concern, hardly managing to sleep. She found amusement in Lu Yeting's predicament, relishing the notion that he was experiencing the consequences of her prowess. Yet, she was anxious about the possibility that she might have inadvertently caused him serious harm. Would this rogue man take her to court? Would she end up behind bars? The weight of her worries overshadowed her joy. Should she sneak a visit to check on him? After all, she bore some responsibility. Resolute, she decided to go to at worst. She could simply apologize again. It wasn't her first time. She had experience in this regard. After finishing her training that evening, she ordered replenishing dishes and soups from the best-rated restaurant nearby. As darkness fell, she set off well-prepared. Chui had mentioned that his place was just behind the school. She knew she couldn't exit via the school gate, but she recalled a nondescript little door she had seen during her last visit to Lu Yeting's dorm, colloquially known as the Big Dog Hole. There were no signs of dogs around, and given Lin Baobao's petite stature, it would be a breeze for her to slip through. Following the address she had received from Chuhi, she easily located Lu Yeting's residence. Knock, knock. After knocking several times without receiving a response, she wondered if he had gone to bed so early. She knocked again, but something felt amiss. Perhaps he had fainted. Lin Baobao, placing the food down, resorted to kicking the door, causing the peeling paint around its edges to flake off. Just as she prepared for a final, forceful kick, the door swung open. Unfortunately, she was unable to halt her momentum. Lu Yeting found himself face-to-face with a foot, and instinctively grasped it to throw the intruder out. However, upon recognizing the owner of the foot, he moderated his grip. Lin Baobao collided with Lu Yeting's chest, the impact forcing him back a few steps until he steadied himself against the wall. That scared me to death. Why is every encounter with Lu Yeting so heart-pounding? She exclaimed. Lu Yeting retorted, I haven't even called you a jinx yet. Still leaning against Lu Yeting's chest, Lin Baobao was pushed away with disdain as she asked, What are you doing here? I'm here to see you, she replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting between his legs. Chapter 51. The ultimate nourishing superheated gaze ignited a fire within Lu Yeting. What are you looking at, you rogue? Lin Baobao countered. How am I a rogue? You're the one without any clothes on. Go to the door and bring in the food, then close it properly, she murmured. Who would want to look at that ugly thing? It might not even be functional anymore. What did you say? Lu Yeting's voice boomed, causing echoes to ring in Lin Baobao's ears. This man appeared unfazed. Yet his voice was filled with vigor. Calm down, I didn't say anything. You heard nothing, Colonel. Lin Baobao chuckled nervously. That it was evident that Chui had warned her not to provoke Lu Yeting, as the consequences could be dire if that part of him truly was incapacitated. That a few flattering words softened Lu Yeting's expression. Lin Baobao placed the food in a bowl and brought it to the table. Come, let's eat. I ordered the best dishes just for you. Lu Yeting remained motionless, having not moved from his spot since Lin Baobao's arrival. Stop standing there and come eat, she urged, turning his face away. Lu Yeting replied, You should go back. I'll eat later. Lin Baobao's keen eyes caught the fleeting glance towards his midsection. Could it be? Chui had mentioned that Lu Yeting was currently hindered in movement, requiring him to take each step slowly. Thus, it was not that he refused to come over, but rather, suppressing a mocking grin, she turned back with a charming smile. That don't let it get cold. You mustn't waste my efforts. She approached him, tugging at his shirt. Come on, Colonel, allow me to assist you. You little brat, are you doing this on purpose? He evaded her outstretched hand, insisting he could manage. Preparing himself for the pain, he attempted to step forward when a small hand grasped him, worry lacing her voice. All right, don't push yourself. It could lead to worse consequences. Yet inwardly, she scolded him, stubborn pride, suffering for the sake of face. With Lin Baobao's gentle submission, Lu Yeting finally relented, sitting down. He surveyed the culinary spread before him, and his expression darkened. Chives, oysters, deer antlers, cordyceps, soft-shelled turtle. Goodness, everything was aimed at boosting vitality. He struggled to suppress the urge to flip the table. Lin Baobao served him a bowl of soup, exclaiming, "Try this. It's the ultimate nourishing soup. Once you finish it, you'll be back to your old self in no time." Lin Baobao, "I am not incapacitated. I do not require such things." Attempting to rise, the pain in his legs forced him back down. "Damn it." Lin Baobao twiddled her fingers. "Isn't it a good thing to replenish your strength?" "Humph." The atmosphere grew tense again. "Then aren't you curious how I knew you were here?" To alleviate the awkwardness, she sacrificed her brother Chu. Lu Yeting confidently stated, "Chu, he told you that IT was not a question, but a certainty." Lin Baobao was taken aback. "How did you know?" Lu Yeting regarded her with an expression that suggested she was naive. Well, she certainly was naive. Chu, he was the only one in the know. Who else could it have been? "So, how are you feeling now?" Lu Yeting replied grumpily, "Lucky to be alive, not dead because of you. I didn't do it on purpose. If you had intended it, wouldn't I be lying in a crematorium now? That is a bit exaggerated." "Exaggerated? Are you not?" Lin Baobao countered. "Then why didn't you scold me?" Given Lu Yeting's temperament, if she had caused him such harm, he would surely seek revenge upon her arrival. She had envisioned many scenarios before knocking on the door. Number 1, Lu Yeting slamming the door and telling her to get lost. The most lenient scenario. Number 2, Lu Yeting pulling a gun and shooting himself. And 0.3, Lu Yeting throwing himself off the apartment building, claiming it was a suicide out of guilt. Each scenario grew increasingly creative, surpassing the imagination of a normal person. Lu Yeting could no longer tolerate her musings. "Then am I a beast in your eyes?" Caught up in her previous complaints, she blurted out her true feelings. "Sometimes. I think you are even worse than a beast." The Lu Yeting slammed his hand on the table, causing the bowl of nourishing soup to spill. Lin Baobao jumped back in fright. "Oh no, I said the wrong thing again." How had she allowed Lu Yeting to affect her so? Wiping up the soup spill with a tissue, she gently patted Lu Yeting's arm. "Calm down, please. Just treat my words as a slip of the tongue." She filled another bowl of soup, placing it before him with a charming smile. "Take your time drinking. I won't disturb you, that I'll take my leave now." She couldn't stay. She feared that if Lu Yeting was not incapacitated before, he might become so out of anger at her. For the next 2 days, Lu Yeting did not attend military training, nor did Lin Baobao visit him at his apartment. Fortunately, Chu He, the spy, kept her informed daily. However, the once vibrant girls had grown listless. Without Instructor Lu, they lacked motivation. One by one, they began to slack off, arguing with Chu He and making excuses for their absences, driving him to the brink of frustration. To cheer up her newly acquired little brother, they met again in the grove that evening. "What's the big deal in life? Come, let us transform our frustrations into appetites." Lin Baobao, reminiscent of a picnic, spread out a small blanket, snacks, and drinks. As they admired the moon and stars, they gossiped about Lu Yeting. Chu He felt his fragile heart mend instantly. "Sister-in-law, you're wonderful. Bringing so much food. My brothers have been speculating if I've hooked up with some student girl, given all the treats I bring home." Lin Baobao swallowed her food, laughing. "Haha, I hope you haven't sold me out." Chu He patted his chest. "How could I? Our friendship is purely revolutionary," with a playful grin. He continued, "And let us not forget, you are my future sister-in-law." Lin Baobao froze mid-bite. Sister-in-law. Chu He was blissfully unaware of the deeper implications. She couldn't disclose that she was merely Lu Yeting's fake fiancée. In a year and 7 months, they would be nothing more than strangers on different paths. This thought made Lin Baobao set her snacks aside, pondering why she felt a sense of loss. Chapter 52. A grand misunderstanding. After a few days of recuperation, Lu Yeting had nearly returned to full health. The rare leisure time had led him to indulge a bit more than usual. Lin Baobao had not returned since that day, but ever since her departure, the ointment Chu He delivered the following day had significantly improved his condition. Initially, he had resisted applying any ointment, but Chu He, in tears, had clung to his leg, pleading for him to give it a try, which had thoroughly disgusted Lu Yeting. When Lin Baobao had clung to his leg, he felt no aversion, but with Chu He, he felt no qualms about kicking him away. This exertion had aggravated his pain. After Chu He left, he reluctantly decided to give the ointment a try, and the cool sensation was quite soothing, alleviating his discomfort rapidly. The next day, he noticed significant improvement in his condition. Thus, he no longer resisted applying the ointment, adhering to a regimen thrice daily without fail in just 2 short days. He had nearly recovered, and his appetite had returned, making meals far more palatable than the cafeteria fare. Chuhi joked, but he knew all too well that it was Lin Baobao's influence at play. The door's lock chimed. "The door is open. Please enter." "Boss, I'm here," Chuhi announced, carrying delicious food that as Lu Ying sat down to eat. Chuhi shamelessly poured himself a glass of water and joined him. "Get lost," Lu Ying grumbled. Chuhi, a large man, observes another large man eating, feeling utterly uncomfortable. How can this fellow lack even a shred of self-awareness? Suddenly, Chuhi feels rejected, pouting like a wronged little one as he retreats to the sofa to watch television. The boss is truly heartless and ungrateful. He himself delivers meals and water, and yet he has to clean as well that he kindly offered to share a meal, only to be told to scram. Tonight I shall go complain to my sister Dash and Dash Law. Lu Ying quickly finishes his meal, and they switch places. While clearing the dishes, Chuhi remarks, "Boss, I've noticed you walk quite nimbly now. Are you nearly recovered?" "Boss, when will you be back? Those girls have become increasingly unruly without your oversight. It infuriates me to the point of wanting to flee. I can't handle them. Unlike the boys, I can't just beat them into submission." He has been feeling quite wrong these past few days and must have a good talk with the boss to urge him to return and discipline this group of spoiled ladies. That evening, Chuhi arranges to meet Lin Baobao at their usual spot. Leaning against a large tree, with a chicken leg in his left hand and a packet of spicy strips in his right. He alternates bites while indignantly exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, these women are truly excessive." Lin Baobao replies, "Indeed, quite excessive. Recently, the girls have heard rumors that Lu Ying had to return to the military district early and would not be coming back. Not only the girls in their class, but several from other classes have lost interest in military training. Each day, they either laze about or argue with the instructors, and some have even stopped coming altogether. The instructors are all furious and have come to complain to Chuhi. Already troubled himself, the constant chatter from so many people is almost overwhelming that by the end, Lin Baobao can no longer discern what he is saying. Her mouth full, making muffled sounds. But it is surely all complaints. And the boss, too. Today, I went to bring him lunch, hoping to share a meal, yet he looked down on me and told me to go away. He cast a pitiful glance at Lin Baobao, reminiscent of a small dog. Lin Baobao, you accompanied Lu Ying for a meal? Chuhi, yes, Lin Baobao. You sat beside him, watching him eat. Chuhi nods, exactly, cough, cough, cough. Lin Baobao is momentarily choked. Chu shouty, I must give you a thumbs up that I enter mind. An imaginative scene unfolds. Lu Ying is eating while Chuhi gazes at him affectionately, chuckling occasionally. Ugh, goosebumps rise all over her. Choking, her face flushes as if she might suffocate. Chuhi quickly hands her a bottle of water, and she gulps down several large mouthfuls. Phew, she's alive again. However, she drank too quickly and begins to cough violently. Chuhi wipes his hands and pats her back to help her breathe easier. Sister-in-law. Please eat slowly. Are you all right? Suddenly, a voice emerges, startling Chuhi, causing him to lose control of his grip and slap down hard. Ugh. Lin Baobao is knocked onto the grass. Damn it. Chuhi, are you trying to harm me? That slap nearly sent me to the afterlife. A Chuhi cries out in pain as he also falls to the ground. His hand is dislocated. Lu Ying rushes over to help Lin Baobao up. Are you all right? Lin Baobao. Thanks to you. I'm still breathing. He releases Lin Baobao, turns and commands. Chuhi, yes, he immediately stands at attention. Even with a dislocated hand, he still tightly clutches the chicken leg and spicy strips. He cannot waste food. Lu Ying stands before them, exuding an intimidating aura, his face dark, demanding, what were you just doing? He had impulsively decided to return tonight, intending to inquire about recent training conditions, yet he could not find Chuhi anywhere. The guards on night watch said, Vice Captain Chu has been going out almost every night for 2 hours, returning with bags full of food, looking quite pleased and smiling in a rather lewd manner. Lu Ying's first thought, like all the brothers, was, this kid isn't trying to hook up with some girl, is he? Upon learning that Chu he had just left, he hastened to find him. He was keen to see what this young man was up to. To his surprise, he found Lin Baobao, the two appearing quite intimate. Seeing this scene, Lu Ying felt a pang of jealousy that he had intended to see what tricks this pair of lovebirds was up to. Yet later, after overhearing their conversation, he noticed Chu He's hand creep on a Lin Baobao's back. Damn it. Ynt brought a knife. His growing agitation felt akin to catching an unfaithful spouse in the act. Unable to restrain himself, he directly grasped that bothersome hand. Lin Baobao stands up, brushing off dirt and grass from her clothes. That we weren't doing anything. We were just eating and chatting. I don't trust your words. Little girl, he steps in front of Chu He, adopting a tone as cold as death. Tell me, what were you just doing? Lu Yeting, already tall, towering at 6 feet 2 inches, faced Chu He, who barely reached 6 feet. Under the boss's deadly gaze, Chu He felt as if he might wet himself. Trembling, he stammered, "Boss, I swear it was just eating and chatting." He seems to understand now. The boss must have seen him helping Lin Baobao breathe and misinterpreted it as him trying to court her. What a monumental misunderstanding, a grievous injustice. Chapter 53. Heartfelt moments under the moon, still attempting to deceive him. Does he think him blind? If you don't confess the truth, I'll dislocate your other arm. Lu Yeting moves behind Chu He, restraining the already dislocated hand. That a boss, be gentle. I really didn't do anything to sister-in-law, was choking and couldn't breathe. I was merely helping her. Chu He hurriedly explains, not pausing for breath. Really, boss, I swear if I'm lying, I'll castrate myself, Lin Baobao. Chu Xiaodi, you truly dare to say such things? I applaud your bravery, Dada. It's again from Chu He, after his painful exclamation. He finds his hand no longer hurts and moves it a bit. It's fine, boss, sister-in-law, I'm off now. You two continue your conversation. Chu He dashes away, only to return a few steps later, rolling up all the food in a picnic cloth. Lu Yeting, Lin Baobao, this ungrateful scoundrel. He abandons me, disregarding our revolutionary friendship, and takes all the food that I bought. How outrageous. In his frantic escape, Chu He calls back, sister-in-law, my life is at stake right now. I promise to make amends another day. Lin Baobao, what brings you here? Lu Yeting glares at Lin Baobao. If I hadn't come, would you have been happy? This question leaves her utterly perplexed. What does her happiness have to do with him? How is she supposed to answer? Leaning against the tree in silence, she pulls out a lollipop and puts it in her mouth. Suddenly, Lu Yeting positions himself on either side of the tree, cornering Lin Baobao. My goodness, this dog of a man. She nearly drops her lollipop in fright. Annoyed, she pushes against his chest. What are you saying? Would you be happy without me? Does it seem to you that I have nothing better to do? This dog of a man, asking such nonsensical questions, staring into Lu Yeting's earnest eyes, she finds herself momentarily entranced, questioning within herself. Would she truly feel happy without Lu Yeting around? Previously, she would have said without hesitation yes, wishing only to distance herself from this dog of a man. But now, she feels torn, as if two inner voices are battling. The angelic voice urges, you don't dislike him now, do you? Answer him truthfully. The devilish voice retorts, remember how he treated you before. What happiness is there with him? What if he goes mad one day and strikes you again? Lowering her head, Lin Baobao falls silent. Lu Yeting's hands gradually clench in a fist. He does not understand why he feels this way. He simply wants to know the answer. Why won't she respond? Does she truly despise him so much? This realization vexes him, and he punches the tree. What are you doing? Lin Baobao jumps at Lu Yeting's sudden action, instinctively grasping his hand. Why are you hitting the tree? In that moment, as her delicate, gentle hands clasp his, Lu Yeting's agitation fades entirely, his tense expression softening. The tree bears a small dent from his strike, the force being reciprocal, leaving his hand scraped. Lin Baobao retrieves a handkerchief, wrapping it around his wound. Have you forgotten the pain after the scab is formed? Don't let it touch water until it heals. That as she finishes bandaging his hand, she looks up, and their eyes meet. His expression is so tender. Who would have thought Lu Yeting had such a side? Her heart begins to race uncontrollably. Why you shouldn't get so close? I said hot. Lin Baobao pushes against Lu Yeting's chest, trying to create some distance. Quickly turning away and awkwardly stammering, it's getting late. I'm tired. I should go. Then, as if fleeing, Lu Yeting watched Lin Baobao hurry away, a smile escaping his lips. It seemed he had frightened the little girl. Under the moonlight, he caressed the handkerchief in his hand, the corners of his mouth beginning to lift. Lu Yeting pressed his hand against his heart, the genuine sensation forcing him to confront his own feelings. He could no longer deceive himself. He seemed to have truly developed feelings for Lin Baobao. Lin Baobao, who was sprinting back, dove in a bed without even changing her clothes. Jinimo looked at the flustered Lin Baobao and asked, Baobao, what is wrong? In nothing, Lin Baobao stammered. Jinimo replied, don't cover yourself up like that. Even if you want to sleep, you should at least take a shower and change into fresh clothes. Lin Baobao hesitated. No need. I'm too tired. This will do. What a troublesome little girl. To avoid disturbing Lin Baobao's sleep, Jinimo also turned off the lights and went to bed early as the night deepened. The sounds of cicadas occasionally echoed outside, and fireflies danced, casting a beautiful green glow outside the window. Beneath the covers, Lin Baobao was wide awake, her mind replaying the earlier events how vexing. Why did her heart race at the mere thought of Lu Yeting? Lin Baobao, you must be out of your mind. He is a terrible man, a plague. Why would you feel shy about him? Don't forget, in less than 2 years, you'll be parting ways with him. Stop overthinking. Yes, in 2 years, they would no longer intersect. With that thought, the fiery turmoil in Lin Baobao's chest felt doused with a bucket of icy water, rapidly cooling her emotions. The more she thought about it, the more she felt a dull ache in her heart. She bit down on her blanket, yet sleep eluded her. As a result, she slept soundly until the afternoon of the next day, groggily waking up. She squinted at the blinding sunlight. Why was it so bright so early? She fished out her phone to check the time. Oh no, it's 5 o'clock. She truly felt like a pig, having slept for over 10 hours. Now, rushing to the playground would be pointless. It had already ended. This was it. She would definitely be marked down. Sob sob. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Brother Jingshen. Perfect. She could ask him about the situation. Hello, Brother Jingshen. Yi Jingshen replied, Hey Bao Bao, is your leg all right? Lin Baobao was utterly confused. Huh. What was wrong with her beautiful leg? Yi Jingshen explained, the instructor said you twisted your leg while helping to lift something yesterday. Are you okay? Helping to lift something? Twisted her leg. Which instructor said that? Yi Jingshen replied irritably, Lu Yeting. Due to her disdain for this man, she had never referred to him as Instructor Lu in private. Lu Yeting? But I wasn't there. Did anyone object? He said it counts as a work injury, so he specially approved your day off today. Why was he suddenly being so kind-hearted? After chatting with Yi Jingshen for a while, the call ended. After hanging up, she noticed several unread messages, some from Lu Yeting and others from Chu He and his underlings. Lu Yeting. You have a day off today. Rest well. Chu He, little sister-in-law. How did you twist your leg yesterday? Are you all right? In the days that followed, Lin Baobao wandered through them in a daze. Lu Yeting's sudden 360-degree change in attitude caught her off guard. Unlike during military training, his gaze was entirely different now, as if he were a different person. Although his demeanor still held a semblance of seriousness, it was softened considerably, especially in his eyes. Lu Yeting's return revitalized all the female college students. Moreover, after Instructor Lu returned, for some inexplicable reason, he had become much gentler than before. He even joked with them occasionally. Who would dare to go against Instructor Lu? Besides, who would dare to defy him? They would be the first to suffer his wrath. Among everyone, only Lin Baobao felt a profound sense of discomfort. Lin, how's your leg? Lu Yeting approached Lin Baobao in front of everyone, concern etched on his face. Drawing envious glances from the other girls, countless hostile gazes were fixed on Lin Baobao. Don't you have any self-awareness? Putting on a facade. Are you? Goodness, are you trying to harm me? If looks could kill, she would likely be reduced to nothing. With the pressure surrounding her, she managed to say, It's fine. Thank you for your concern. Instructor L, you don't need to thank me. By the way, you left your handkerchief in the warehouse. Come with me to fetch it after we finish. All right, I can have a moment alone with Instructor Lu. The hostile glares intensified. Lin Baobao couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her brow. Okay, in reality, after military training, Lin Baobao hurried back to her dormitory. To hell with his cursed warehouse. She wouldn't go. Lu Yeting guessed that the little girl might just be quick to agree verbally. After finishing his remaining tasks, he returned to his dormitory and called her. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. After several attempts, no one answered. He chuckled to himself and continued calling. How annoying. This dog of a man never knows when to stop. I'll block you. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry. Lu Yeting sighed in resignation. This ungrateful little girl. Just then, Chui entered to report on work. Before he could speak, Lu Yeting snatched his phone away and kindly ushered him out. Lu Yeting searched for the note labeled Little Sister-in-Law in his contacts and dialed. Surprisingly, it connected that he immediately hung up and called again with his own phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry, now he understood. The little girl hadn't turned her phone off. She must have blocked him. For now, he didn't need Chuhi's phone anymore. Outside the door, a bewildered Chuhi saw the door open just as he was about to enter when an object flew out. Arcing gracefully before landing squarely in the trash can. Curiosity piqued. He took a peek. That glance nearly broke his heart. It was his phone. Suffering through the foul smell, Chuhi reached for his phone, attracting the attention of passers-by who pointed and whispered that, oh, the agony, ding-dong. Huh, a text. It was from Lu Yeting. 15 minutes, under the big tree, that if you don't show up on time, I'll come find you myself. Damn. The chips in her hand suddenly lost their appeal. What a threat. The essence of that dogman had returned. Even if Lin Baobao was reluctant, she had to go. What if that dogman really came to her dormitory to find her? After military training, she could escape, but she would still be at the mercy of his groupies. Again, only 15 minutes? Thankfully, it was much closer than the school gate. Lin Baobao threw on some clothes over her pajamas. Too lazy to change completely, and rushed out. Tonight, the moonlight was exceptionally bright. From a distance, she could see Lu Yeting's towering figure beneath the tree. She slowed her steps, trying to be stealthy at this moment. Lu Yeting was truly a sight for sore eyes. With his handsome features, perfect physique, and the innate aura of a soldier, he was utterly captivating. If she had first known him this way, without any previous unpleasantness, she might have developed feelings for him. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. Lin Baobao shook her head vigorously, struggling to suppress the feelings that were now uncontrollably resurfacing. After calming herself for a while, she finally approached Lu Yeting. "Where's my handkerchief?" she asked, trying to maintain a calm tone. Initially, she thought this was just an excuse from Lu Yeting, but then she recalled how he had punched a tree, injuring his hand, and she had indeed used her handkerchief to bandage him briefly. "I didn't bring it," Lin Baobao replied. "Then why did you call me here? Are you messing with me?" "What? Can't I call you if nothing is wrong?" As he spoke, he moved closer to Lin Baobao. In an effort to avoid being so close to Lu Yeting, Lin Baobao had no choice but to step back until her back pressed against the tree, leaving her with no escape. Faced with Lu Yeting's advancing presence, she extended her hand to push against his chest. "Let us talk about business. Don't get so close." She turned her head away to avoid looking at him. However, Lu Yeting grasped one of her small hands that was that soft sensation he had been thinking about for 2 days. His hand was large, and Lin Baobao's hand felt so small and adorable in his grasp. "You taking advantage of me." The moment Lin Baobao was held, her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. She could imagine her face turning as red as a monkey's butt. Thankfully, it was dark. Otherwise, if Lu Yeting saw her, it would be too embarrassing. Trying to pull her hand away, he tightened his grip that, "Don't forget, we're engaged." While saying this, he caressed her hand gently. What was this dogman doing? Why was he speaking so softly, as if it were a matter of course? Lin Baobao mumbled, "You shouldn't forget, we made a pact. It's just a show for the elders, you little troublemaker. You truly know how to ruin the mood." The hand that held her small hand couldn't help but tighten slightly. Reluctantly releasing her small hand, he placed both hands on either side of Lin Baobao, lifting her chin to meet his serious gaze. "Now, I want to turn this act into reality." "What? Is the dogman talking nonsense again?" Lin Baobao couldn't believe what she had just heard. Wishing to push away Lu Yeting, she found his chest as unyielding as stone, refusing to budge. With her nimble form slipping from his grasp, she sought to escape. Yet, Lu Yeting was not one to easily allow Lin Baobao to succeed in her endeavor. Swiftly, he seized her hand, drawing her into his embrace from behind. Just as he had envisioned, the little girl was not only soft in hand, but even softer in body, enveloped in a delightful scent of fragrant shower gel. Holding her felt akin to cradling a sweet, fluffy cotton candy, Lu Yeting leaned his head against Lin Baobao's shoulder, a look of pure enjoyment upon his face. Chapter 55. Evasion in a Daze. He seemed to catch a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Before he could react, the little girl had already wriggled free from his embrace, her back turned to him as she attempted to mask her nervous tone. You've had too much to drink. You should head back and sober up. I'm leaving." Watching her retreating figure, he could only manage a wry smile that appeared he had been too hasty, inadvertently frightening the little girl. Lin Bao Bao, hastily fleeing back to the dormitory, stumbled and fell along the way. She dared not linger, scrambling back to her feet to continue her escape, fearful of being pursued by Lu Yiting. Departing in a dazzling manner, she returned disheveled and muddied. "Oh my, Bao Bao. What happened to you?" She was greeted with concern, her entire form covered in dust and dirt, with a scrape on her leg. In a daze, Lin Bao Bao sank down, allowing Jian Mo to strip her of her soiled clothing and tend to her wounds. Clutching her heart, she implored, "Please don't beat so fast, or you might just leap out." Her heart, however, retorted, "I refuse to take the blame for this. It's you who desires such a frantic pace." Her mind remained in turmoil. Was this truly a dream? Had Lu Yiting? Had he just confessed to her? Not only that, he had embraced her. That sensation, it was so potent, and yet she struggled to recall the details. Everything had transpired so suddenly that she felt utterly dazed. The tension in her nerves had dulled her senses, rendering her incapable of remembering the feelings accurately. The sting of antiseptic entering her wound jolted her back to reality. Stop thinking. Just stop. Surely, Lu Yiting was merely jesting. He was the one who initially proposed the notion of a fake relationship, the one who suggested making it official. Now, he was the same person declaring his feelings for her. What was this nonsense? That insufferable man, what gave him the confidence to dictate her responses? The more Lin Bao Bao pondered, the more infuriated she became, a sharp pain blossoming in her chest. She bit down hard on her lower lip as tears began to fall. Jian Mo, hearing her sobs, looked up to find Lin Bao Bao in tears. She handed her a tissue, saying, "Don't cry, don't cry. Did I hurt you? No, not at all. That IT doesn't hurt. Just press harder, or it won't disinfect properly and could get infected." Lin Bao Bao later felt that Jian Mo was too gentle, so she took matters into her own hands, applying pressure with a fierceness that sent waves of pain coursing through her. She had hoped to use the pain from her wound to distract from the ache in her heart, only to find it a futile endeavor. The pain in her chest was far more profound, even eclipsing that of her injury. As Lin Bao Bao's tears flowed incessantly, she eventually lost track of whether the pain stemmed from her heart or her wound. It felt as if her entire being were engulfed in agony, as though she were being dragged into an abyss of sorrow that I in the dead of night. Lin Bao Bao succumbed to a high fever. Fortunately, Jian Mo noticed in time, calling for an ambulance to take her to the hospital. Upon examination, the doctor discovered her wound had become infected. Really, how could one apply ointment so vigorously? It's possible that the flesh was damaged. "I wonder if it will leave a scar," the doctor mused. Such a beautiful young girl, with a scar on her leg, was akin to a perfect piece of art missing a fragment. What a pity! After finishing this she would be able to be discharged, but until her wound healed, she must absolutely avoid water. Jian Mo responded, "Understood. Thank you, doctor." In her dreams, Lin Bao Bao slept restlessly, her brow furrowed in anxiety. Observing her distress, the doctor prescribed a sedative to help her sleep. Under the influence of the medication, Lin Bao Bao gradually relaxed her furrowed brow. It was only as dawn approached that she finally awoke. The medication having just finished its course. After the needle was removed, she shared a taxi back to school with Jian Mo. "Make sure to rest well. I've already arranged for a leave of absence from the doctor, and I'll deliver it to your instructor shortly." After ensuring Lin Bao Bao was settled, Jian Mo tidied up and prepared to depart. "Mo, you've taken care of me all night without much sleep. Perhaps you should rest as well." Jian Mo smiled, appreciating that this girl still had a sense of gratitude, acknowledging her own sleepless night spent in Lin Bao Bao's company. She pulled another leave of absence from her pocket. "Don't worry, I've arranged one for myself too. Who would pass up a good deal? All right, you rest. I'll deliver the leave and return soon." With that, Lin Bao Bao finally felt at ease to lie down. The calming medication continued to take effect, and she closed her eyes, drifting into a dreamless sleep. Upon receiving the leave of absence from Jian Mo, Lu Yiting frowned deeply, and he was acutely aware that the previous one had been feigned. Now, with Jian Mo's delivery, bearing the legitimate signature of a hospital doctor, it was undoubtedly authentic, but he pondered how the little girl had injured herself and whether her injuries were severe. Jian Mo was not entirely certain. She only mentioned that Lin Bao Bao had returned with a knee injury and claimed she had simply stumbled. It seemed that her own insistence on applying treatment had led to the infection and subsequent fever. Lu Yiting was consumed with concern for Lin Bao Bao's condition, yearning to see her immediately. Yet he hesitated. The little girl's demeanor from the previous night left him feeling uneasy. He feared that his presence might only push her further away. Perhaps it was best to allow her some time to cool off. After all, the military training would conclude in just a couple of days. And soon enough, she would no longer need to stay in the dormitory. They would have the opportunity to meet daily. Surely, there would be ample time for a heartfelt discussion, he reasoned, feeling somewhat more at ease. However, following this realization, he found little inclination to continue with his training tasks. After passing the responsibility to Chu-hee, he returned to his dormitory to attend to the documents sent from Country F. Thus, the days passed until military training concluded, and Liu Yiting had not seen Lin Bao Bao even once. The messages he sent vanished into silence, receiving no response on the day the instructors departed. Lin Bao Bao could hear the echoes of voices and cries from the playground even within her dormitory. Jin and Mo returned to inform her that several girls were in tears over Liu Yiting's departure. Some to the point of being inconsolable as the military vehicle pulled away. One girl fainted from her overwhelming sorrow. Must it be so dramatic? Lin Bao Bao thought, but soon enough, she found herself grappling with her own emotions. With military training concluded, she too would be returning to the Liu residence. The thought of facing Liu Yiting filled her with a bitter anguish, akin to consuming bitter herbs. How was she to confront him? In the past few days, she had come to realize that she indeed harbored feelings for Liu Yiting. Despite his previous harshness towards her, she had to admit that she had developed a soft spot for him. Yet this sudden shift left her feeling uncertain. What if Liu Yiting was merely joking? What if he changed his mind in the future? The what if seemed to multiply endlessly. Liu Yiting. Could she truly place her trust in you? On the day she was to leave the dormitory, Liu's mother arrived early with a butler to collect her, also helping to pack her belongings. My darling, I've missed you so much. After a month apart, she was overwhelmed with longing, showering Lin Bao Bao with kisses upon her cheeks. Upon seeing Lin Bao Bao's injuries, her heart ached even more. Chapter 56. Application to stay in the dormitory. Liu's mother carefully assisted Lin Bao Bao into the car, insisting on making one more trip to the hospital to ease her worries. Due to the rather vigorous treatment she had received earlier, the wound was not healing optimally, and the doctor recommended another 4 for inflammation. Lin Bao Bao felt it unnecessary, but could not resist her mother's insistence, and ultimately acquiesced. Upon hearing the doctor mention the possibility of scarring, Liu's mother grew anxious. Don't worry, my darling. I will get you the best ointment, and if necessary, I will take you for a procedure to ensure you won't have any scars. Liu's mother remained as warm-hearted as ever. In truth, Lin Bao Bao was indifferent to the prospect of scarring. Over a lifetime of several decades, who had not acquired a few scrapes and scars. Besides, she possessed her own scar-removing ointment, which had never failed to erase a scar since its creation. After receiving her 4, they returned to the Liu residence in the afternoon. Lin Bao Bao retreated to her room for a refreshing nap. By evening, the maid came to rouse her for dinner. Lin Bao Bao dawdled for quite some time before finally descending the stairs, only to find that particular figure absent. Chu Xiaodi had informed her that after military training, he and Liu Yiting would be returning to their residence in a suburb, and they would also have a few extra days of rest. She had even been asked about the best places to eat and have fun in a city. But where was Liu Yiting? Had he chosen to avoid her due to her behavior that day? Lin Bao Bao bit her chopsticks, chewing as if they were made of wax. Bao Bao, why aren't you eating? Is it the food you don't like? Liu's mother inquired, noticing her lack of appetite. Lin Bao Bao glanced at the spread before her. Could it be that she had misremembered? When they had dined together previously, she had clearly enjoyed the meal. The chef and Ah Ching had gone to great lengths to prepare her favorites. Realizing she had lost her composure, Lin Bao Bao forced a smile at Liu's mother. No, I truly enjoyed it. I might just be a bit queasy after the fort. Suddenly, Lu Mu recalled something and, in a moment of frustration, slapped the table. How could she have forgotten? The baby had just finished in 4 drip and should be eating something light. She promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare some gentle dishes to aid digestion. Indeed, she treated Lin Bao Bao with the utmost care and tenderness that Lu Mu decided to stop eating herself, choosing instead to wait for the chef to prepare a new meal so she could dine alongside the baby. They moved to the living room, engaging in casual conversation while watching television. Throughout the entire time, Lin Bao Bao appeared distracted. You mama, why are we the only ones having dinner? Even if he returned. Where are Dad and the brothers? Lin Bao Bao inquired. Lu Mu explained. Your father had to travel out of town for a project, but he will be back in a couple of days. As for those three little rascals, they claim to be busy with matters elsewhere and will also return in a couple of days. Who knows what mischief they are up to? Don't pay them any mind. Oh, is that so? Lin Bao Bao replied, her face betraying a hint of disappointment. Having not heard news of the person she most longed to hear about, Lu Mu, not connecting the dots regarding her rebellious child, simply assumed that Bao Bao felt lonely. Don't be upset, dear. Your father and brothers are thinking of you and will surely return with gifts to make amends. That I'm not unhappy. I just miss them a bit, Lin Bao Bao confessed. Lu Mu, elated, insisted that Lin Bao Bao send a message to the family group chat expressing her longing for them. The sweet, gentle voice of the girl could surely enchant anyone. The Lu family had longed for the birth of a girl. But alas, they had 4 sons instead. The men in the chat quickly responded. Daddy misses you too, Bao Bao. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as I finish up, bringing you a mountain of gifts. Lu father chimed in. Lu Yechen added Bao Bao. If you want anything, just tell your big brother. Lu San, Lu Yihin remarked. Third brother will be back after finishing filming. If you miss me, just watch TV. My new drama has already aired. The group chat erupted in unison. Who wants to see your dull self? Lu San retorted, you're all just jealous of my good looks, with an annoyed emoji. Only Lu Air unexpectedly commented. Second brother will be back tomorrow. Everyone else responded with exasperation. Oh, you old too. You're such a nuisance. The atmosphere shifted to one of playful ridicule. As Lin Bao Bao observed the lively conversation. Warmth filled her heart. Eventually, Lu Mu grew weary of the chatter and declared, if you're coming back, hurry up and return. What is all this noise? It's maddening. If you want to argue, do it in private. She then exercised her authority as the group admin to mute everyone. With the conversation concluded, the new dishes were ready. However, Lin Bao Bao, feeling downcast, found her appetite waning. Nevertheless, she couldn't bear to waste Lu Mu's earnest efforts and managed to eat a fair amount. Forcing herself to do so resulted in turmoil within her stomach, prompting her to excuse herself to the restroom. As soon as she closed the door, she could no longer hold back, and everything she had just consumed came up. The retching brought tears to her eyes. The following day unfolded like any other, except that no one in the household mentioned Lu Yiting. Even Lu Mu, who typically couldn't help but talk about him, refrained from a single mention, as if he had ceased to exist within their home. That afternoon, while enjoying afternoon tea in the garden with Lu Mu, Lin Bao Bao couldn't help but ask, Mama, hasn't Lu Yiting come back? Lu Mu paused, incredulous. Had she heard correctly? Bao Bao just inquired about Lu Yiting. She set her teacup down, staring at her daughter in disbelief. What did you just say, dear? Please repeat that. Thinking Lu Mu hadn't heard her clearly, Lin Bao Bao repeated the question. Confirming that she wasn't mistaken, Lu Mu was overjoyed. Bao Bao's inquiry about that boy indicated progress in their relationship. Previously, she had worried that Bao Bao still harbored resentment over the incident where he had hurt her. His phone is unreachable, Lu Mu explained. His subordinates only mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to. But they were all tight-lipped, so I didn't pry further. Lu Mu herself didn't know where Lu Yiting had gone. Was he on a mission? Who was he trying to fool? He had even texted about discussing matters after military training concluded. Yet, he was nowhere to be found. What was there to discuss? Perhaps he simply didn't wish to see her. The events of that day were likely only occupying her thoughts, while that scoundrel had probably forgotten all about it. True to his word, Lu Yiting returned that evening. The following day, aside from Lu Yiting and Lu Grandpa, Lu father and the brothers all returned home, bringing an abundance of gifts for Lin Bao Bao. After military training, the school granted a week as holiday, which was now halfway through. The remaining time needed to be cherished. Lu Mu proposed that the family take a short vacation to a hot spring resort. To enhance their bonds and relax, as the holiday neared its end, Lin Bao Bao dropped a bombshell of a statement that left the entire family taken aback. She had applied for dormitory accommodation. Bao Bao, wouldn't it be better to stay with Mama? Lu Mu pleaded. Why do you wish to live away? Living in a dorm means not seeing you, and that makes me unhappy. The notion of dormitory life equated to separation from Bao Bao, and Lu Mu vehemently opposed it. Moreover, who could argue that a dormitory was more comfortable than home? The men in the family shared her sentiments, and it was rare for them to be so united in opinion. After much persuasion, Lin Bao Bao remained resolute. Thank you for your kindness, Mom and Dad and brothers, but I still wish to stay in the dorms, that I'm looking forward to university life. I want to be independent. Lu Mu took Bao Bao's hand, saying, Sweetheart, you're already quite independent, but school dorms can't compare to home. Others have no choice but to stay away from home, but we don't live far. Even if it were, Mama can arrange for the driver to bring you back and forth daily. She was aware of Bao Bao's upbringing, having only her grandmother by her side for years. The thought of her daughter's plight pained her deeply. Had she known Bao Bao was so lonely, she would have gladly taken her in to raise her as her own, despite Lu Mu's heartfelt appeals. Lin Bao Bao remained steadfast in her decision. Though the Lu family felt reluctant, especially Lu Mu, they ultimately respected Bao Bao's wishes. After their holiday, Lu Mu busied herself packing Lin Bao Bao's belongings, enlisting the help of all the maids to ensure everything necessary was included. The assembly of items filled 8 enormous suitcases. It was akin to moving house. Such an abundance of belongings would surely not fit in a typical dormitory to accommodate this. Lu Mu had Lu father contact the principal. A university had single suites available for outstanding students, fully equipped and spacious, akin to exquisite apartments. Although Lin Bao Bao was a freshman, her impressive academic record as a top medical student, coupled with the Lu family's connections, made her application for a suite entirely feasible. Lu father generously donated an entire building for laboratory use, much to the principal's delight, leaving him nearly speechless. After hanging up the phone, the principal danced around his office in joy, the music playing as he reveled in the news. The sight of him nearly caused the teachers reporting to him to drop their jaws in shock, after the entire family helped Lin Bao Bao organize her belongings. They reluctantly returned home. Once the Lu family departed, Lin Bao Bao's smile vanished. Sitting on the sofa, she repeatedly scrolled through messages from Lu Yiding that I'm serious about what I said. Why didn't you tell me if you were hurt? How is your wound? I'll take care of the military training issue, that I'll come to pick you up after it's over, that we'll have a proper talk. What a deceitful, wicked man. Where could he possibly be? His words were as empty as air. Weeks passed, and Lu Yiding remained utterly silent. That night, unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Bao Bao stood on the balcony, crying as she deleted his messages. She ordered a mountain of takeout along with a case of beer. What did it matter? He was just a scoundrel. She didn't care, drunk and rambling. She slurred her words, filled with curses aimed at Lu Yiting. Yet, as she fell into a stupor, her final words were, Lu Yiting, I miss you. Where are you? Meanwhile, in the rainforest at the border of a country, Lu Yiting led his shadow team in a fierce battle against terrorists. The air was thick with smoke, and the acrid scent of gunpowder lingered as the sounds of machine guns and explosions echoed around them. Boss, their firepower is overwhelming. We can't advance, one of his men shouted. Even if we can't advance, we must push forward, that if they cross the border, we want to be able to capture them, Lu Yiting commanded. This group was a terrorist organization from Country F, sent to steal classified information. Somehow, they had learned of his departure from Country F and seized the opportunity, but their plans had been intercepted. After a fierce battle, the stolen intelligence box had been retrieved, and many terrorists had been neutralized. Only one remained to prevent him from escaping back to Country F. He had to be eliminated, that if they let him go today, the consequences would be dire. The fierce gunfire provided cover. The last remaining terrorist was on the verge of crossing the border. Lu Yiding issued his orders. Shadow Team B, flank and support Team C. Team A will provide cover while I take out that last one. Boss, don't go. It's too dangerous. His men urged, Boss, it's risky. Come back. No matter how swift Lu Yiting was, he could not entirely evade every gunfire, suffering several hits along the way. Yet he remained unfazed, executing a series of rolls to dodge the bullets, ultimately arriving at the most advantageous shooting blind spot that he disengaged the safety and aimed at his target. Bang, bang. Boss Lu Chief. Lin Bao Bao was jolted awake from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. Outside, the storm raged fiercely, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror that a sense of unease gnawed at her heart. Why? An unsettling premonition weighed heavily on her, though she could not articulate its nature. Another clap of thunder interrupted her thoughts. Lin Bao Bao had an irrational fear of thunder, curling up beneath her blanket, covering her ears, yet unable to muffle the penetrating sound. She retrieved her headphones, shoved them in her ears, cranked the volume to maximum, and blasted the most intense music, attempting to numb herself. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. The following day, she arrived at class with dark circles under her eyes. The lack of rest rendered her unable to concentrate. Unbeknownst to her, she dozed off in class. Fear manifested as reality when the teacher called on her to answer a question, only to catch her in a peaceful slumber. Inciting considerable ire, Lin Baobao was punished to stand in the corridor and tasked with writing a reflection, along with copying the school rules 10 times. Tears welled in her eyes. She had always been an exemplary student, a gem in the eyes of her teachers. Who would have thought that in the most relaxed university setting, she would stumble so? After class, her classmates dispersed, leaving her alone in the classroom to copy the rules. Lin Baobao harbored a little-known secret. She could write simultaneously with both hands. While others copied one version, she could complete 2 in the same time frame, even transcribing different pages simultaneously. Footsteps approached, prompting Lin Baobao to set down the pen in her left hand. Baobao, it was Yi Jingxin. Brother Jingxin, what brings you here? Although both were in the medical department, they had not ended up in the same class. I called you, but you didn't answer. Did I ask the teacher and learned that you... Not wanting to expose her predicament, he smiled and gestured at the papers on her desk. Lin Baobao slumped in defeat, continuing to copy. It's all because of the thunder last night that kept me awake. Yi Jingxin placed the documents in his hands beside her and sat down, picking up a pen. No worries, I'll help you. Lin Baobao insisted it was unnecessary, yet Yi Jingxin remained resolute. She contemplated saying, Brother Jingxin, the handwriting will be easily recognized. The teacher isn't a fool. However, seeing his earnest demeanor made it difficult to refuse. So she softened her heart, planning to treat him to a meal later as compensation. As for her punishment for the copying, she sighed, accepting that she could always make up for it by working late back at her dormitory. Chapter 58. He was wounded after writing for quite a while. Lin Baobao's hand had grown sore. The school rules were quite lengthy. Even with Brother Jingxin's assistance, there were still 3 full copies left to write. Not counting the half-finished one in her hand. Accurately, there were 3.5 left. Her patience was wearing thin. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. Who is it, disturbing me at a time like this? It was Chu He, accompanied by some shady character. Lin Baobao answered, her tone irritable. She could not discern what was said on the other end, but her lethargy vanished, replaced by an expression of worry and urgency. Her hand trembled as she held the phone. Yi Jingxin paused his writing, noticing her distress. What is wrong, Baobao? What happened? Lin Baobao feigned calmness. It's nothing, Brother Jingxin, that I have some urgent matters and need to leave for a few days. Could you please help me ask the teacher for leave? Thank you. Without waiting to gather her things, she dashed out of the classroom, leaving Yi Jingxin alone, his pen snapping in his grip. Though he hadn't heard the details, he was certain that the name mentioned on the call was Lu Yiting. The fact that Baobao reacted with such urgency at the mention of his name confirmed his earlier suspicions. The relationship between Baobao and Lu Yiting was far from that of uncle and niece. Could it be? Lin Baobao sprinted toward the school gate, searching frantically, her heart racing with anxiety. Beep, beep, at a car honked incessantly, flashing its lights. She knew the car she awaited had finally arrived. Eagerly, she hopped in, and the vehicle sped away. Inside the car, Lin Baobao stifled her tears, trembling as she asked, Chu Xiaodi, what you said on the phone? It can't be true, right? Chui slumped against the car window, his silence betraying his anguish. Speak, tell me you were lying. Lin Baobao, in a fit of panic, yanked on Chu He's collar, demanding answers. Chui sighed heavily, looking at her apologetically. Little sister-in-law, I didn't deceive you. Didn't deceive her? She felt utterly defeated, loosening her grip on Chu He and collapsing into her seat, covering her face as tears streamed down. That can't be true. That scoundrel can't be on the brink of death. You're lying. In her mind, she replayed Chu He's earlier words. Little sister-in-law, the chief was shot during a mission and has been in critical condition for over 10 days. He may not have much time left and wishes to see you one last time. Regret washed over her. Why had she let her pride prevent her from speaking to him? Hang in there. You scoundrel. All she could do now was pray silently. Unbeknownst to Lin Baobao, her outburst nearly caused the driver to falter. The term scoundrel almost broke Chu He's composure. Did he uncover something monumental? In a moment invisible to Lin Baobao, Chuhi exchanged a glance with the driver, their expressions relaxing, entirely devoid of the earlier agony. Time passed as they traveled, finally arriving at a coastal area. The remaining distance required a boat to reach their destination. Lost in sorrow, Lin Baobao had little regard for the mode of transport. After a while on the boat, they landed on a desolate island. Lin Baobao surveyed the barren surroundings, puzzled. "Where is this?" Chuhi replied, "This is our training and command base for executing secret missions. Everyone here is one of our own that is secret mission training command base." Lin Baobao hesitated, knowing the protocols. How could an outsider like her be permitted here? "Don't worry, little sister-in-law. This island is the chief's private property, entirely legitimate." Seeing her concern, Chuhi quickly reassured her. Lin Baobao felt relieved by his explanation and continued following him. But after a few steps, she paused again. "Shouldn't he be in the hospital? Why is he in such a remote place?" Chuhi explained, "The chief was injured during a secret mission. It must remain confidential. Rest assured, the medical facilities here are on par with top-tier hospitals, and we have professional rescue personnel." "Then let us hurry." As they entered, the surroundings indeed appeared stark, but as they ventured deeper, they discovered the island was far from ordinary. It resembled a militarized establishment. One might mistake it for a clandestine organization or pirate haven. Chuhi activated a mechanism, leading them inside. The interiors resembled hospital wards. With every step, Lin Baobao felt her anxiety mounting. She feared she might discover Lu Yiting's lifeless body. Her hands clasped in prayer, they arrived at the final ward. Chuhi halted. Lu Yiting must be in this room. Her hands trembled more violently as she hesitated to grasp the handle. Chuhi opened the door first. The room was spacious, filled with the sterile scent of disinfectant. She instinctively shut her eyes as she stepped further in. The sound of a heart monitor echoed through the air. Her hands and feet shook uncontrollably. She braced herself for the worst, summoning the courage to face whatever lay ahead. Slowly, she opened her eyes and beheld Lu Yiting on the hospital bed. His head wrapped in thick bandages, his handsome face marred by numerous abrasions, his exposed hand bore in drip, riddled with scars and wounds. She could only imagine the extent of his injuries beneath the covers. Just seeing him in this state made Lin Baobao's tears flow freely. "Little sister-in-law." Lin Baobao turned to Chuhi. "Little sister-in-law, the chief has been in a coma for quite a while, before he fell unconscious. He kept calling for you. You are the person he longs to see most. Please talk to him as much as you can. Time is of the essence." With that, he glanced at the drip and exited the room. Now, only Lin Baobao and Lu Yiting remained in the ward. She approached, trembling as she grasped Lu Yiting's hand, her gaze fixed on his injuries. "Lu Yiting, I'm here. Open your eyes and look at me." She caressed his rough hand against her cheek. "Can you hear me? I'm here. Your Lin Baobao has come. Wake up." Lin Baobao wept inconsolably, her speech fragmented and choppy. Lu Yiting, her small hand brushed against the face she had longed for over the past half-month. Despite the numerous abrasions, they could not obscure Lu Yiting's handsomeness. She dared not touch him too forcefully, and after speaking for what felt like an eternity, Lu Yiting showed no sign of response. Lin Baobao felt an overwhelming despair. Yet, she never released his hand, gently shaking it. "Did you not say you would turn our charade into reality? Wake up. I promised you. Get up. I have yet to tell you that I have fallen for you too. Did you hear that? I like you." Lin Baobao buried her head in Lu Yiting's hand, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 59. Astonishing words at that moment. If she had merely lifted her gaze to Lu Yiting's face, she would have noticed the corners of his mouth had already turned upwards. "Wake up, you dog of a man. How can you just die like this? They say that wicked people live long lives. How can someone as wicked as you perish so swiftly?" Cough, cough, cough. Astonishing words indeed. This little brat could no longer hold her tongue. She had been so tender and moving, evoking his emotions, and yet concluded with such insults, calling him a dog and remarking on the longevity of bad people. After some time apart, he had become even more infuriating. Upon hearing the cough, Lin Baobao immediately looked up, joyfully exclaiming, "Dog man, you're finally awake. Don't scare me like that. Don't die." The dog man, Lu Yiting, replied, "I'm not dead yet, but I might die from your anger." Outside the door, strange sounds and commotions ensued, and in the next moment, The door burst open and a group of men tumbled in like a stack of pancakes, with Chewie at the bottom shouting, "Hey, you on top, get off. I'm about to be crushed by this mob. Move faster. My back is about to break." After the chaos settled, the ward was filled with 7 or 8 unfamiliar faces dressed in the same attire. Lin Baobao, utterly bewildered, asked, "Who are you all?" The atmosphere felt decidedly off as she turned to look at Liu Yeting. Though his complexion was a bit pale, he hardly appeared to be on the brink of death, as a medical student herself. Lin Baobao could have easily discerned that she had been deceived. Had she not been so predisposed to panic, to be why properly examining Liu Yeting's injuries and the medical documents on the bedside table, she would realize she had been tricked, that a prestigious medical student like her had clearly misjudged the situation. "Are you all playing me for a fool?" If she still couldn't see that this was a ruse, she might as well leap into the sea, glaring furiously at the dogman in bed. She thought, "Dogman, it's been proven that you are nothing but a dog. So despicable." Angrily, she released the hand she had been holding, ready to storm off. "Baobao, little sister-in-law." This sent the entire group into a state of panic. Liu Yeting struggled to rise. "Don't move around too much. Be careful not to reopen your wounds." The doorway was blocked by 3 large men. "Step aside." They insisted, shaking their heads. They had finally managed to bring their little sister-in-law here. But as it was their first encounter with Lin Baobao, they dared not approach her too closely for fear of hurting her and incurring Liu Yeting's wrath. Only Chu, he was familiar with Lin Baobao, making him the only one suitable to handle the situation, that he gently pushed Lin Baobao to the bedside. "Little sister-in-law, this was all my bad idea. Please don't be angry. Let us give the boss a chance to talk. You can deal with me afterward." Then, without warning, he produced a pair of handcuffs, fastening one around Lin Baobao's wrist and the other to the bed's railing before swiftly escaping with the others. "Hey, Chu, come back and let me go. Do you believe I want to dissect you with a scalpel?" This scoundrel was treating her like a criminal. "Baobao." Lin Baobao pretended not to hear, continuing her struggle against the handcuffs. Baobao Liu Yeting placed his hand on her shoulder, but she immediately recoiled. "Don't touch me, dogman. Do you find it amusing to toy with me?" Reflecting on her torment over the past days and the recent deception, tears streamed down Lin Baobao's face. Unlike before, she bit her lip tightly, silently shedding tears without making a sound. Liu Yeting, feeling pained, brushed her lips gently. Lin Baobao, seeing his outstretched hand, bit down without hesitation, releasing all her pent-up frustrations. Liu Yeting did not withdraw his hand, allowing her to bite him. Compared to the heartache of longing over the past few days, the slight pain in his hand was inconsequential. Lin Baobao continued to bite and weep, eventually releasing her grip, exclaiming in disgust, "Your hand is as hard as a rock. It's making my teeth hurt." She resumed her struggle against the handcuffs. "Are you feeling better now?" Liu Yeting inquired softly. Lin Baobao retorted, "Better? You must be dreaming." Before she could finish, Liu Yeting pulled her into his embrace. "Let me go. Don't touch me, dogman." By the end, she found herself at a loss for words. Gradually, Lin Baobao quieted down, her hand unconsciously finding its way around Liu Yeting's neck, resting against his broad, sturdy chest. Inhaling his masculine scent, feeling an overwhelming sense of security, Liu Yeting buried his face in the crook of Lin Baobao's neck, murmuring, "I missed you so much, Baobao." Those words shattered Lin Baobao's composure. The tears she had fought so hard to suppress began to flow once more, and she sobbed silently, her hands instinctively patting his back in a wordless accusation. "I am sorry for making you wait so long." Gently, Liu Yeting patted her shoulder, fearing she would break down again. They remained in each other's embrace for what felt like an eternity, neither wishing to let go. Just then, the door opened slightly, and Chewie poked his head in. "Boss, your force should be done by now. How about, once you remove it, you can have some lovey-dovey time with little sister-in-law?" "Get lost," 2 voices echoed in unison. Chewie quickly responded, "All right, I want to delay a second," as he closed the door. Lin Baobao's gaze fell upon Liu Yeting's hand, which had regained some color. She swiftly tore off the adhesive tape, deftly removed the needle, and reattached the tape to help stop the bleeding. A minute later, both of Liu Yeting's hands were free, and he once again enveloped Lin Baobao in his embrace. After a long time, she attempted to break free, but Liu Yeting would not relent. As the sun set, casting a golden hue through the hospital room window, they could see the sun slowly sinking into the sea. A breathtaking sight, and so beautiful, so enchanting. Leaning against the headboard, Lu Yeding had Lin Baobao nestled against his chest, their hands tightly intertwined. After a prolonged silence, Lin Baobao finally asked, "How is your injury?" Lu Yeding casually replied, "I won't die." "What do you mean, won't die?" She playfully slapped his cheek. However, Lu Yeding caught her hand and kissed it, not releasing it for a considerable time, leaving Lin Baobao blushing that you were being a rogue. She protested shyly, attempting to withdraw her hand. Due to Lu Yeding's injury, she was cautious not to use too much force. He lifted her hand, placing it against his heart, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Baobao, tell me, was what you said earlier true? Do you truly like me?" He longed to hear her affirm that she reciprocated his feelings. Lin Baobao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, nodding silently. Chapter 60. Mutual affection. Lu Yeding cradled Lin Baobao's face in his hands. "I want to hear you say it again." Lin Baobao understood her heart clearly. She had indeed fallen for Lu Yeding. Since she liked him, there was no reason for embarrassment. With sincerity, she declared, "Yes, I like you." Such sweet words, truly delightful. He had never felt this happy before. Lu Yeding's wounds were healing remarkably well, especially with Lin Baobao, his emotional anchor, by his side every day. This injury had turned out to be worthwhile. In the evening, Lin Baobao frolicked barefoot by the seaside, the beautiful maiden in her flowing gauzy dress collecting seashells on the beach. Her face aglow with happiness, particularly captivating against the backdrop of the sunset. Due to his injuries, Lu Yeding could not join her directly, so he leaned against a large tree on the beach, watching her with a yearning heart, eager for his recovery, so he could play with his beloved boss. Little sister-in-law's smile is truly sweet. Chui appeared from seemingly nowhere, sidling up beside Lu Yeding to make his presence known and unabashedly complimenting. "Of course, my precious wife is the best." Noticing Lu Yeding's unwavering gaze on Lin Baobao, he purposely positioned himself in front of Lu Yeding, striking a silly pose with one hand on his hip and the other propped beside Lu Yeding. "Boss, are you lonely?" Accompanied by a lewd grin, Lu Yeding felt a wave of disgust wash over him and swiftly punched that repugnant face. He unexpectedly received a punch, burying his head in a pile of sand. "Serves you right for opening your mouth so wide," he exclaimed, filled with sand. "Ugh." He began to retch violently. Lu Yeding grumbled, "Did you come here to cause trouble on purpose?" As Chui sat there, his rear end raised, expelling sand, Lu Yeding delivered a swift kick to him. The sand that had just been spat out returned to him in abundance. Uncertain of what he was muttering, he continued to run back while exclaiming, "Water, water, bring me water. I'm in dire need." Lin Baobao happened to witness this amusing scene and rushed back, puffing and panting. She poked Lu Yeding's chest with her finger, gazing at Chu's retreating figure. "Have you bullied my little brother Chu again?" Lu Yeding wrapped an arm around Lin Baobao, retorting with displeasure, "Your little brother. If he belongs to you, doesn't that make him mine too?" Lin Baobao, with sound reasoning, replied, "Well, if he is yours, then he is mine." As she spoke, the hand encircling her waist tightened. She endured, but when it became unbearable, her face flushed crimson, and with her small hand pressed against Lu Yeding's chest, she huffed indignantly, "Are you trying to choke me to death?" Lu Yeding lowered his head, their foreheads touching, leaving no space between them. "I'd never want to harm you. I'm too busy cherishing you." His voice, rich with masculine charm, resonated in her ears, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. This dog of a man. How had she not noticed his flirtatious side before? In the days that followed their mutual confession, Lu Yeding underwent a remarkable transformation, his persona and her eyes shifting dramatically from one extreme to the other. It was no exaggeration to say that he was now a different man entirely. There is no man who cannot find love, unless he is yet to encounter the girl who captures his heart. Initially skeptical, Lin Baobao now fully believed this. Her small hand gradually made its way to Lu Yeding's neck, burying her face in his chest, her voice a soft mew akin to a playful kitten. Utterly irresistible, she longed to meld this little girl into his very being. That in the subsequent days, Lu Yeding showed her every corner of the island, unreservedly introducing her to its wonders. The island was vast. The military base she first encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg. Each day, Lu Yeding guided her to new locales, expanding her horizons with a plethora of novel experiences. Today, they arrived at the residential area. and Lin Baobao was pleasantly surprised to find a comfortable living space that Liu Yeting explained that it was designed for the brothers who frequently trained there. The area was thoughtfully planned, resembling a villa community. With at least 20 independent houses, the most picturesque spot stood a grand mansion, luxurious enough to rival Jingyuan. Wow, have you built this opulence? Lin Baobao exclaimed, her admiration evident. But then her expression shifted. Wait, where did you acquire such wealth? Mom said you haven't taken a dime from home since you reached adulthood. Your salary barely covers your daily expenses. How could you possibly afford an island and transform it into something so splendid? Even pirates would think twice before invading. Suddenly struck by a thought, she covered her mouth in horror, gazing earnestly at Liu Yeting. This place ain't a pirate stronghold. Is it, Liu Yeting? Restrain yourself. Don't lose your temper. This is my beloved wife. I must remain calm. This little rascal, how did her mind work in such an unfathomable manner? Both General Lin and Madame Lin were renowned for their intelligence in every aspect. Of course, Lin Baobao was no slouch academically, yet in other areas, she seemed rather foolish. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yeting finally explained, I hold shares in a friend's company and have amassed some savings. Lin Baobao, in her usual navette, responded, someone like you actually has friends. Liu Yeting. What to do about his future wife's lack of judgment? He was at a loss. Did he not deserve to have friends? He pinched her cheeks playfully, relishing the softness of her chubby face. Why wouldn't I deserve friends? He pressed. With her face being squeezed, her words became jumbled. You're so fierce, so unapproachable, always so quick to resort to violence. Always blaming others. Before she could finish, his hand covered her mouth. All right, that's enough. If I hear more, I might just combust. Yet as he reflected, he realized that he had indeed left such an impression on her. A wave of regret washed over him, that if only time could reverse, he would have cherished her from the moment they met, ensuring she never faced any hardship. But what was done was done. Lost time could never be reclaimed, but he gently lifted Lin Baobao's face, sincerely apologizing. Baobao, I was a fool in the past. I'm sorry that I promise I will never let you suffer again. Will you trust me? Lin Baobao nodded without hesitation. Yes, I could believe you. She then threw herself into his embrace. Liu Yeting tightened his hold on the little one, silently vowing to cherish Lin Baobao for the rest of their lives. Chapter 61. The sweet kitchen. Lin Baobao stayed on the island with Liu Yeting to nurse his injuries for nearly a month. The tranquility of island life allowed her to forget the clamor of the city. As Liu Yeting's wounds healed, it was time for them to depart. That in the final 2 days, Lin Baobao busied herself exploring the island, reluctant to leave. That Liu Yeting noticed her sentiments. From now on, we'll come here every year for a while. Lin Baobao squealed with joy, planting a kiss on Liu Yeting's cheek. You should be thankful to me. Had it not been for my brilliant idea, you wouldn't have been able to indulge so quickly with your little sister-in-law. Indeed, Liu Yeting mused, feeling that choosing Chu He as his assistant amidst the crowd had been an exceptionally wise decision. Upon their return, he would grant him a week's leave with all expenses covered. Chu He felt compelled to place a kiss on the other side of Liu Yeting's face. Boss, I'm sticking with you for life. Overwhelmed with excitement, a few days off were tempting. But the promise of all expenses reimbursed was even more alluring, that he had to plan wisely to reward himself for his astute choice. After returning from the island, they shared a dinner at Jingyuan. Liu Yeting took to the kitchen while Lin Baobao, with a lollipop in her mouth, observed eagerly. She wished to assist, but Liu Yeting adamantly refused. That I've witnessed the chaos she can create to ensure a peaceful meal and to save on renovation costs. I cannot let her near the kitchen. Bored, Lin Baobao resorted to fiddling with vegetables, then scampered to Liu Yeting's side, determined to prove her usefulness by snatching the spatula from his hand to stir the vegetables. That Liu Yeting naively handed it over, thinking a little stirring wouldn't hurt. But within 30 seconds, after Lin Baobao had flung 80% of the vegetables out of the pan, he swiftly reclaimed the spatula. Go watch TV in the living room. Just wait until dinner. Pouting, Lin Baobao protested. Are you rejecting my help? Her pitiful expression compelled Liu Yeting to concede and remain in the kitchen with her. Undeterred, Lin Baobao leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his waist and cooing. They say men who cook are the most handsome. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. She rubbed her cheek against his back, stirring something deep within him. But that wasn't the end of it. She unexpectedly retrieved a small stool, standing atop it to wrap her arms around Lu Yeding's neck, her face resting on his shoulder. The warmth of her breath brushed against his neck, causing a deep, heavy sigh to escape his lips. Bao Bao, please step down. Be careful not to fall. Lin Bao Bao stubbornly shook her head. I want tea. I want to watch you cook to be obedient. He reached out, attempting to guide her down. But she only clung tighter. I want to get down. In the ensuing struggle, her lips accidentally brushed against his neck multiple times. Did this little girl have any idea what she was doing? This was a classic case of courting disaster. Realizing soft persuasion wasn't working, Lu Yeding hastened his cooking movements, fearing he might not finish the meal safely otherwise. The dishes were soon ready, 4 courses and a soup, all visually appealing. Lin Bao Bao devoured her food like a little hamster, not forgetting to praise him. So delicious, Lu Yeding, you cook amazingly well. She raised her greasy little hand to give a thumbs dash up that Lu Yeding continued to serve her, lovingly wiping the sauce from the corners of her mouth without the slightest hint of disdain. Lin Bao Bao, engrossed in her meal, failed to notice that the sauce wiped from her mouth had inadvertently found its way into Lu Yeding's. I'm so full. Lin Bao Bao lay back on the sofa, contentedly stroking her little belly. Meanwhile, Lu Yeding was washing the dishes in the kitchen. This time, Lin Bao Bao didn't insist on keeping him company. She was simply too stuffed to move, in perfect accord with his desires, and freed from the chaos wrought by the little girl. He swiftly tidied up the dishes and settled onto the sofa, resting Lin Bao Bao's small head upon his lap. His hand gently caressed her face, savoring the softness of her entire being, which filled him with an irresistible affection. Let us spend the night here. Dante returned to the old residence, he proposed. However, the small head on his lap shook from side to side. No, please take me back to school. I have classes in the morning. That Lu Yeding, puzzled, inquired, if you have classes in the morning, why are you going to school tonight? A wave of dread washed over Lin Bao Bao. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had applied to stay in the dormitory after a quarrel with Lu Yeding. Now, having reconciled and thoroughly enjoyed her time on the island, she had completely forgotten about it. Feeling guilty, she sat up slowly, edging away from him. That Lu Yeding instantly noticed her peculiar behavior and, with a swift motion, pulled her back into his embrace. There's something you're hiding from me. How embarrassing. Must he be so perceptive? The response from the little girl was a mischievous grin, flashing her pearly white teeth. With patient resolve, Lu Yeding pressed, speak up. If you confess willingly, I may just let you off the hook. Really? Lin Bao Bao, easily swayed, divulged her secret about staying in the dormitory. Upon hearing this, Lu Yeding's expression darkened. This little girl was destined to vex him. If he didn't strengthen his hard-ass resilience, he would surely be driven to despair by her antics someday. Now, they were akin to the legendary cowherd and weaver girl. He playfully pinched her chubby cheeks, admonishing, why did you take it upon yourself to do this? Are you inviting trouble? Since we can't meet every day, even when we do, you must return me to the old residence at a scheduled time. I can't go back. I've moved all my belongings to the dormitory, and there is hardly anything useful left at the old house. Lu Yeding was unconcerned about these trivial matters that money could resolve. Forget those. I'll buy you all new things. Lin Bao Bao retorted. You spendthrift. I feel it may be necessary to take charge of your finances in the future. Their debate continued, until Lin Bao Bao threw down her trump card. Isn't it all, because you've been neglecting me, that it came to this? How could I know when you might treat me poorly again? At least now I have a dormitory. If you bully me, I'll have a place to retreat. Lu Yeding was left speechless by her rebuttal. Indeed, he was at fault. He regretted countless times, wishing he could return to a month prior and give his past self a stern warning. Reluctantly, he conceded. However, there's a condition. You must return to spend a few nights every week. Starting with 3 days, Lin Bao Bao exclaimed, Big brother, there are only 7 days in a week. Lu Yeding persisted, advocating for her to stay just for the night. Let us make tonight special, shall we? She shook her head adamantly. No, I can't wake up that early. Nor do I want to. After some time spent watching television and enjoying each other's company in the living room, Lu Yeding, with a disgruntled expression, drove Lin Bao Bao back to school. Chapter 62. Consumed by jealousy on the way, Lin Bao Bao rolled down the window to feel the warm night breeze. Feeling aimless and bored, she began to lament. Sigh, since the semester began, I've hardly attended class and have been taking leave. Did Lu Yeting chuckled quietly, choosing to remain silent. He longed to express, I'd rather you not attend school, so you could accompany me wherever I go. But kept his thoughts to himself. Sigh. Having a future wife significantly younger than oneself has its drawbacks. Upon arriving at the school gate, Lin Baobao intended to enter alone, but Lu Yeting insisted on accompanying her to see her dormitory. Although university regulations were not overly strict, they still enforced stringent rules regarding the management of male and female dormitories. Even family members required permission to enter. Lin Baobao pondered how to persuade the dormitory supervisor to allow Lu Yeting inside. Yet, she soon realized her concerns were unfounded. During military training, Lu Yeting's striking appearance and remarkable feats had circulated throughout the campus, and even the cafeteria staff were well aware of him, garnering him a legion of admirers. The dormitory supervisor insisted Lu Yeting provide her with an autograph and pose for a photograph. He declined the autograph, but, considering he would inevitably visit the little girl again, agreed to the photo op to establish familiarity for future visits. The task of taking the picture was entrusted to Lin Baobao, while the supervisor's eyes remained glued to Lu Yeting. It was no wonder. The young man was exceptionally handsome. Who wouldn't he be charmed by such a sight? Thankfully, during the photo session, he behaved quite decorously. Once their objective was achieved, the supervisor welcomed Lu Yeting inside. Lin Baobao felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking indeed, Lu Day's charm is unparalleled. Even the supervisor is captivated by him. He chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. That you're jealous of a supervisor now. Fuming, she swatted his hand away and marched ahead. Upon reaching the dormitory door, Lin Baobao opened it, intending to close it behind her. However, Lu Yeting deftly slipped in, wrapping his arms around the little troublemaker from behind. Come now, my heart is brimming with thoughts of you. Can't you feel it? Also, why the lack of confidence? Do you truly believe a supervisor could outshine you? How could that be? She was confident in her appearance and figure, especially when comparing herself to a middle-aged woman. Realizing what she had just done, Lin Baobao felt mortified. What was she thinking, competing for attention with the dormitory supervisor? How embarrassing to be caught in such a predicament. All right, I've arrived. You should leave now. She gently pushed Lu Yeting toward the door. He grasped her small hand firmly. Aren't you afraid I might be whisked away by the supervisor? Oh no, she exclaimed, playfully pounding his chest with her small fists. Then I'll just abandon you. Lu Yeting tightened his hold around her waist. Not a chance. It took considerable effort to win your heart. You'll never be rid of me in this lifetime. He didn't linger in her dormitory for long, as she began to rub her eyes, clearly weary, not wanting to disturb her rest. He reluctantly took his leave. Lin Baobao accompanied him downstairs, and just before parting, Lu Yeting discreetly took one of her garments from the bamboo basket. Before they parted ways, they embraced tightly. For those in love, each day is filled with sweetness. That I in the outskirts. Lu Yeting devoted all his spare time to making phone calls and sending messages, seeking to alleviate his longing. Although Lin Baobao had started university, her studies in the medical field kept her quite busy. Fortunately, she was exceptionally bright, naturally suited for the discipline that I in both theoretical and practical aspects. She completed all assignments with ease, allowing ample time for romance. After finishing a class on cardiac anatomy, several classmates were unable to hold back their nausea, including some male students. That in contrast, Lin Baobao remained composed, focused on her phone as she contemplated what to have for dinner that evening. Her heart was indeed remarkable, Baobao. She turned to see Yi Jingchen before her. Ditto. It's you, Jingchen. Yi Jingchen approached Lin Baobao, asking, when did you return? Just a few days ago. And where have you been for the past month? Well, how should I put it? The question reminded Lin Baobao of Lu Yeting, and a smile involuntarily spread across her face. Noticing her expression, Yi Jingchen's hand clenched slowly beside him. This was unmistakably the demeanor of a girl in love. Could it be that Baobao had truly fallen for someone? No, he refused to believe it. Baobao, are you seeing someone? Just as he was about to voice his suspicions, Lin Baobao's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she quickly said, Jingchen Gu, I have something to attend to. I must go. Goodbye. Clutching her materials, she dashed away, leaving Yi Jingchen with his nails digging into his flesh. There was no mistaking it. Lin Baobao's joyful and expectant demeanor. Breathless, Lin Baobao rushed out of the teaching building and hurriedly answered the phone. Hello, Lu Yeting, on the other end, frowned. Why are you so out of breath? Lin Baobao struggled to catch her breath. Did I just finish class and ran out to take your call? He chuckled. You really ran just to answer? Lin Baobao replied, I didn't want anyone else to overhear. As they chatted while walking, she reluctantly hung up once they reached the dormitory. Sigh, how she missed Lu Yeting. She longed for him to appear right beside her, gazing at the empty dormitory. Save for herself, she couldn't help but sigh. Had she truly dug her own grave? If only she hadn't been so impulsive in applying for dormitory housing. She could see Lu Yeting every day. Now, both of them were suffering the consequences of her actions. What a foolish endeavor. Perhaps it was time to tidy up and go for a stroll. Fortunately, Momo was free from work today, so she called her to join the hot pot restaurant. The bubbling pot was filled with spicy delicacies as the two food enthusiasts devoured their meals. Barely lifting their heads, the patrons around them stared in disbelief. Indeed, beautiful women are often foodies. Lin Baobao and Jianimo were die-hard fans of hot pot. Out of 10 dining outings, 8 featured hot pot. This spice is invigorating, Lin Baobao exclaimed, dabbing at her nose as she attempted to fish out more meat for her bowl. More beef, please. I want a large portion. Wait. Jianimo interjected after swallowing a mouthful. Make that 2 large portions. Boss, having had their fill, the two decided to walk back to aid digestion. Jianimo, Lin Baobao, confess honestly, is there something good going on? Lin Baobao, without any hesitation, giggled. How did you know I have good news? Do you think I'm foolish? Just look at your beaming face today, radiant with delight. She playfully patted Xiao Bao Nyo's bottom, who shyly covered her face. She had already noticed the telltale signs. The uncontainable smile on the little girl's face surely indicated that there was a romantic interest. Chapter 63. A midnight confrontation. Lin Baobao sweetly recounted to Jianimo the events of the past few days. Jianimo squinted her eyes playfully, drawing out her tone. So that's why this darling hadn't contacted her for so long. She was caught up in a romantic escapade with Lu Yiting. As the two friends strolled along, Lin Baobao's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she blushed. Jianimo instantly understood, stepping aside to give the lovebird some privacy. Answering the call in a sweet tone. Hello. The voice was so enchanting that it provoked a soft inquiry from Lu Yiting. What are you up to? Just finished hot pot with Momo and now taking a leisurely walk. This method of communication was both inconvenient and uncomfortable. She had called Momo out specifically to avoid leaving her alone, with the thought that she had no classes the following morning. She could enjoy a long phone call with Lu Yiting that he readily agreed. After hanging up, Lin Baobao waved for Jianimo to come over. Wow, that was quick, hee. The two continued their walk for another half an hour. It was already 9 in the evening. Although it was not too late, Jianimo had classes early the next day, so they had to wrap things up. This street was quite far from both the school and Jianimo's apartment. So they parted ways, each heading home. After bidding farewell to Jianimo, Lin Baobao hurriedly ran towards the school, still unaware that her phone had inadvertently been switched to silent mode. Lin Mu, anxiously lying on her bed, repeatedly attempted to call Lin Baobao, but to no avail. The last time they met was over a month ago when she helped Baobao move her belongings. Since then, the phone had been unreachable. She thought it was impractical for Baobao to stay in the dormitory. Just as she was preparing to head to the school, her rebellious son sent word that he had taken Baobao out for fun. Call Baobao, but her phone was off. She found it hard to believe. Lin Mu's understanding of Lu Yiting was still in its infancy. Would this little brat really take Baobao out for leisure? It was a miracle he hadn't sold her off yet for this. She had made several trips to a suburb, only to be informed that the little rascal hadn't even been to a suburb. After much contemplation, Lin Mu still deemed Lu Yiting unreliable, even contemplating reporting him missing. Luckily, Lin Fu intervened just in time, saying, "Don't worry so much, dear. Regardless of what, Xiao Ting is our son. He wouldn't engage in any immoral or illegal activities. But I'm just not at ease. You know this little brat is reluctant to be engaged to Baobao. Who knows if he might act impulsively and do something foolish. Better to report him missing for peace of mind. If that little rascal dares commit such a heinous act, I will absolutely sever ties with him and personally ensure he pays for it. Poor Lu Yiting. Why is he so unlovable? Lu Yiting. Try dealing with a mother who doesn't trust her own son." In the end, Lin Fu had to negotiate tirelessly, even involving their other 2 sons, Lu Yichun and Lu Yilin, to suppress Lin Mu's frantic behavior. Today, on a whim, she dialed Baobao's number again, and it connected. However, before she could revel in her joy, the call was promptly disconnected. Furious, she tossed the phone aside, leaning against the bedside. Lin Fu removed his glasses and wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulder. "What's the matter, dear?" Bao Bao's phone finally connected, but no one answered. Lin Fu. She probably didn't hear it. If she did, she would call back that don't fret. This time, Lin Mu couldn't hear his consolation that no, I can't wait any longer. She rolled out of bed. Hey, where are you going? After searching around fruitlessly for her discarded phone, she turned to Lin Fu. Hand me your phone. Lin Fu complied and Lin Mu took it, opened the contacts, and dialed a number. Working late, Lu Yichen was surprised to see his father's call. Hello. It's your mother. Lu Yichen. Mom? What's the matter? By his reasoning, a late-night call couldn't possibly be good news. Sure enough, Lin Mu said, you need to find out where that little brat is right now. I'll give you 5 minutes to tell me. What has the fourth son done to incur Mom's wrath? Perplexed, he asked. Did the fourth one get you angry again? Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up, you have 4.5 minutes left. Sensing the urgency in her tone, Lu Yichen quickly ceased his work to track down his brother's whereabouts. The results came swiftly, Mom. The fourth one is in a suburb. All right, I got you now, you little rascal, Mom. What is going on? Before he could finish, the call was abruptly ended. Used and discarded. Just as expected, that was the style of the family matriarch. Ring. The phone rang again. This time it was his father's number. He picked up, but before he could speak, Lin Fu's voice boomed. If you dare inform that little brat, I will make sure you regret it. With that, the call was disconnected. Lu Yichun, bewildered. Lin Mu quickly changed her clothes. Let us go, Lin Fu, to a suburb. Right now, poor Lin Fu was dragged into service as the chauffeur to a suburb. Lu Yiting had just finished a heartfelt phone call with Lin Baobao. Gazing at the now disconnected phone, a smile lingered on his face, refusing to fade. Although he was nearing 30, he was still immersed in the sweet intoxication of young love, wishing fervently that the little girl could be by his side every moment. However, the mountain of paperwork before him jolted Lu Yiting back to reality, and he intended to work late, hoping to complete tasks for the coming days ahead of schedule, so he could meet his little darling sooner. Upon arriving at a suburb, he found himself barred from entry as no one came to greet him. Finding that little rascal was impossible. If he knew of his arrival, he would certainly be prepared. He had decided to come here unexpectedly, to catch him off guard. It's not as if he couldn't get in without his parents' connections. Relying on his familial ties, he was easily granted access. Soon, he arrived at the office building where Lu Yiting worked. Accompanying him during this late night was Chu He, who first received the news of visitors. The messenger advised him not to alert Lu Yiting, but to let him come down to meet them. Could it be that his sister-in-law was here to surprise him? Thus, filled with curiosity, Chu He descended the stairs to greet the visitors. Upon seeing them, he lost his balance and stumbled, ending up kneeling before Lu Fu and Lin Mu. Goodness, why are the boss's parents here at this hour? Awkwardly rising, he greeted. Hello, uncle and aunt. Lin Mu. Hello. As they walked, she curiously asked, what brings you here so late? Lin Fu. Is that little rascal here? Chu He could sense the ominous tone of the inquiry and quickly nodded. He is here. The boss is still busy with paperwork. Lin Mu halted, fixing Chu He with an unnerving smile. You didn't tell that little brat I'm here. Did you? Chu He, no. Absolutely not. He was terrified that my goodness, it's true what they say, like mother, like son. Chapter 64. A major blunder. Upon reaching Lu Yiting's floor, Lin Mu beckoned Chu He to bend down. Naively, he complied, only to be seized by the collar. I have some matters to discuss with that little brat privately. Understand? Understanding, he quickly pledged. I assure you, I will guard the door vigilantly, not allowing a single fly to pass through, ensuring no one disturbs you. Excellent, young man. You have a promising future. Off you go. Satisfied with her appraisal, Lin Mu watched as Chu He hurried away, while Lin Fu cast him a few disdainful glances. Chu He, caught in the crossfire. What did I do to deserve this? Forget it. I should make myself scarce and guard the entrance. Meanwhile, the oblivious Lu Yiting remained engrossed in his work. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open. Though the noise startled him, he quickly regained composure, but the unexpected interruption still irked him that he frowned at the doorway. This time, he was genuinely shocked. What are Mom and Dad doing here? Setting down his pen, he rose to greet his parents. What brings you here? Lin Mu shut the door behind her, and the sound of the lock echoed ominously. That Lu Yiting was perplexed. Mom, what is this all about? It's late at night, and you show up at the military district unannounced. Goodness, you locked the door upon entry. This can't be good. They're clearly here to stir up trouble. Congratulations, Colonel Liu. You've guessed correctly. Without warning, Lin Mu produced a long baseball bat, pointing it menacingly at Lu Yiting. Sit down, Mom. What on earth are you doing? Lin Mu wouldn't allow him to finish, raising the bat again threateningly. Sit down. Dad. He looked questioningly at his father, who completely ignored him, choosing instead to pull up a chair and sit at the farthest corner of the room. Away from the confrontation, is this really my father? No, it's certainly INT. In this situation, Lu's father decisively severed the father-son relationship as a jest, for who would be foolish enough to wield such a hefty bat? On the way here, he had already discerned that his wife was greatly agitated. Otherwise, she would not have rushed to confront the little rascal in the dead of night. Throughout the journey, he was left wondering when his wife had brought a weapon along. A few blows to the little brat would be inconsequential, but his old bones could scarcely withstand a single strike. He had no choice but to keep his distance, alas, with his mother ready to strike and his father abandoning him. He was left to rely solely on himself. Lu Yiting could only obediently sit back down and, with resignation, utter, Mother, there must be a reason for striking someone, right? If I am to meet my end, it ought to be with clarity. It seems one does not shed tears until they see the coffin, does it? Very well. I shall provide you with a reason that Lu's mother retrieved her phone and called Lin Bao Bao twice. Once unanswered, and the second call promptly disconnected. The baseball bat slammed onto the table with a resounding thud. Now, explain yourself. At that moment, he understood. It was because the little darling had failed to answer his mother's calls. Just as he was about to clarify, Lu's mother began to lay out the charges. Lu Yiting, a month ago you sent word to me, stating you would take Bao Bao out to play. Did you go to a mountain gorge, or perhaps to outer space? You two have been out of contact for so long without a whisper, and just when we finally managed to reach Bao Bao's phone. She refuses to answer. With all these issues, she increasingly believes her suspicions may be true. This ungrateful son has sold Bao Bao to human traffickers. Moreover, you said you were going out to play with an uncertain return date. Where are you now? Where is Bao Bao? Where have you sold her? The last question was shouted with such fury that the entire building could hear her wrath at Lu's mother, growing increasingly furious, could no longer contain herself, and seized her weapon. Upon witnessing this, Lu's father realized the gravity of the situation and rushed in to mediate, tightly embracing Lu's mother. Calm down, dear. Let us first hear what our son has to say. Lu's mother struggled fiercely. What does he have to say? He has already tacitly accepted it. Lu Yiting interjected. What on earth is he accepting? He simply momentarily failed to respond due to the bewildering logic of his mother. How could they not find Lin Bao Bao? Why was he being accused of selling her? Did he possess the face of a trafficker? Or was it written on his forehead, I am a trafficker? It was utterly absurd. He needed to clarify the matter swiftly. Otherwise, his workplace would soon be demolished by his mother. He would become a laughingstock among his subordinates. Turning swiftly, he utilized his height advantage to easily grasp the baseball bat from Lu's mother, seizing it firmly. All right, you little rascal. You dare to rebel, do you? With the weapon taken from her, Lu's mother became even more enraged, while Lu's father, possessing greater strength, hurriedly attempted to restrain her. Hold on, dear son. Hold on a moment. Lu Yiting hastily pulled out his phone from the drawer, dialing out on speaker mode, hoping that the little darling had not yet drifted off to sleep. Lin Bao Bao, in the midst of applying a facial mask, heard the special ringtone that Lu Yiting had set for her. She hastily discarded the mask and answered, Hello, darling. It was Bao Bao's voice. The chaotic scene fell into an immediate hush. Then, incredibly, there was Lu Yiting, smiling tenderly as he said, Little darling, you're still awake. Upon hearing this, Lu's father and mother were struck as if by lightning. This was the voice of their rebellious son. How could it be so sweet? Yes, I don't have classes tomorrow morning. I'm just doing a face mask. Lu Yiting replied, Get some rest. It's more beneficial than a face mask. Lin Bao Bao responded, Got it, darling. Why did you call again? We just hung up. Glancing at the time, it was indeed not long since their last conversation that Lu's father and mother exchanged glances, continuing to watch Lu Yiting with the phone in his hand. I miss you. Lin Bao Bao's suppressed longing surged anew, pouting cutely as she whined. I miss you too. Darling. Lu Yiting, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, indulged in another round of sweet nothings with Lin Bao Bao before finally hanging up. He turned to his parents, who were now almost statues, and said, "Is that enough?" Then, with a proud demeanor, he sat down. Lu's mother approached in a daze, snatching the phone to verify it was indeed Bao Bao's number, and that it had indeed been her voice. "You and Bao Bao? You too? What? Can someone explain the situation to me?" Lu Yiting calmly elucidated the events of the past few days. That he also mentioned that Bao Bao's phone had met its demise on the island, and the new SIM card contained only Lu Yiting's number. As the love-struck Lin Bao Bao had completely forgotten to save anyone else's contact information, neglecting Lu's mother's number as a result. In conclusion, Lu Yiting added, "I have truly fallen for her, and she has genuinely fallen for me as well. Are you satisfied?" Chapter 65. A parental trap? Absolutely. How could one not be satisfied? This is the very first time I feel an impulse to kiss this rebellious son. No, my precious little boy. Upon reflection, she realized that when she had asked her eldest to locate her youngest, she could have simply requested him to also track Bao Bao's whereabouts. After all that trouble, all the detours taken, they had ended up with a misunderstanding. But no matter, the outcome was favorable, and everything was worth it. Now her curiosity must be satisfied. She attempted to move, but found herself unable to do so. Following the source of her immobility, she exclaimed, "Hey, Lao Lu, let go of me." "Huh? Oh," but Lu's mother moved a stool beside Lu Yiting, her curiosity blatantly evident. With their matriarch already demonstrating initiative, Lu's father had no choice but to follow suit and moved a stool from the corner to sit beside Lu Yiting. Lu Yiting covered his face. "It's getting late. You two should return to rest and we can discuss this another day." "Okay." In unison they replied. No, Lu Yiting surrendered in order to expedite his remaining work. He decided to keep his explanations brief, yet his mother insisted on hearing every detail. "What made you think of going to such a romantic island? Did Bao Bao not suspect your injuries were a ruse? How did it feel to hold her? Did you get to kiss her? What is it like to kiss Bao Bao?" Goodness, if she weren't his own mother, he might have mistaken her for a tabloid journalist. "I did not kiss Bao Bao, so I cannot answer that." He attempted to take a sip of water to calm his nerves, but before the cup could touch his lips, it was snatched away. "You useless boy, such a beautiful and tempting fiancé is right in front of you. Yet you do not take the initiative." Coughing, Lu's father, being a man of experience, was stunned by his wife's ferocity. "Mother, Bao Bao is only 18. Who was it that initially said Bao Bao was still a child? If he dares to act recklessly, he will be dealt with." Lu's mother, exasperated, delivered a sharp reprimand to Lu Yiting. "Are you foolish? You cannot have a child with Bao Bao right away, but kissing her is still permissible. You are truly. If this gets out, I would be embarrassed to call you my son. You have none of my spirit." At least he was fortunate not to have inherited his mother's foolish thoughts. Grabbing Lu Yiting, she forcefully imparted a wealth of knowledge. The embarrassment made even a grown man blush. Lu's father had long since retreated to the corner, thankful that no outsiders were present. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. That Lu's mother, full of fervor, spoke with such passion, growing more animated as she continued. And her excitement escalated. Eventually, she could not be restrained. After 2 hours of enduring, Lu Yiting could no longer bear it. He rubbed his temples and said, "Mother, it's getting late. Please go back and rest." "I'm not tired. Even if I must stay up all night, I will teach you a lesson." This little rascal had always acted on his own whims. She needed to educate him thoroughly at long last. He had come to his senses, but she could not allow him to lose Bao Bao due to his inherent deficiencies in character. To prevent such a disaster, she would sacrifice her sleep. If kind words could not penetrate his stubbornness, then she would resort to drastic measures. "Mother, behind the landscape painting in the study, there is the stash of secret money your father has hidden." Lu's mother fell silent. From the corner, Lu's father exclaimed, "You little brat, why are you dragging me into this?" Lu's mother calmly inquired, "Is there more?" "On the bookshelf in your elder brother's room. The 5th book from the left on the 3rd shelf is likely a love letter." "Goodness, you even have love letters hidden away." Lu's father lamented, "Rebellious child, rebellious child. Why do I keep having children, only to end up with a rebellious one?" Lu's mother clenched her fists. "Anything else?" In desperation, Lu's father made a secret hand signal between father and son. Lu Yiting rubbed his nose and said, That's all. The clenched fists made cracking noises. Old Lu's father hurriedly scrambled over. Hey, my dear. Firmly grasping one of Lu's father's arms, she turned to Lu Yiting and said, Son, you should rest early. Your father and I have some matters to attend to that they were leaving. Lu's mother suddenly remembered to inquire, Oh, by the way, son, how is your injury? Lu Yiting, if you ask later. Perhaps the scar will have nearly faded. It's nothing that if there's an issue. Seek the doctor, that we're leaving now that on the surface. Lu's mother appears calm, but those familiar with her know that the more serene she seems, the more ferocious the impending storm will be. Right now, the flesh on his arm is nearly being clawed out by his wife, that on the way home, he must contemplate how to appease her. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, for that unfilial son. Once he has pacified his wife, he will settle scores with that little rascal. Just wait, one day, he shall have his revenge. The expressions on Lu's father's face were a spectacle to behold, which only further infuriated Lu's mother. That wretched man, 3 days without a beating, and the roof would be lifted. She pinched the flesh with her newly applied long nails, exclaiming, Ouch, that hurts. His resentment towards the little traitor deepened a notch. Finally, his ears were at peace. Were it not for the commotion caused by his own Empress Dowager, he would have likely completed his work by now. With so much left to do, perhaps it could wait until tomorrow. No, that would delay his meeting with the baby. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to finish everything tonight. Boss, your Empress Dowager and the Grand Emperor have finally left. Chuhi swayed through the door in truth. Chuhi had been secretly lurking at Lu Yiting's door, ready for any summons from his superior. After all, the boss was his superior, the one who held his life and death in his hands. Poor thing had squatted there until his legs went numb, too afraid to make a sound lest he disturb the inner sanctum. Unexpectedly, he gathered quite a bit of insider information and gossip, which somewhat justified the soreness in his legs that he chuckled to himself, thinking of finding a sister-in-law for a good chat. Being judged by his own mother wielding a baseball bat was utterly exhilarating. Even the boss had his day. Upon seeing Chui's foolish grin, Lu Yiting's anger boiled over. This traitor had abandoned his comrades at a critical moment. Chuhi, at attention, his legs softened involuntarily. Listening from outside was quite comfortable to know. Subordinate absolutely did not eavesdrop. That, oh dear, putting on quite the pretense, aren't we? What a pity, I was hoping to discuss my mother's words with you. Chuhi, oblivious, blurted out, Oh, why didn't you say so earlier, boss? That sounds thrilling. I never expected your Empress Dowager to be so amusing. Before he could finish, he felt the chilling winds, realizing he had perhaps been a bit too carried away. Lu Yiting, you think a little praise will suffice. Realizing what he had said, Chuhi immediately slapped himself. With a sigh, his legs became even weaker. Chapter 66. The talented woman Chuhi's fate was tragic. Lu Yiting assigned him all the remaining tasks he could manage, even bestowing upon him all future work responsibilities. The final surprise. After finishing tonight's tasks, he would have to run barefoot around the A district twice. Boss, I was wrong. My legs are weak and my feet are numb. I can't run anymore. Please spare me. A district? You know how big that is, running around a district twice, and by dawn he wouldn't have finished. And barefoot no less. You heartless leader, devoid of humanity. I curse you to spend your life eating instant noodles without seasoning packets. Please, when you curse me, keep your fantasies to yourself. Your heartless leader has seen through it all. And thus, the retribution began at Lu Yiting. If you find running barefoot too unpleasant, then run naked. In an instant, the one who had just been lamenting about his sore legs vanished, moving so swiftly that he left a blur in his wake. Naturally, if he didn't run, would he not end up stripped of even his underpants by that ruthless leader? At a university, Lin Baobao rested her chin on a pen, propping her head up, her mind wandering in class. For several days now, that wretched man, Lu Yiting, had not offered a single word. He neither answered calls nor replied to messages. Was he trying to ascend to the heavens? The flames of anger had barely flickered for a few minutes before they extinguished themselves. Lin Baobao shifted positions, doodling circles on her desk. Sigh. Had she forgotten? Lu Yiting's profession was peculiar, to put it bluntly. Many times he was of the kind that could not be seen. The norm was rarely meeting face to face. How could she have forgotten that? Sigh. Unable to suppress her sighs, the classroom fell silent, all eyes drawn towards the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Baobao had become the center of attention, lost in her own world, drawing circles on her desk. Should she seek him out, or wait for him to find her completely oblivious to her newfound status? She continued to converse with herself. The teacher nearly hurled his pen in frustration. After a moment, he regained his composure. The principal had privately informed them that Lin Baobao's background was anything but ordinary. She was not someone to provoke. Rumors circulated among them that the new experimental building the school was planning was entirely sponsored by Lin Baobao's family. Regardless of its truth, the principal's words were to be heeded. Taking a deep breath, he finally announced, "All right, I'll give everyone 15 minutes to contemplate the question I just posed." Only then did the students refocus their attention on the teacher. No, the topic. Meanwhile, this precious girl, lost in thought, fell asleep. Alas, living alone could be a lonely affair. Not everyone relished such solitude, especially not a sweet little woman with a boyfriend. But as everyone pondered the questions, a sudden snore broke the silence, diverting everyone's thoughts once more. The teacher found himself unable to protect her openly. Lin Baobao, but all he received in reply was the sound of steady breathing, under the watchful gaze of all her classmates. He had no choice but to approach Lin Baobao's side, gently tapping on the desk. Lin Baobao still, there was no response. The teacher's teeth ground in frustration. Then he knocked again, this time with more force. Lin Baobao, his voice booming. Huh. Groggily awakened, she blinked at the teacher. What is up? What is up? What do you think is up? Sleeping during class, I've turned a blind eye, but you're snoring away. If she was truly that tired, she could have taken a leave of absence. How could he publicly reprimand her before the class? With a stiff resolve, he managed to scold, Lin Baobao, it's class time. Who allowed you to sleep? Class? So I was dreaming just now. She stood up obediently, apologizing. I'm sorry, teacher, I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. I'm just too tired. But rest assured, I'm awake now. Upon hearing Lin Baobao's words, the teacher's mood softened. Reasoning was sufficient. He had thought she might use her family's influence to argue back. However, that wouldn't suffice, since that's the case. Please come up and answer the question I just posed. Question? What question? Rubbing her head awkwardly, she softly inquired, Teacher, what was the question you just mentioned? Her expression was innocent and naive, leaving him at a loss for words. Pointing at the screen, he repeated the question. Lin Baobao followed his gaze, nonchalantly responding with an O. She then stepped up, picked up the chalk, and began writing the answer, that in less than 2 minutes. A complete and standard answer emerged on the board. The teacher was left in shock. Such a difficult question that would take even them days to solve without a reference. And here she was, having glided through it with just a glance. Moreover, her reasoning was simpler and more comprehensible than the standard answer. Not daring to believe it, he immediately snapped a picture and sent it to their teacher group. The group erupted in excitement. Who wrote this? A genius. He briefly explained to the group that anyone still in the classroom? I'm on my way. I'm coming too. As soon as the message reached them, some teachers canceled their classes, switching to self-study, and rushed over without delay. IT even caught the attention of prominent professors within the department. Soon, several professors arrived in the classroom, presenting Lin Baobao with a series of challenging questions. Our little darling did not disappoint. No matter what problems they posed, she swiftly provided answers far superior to the standard ones. This class left the entire medical department in awe. Everyone learned of this talented young woman. From then on, during class, the teachers could barely contain their admiration for Lin Baobao. Not only could she sleep during class, but she could also play on her phone without repercussions for the professors and teachers. It was exhilarating for Lin Baobao. It was exhausting, as she had to endure countless questions while battling her own fatigue. Exhausted, she returned to her dorm, finding it immensely dull. Deciding to take a walk, she strolled down the street. Gazing at the couple's hand in hand, her heart heavy with longing. She truly missed Liu Yeding so much. Otherwise, why not go to a suburb to see him? Without further ado, a taxi was promptly summoned. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Liu Yeding was currently engaged in a mission with the Night Shadow team. After much effort, they had managed to deceive Chu He and complete the subsequent tasks over the next few days. He had hoped to find time to visit his little treasure, but unexpectedly, an urgent matter arose from Country F, requiring his immediate return to take charge. That he had no choice but to take a portion of his team back to Country F overnight. After 5 days of diligent work, everything was finally resolved at this moment. The group had just arrived in Hua country and was on their way back to a suburb, except for Liu Yeting. Everyone else was utterly exhausted, asleep in the car. Yet, Liu Yeting was unable to find rest, his thoughts consumed by his little treasure. Chapter 67. Embracing sleep. The cumulative sleep over the past few days barely amounted to 2 hours. And the fatigue in his eyes was undeniable, that he longed for the ability to teleport, to instantly return to his little treasure's side. The driver, unfamiliar with the route, took Lin Baobao on quite a detour. By the time they finally arrived at a suburb, darkness had fallen, and his eagerness to arrive early, he had instead come late. They had reached a suburb, but with no one there to assist. Entry was impossible. She could only take a chance and call Liu Yeting, but there was no answer. Switching to Chu Xiaodi yielded the same result. No reply. Heavens! Why was everyone ignoring her calls? What was she to do tonight? Perhaps she could negotiate with the guards at the entrance, but they were all rigid and unyielding. Even when she mentioned Liu Yeting's name, no one believed her that a suburb was not like the military. Apart from Liu Yeting and Chu He, who else would recognize her? Let alone having seen her, they probably hadn't even heard of her. Lin Baobao had never been here before. It was only later that Liu Yeting had informed her about this place. As the night deepened, no taxi drivers were willing to take her fare. Returning on foot was utterly unrealistic. She could walk until dawn, but what if she got lost? Reluctantly, she sat beside the entrance to a suburb, remaining there for several hours, looking quite pitiful. Even the guards at the entrance felt a twinge of sympathy. Guard 1 remarked, "Look at that young girl sitting there for so long. Should we let her in?" Guard 2 replied, "Are you trying to get us killed? Lord Liu's rules. How can we let a stranger in?" Guard 1 countered, "So we just let her sit there all night. She claimed to be Lord Liu's relative." Guard 2 shot back, "How do we know if she's telling the truth? If she's a fraud, we're the ones who'll suffer." After much debate, no one dared to let Lin Baobao inside. Fortunately, it was summer, and a suburb was located in a remote area surrounded by dense woods, so it wasn't unbearably hot. However, the mosquitoes were plentiful, and Lin Baobao's delicate skin was now dotted with red welts from bites. She scratched at her skin, and eventually, unable to resist the drowsiness, she fell asleep right there. Liu Yeting and his team only returned in the early hours. The gates opened immediately for them. They first went to the changing room to remove their gear. Report, enter. Report. Lord Liu, the guards at the entrance have something to inform you. Liu Yeting replied, "Come in." The guards, who had just been on duty, entered and saluted before detailing the situation about the girl who had been waiting at the entrance for several hours. "We didn't know how to handle it. Please advise, Lord Liu." Upon hearing this, Liu Yeting was certain that the girl they spoke of was his little treasure. Without even changing out of his dirty clothes, he rushed to the entrance, leaving the guards bewildered. Where is Lord Liu going? They wondered. The team members, thinking there was another urgent task, hurriedly began to reassemble their gear. But Chui stopped them, seeing their leader dash out. He guessed what was happening and asked the 2 guards, "Did the girl say anything?" One of them recalled she claimed to be Lord Liu's relative. Just as he suspected, Chui turned to his team. "You all stay put. Finish your showers and then rest, and I need to handle something important with the boss." He then hurried out as well. The guards, realizing the girl might be significant, followed out to assist. Liu Yeting quickly reached the gate and shouted, "Open the door!" In a corner, he found his little treasure. His rough hand gently touched the face he had longed for over the past few days. Don't bite me, Lin Baobao murmured softly in her sleep. "Baby? Little treasure?" He nudged her a few times, but the sleeping girl showed no signs of waking. She was simply too exhausted. Liu Yeting scooped her up in his arms and strode inside. Upon seeing their leader carrying the young lady, Chui felt a wave of relief wash over him. The guards were left in shock. The usually aloof and serious Lord Liu, known for his decisive actions and ruthlessness, was now tenderly cradling a girl, his expression softened with affection. Such a rare sight. Lord Liu was actually holding a woman. This girl possessed quite the charm to elicit such warmth from their leader. Then, both guards received a light smack on the back of their heads. Chui scolded, "You 2 fools. That is our future Lady Liu. How could you let such a fragile girl wait at the entrance for so long? Had we not returned in time, she could have spent the whole night there. If the boss finds out, he would be heartbroken. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, she has many red welts on her face." The guards, in disbelief, replied, "No way. Deputy Chu, we've heard rumors that the world is ending, It was said Lord Lu might never date anyone. Chu-hee, not wanting to waste time with their foolishness, left them with a warning. It is still a secret. Speak out of turn, and you'll regret it. And then walked away to Lu Yetting carried Lin Baobao back to his resting quarters, gently placing her on the bed. Her little face, arms, and legs were covered in red welts from mosquito bites, and he felt a pang of heartache. What would have happened to his little treasure if he hadn't returned in time? He couldn't bear to think of it. With careful movements, he removed her shoes and asked Chu he to fetch some ointment from the infirmary, that he tenderly applied the ointment to each red spot, some of which had broken the skin from scratching, causing Lin Baobao to frown in her sleep as she instinctively reached for the sore spots. That Lu Yetting, quick to react, caught her tiny hand and gently blew on the wounded area to alleviate her discomfort. Once he had ensured that all the affected areas were treated, he set the ointment aside and finally took a moment to truly look at his little treasure. The girl, naturally prone to drowsiness, now bore dark circles around her eyes, a clear indication that she hadn't slept well in days. And no wonder she hadn't woken up even with the sting of the ointment. Holding her small hands against his face, he could feel her warmth radiating. After a while, he released her little hand and went to take a shower and change clothes, wanting to avoid transferring any grime onto his little treasure. Unlike before, when he would simply rinse off after a mission and go to sleep, this time he took great care, lathering himself with plenty of soap bubbles. Once finished, he emerged smelling of a refined masculine fragrance. He climbed into bed softly, enveloping his little treasure in his arms. The familiar scent of her body filled his senses. This was the unique fragrance of his little treasure, his eyelids unable to remain open any longer. Surrendered to sleep as he embraced Lin Baobao, both of them drifting into a deep slumber together. Chapter 68. Gossip. It was already the afternoon of the next day. The Night Shadow team, having returned from their mission, were relaxing in the gym, but their leader, Lu Yetting, had yet to appear. Deputy, why hasn't the boss arrived yet? One member asked. Exactly. The boss is usually the first one here. It is already afternoon, and there's not a trace of him. Deputy, a cheeky team member approached Chu-hee with a mischievous grin. That I heard that last night the boss brought back a girl. Is that true? What? Really? The other members abandoned their books and equipment, surrounding Chu-hee to gossip. Chu-hee put down his book, cleared his throat, and feigned seriousness. What is this all about? Don't spread rumors. I don't know anything. He was putting on quite the act. The others collectively scoffed. Deputy, stop pretending to be all serious. It was you who saw the boss run out last night. You must know something. Exactly, and you didn't let us tag along while you went to see the excitement. That I've heard it's a beautiful girl. Is that so? Upon hearing this, everyone ceased to gather around Chu-hee and instead flocked towards the individual who had inquired. During their time in F country, they had been surrounded solely by a cadre of men, with nary a woman to be seen throughout the year. The situation remained unchanged upon their arrival with Lord Lu. Only Chu-hee, as his trusted aide, was occasionally permitted to venture out, while the others were confined to their posts without orders to leave. Let alone encountering a beautiful lady, they were all solitary bachelors, surviving on their own rations. Now that word had spread of a young and lovely maiden, excitement was palpable, especially given her connection to their leader, further piquing their curiosity. These men, with imaginative minds, began to concoct various scenarios. Do you think this girl might be the leader's romantic interest? Impossible. The leader has always lived a monk's life since birth. Indeed, back in F country, there were instances where women were sent under the guise of artistic performances. Were there not those who had their eyes on the leader? Did you ever see him pay any mind to them? Well, I want to meet this maiden. Perhaps she would take a liking to me. One individual began to entertain fanciful thoughts, igniting a scramble among the others. Get lost. If anyone is going, it should be me. I am far more handsome. Away with you. You're too ugly. A middle-aged woman would suit you better. You dare to seek a beautiful girl? What did you say? I'll knock you out. Come on then. The frivolous banter escalated into physical altercations. Chu-hee, initially disinclined to engage with these rascals, found himself unable to endure the chaos any longer. What was this madness? A gaggle of foolish toads aspiring to dine on swan meat, wishing to encroach upon the leader's territory. Had they a death wish? Chu-hee interjected. Silence, all of you. Who dares to lay eyes on the lady? I will flay you alive. The crowd stared at Chu-hee, whose demeanor suggested he was ready to devour them whole. Why are you so agitated? Could it be? Oh, speculation began to swirl among them. Lin Baobao, meanwhile, had succumbed to a deep slumber, finally resting from the accumulated fatigue of recent times. I slept so well, she murmured, but a hint of morning grumpiness lingered as she turned to snatch a few more moments of sleep. Her hand unexpectedly brushed against something hard. Smooth and glistening, reminiscent of human skin. Oh no! Could it be that on Lord Lu's territory, she had fallen victim to human traffickers? Or was this merely a dream? With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes to see a man's back. She gasped, followed by a grunt as she instinctively kicked him off the bed. Quickly, she glanced down to check her attire. Fortunately, her clothes were intact, without any signs of tampering. Without any further thought, she began hurling whatever she could find at the man on the bed, shouting, "Bastard! Who are you to take advantage of me? Do you know who my man is? You're asking for death." As the man fell face first to the ground, Lin Baobao did not see his face. This little girl was truly a force to be reckoned with, always making him suffer. Yet upon hearing her mention of my man, all his bad mood dissipated, replaced by a bubbling sense of joy. Fortunately, he hadn't left anything dangerous nearby. The items Lin Baobao hurled were merely pillows and books. Just then, a book flew through the air, its pages fluttering down to rest on Lu Yeting's head. Baobao. The voice came from the man beneath the bed, who stood up, looking down at Lin Baobao. It was Lu Yeting. This couldn't be a dream, could it? The lamp she had raised was frozen in midair, as she stared in disbelief at Lu Yeting, unable to comprehend that he was truly there. You read not a figment of my imagination, right? Seeing the little darling lost in silence, Lu Yeting set aside the book atop his head and picked up a pillow from the floor, poking her gently on the head. What's wrong? Have you forgotten me after just a few days? The unmistakable clarity of his voice confirmed it was indeed Lu Yeting, not a mere figment of her imagination. Without a second thought, she leaped from the bed and into his arms, where he immediately dropped everything, enveloping her in a tight embrace. After so many days apart, longing overwhelmed him, and he felt tears welling in his eyes. Kiss you. You're finally back. I thought you had abandoned me and left for good. Her soft, sulking tone, mixed with the tremor of her voice, would soften the heart of any man. All he could do was hold her tightly, ensuring she felt his presence. I would never abandon you. My dear, don't worry. I've returned. After a moment of holding her, Lin Baobao remained reluctant to release him. Lu Yeting settled on the bed, allowing her to rest in his embrace. However, this little girl was anything but still. She began tracing circles on his chest. Though separated by clothing, it ignited a fire within him. Baobao, stop that, he implored, grasping her playful hand. I am not doing anything, she retorted, waving her other hand. Lu Yeting sighed in resignation. What else could he do? Deputy, why the dramatic reaction? Someone quipped, "Its, as if we've stolen your treasure." A particularly nosy one stepped forward. Inquiring, I say, Deputy, that beautiful lady isn't yours, is she? Chewy snapped back, you fools, don't pin any absurd labels on me. If the leader finds out, he might just have me executed. If that happens, I'll make sure you all pay dearly. He immediately commanded, everyone, stand at attention. The group, previously grinning, suddenly straightened up, all standing rigidly. All of you, go run 5 laps around area. Let us see how you expend that energy. Exhaust yourselves. The team groaned. You're taking this personal. Chapter 69. The first kiss approaches. Lu Yeting's gaze remained fixed above, silently reciting calming mantras. Yet Lin Baobao was relentless. Within moments, beads of sweat amassed on his smooth forehead. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the playful little girl from his chest, switching positions to pin her beneath him, securing her tiny hands to either side. Lin Baobao, suddenly trapped, was momentarily bewildered. The room's temperature began to rise. Their faces mere inches apart, breaths mingling in the AI. Do you know how much your little hands can scratch? I didn't know until now, she admitted shyly. Before her stood Lu Yeting, not only tender but also exuding a magnetic charm with his voice, causing her cheeks to flush. Bashfully, she turned her face away, only to be gently coaxed back by Lu Yeting. Look at me. Forced to meet his gaze, her cheeks grew even warmer. Unbeknownst to them, an unusual tension began to envelop the space between them. Their eyes gradually glazed over with unspoken feelings. Observing the gradual awakening of desire in the innocent girl before him, Lu Yeding felt his own yearning intensify. Slowly, he lowered his head. Their breaths brushed against each other's faces. Lin Bao, unable to resist, instinctively tilted her face up. Just as their lips were about to meet, the door swung open with a loud bang, accompanied by a gleeful voice. Leader, that in the next instant. The door slammed shut. Damn it. What did he see? The leader and little sister-in-law. It's over for me. Chu He, the blundering fool, had interrupted Lu Yeding's moment of bliss yet again, and this time it was the worst offense of all. After a moment of shock, a single thought consumed him. Run. Flee as far as possible. Yes, he ran. Startled by Chu He's sudden entrance, Lin Bao snapped back to reality and hastily pushed Lu Yeding off her. She snatched a nearby blanket and wrapped herself up completely. Da-da. I can't face anyone. Though nothing had occurred, she felt as if she had been caught in a compromising position. Lu Yeding's expression darkened to a deep shade of charcoal. Hearing the sounds of someone fleeing from the doorway, he ground his teeth in frustration. Such a perfect atmosphere, such an alluring Bao, and then there was that fool Chu He. Now, he had no time to deal with that troublemaker. Comforting the little one beneath the blanket was his priority, that he crouched by the bed, gently tugging at the blanket. Bao, come out and don't suffocate yourself. Ignoring him, she only tightened her grip on the blanket. Bao, he tried to coax her several times before finally hearing her muffled voice from within the blanket. Don't speak to me. I can't face anyone. Lu Yeding chuckled. What is there to be embarrassed about? We are openly engaged. It's perfectly normal. The little girl was so shy in her current state. What would happen once they were married? No, for the sake of their future happiness, he needed to educate her before the wedding. With such thin skin, how could she manage? After much persuasion, Lin Bao finally peered out from her cocoon. After being cooped up for so long, her cheeks were flushed a deep red, resembling a ripe apple. Irresistibly tempting, Lu Yeding swallowed hard, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek. Da-da, what are you doing? Lin Bao gently pushed away the large face that had been pressed against her own. Her cheeks flushed as she covered the spot that had just been kissed. How embarrassing! What a darling she was, so utterly adorable. Lu Yeding lifted Lin Bao to sit on his lap, holding her small hand with a serious expression as he said, Darling, we are a couple, an engaged pair. Do you understand? Lin Bao nodded and quietly replied, I know. Why are you suddenly asking such an inexplicable question? If she were unaware of such a fundamental truth, let alone having just kissed him, she would have certainly put him in his place for daring to lie beside her. Thus, her kissing him was entirely normal. You know, as she spoke, she playfully kissed again with her little cat paw. The little cat itself had retreated into the embrace of a certain big gray wolf. Lu Yeding couldn't help but wonder if Bao truly grasped these matters from his grandfather. He had learned about Bao's past, growing up without her parents by her side and losing her only grandmother at a young age. She had essentially lived alone at school. Perhaps she was genuinely unaware of adult relationships. It seemed necessary for him to explain things to her properly. Do you know how couples interact? Lu Yeding inquired. We are still in the honeymoon phase, so I won't do anything excessive, but once we are married, my actions towards you will no longer be as simple as just kisses and hugs. Moreover, we will also have children. Do you know how children come about? Her mouth was promptly covered by two small hands, and Lin Bao's face turned crimson. You dog, you scoundrel. What are you saying? This is getting ridiculous. Do you think I'm an idiot? Is this an adult education lesson? Unable to bear it any longer, she quickly added, Stop talking. I understand that it's just my first relationship. I lack experience. Am I shy? Lu Yeding chuckled as he removed her tiny paws. I thought you were oblivious. With a huff, she playfully poked him in the forehead and retorted, Did you forget what I study? How could she not know? Lu Yeding finally realized, of course, the little girl was in the medical field. Who better than a doctor to understand the intricacies of human anatomy? He felt utterly foolish. Rubbing her little nose, he said, I was merely concerned you might resist me. I think you're the one trying to be a rogue. Lu Yeding replied, Would you dare flirt with someone else? Lin Bao shot back, visibly annoyed. If you do, I'll have you dealt with. She made a gesture as if to cut her throat. He leaned back nonchalantly. If my wife doesn't love me, then I shall seek love elsewhere. Before he could finish his sentence, he found his mouth suddenly covered by something soft and jelly-like. He widened his eyes in surprise as Lin Bao leaned in. Eyes shut tight, holding her breath in a completely inexperienced manner until she nearly suffocated before pulling away. With utmost seriousness, she gazed at Liu Yeting and declared, "I love you, but if you love someone else, I will run far away, never to—" The rest of her words were swallowed back. Liu Yeting pulled Lin Baobao close again, their lips meeting once more, this time with more fervor, but he eagerly savored her sweetness. Lin Baobao once again experienced the sensation of being breathless. Finally unable to hold on any longer, she broke away from Liu Yeting, gasping for air. Phew, I almost suffocated." Liu Yeting watched his little darling with amusement, gently patting her back. "You can't even catch your breath. It seems you still have much to learn." Chapter 70. Sister-in-law's mightiness. The two enjoyed a meal at the cafeteria, and under Liu Yeting's guidance, they took a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Liu Yeting confidently held Lin Baobao's hand as they walked. Passers-by either stood frozen in disbelief or rubbed their eyes vigorously, some even pinching themselves. Am I dreaming? The infamous Liu Yi is actually holding a girl's hand. The heavens must be raining red. That girl is truly stunning. Indeed, her skin was delicate and fair. Whispers of astonishment filled the air, making Lin Baobao feel shy, prompting her to slow her pace and inch closer to Liu Yeting. Why is this little girl so easily embarrassed? The onlookers were dazzled once more by the sight before them. Colonel Liu smiled, his expression filled with affection as he leaned down to whisper in Lin Baobao's ear, "Darling, being this shy won't help you fit in here. These are straightforward, rugged men." Was he suggesting she should let loose? As if shyness was a concept she had never known before dating him. Seizing the opportunity, she grasped Liu Yeting's collar, cupped his face with both hands, and puckered her lips to plant a kiss on him. Upon witnessing this, everyone was momentarily struck dumb, as if time had frozen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Surely that was enough. Lin Baobao finally released Liu Yeting, stepping aside to place her hands on her waist and addressing the crowd. "Brothers, take note. This Liu is my man." This proclamation left everyone in shock. This girl was truly bold, a perfect match for their Liu Yi. She was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Liu Yeting, caught off guard by the kiss, was still processing the moment when he was suddenly shoved aside. His mind raced. How many facets did his little girl possess? Just moments ago, she was a shy woman in his embrace. And now she stood defiantly, hands on her hips. She could easily be mistaken for a fierce woman. "Well done, sister-in-law." One person began to cheer, and soon everyone joined in, some even jumping onto the platform to mingle with Lin Baobao. "Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful," Lin Baobao replied. "You're quite handsome too, really." "Oh my, sister-in-law, you have such great taste. And me. Sister-in-law." A chorus of voices erupted as they engaged Lin Baobao in conversation, while Liu Yeting found himself physically pushed to the outskirts of the crowd. Lin Baobao seemed to have formed a bond with the group as if she were establishing a pact. "Brothers, I still have to attend school, and my time here is limited. You must keep an eye on my Liu Yeting and ensure he isn't swayed by any vixen." From the edge of the crowd, Liu Yeting could only watch in speechless disbelief that, of course, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, I'll keep a close watch on our leader," said one of Liu Yeting's direct subordinates that will take turns watching over Liu Yi. "Not even a mosquito will be allowed near him." Lin Baobao clasped her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, brothers." In unison, they replied, "Sister-in-law, you're too polite." This was precisely her intention. Having so many witnesses would allow her to feel at ease even when she wasn't by Liu Yeting's side. Surely he would think twice before abandoning her. The scene on the platform was lively. While Liu Yeting stood at the periphery, utterly speechless at the sound of a gunshot, everyone fell silent, turning to the source of the noise, only to see their beloved Liu Yi, his face a stormy shade of gray. Everyone stood at attention, then hastily retreated to the grounds for 10 laps that in a matter of seconds, one by one. They all disappeared, leaving Lin Baobao in a state of disarray. Liu Yeting holstered his gun and leaped onto the platform, intent on capturing that unruly little girl. Lin Baobao was no fool. She immediately jumped down from the platform and bolted away. Liu Yeting followed closely behind, surprised at how fast she could run. Of course, one's true potential is often unleashed in critical moments. After all, she had just humiliated him, and now that she was being chased, she certainly wouldn't expect a pleasant outcome. Lin Baobao, stop. Am I foolish? If I stop, you'll hit me. I won't hit you, just stop running. That was precisely what she was waiting for. Lin Baobao immediately slowed her pace. Catching her breath, before she could regain her composure, Lu Yeding rushed forward, hoisting her over his shoulder and delivering a few playful smacks to her backside. "You little rascal. What were you thinking?" "Huh." Lin Baobao squirmed in protest. "Dog man, you're not keeping your word. You liar. Put me down." Lu Yeding playfully smacked her pert rear a few more times, abruptly ending their stroll that on the way back, Lin Baobao walked slowly behind him, covering her backside. "That dog man goes too hard." Her little behind was fiery with pain that he showed no mercy, and she contemplated returning him for a refund. Lu Yeding walked a little ahead, catching glimpses of the little girl trailing behind him. He shook his head helplessly at a moment of anger, and he lightly swatted her. Yet now she was giving him the cold shoulder that on the way back, she refused to let him hold her hand, insisting on maintaining a 3-meter gap. She claimed it was to prevent him from striking again. Upon reaching Lu Yeding's residence, no matter where he went, Lin Baobao kept a safe distance of 3 meters. Finally, Lu Yeding could take it no longer. He yanked her closer. "What are you doing?" "Help. He is hitting me." As Lin Baobao was pulled onto his lap, she began to squirm and shout at the top of her lungs for what felt like an eternity. Yet not a soul came to attend to her. Frustrated, she struggled against the iron grip of the man, whose arms felt as unyielding as chains. Despite exhausting all her strength, she made no progress, ultimately collapsing in resignation against Lu Yiting's embrace. Amused, Lu Yiting playfully lifted her chin, asking if she had finally quieted down. She huffed in response, ignoring the mischievous scoundrel. Now that the dogman had seen her, it was time to leave. Lu Yiting, reluctant to part ways, pleaded for her to stay a few more days. However, Lin Baobao resolutely refused, feeling utterly humiliated and eager to escape. "You think you can act so brazenly?" she thought. "Sweetheart, we've only just reunited. Won't you stay with me a little longer?" Lu Yiting implored. Lin Baobao turned her head defiantly. No, he cradled her stubborn little face. "Are you really willing to endure another long separation?" "I am," she replied curtly. Lu Yiting could only sigh. The cunning dogman would not ensnare her again. This tension lingered until she returned to school. Chapter 71. A day apart, like 3 seasons recently. Lin Baobao dedicated herself to her studies. Calculating the time since the semester began, she realized she had been on leave almost the entire time. Thus, she resolved to catch up on all her missed assignments. Activities such as binge-watching dramas, reading novels, and indulging in leisure were temporarily shelved. With unwavering focus and a stroke of divine talent, she navigated her tasks with ease. This time, the professor assigned her a task, as the department needed to conduct a research project and select several outstanding students to participate. She was chosen as one of them. However, upon sitting in the lab, she discovered that she might be the only student present. The professors were already explaining the project and its research direction. It wasn't until she received her task that Lin Baobao raised her hand. "Excuse me, am I the only student selected for this project?" Though her task was not overly difficult, it was still time-consuming that if she were to undertake it alone, she could not guarantee its successful completion within the stipulated time frame, and even if she managed to finish, the results would surely fall short of expectations. The professor smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. You have a partner. He's occupied with another assignment today, which is why he isn't here." Upon hearing that she would have a partner, Lin Baobao felt relieved. Since this research was confidential, all participants were required to move to a designated laboratory building. Since that day he had returned her home, Lu Yiting had been diligently working. But whenever he found a moment, he would send messages or call her. Unfortunately, all his attempts fell into silence, with no response. During a meeting with colleagues from F country, the usually serious Lu Yiting found himself distracted. After a lengthy report from a subordinate, he remained unresponsive. One brave soul glanced at him, only to be met with a stern expression that made him immediately lower his gaze. Panic set in. Had he erred? His legs trembled as he sought help from his only ally, Chu He, who had long recognized the source of Lu Yiting's distraction, his longing for his little sister-in-law. Chu He had attempted to discreetly nudge Lu Yiting back to reality several times. But he underestimated the power of a man in love. Lu Yiting's mind was filled with thoughts of Lin Baobao, wondering what she was doing, if she missed him, and why she hadn't replied. As the atmosphere grew tense, the subordinate reporting stood up, puzzled by Lu Yiting's prolonged silence. Sensing the urgency, Chu He muttered to himself, "This won't do. For the sake of my superior's sanity, I must intervene." With a swift kick to Lu Yiting's calf, he successfully jolted him from his reverie. The sudden interruption ignited Lu Yiting's ire, momentarily overshadowing the fact that he was still in a meeting. He slammed his hand on the table, prompting all to rise. "Chu He," he called. Eyes widened. Everyone turned to the unfortunate Chu He, the designated scapegoat. "Hey, I was just trying to help," he protested, but as Lu Yiting was about to address him, he reconsidered and swallowed his reprimand. After reviewing the report, he made a few minor corrections and patted Chu He on the shoulder. "Well done. Take a seat." The room sighed in relief, realizing that Lu Yiting had merely been waiting for Chu He to provide his input. The subordinate who had been speaking shot a resentful look at Chu He, feeling anxious for no reason. "You could have mentioned that sooner." Meanwhile, Lin Baobao was diligently conducting experiments in the lab. Sharing the space with her elusive partner. 2 days had passed, and she had successfully completed the initial stages, yet the so-called partner had yet to make an appearance. Doubting the existence of this partner, she focused intently on her microscope. Suddenly, the lab door opened quietly. The newcomer, upon seeing Lin Baobao so engrossed, carefully set down his items. After much searching, he finally found what he needed, just as he prepared to jot down notes. He realized he had forgotten his paper and pen. Turning around, he startled Lin Baobao, who nearly toppled off her stool. "Baobao, are you all right?" he exclaimed. "Brother Jingchen, you scared me to death," she replied, regaining her composure. Ye Jingchen steadied her. "I didn't want to disturb your concentration, so I waited until you were finished." Though his intentions were good, she almost lost her wits. Fortunately, her memory remained intact, allowing her to complete the work with his assistance. After finishing, they took a moment to chat. "By the way, Brother Jingchen, how did you come to be here?" she asked. With a chuckle, he replied, "You clever little girl. This building is reserved for research personnel. What do you think I'm doing here?" Realization dawned upon Lin Baobao. Brother Jingchen was her partner. With his arrival, their collaborative efforts became exponentially more efficient, and they dove into their work with renewed vigor, becoming so engrossed that she momentarily forgot about her beloved Lu Yiting. Meanwhile, Lu Yiting, deprived of any communication from Lin Baobao, felt a growing sense of worried to channel his emotions. He poured himself into training, filling the training grounds with an atmosphere of melancholy that left his subordinates weary. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would send his men to the training grounds, where they were already exhausted from their workouts. Yet, Lu Yiting insisted on personally overseeing their training, testing their skills until they could barely stand. The subordinates found themselves longing for the return of their little sister-in-law, wishing she would come and rescue them from their relentless superior. Exhausted from a recent bout, Chu He followed Lu Yiting into his office, where the latter sat uneasily, his brow furrowed in distress. "Boss, if you're really worried about your sister-in-law, why not go visit her?" Chu He suggested earnestly. Lu Yiting sighed, wishing he could, but his responsibilities kept him tied down. "If only I could find the time," he lamented, rubbing his forehead in frustration. In a moment of self-sacrifice for the sake of his boss and the well-being of his comrades, Chu He decided to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 72. A generous offer with commendable resolve. He slapped the table excitedly, startling Lu Yiting. Just as he was about to scold Chu He, the latter enthusiastically exclaimed, "Boss, let me help you manage the upcoming tasks so you can take a couple of days to see your sister-in-law." Impressed by the initiative of his trusted subordinate, Lu Yiting felt a wave of gratitude. "Good man, I appreciate your willingness to step up." Feeling elated at receiving such praise, Chu He beamed. "No need to mention it. Boss, it's the least I can do. Then I shall take my leave now. Everything else is in your capable hands," Lu Yiting declared. Just as he was about to depart, Chu He panicked. "Wait, boss, But Lu Yiting was already gathering his things, leaving behind a quick, "Call me if anything comes up, but please don't disturb me," and dashed off. Chu He, feeling utterly exasperated, muttered to himself, "Boss, that is not how this works. I meant to say I'd help, not take over everything." With determination, I was about to chase after Lu Yeti. However, just as I reached the doorway, 2 guards intercepted me. "Deputy Chu, Master Lu has issued an order. During his absence, we appreciate your diligence in handling affairs here. You are not permitted to leave this place until Master Lu returns." Chu He mused, is this a precaution against his work ethic, or are they simply keeping him imprisoned? Before he could contemplate further, An even more distressing development unfolded that a large stack of documents was promptly delivered. Deputy Chu, these are the files that Master Lu has accumulated and require your attention today. Much appreciated. With that, they departed, the sound of the lock echoing clearly. Hey, let me out, you scoundrels. This is illegal confinement. Do you understand? Deputy Chu, this is Master Lu's command. Please do not put us in a difficult position. The implication was clear. If there were grievances, I should take them up with Master Lu. They were merely obedient executors of his orders. After shouting for what felt like an eternity, with no one paying him any heed, Chu resigned himself to sit down and tackle the mess at hand. Water and meals were delivered on a set schedule. He had intended to make a break for it when the door opened, but was dismayed to find armed guards trailing behind. Is this a precaution against my escape? Do they intend to shoot me on sight, should I dare to flee? His teeth ground in frustration. He harbored serious doubts that his superior had been scheming for this all along. How else could he have arranged everything so meticulously in mere minutes? Meanwhile, Lu Yeting felt a surge of delight at his perfect getaway. Initially, he had contemplated how to lure Chu into a trap, but fortune had smiled upon him, delivering the novice fool right to his doorstep. Without delay, Lu Yeting took a shower, changed in a casual attire, and drove to Lin Baobao's school. As he waited at a red light, he attempted to reach his little treasure via phone, but to no avail. Never mind, I shall proceed directly. This will be a delightful surprise for my little darling. In the laboratory, Lin Baobao and Yi Jingshun were diligently conducting tests and analyzing data. After several hours of hard work and meticulous recording, they finally had a moment to rest, removing their lab coats. They made their way to the lounge. Yi Jingshun prepared 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Lin Baobao. Baobao, after graduation, you could choose to be a researcher if you don't want to become a doctor. With a smile, Lin Baobao accepted the coffee. Thank you for the suggestion. Brother Jingshin, IT provides me with additional pathways for my future. In truth, she had contemplated this herself. The challenge of working in a laboratory seemed far more enticing than treating patients. Moreover, her slight social anxiety made her prefer the tranquility of solitary work over the chaos of a bustling environment. Yi Jingshin raised his coffee cup. I believe in your capabilities. Cheers, cheers. After some light-hearted banter, the duo returned to the laboratory, reviewing the computer data. Our experiment is progressing smoothly. If tonight's data is favorable, we'll achieve great success. Indeed, Lin Baobao remarked, but Yi Jingshin felt no joy in her words. Responding only with a subdued acknowledgement, he sensed that once this experiment concluded, there would be no possibility of a future with Baobao. If only he could remain in the lab with her indefinitely. Now was the perfect opportunity to express his feelings. Yet the thought of Baobao's uncle, the man named Lu Yeting, lingered uneasily in his mind. Summoning his courage, Yi Jingshin began. Brother Jingshin, look, the preliminary data is already available. Lin Baobao exclaimed, rushing to the computer to record the findings. Sighing, Yi Jingshin resigned himself to assist her in processing the data. At long last, Lu Yeting arrived at the school, but Lin Baobao's phone remained unreachable. What on earth was happening? Upon entering the campus, he successfully gained access to the dormitory through facial recognition with the dormitory supervisor. Knocking at the door for an extended period yielded no response, drawing the attention of nearby female students. Wow, what a handsome guy. Excuse me, are you looking for someone? Can I help you? One girl, clearly smitten, approached Lu Yeting. As more girls gathered to gawk at him, Lu Yeting decisively produced Lin Baobao's dormitory key and entered. Thankfully, he had obtained it from his little darling during his last visit. Sitting in the dormitory, he waited for Lin Baobao's return. Noticing the time was still early, he opted to lie down on her bed for a moment. The bedding was infused with her unique fragrance, a scent that calmed and captivated him. Though he had yet to see her, it provided him with solace, and gradually, he drifted into a dream where he could meet his beloved little treasure. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away swiftly as evening descended. The analysis of the remaining data was completed flawlessly, marking the successful conclusion of Lin Baobao and Yi Jingshin's task. After categorizing all the data, Lin Baobao stretched and exclaimed, "Finally done. Not only have we finished, but ahead of schedule. We can relax for a few days now. Let's go out for a feast to celebrate." "Sounds good. I'll freshen up first." "All right, I'll come to pick you up shortly." Lin Baobao quickly changed out of her lab attire and headed home. Upon entering her dormitory, she noticed a cluster of girls gathered around. "What is going on here?" Lin Baobao inquired as she approached. There's a man hiding in this room. Actually, a handsome guy went in and hasn't come out since. We have no idea what he's doing in there. Exactly. My roommate said he looks incredibly dashing and wild. I skipped class just to see him. A man? A handsome guy? The excitement surged within Lin Baobao as she began to suspect. IT must be him. He is the only one with a key to my dorm. She immediately began shooing the crowd away. Hey, what are all of you doing loitering at my dorm? Move along, what? You live here? The onlookers exhibited expressions of disbelief. Without hesitation, Lin Baobao produced her key and opened the door. Hands on her hips, regarding them with defiance. Upon realizing she was indeed the dorm's owner, the others quickly lost interest. This was a VIP single room, and if she was the owner, it meant the man inside was alone. With the excitement dissipated, they began to disperse. Lin Baobao waited until most had left before slipping into the dormitory and locking the door behind her. That I in the living room, she spotted her familiar jacket and car keys. Eagerly, she made her way to the bedroom. Indeed, a mound was visible on the bed, accompanied by her familiar shoes on the floor. Quietly, she approached the bedside and gently lifted the covers, revealing the handsome face she had longed for. It seemed that in just a short span of time, Liu Yeting had lost some vitality. Yet, this did not detract from his charm. If anything, it made him even more alluring. Her beloved man, even in slumber, was a sight to behold. After tucking him in, the phone in the living room rang, prompting Lin Baobao to dash to answer it. Hello, Baobao, are you still in the shower? Oh dear, I had completely forgotten. With Liu Yeting's arrival, she could not abandon him to go out with Yi Jingxun, so she reluctantly declined. Sorry, brother Jingxun, something has come up that let's reschedule. Yi Jingxun felt a pang of disappointment as he gripped the phone tightly, remaining silent for a moment before forcing a smile. All right then, take care. You too, next time, dinner's on me, agreed. After hanging up, she returned to the bedroom, sitting on the carpet beside the bed, resting her chin on her hands as she quietly admired Liu Yeting's face. The intense focus and pressure of recent days gradually lulled Lin Baobao into a peaceful slumber, her eyelids growing heavy. When Liu Yeting, still in a daze, awoke and reached for the edge of the bed, he felt a soft touch. Turning, he beheld the delicate hand of his little treasure. This was no dream. It was indeed his beloved Baobao. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes, he realized she had not been sleeping well. To avoid waking her, Liu Yeting moved as gently as possible. He lifted Lin Baobao into his arms. She stirred awake, and their eyes met, both smiling. Lin Baobao wiggled her little feet. Put me down. Ignoring her request, Liu Yeting maintained his position, leaning against the headboard while she settled on his lap, nestled against him. Holding tightly to his waist, Lin Baobao rested her chin on his chest. From Liu Yeting's perspective, she appeared to be rolling her eyes at him, but he playfully poked her forehead, asking, Why are you staring at me like this? Aren't you tired? Initially, she hadn't noticed, but after his remark, her chin indeed felt sore. Shifting to a more comfortable position, her little face nestled against his chest, she replied, As long as it's you I'm looking at, I could never tire. Her words were sweeter than honey. Liu Yeting pinched her cheek and inquired, Why are you ignoring me? Lin Baobao looked puzzled as she raised her head. When did I ignore you? Irritated, he pinched the small nose that had come into view. How many calls have I made to you? How many messages have I sent? And you pretend not to understand? It suddenly came to mind that my phone was confiscated, leaving Lin Baobao to breathe through her mouth while she hurriedly explained the reasons to Liu Yeting. Let go of me. My nose is about to fall off. Upon hearing this explanation, Liu Yeting finally released her, gently placing her small hand to his lips for a kiss. You scared me to death. I thought something happened to you. With a playful grin, Lin Baobao reassured him, Don't scare me. I'm perfectly fine. At that moment, she had no idea her phone would be taken away. She thought it was merely a matter of staying in the experimental building. Only upon arrival did she learn that even her phone had to be surrendered. After handing it over, she realized she hadn't informed Liu Yeting, but it was too late as she was swiftly engrossed in her research. Amidst the hustle and bustle, she completely forgot about it. Suddenly, her stomach protested with a series of rumbling sounds. Liu Yeting inquired, Are you hungry? Lin Baobao pouted, I haven't eaten all day. I was planning to take a shower and then go out for dinner. But when I saw you, I postponed it. I ended up dozing off while watching you. Concerned for his little darling's hunger, Lu Ying playfully patted her bottom and declared, "Let us go get you something delicious." "Okay," she responded, nimbly getting up to change her clothes that Lu Ying, feigning closeness, teased, "Do you need my help?" What was this mischievous man up to again? She playfully urged him to leave, pushing him out of the bedroom so he could wait in the living room. Just to be safe, Lin Baobao locked the bedroom door behind her. After a quick shower and changing into fresh clothes, they held hands, radiating happiness as they stepped out together, as per Lin Baobao's fondest wish. They went out for hot pot together. This was the first time in many years that Lu Ying dined in a bustling public place that in the past he would never have set foot in such a lively venue. Perhaps it was the presence of the little girl that changed his perspective. While he had eaten hot pot before, he never found it particularly delectable. Yet now, he was surprised by how enjoyable it was. Although he typically avoided noisy environments, this time was different, that he even took on the role of a server, refusing to sit across from her and instead choosing to sit beside her. One arm draped around Lin Baobao, while the other busily served her meat and even wiped her mouth. Fortunately, Lu Ying was adept with both hands, his left hand moving with equal skill as his right. Lin Baobao, aware that some people could use both hands, was nonetheless impressed and awed. "Wow, you're amazing," she exclaimed. Flattered by the compliment, Lu Ying proudly demonstrated his ability to perform different tasks with each hand. Not just Lin Baobao, but the surrounding patrons also took notice, urging him to showcase more of his talents. Despite being aware of his girlfriend's presence, he indulged them, willing to entertain his little darling. After a satisfying meal, they strolled back, sharing intimate conversations along the way. "Baobao, why don't you come stay at Jinyuan with me for a few days?" Lu Ying suggested. "Jinyuan? Don't you have to return?" Lin Baobao was uncertain about the nature of his work, but she knew it was quite special and no need. "I'm on break and have no work at the moment." Meanwhile, Chu was on the verge of a breakdown, faced with 4 menacing figures armed with submachine guns, warning him that failure to complete his task in time would lead to dire consequences. Upon learning that Lu Ying didn't have to return to a suburb, Lin Baobao was eager to agree. However, considering the ongoing research, she hesitated, reluctant to forfeit such a hard-won opportunity. She asked Lu Ying to wait in the dormitory while she hurriedly pedaled her bicycle to the experimental building. Fortunately, the professor responsible for her and Jingshun was still present. Since Lin Baobao's last impressive performance, the professors have been exceptionally accommodating. However, this particular situation was somewhat sensitive. After explaining her circumstances, the professor, though inclined to grant her request, hesitated due to the confidential nature of the research that, as per regulations, all personnel were required to remain until the research was entirely complete. The 2 students who had joined later were exceptions, initially brought in under the guise of testing their capabilities. Unexpectedly, they had proven to be exceptionally competent, thus receiving assigned tasks as participants in the project. Seeing the professor's indecisiveness, Lin Baobao feared her request would hurt Lu Ying's feelings and promptly assured him she would not divulge any information to anyone, including her family. Furthermore, she had completed all her tasks and was merely awaiting the final report. Listening to her, the professor looked at Lin Baobao incredulously. She had finished her work ahead of time? Truly remarkable. He had heard some background about this girl, and believing she would be fine, readily agreed, stipulating that she must not miss the reporting date. Lin Baobao assured him, expressing her gratitude before sprinting back to the dormitory to share the good news with Lu Ying. Not a moment was wasted, and Lu Ying immediately took Lin Baobao away. In the darkness, a steaming, delectable late-night snack was callously thrown against the wall. Upon returning to Jinyuan, after parking the car, Lin Baobao dashed out the gate instead of entering. Lu Ying, puzzled, followed closely behind her. Lin Baobao halted at a distance from Jinyuan, facing the entire estate. This was her first time confronting the place, and she felt a newfound sense of familiarity. Previously, her experiences and memories here had been less than pleasant. Lu Ying stood nearby, observing the myriad emotions flitting across Lin Baobao's face. Though he could not discern their meaning, he approached her, pulling her into an embrace. "Baobao, what is wrong?" The sorrow she felt was fleeting, and she playfully teased him, recalling how he had once harmed her here. That Lu Ying felt a pang of guilt, quickly squatting down to comfort her. "Baobao, I truly didn't mean to. Please don't be upset. If it makes you feel better, you can hit me. It's all right as long as you're happy." Hearing this, Lin Baobao couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph, burying her face in her knees to stifle her laughter. She bit her lips several times to regain composure, but her body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing her shake, Liu Yeding assumed she was silently crying, intensifying his feelings of guilt in an effort to show sincerity. He resolved to take action. Abruptly releasing Lin Baobao, he strode toward Jinyuan. Lin Baobao looked up bewildered. What was this man up to? Just moments ago, he had been sweetly apologizing, and now he was walking away. Fearing the worst, she hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to follow him. Upon entering the gates, she spotted Liu Yeding at the parking area, seemingly tinkering with something, accompanied by intermittent sounds of metal clashing. What was he doing? As she drew closer, she gasped, nearly losing her breath, that Liu Yeding was assembling what appeared to be a miniature cannon. Was he serious? She had merely been joking with him. There was no need to go this far. Did he intend to blow her up or himself? Or was he contemplating a shared demise? Not wanting to dwell on the implications, Lin Baobao rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Liu Yeding from behind, using all her strength to pull him back. She had managed to wrest the dangerous weapon from his grasp, but her lack of understanding about such devices made her anxious that if an accident occurred, it could spell disaster for both of them. Thus, holding on to Liu Yeding felt like the safest option. As she tugged, she implored, Liu Yeding, please calm down. Violence won't solve anything. Be a good boy. Put down the weapon. And surrender. No, I mean calm down. Liu Yeding, focused on his assembly, was abruptly jolted backward by her tugging. Almost losing his balance, that he exerted himself to stabilize, fearful of harming his little darling. Bao, be good. Let go of me. Reluctantly moving aside, he found himself unable to set down what he held, prompting him to prioritize stabilizing Lin Baobao. Didn't Liu Yeding realize that his little darling was just as stubborn as he? As expected, she refused to release him, that if you don't put down that thing, I want to let go. Chuckling, Liu Yeding replied, if you don't let go of me, how can I put it down? She contemplated this, her fingers hesitating as she rubbed her small hands, torn between letting go and holding on. Bao, trust me. Lin Baobao recalled the age-old wisdom that emphasized trust between partners, be they lovers or spouses. Without trust, they would inevitably part ways. All right, I'll trust you this once. Slowly, she relaxed her grip, yet her sparkling eyes remained fixed on Liu Yeding's hand, ready to pounce at any moment that Liu Yeding, sensing her hesitation, swiftly completed the final step of his assembly, as anticipated. Her little claws latched onto his hand. All right, now tell me, what exactly do you intend to do? Liu Yeding gently extracted his left hand to grasp the paw of a small kitten. My dear, do you truly believe I would reduce this to rubble? As he spoke, he raised the cannon in his hand. The little kitten was startled, trembling with fear, and pressed down on the errant hand, exclaiming, you can talk all you want, but please don't shake the cannon around. Be careful not to misfire. Observing the little girl's reaction, he realized she had misunderstood his intentions, that he wrapped his arm around her delicate waist and reassured. My dear, you are indeed mistaken. This is not a cannon. Then what is it? She inquired, eyeing the object, which was neither too large nor too small, especially given its apparent weight. Without hesitation, Liu Yeding aimed the cannon at a nearby tree and fired. For action spoke louder than words. The shot echoed loudly, but instead of bullets or explosives, it released a substance akin to creamy foam. Ta-da! It's a toy. Lin Baobao's playful spirit was ignited, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, what is this? Chapter 75, Creating Mud Figures. This was a gift from my best friend during last year's New Year. I left it untouched in the car until now, that I thought I might assemble it to surprise you. A surprise. Lin Baobao pouted. It doesn't seem like much of a surprise. Just a bit of foam, really? I was worried for nothing. He handed her the cannon, and she looked puzzled. Cat treasure? Liu Yeding explained. Though this can serve as a toy, it is not an ordinary one, not an ordinary toy. She scrutinized it closely, noting its unusual appearance. Liu Yeding continued, you can launch anything inside it, be it a projectile or creamy foam. Even a grain of rice can be effective. Moreover, you can adjust its strength and force to inflict some damage on a target. And then she asked, still perplexed, that if you ever provoke me again, you can use this against me, sparing your hands from harm. He said earnestly. Was he concerned she might not be able to overpower him and hurt her hands? This absurdity left her both amused and exasperated. This guy is such a goof. A lovable goof. Setting down the formidable cannon, She leapt up and embraced her silly goof, playfully nibbling at his ear. "How come I never noticed how amusing you are before?" She giggled, pointing at the cannon on the ground. "Aren't you afraid that one day you might truly anger me and I'd fire back?" Lu Ying firmly held on to Lin Baobao, shaking his head without hesitation. "Not afraid. If you were to blast me away, I'd die without regrets." She playfully slapped his mouth, then pinched her lips together with her little paws, commanding, "Now retract that." Lu Ying complied, nodding, and mimicked her earlier gesture. It turns out this silly man has such an adorable side. The toy undoubtedly captivated her attention, as she frolicked joyfully in the open space. Once the cannon's foam was exhausted, she insisted on continuing to play, despite Lu Ying's gentle reminders to save more supplies for her next adventure. Her refusals echoed, "No, no, I want to play, I want to play." To appease his little treasure, he scoured the entire villa for harmless alternatives, realizing that despite her adult age, she retained the heart of a child. As the play continued, she grew more and more engrossed, refusing to relent. Whenever he attempted to halt her, she gazed at him with a tearful, pleading expression that he was at a loss, unable to resist her charms. Thus, the stock of the entire Jinyuan villa was nearly exhausted, and the once pristine yard was close to being destroyed by Lin Baobao's cannonade. Finally, Lu Ying had a brilliant idea: mud. This substance, when mixed with water, became an abundant, sticky mass, available in limitless quantities. Should anyone visit Jinyuan at that moment, they would undoubtedly witness the transformation of all into muddy figures within 10 seconds. After a long day of play, Lin Baobao suddenly paused, her expression shifting as she sat on the steps. That Lu Ying, thinking she was finally tired, suggested, "Are you worn out, my dear? Let us head inside and play another time." He reached for the cannon that had wreaked havoc in his front yard, but Lin Baobao clutched it protectively, pouting, "This is so boring, boring." Lu Ying surveyed the chaotic scene, where there was barely any space left to stand, and gently countered, "How could it be boring? I must cherish the wife I've chosen." The little diva, stroking her cannon, complained, "It's not fun at all. There's no moving target for me to shoot at." Lu Ying, momentarily speechless, realized that all the static targets had been obliterated, yet she was still yearning for a moving one. Remaining patient, he coaxed, "Then let us not play anymore. Next time, I'll find some people to serve as targets for you." How does that sound? At that moment, he regretted giving her that wretched cannon. People. Lin Baobao's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, people. Her fiery gaze fixed on the only living target before her. Lu Ying felt an ominous premonition as his little darling suddenly stood up, setting the cannon aside, and regarded him with an indescribable look. "Why do I feel like you're plotting something? Darling, you love me dearly, don't you?" Lin Baobao exclaimed from her elevated position, wrapping her arms around him. "Of course," he sighed in relief, thinking perhaps he was overthinking things. His little darling remained as innocent and adorable as ever. "Then, will you be my target for fun?" Lu Ying. One should never be too proud. He immediately retracted his previous words, his arms, which had been holding her waist, froze in place, as if struck by lightning, that he felt an urge to slap himself. What was he thinking, after all his efforts? He had dug a pit for himself. Noticing that her darling was silent, Lin Baobao loosened her grip and, with her sparkling, watery eyes, began to plead, "Darling, will you play with me? You love me the most, right? If you love me, you'll play with me. One to you." Lu Ying's instinct was to refuse, but the sight of her eyes made his words stick in his throat. That "No, I don't want to be a target. I absolutely do not want to become a mud figure. Darling, Lin Baobao blinked her starry eyes. "All right, I'll play with you." He finally relented. "Oh yeah." With her goal achieved, she eagerly released him and scurried off to add more materials. As he felt the warmth leave his hands, reality struck him. He truly had no boundaries when it came to his little darling. Lin Baobao, now armed with ample mud, approached him eagerly, resembling an envoy from the depths of hell. Ready to crush him, that he could only force a smile and accept his fate. At that moment, Lin Baobao, resembling a female spy, raised her cannon high. "Are you ready, darling?" He sighed, knowing that as long as it brought a smile to his little darling's face, anything was worth it. Straightening his back, he flashed an OK sign. "Bring it on." As the mud failed to hit its target, Lu Ying instinctively dodged, his body reacting faster than his mind. Initially, Lin Baobao was enthusiastic about her shooting. But after several missed attempts at the stationary target, her temper began to flare. Observing her frustration, Liu Yeting was determined to appease her little diva, ready to sacrifice himself. The inevitable outcome was that he was transformed into a mud figure, with only his eyes remaining visible. Chapter 76. Tension. Digging in the mud, chasing and laughing, they played until exhaustion finally overcame Lin Baobao, who was willing to call it quits. The saying goes, inflict 1,000 wounds on the enemy, but suffer 800 yourself. In reality, Liu Yeting had done nothing but offer himself up for her to smear mud upon. Ultimately, even Lin Baobao herself ended up half covered in mud, clutching her new treasure. The cannon, she exclaimed, "This is truly a wonderful toy. Darling, your friend is so kind to you. He is truly a good person, a keeper." A good person? Liu Yeting glared at the wretched cannon, wishing his eyes could shoot rays to obliterate it. That rascal. What kind of nonsense did he send me? I could fly 1,000 miles just to give him a good thrashing. Meanwhile, the rascal, enjoying his late-night snack miles away, was suddenly hit by a curse, resulting in a loud sneeze that toppled his freshly cooked instant noodles. Damn it! After cleaning themselves of the mud, the two finally sat peacefully on the sofa to watch television. Lin Baobao swung her delicate feet playfully. "I am so tired. My feet are sore from running." Liu Yeting cradled her enticing little feet in his hands, massaging them gently. "This is what you get for not listening when I told you not to play so much. If you say that, it makes me unhappy." She insisted on placing her other foot in his lap, giving him a gentle kick. "It's all your fault for tempting me with this." What a remarkable display of ineptitude. The undisputed champion of deflection, old Master Liu now finds himself embraced by warm, delicate beauty. Blame it on fate, it matters not. Very well, I concede. I shall indulge you with a gentle massage as an apology. Clutching those tiny feet with unrestrained affection, I find myself in awe of how exquisitely his little darling has grown. Even her feet are a sight to behold. Not only are they as white as pearls, tender as fresh greens, but they are also as soft as cotton, providing an unparalleled tactile experience. As I playfully knead them, a mischievous urge arises within me to tease her, occasionally tickling the soles. Initially, Lin Baobao seemed unfazed, attributing any discomfort to the occasional scrape of her nails. However, as the tickling persisted, she began to sense something amiss and swiftly withdrew one foot to deliver a playful kick, exclaiming, "You mischievous rascal! You did that on purpose." Despite being caught red-handed, Liu still feigned innocence. "Baobao, I was merely trying to help you relax. Is this how you perceive my intentions?" He affected a wounded expression. But Lin Baobao was not easily deceived. She retaliated with both feet, declaring, "This is precisely your nature." Liu Yeting, abandoning pretense, seized her squirming feet and began to tickle them mercilessly. Stop. Lin Baobao protested, but her struggles were futile against his strength. "Oh, how ticklish, please no more." She laughed helplessly, utterly overwhelmed. "I admit defeat. My dear, please, I beg of you, let me go." Understanding the art of self-preservation, Lin Baobao was well aware of the wisdom in submission. Tears of laughter brimmed in her eyes. This sensation was delightfully exhilarating. Observing her breathless giggles and flushed cheeks, Liu Yeting relented just as she appeared on the verge of losing her composure. The moment he released her, she quickly withdrew her feet, only to impulsively nudge him with her head, causing him to grunt as he fell back onto the sofa, with her promptly following suit. "Ugh, what a stubborn man. Why is your abdomen so hard?" she exclaimed, dazed from the impact. Assuming she was concerned about incurring his wrath, he playfully patted her backside and teased, "What's this? Planning to keep me pinned down indefinitely?" "Not at all," she replied, gradually sitting up and massaging her temples. "Why are you so rigid? I nearly suffered a concussion from that collision." Despite being the victim, Liu Yeting found himself more affected than she did. It was indeed a curious turn of events. With a smile, Liu Yeting helped Lin Baobao to her feet, taking note of her disheveled appearance as she leaned against the sofa, eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed. Instinctively concerned, he pulled her into his embrace, resting her head against his chest. "My dear, what ails you? Are you unwell?" Lin Baobao waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a brief moment of dizziness after bumping into you. I'm perfectly fine now." Truly, not a chance. His worry was palpable, especially given the lingering remnants of the previous incident. The thought of her brain still harboring an unresolved hematoma sent a chill down his spine. That we must go to the hospital. He effortlessly swept her into his arms, ready to head out. Please, no need. Lin Baobao implored, her eyes fluttering open. That I assure you, I'm all right now. Let us not waste our precious time together at the hospital. Although reluctant, Lu Yeting eventually acquiesced to her pleas and gently set her down, albeit still cradling her in his arms, that he then began to massage her head. Rest easy. I promise you are indeed fine now. She murmured, eyes closed, savoring the moment. Though she seemed to have recovered, his anxious disposition remained unchanged. It do. I must contact Bai Qi and ensure we have you checked tomorrow, no matter what. Lin Baobao drifted off into a peaceful slumber as Lu Yeting maintained a vigilant watch, his expression a mixture of concern and affection. The following morning, Lin Baobao remained blissfully ensconced in her dreams when an incessant buzzing disrupted her slumber. The relentless sound persisted, irritating her beyond measure. Curse that mosquito! How dare it disturb my peaceful dreams? She thought, furrowing her brow, refusing to open her eyes. With a swift motion, she swatted at the air, hoping to silence the nuisance. With a loud thud and a muffled groan, she realized she had struck a particularly plump mosquito. What a hefty creature, she mused, her curiosity piqued as she reluctantly opened her eyes to find nothing in her vicinity. Could it be a figment of my imagination? Suddenly, spotting a lump on the floor, she gasped, "Oh dear! Lu Yeting, are you all right?" She hurriedly leapt from the bed to investigate. Lu Yeting, feeling quite aggrieved, had merely been attempting to rouse her from her slumber. But his efforts were met with a rather unexpected slap to the face. "You little imp! How could you be so rough?" he grumbled. Lin Baobao, concerned for her beloved, quickly helped him sit up. "That it won't hurt anymore. I promise, just let me blow on it," she chirped, puffing air towards his face. Feigning annoyance, he scooted a few inches away. "That won't do. The more you blow, the worse it gets," determined to appease him. Lin Baobao wrapped her arms around him affectionately. "What can I do to make it up to you, my dear? I assure you, I never intended any harm." Silence enveloped them as Lu Yeting maintained his aloof demeanor, his expression wrought with mock indignation. Lin Baobao, sensing a shift, leaned in to deliver a gentle kiss, her lips brushing against his as delicately as a feathered doe. "Is that your idea of an apology?" he retorted, his temper flaring. "Was that not sufficient?" "Allow me to try again," she replied innocently, pressing her lips to his with more vigor this time, her intentions clear. Yet, Lu Yeting was not to be trifled with. "You must know, my dear, friction can lead to unexpected consequences," he warned, his grip tightening around her wrist. Realizing his intent, she attempted to flee. "I don't want to know," but alas, it was too late. He had already ensnared her in his grasp. Pulling her onto his lap as he gazed into her eyes, his desires laid bare. Lin Baobao, regretting her earlier bravado, began to negotiate. "You are the best man in the world. Surely, you wouldn't hold a little misunderstanding against me?" Under normal circumstances, such flattery would have softened his heart, but not today. "Do not mistake my patience for weakness. I can be quite the rogue when provoked." That I gently tapped Lin Baobao's petite nose and exclaimed, "Hey, you scoundrel! You dare to flaunt your audacity when given a taste of authority, do you? You insolent rogue! Scurry away. I have bestowed upon you a modicum of grace. I can no longer endure this." The most effective remedy is to sever the source of this incessant clamor. Resolutely, I ceased any further discourse with this insufferable little brat and swiftly silenced her incessant prattling, only releasing her once her face turned a vivid crimson. Pushing aside Lu Yeting, this rogue, I noticed him coughing and gasping for breath in the aftermath.